Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chosen by the Unknown. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur leaned against the polished railing of the cruise ship, his eyes gazing out over the endless expanse of the ocean. The cool night breeze tugged at his clothes, carrying with it the faint scent of salt water. He had always wanted to do this cruise across the open sea, free from the mundane grind of his everyday life. It was a dream he'd had for years, and now that it was finally happening, he couldn't help but feel a rush of satisfaction. I can't believe I'm actually doing this, Arthur thought with a grin, leaning a little more over the edge. He had spent months planning, saving, and waiting for the chance to take this trip. And now, here he was. A young man in his prime, far from the monotony of work and routine, sailing under the stars. He was at peace. When the night stretched on, Arthur retreated to his room, the soft hum of the ship beneath his feet lulling him into a sense of comfort. He kicked off his shoes and flopped onto the bed, grabbing a manga from his bag. His eyes scanned the familiar pages, engrossed in a world of superheroes and battles. He knew these stories inside out, from the classic comic book heroes to the more obscure manga he had devoured over the years. There was something comforting about the fantastical, the idea of a world filled with superhuman feats and epic adventures. It was a world so different from his own. But as he flipped the pages, a low rumble suddenly shook the ship, pulling him from his thoughts. Arthur paused, a frown tugging at his lips. What the hell is going on? The rumble grew louder, vibrating through the walls of his room. A strange, unsettling feeling crawled up his spine. At first, he dismissed it, thinking it might be nothing. The ship had likely hit a rough patch of water. But as the rumble intensified, the ship itself groaned in protest, sending a wave of panic through Arthur's chest. He didn't waste another second. Arthur jumped to his feet and rushed out of his room, moving swiftly down the hallway as more and more passengers began to appear, their faces filled with confusion and fear. He joined them at the stairwell, moving toward the ship's deck. As he reached the upper level, he could hear the chaos before he saw it. Shouts of alarm filled the air, blending with the sound of frantic footsteps and panicked voices. When he finally reached the deck, the sight that greeted him stole the breath from his lungs. It wasn't a storm. It wasn't a simple seaquake. Before him, the vast ocean was twisting and churning, an immense whirlpool that seemed to stretch down to the depths of the earth. But it wasn't just any vortex. This one pulsed with an unnatural, otherworldly glow. The water around it boiled and spiraled as if the very ocean itself was being consumed by some monstrous force. The ship, his ship, was being drawn toward it, slowly at first, but the pull was unmistakable. You've got to be kidding me. Arthur breathed, his voice barely a whisper against the growing wind. The vortex expanded, its edges crackling with energy, a terrifying force that seemed to exist beyond nature's reach. People screamed. Some tried to hold onto the railing, others ran in all directions, but it was clear there was no escape. Arthur's heart raced in his chest. Panic gripped him like a vice. He turned to find the nearest lifeboat, but the deck was in chaos, too many people, too little time. The ship groaned under the strain as the vortex's pull grew stronger. In that moment, Arthur felt a sharp tug in his gut, like the universe itself had yanked on a thread attached to him. His vision blurred, and the sounds of the panicked crowd faded, replaced by the deafening roar of the ocean itself. The ship tilted, throwing him off balance, and he stumbled toward the edge, watching helplessly as the enormous spiral of water consumed everything. No. Arthur gasped, barely able to form the words. He was already halfway to the edge, falling toward the churning maw of the ocean. The last thing he saw was the glimmer of the water as it rushed toward him. He could feel it. The cold, the weight, the terrifying force of it. The world tilted and spun, and he couldn't breathe. The ship was gone. The world was gone. And all that was left was the unforgiving abyss. I didn't even finish reading H. The last thought that crossed his mind before everything went dark. Arthur's eyes fluttered open, the light of the room blinding at first. He blinked rapidly, trying to clear the haze from his mind. For a moment, the world was a blur, a swirling mix of darkness and light. But slowly, the details began to form. The soft, familiar hum of a fan. The low, rhythmic sound of something, perhaps the gentle ticking of a clock. He could smell something faint but unmistakable. Sea salt. The tang of seawater still clung to the air, though the gentle warmth of a room replaced the cold rush of the ocean. Where am I? Arthur thought, still dazed. He sat up, his head spinning as he took in his surroundings. The room was ordinary. Too ordinary. The kind of room a teenager would have, posters of DC superheroes plastered across the walls. Batman. Superman. The Flash. It looked like something straight out of an old comic book shop. A shelf of action figures crowded one corner, and a half-open laptop sat on a desk, its screensaver flashing an idle image. The cluttered bed beneath him was made, though the sheets looked a little too perfect for someone who actually slept there. Arthur rubbed his eyes. What the hell? He swung his legs over the edge of the bed, his feet touching the carpeted floor. The soft, plush texture beneath his feet felt wrong, as if it didn't belong in the environment that had just been in his mind, the ship, the vortex, the cold, the fear. Where am I? He mumbled, still groggy. This isn't my house. Was it all a dream? The ship. The vortex. The cold, suffocating water that had claimed him. He shook his head, trying to shake off the lingering panic from the nightmare, or was it? Was he still dreaming? Was the trip to the ocean just a hallucination? His heart raced. Did I miss my trip? Suddenly, a faint hum filled the room, and without warning, a translucent blue screen materialized in front of his eyes, glowing softly in the dim light. Arthur froze, staring at it as the text flickered into existence. Welcome, player. You have been selected. Accept or die. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 2, The System's Call. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur blinked several times, his mind refusing to process what he was seeing. His heart thudded in his chest. What is this? He muttered aloud, reaching out with a trembling hand to touch the screen. His fingers brushed against the air, but the screen didn't disappear, it remained, hovering just in front of him like some kind of digital apparition. He pulled his hand back quickly, his heart racing. The words on the screen seemed to pulse, urging him to make a decision, as if they were waiting for him. The scent of salt water hung in the air still, clinging to his senses, making him feel strangely grounded, like he was trapped between 2 worlds. The confusion bubbled up in his chest, thick and suffocating. He stood up unsteadily, pacing across the room, looking for an explanation. Was this a game? A simulation? None of it made sense. He looked around again. Posters. Action figures. The bed. Everything seemed normal. And yet. Is this real? He whispered to himself. I'm dreaming, right? I must be dreaming. But the sea salt remained in the air, a constant reminder of the cold grip of the ocean. The words on the screen didn't change. You have been selected. Accept or die. Accept or die. The words seemed to echo in his mind, heavy and final. The screen flickered once, as if impatient. The words, accept or die, seemed to pulse with urgency. Arthur's heart pounded. There was no time to think, no room for hesitation. It wasn't a choice, not really. I accept. The moment the words left his lips, the screen vanished. The hum of the computer ceased, and the room fell into complete darkness. And then, the voice came. Awaken, chosen one. Thy journey begins now. Control the darkness that stirs within thee, or let it consume thy very soul. As Arthur's heart slowly settled, he exhaled a shaky breath, his mind still reeling from the strange situation he found himself in. Now that I'm a bit calmer, he muttered under his breath, trying to make sense of it all. I think I know what this is. It's clearly a system, but... Before he could finish his thought, a voice cut through the quiet, sharp and demanding. Arthur. Arthur's heart leaped in his chest, the sudden call making him jump. Without thinking, he blurted out, I'm coming, Mom. A cold chill ran down his spine as the words left his mouth. Mom. What was he talking about? He was an orphan, he had no mother. His thoughts scrambled to catch up with his own slip of the tongue. Before he could process it further, the door to his room flew open, and a woman stepped inside, her face a mix of exasperation and concern. Arthur Blackwynd, she said, her voice loud and sharp. You're late for school again. Get up. Arthur stared at her, his mind blank for a moment as confusion set in. He opened his mouth, instinctively replying, I'll get ready in a minute. She sighed, her shoulders relaxing as she gave him a long look. Are you all right? You look like you've seen nightmares, and I mean, multiple ones. I'm fine, Arthur managed, quickly shaking off the disorientation. I'll get ready. His voice lacked the usual confidence, a slight tremor betraying his unease. All right, she said, nodding. Don't take long. With that, she turned and left, closing the door softly behind her. Once the sound of her footsteps faded, Arthur slumped back into the bed, his mind whirling with questions. God, I really got teleported back in time, or maybe to another world. I don't know. He rubbed his temples, the weight of the situation settling heavily on him. But it will be weird to ask her these kinds of questions. How was he supposed to even begin? Shaking his head, he forced himself to focus. He needed to act like things were normal, at least for now. With a deep breath, he stood up and made his way to the bathroom. The mirror greeted him with the reflection of a face that seemed both familiar and completely alien. Arthur stared at the reflection, his white ashen hair falling messily around his face, his piercing blue eyes staring back at him with a strange sense of detachment. He had the face of someone younger, around 16 or 15 at most, though it was strikingly handsome in a way that still made him feel out of place. It was a face he recognized but didn't. The kind of face that belonged in a world where dreams and reality could blur. But what disturbed him the most was the feeling in his body. He felt weaker. Like someone had wrapped chains around his limbs and was dragging him down. His arms felt heavy, as though he had been carrying weights just moments ago. It was as though his very muscles were sluggish, unwilling to obey him. He reached up to touch his face, the coldness of the glass against his skin grounding him, forcing him to confront the undeniable truth. Whatever had happened to him, it was real. Is this really me? He whispered to the mirror, the reflection offering no answers. Arthur pushed aside the lingering confusion, deciding that overthinking wouldn't solve anything. With a thought, he summoned the system interface, and in an instant, translucent panels materialized before him, glowing faintly in the air. His eyes widened slightly, though a small smile tugged at his lips as he took in the all-too-familiar layout. So, it's just like a game, but this one is familiar, he murmured, a strange mix of disbelief and amusement in his voice. Navigating the interface felt natural, almost instinctive, as if he had done it 1,000 times before. When he tapped on the Stats tab, the details appeared before him. Name, Arthur Blackwynd. Job, none. Title, none. Level. Fatigue. HP. MP. Strength. Health. Agility. Intelligence. Sense. Available ability points. Passive skill, Tenacity, Level 1. Skills, Bloodlust, Level 1. Arthur scanned the stats, his eyes lingering on each section with growing excitement. A chuckle escaped him, low and disbelieving. I know these far too well. He muttered, shaking his head, it's the Shadow Monarch leveling system. When his gaze settled on the Skills tab, his grin widened. Bloodlust, huh? That's not something you'd expect at Level 1. He tapped the skill's name out of curiosity. Leaning back against the sink, he crossed his arms, a triumphant smirk forming on his lips. Ha ha. I get it now. It's that kind of power, isn't it? This is too good to be true. Despite the thrill running through him, the reality of his situation hadn't changed. His smile faded slightly as he glanced around the bathroom, then back at the glowing interface. Although, he admitted to himself, I still have no idea where I am. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 3, A World of Heroes and Lies. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur made his way to the dining room, still grappling with the oddity of his situation. It wasn't until he stepped into the expansive space, the polished wooden floors reflecting the soft glow of an ornate chandelier, that a new thought struck him. The house was massive. Too massive. The kind of place he'd only seen in magazines or TV shows back in his original life. His gaze swept over the elegant furnishings, the curated paintings on the walls, and the finely set table waiting for him. It was the epitome of wealth, and he apparently lived here. As he slid into a chair at the dinner table, he muttered under his breath, apparently, I'm a wealthy kid here. His mother appeared shortly after, carrying a steaming pot and setting it down with practiced ease. She eyed him curiously as she sat across from him. Took you a while, Mr. Arthur. Are you sure you're fine? Arthur schooled his expression, determined to appear nonchalant as he picked up his utensils. Of course, Mom. He began to eat, the warm, savory flavors grounding him slightly amidst the surreal nature of everything. She tilted her head, concern etched on her features. You know, if you're feeling unwell, you can skip school today if you want. Arthur paused for a moment, the offer tempting the younger, more carefree part of him. He smiled faintly as he thought, the kid in me would refuse, but I gotta see where I am. No, he said, shaking his head. I'll go. I need to attend, you see. His mother raised a brow, clearly surprised. How unusual. You usually take that offer in a heartbeat. Arthur chuckled softly, cutting into his food. I guess you could say I matured. Her lips curled into an approving smile. About time. Then her expression shifted slightly, adopting a hint of disapproval. Speaking of which, it'd be wise to get rid of that mess in your room. Nobody likes those freaks. They're a bad example to take, son. Arthur froze mid-bite, blinking. Mess. Freaks. It clicked after a moment, and he swallowed quickly, forcing a nervous smile. Oh, you must mean, the figurines and whatnot. She nodded firmly. Exactly. Once you have the time, you should take care of it. Sure thing, he replied with an awkward laugh, unsure where this conversation was heading. Good, she said, her tone resolute. Because they've been causing nothing but trouble. Those so-called superheroes, nothing but freaks of nature, doing whatever they want because no one can stop them. And they have the audacity to call it justice. Ha! Arthur's hand trembled slightly as he lifted his coffee cup, her words rattling him more than he cared to admit. He took a sip, but as her disdainful tirade continued, he nearly choked, spitting the coffee back into his cup. What? What do you mean by they are causing trouble? She frowned, clearly puzzled by his reaction. Haven't you been paying attention to the news? Yesterday, that freak in Metropolis destroyed an entire building just to save a handful of people. It's chaos, everywhere they go. Arthur's mind reeled. His pulse quickened as he struggled to process what she was saying. Metropolis. And don't even get me started on that alien, she continued, exasperation dripping from every word. Then, as if remembering something, her tone softened. I will admit, though. I do like Batman. He seems sensible, at least. Arthur's eyes widened, his thoughts racing. Batman. Metropolis. Freaks of nature. Are you saying superheroes actually exist here? Before he could ask another question, she glanced at her watch and stood abruptly. Well, Arthur, I have to go now. And you'd better head out, too. I don't want to get another call from the principal about you being late again. Without waiting for a reply, she grabbed her bag and left the room, leaving Arthur sitting there in stunned silence. The air seemed heavier as he stared blankly at the empty doorway. Slowly, the truth dawned on him, a revelation so staggering it left him momentarily breathless. I'm in the DC universe, he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible. The realization sent a chill down his spine, a mix of awe and dread churning in his chest. He wasn't just in another world, he was in a world where gods, monsters, and heroes walked the earth. Arthur stepped out of the front door, immediately greeted by the sight of a sprawling estate that took his breath away. The house behind him, no mansion, was a masterpiece of architecture, with tall, gleaming windows and intricate stonework that exuded wealth and prestige. In front of him stretched a pristine garden, its paths winding through lush green expanses bordered by meticulously trimmed hedges and vibrant flower beds. A fountain adorned the grounds, their gentle streams of water catching the morning sunlight and casting sparkling patterns on the cobblestone driveway. Beyond the garden, a sleek black car with tinted windows idled on the circular drive, its polished surface reflecting the surrounding opulence. A uniformed driver stood at attention beside the car, his posture crisp and professional, exuding the same air of refinement that permeated the estate. Arthur took a moment to absorb it all, a mix of amazement and disbelief swirling in his chest. Damn, he muttered under his breath, his gaze sweeping the scene. We must be really rich. The driver noticed him and stepped forward, bowing slightly as Arthur approached. Good morning, Master Arthur, he greeted, his tone respectful but firm. You're late again. Miss isn't very pleased, you see. Arthur blinked, caught off guard by the title. Master Arthur. He quickly composed himself, nodding as he climbed into the car. Yeah, my bad, he said, trying to sound casual. As the driver closed the door and rounded the car, Arthur sank into the plush leather seat, his body instinctively relaxing against the luxurious comfort. The soft hum of the engine and the smooth glide of the car as it pulled onto the main road only added to the surreal experience. Arthur glanced out the window, watching the vast estate gradually give way to the outskirts of what he assumed was a wealthy neighborhood. Man, I can get used to this, he thought with a faint smirk, resting his elbow on the armrest. But his amusement was short-lived. The reality of his situation crept back in, and his thoughts turned inward as the car smoothly cruised along. He gazed at the world outside but saw none of it, his mind too preoccupied. So, I'm in a world of powerful beings. Superhumans, aliens, gods, and then there's me. He exhaled slowly, his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest. I've got incredible power potential now, sure. But the same goes for them. His reflection in the tinted window caught his attention, the faint blue of his eyes meeting his gaze. What's the purpose of all this? Why am I here? The question lingered in his mind, unanswered but insistent. For now, he was just another teenager heading to school, but Arthur knew better. Whatever had brought him here. As the car turned onto a busier street, Arthur let out a quiet sigh, his fingers tightening slightly on the seat's edge. The driver's voice broke through his thoughts. "We'll be there shortly, Master Arthur," the man said, his tone polite. Arthur nodded absently, offering a small hum of acknowledgement. He wasn't entirely sure what awaited him at school, or in this world at large, and maybe, just maybe, enjoy the perks of being a rich kid along the way. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 4, Jump City. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // As the car cruised through the bustling streets of Jump City, Arthur's gaze shifted to the signboards flashing by. The bright advertisements, local restaurant names, and the unmistakable skyline of a city caught between the mundane and the extraordinary gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. Jump City. His brow furrowed slightly as the name clicked in his mind. Wait, isn't that where? His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden halt of the car. The tires squealed faintly as the driver hit the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a smooth but abrupt stop. Arthur leaned forward slightly, catching himself on the edge of the seat. "Apologies, Master Arthur," the driver said with a faint click of his tongue, glancing at the traffic ahead. "Seems we're stuck." Arthur sat back and tilted his head to peer through the windshield. Cars were lined up in both directions, their brake lights glowing like a sea of red eyes. Drivers honked impatiently, some rolling down their windows to shout at the standstill. Arthur's sharp eyes, however, caught something unusual further up the road. A faint plume of smoke curled into the air, and there, in the middle of the street, was the unmistakable glint of metal. "What is that?" Arthur narrowed his eyes, trying to make sense of the scene. The driver sighed heavily, tapping the wheel in irritation. "Tisk, it's those children again," he muttered under his breath, loud enough for Arthur to hear. Arthur glanced at him, confused. "The children?" The driver gestured vaguely toward the chaos ahead. "The Titans. They always leave a mess behind, and they're always late to clean it up. Look at that, whatever it is, it's blocking the entire road." Arthur's curiosity deepened. He turned back to the scene, his gaze sharpening as a faint sensation washed over him. It was subtle at first, like a distant pulse, but it grew stronger the longer he focused. Someone powerful had been here. Titans. Arthur murmured to himself, his voice laced with intrigue. He'd read about the Teen Titans before, seen them in comics and shows. But this was different. This wasn't fiction anymore. Up ahead, he could now make out the source of the obstruction, a large, humanoid robot, its metallic body crumpled and sparking. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, wires spilling out like guts, and its legs were twisted beneath it as if it had been thrown with tremendous force. Arthur's instincts prickled. The faint pulse he felt wasn't coming from the robot, it was from near it. Someone, or something, had left a mark on the area, a residue of power that hung in the air like static. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "Don't let them fool you with their heroics, Master Arthur. They cause as much trouble as they solve. Just look at this mess, who's going to clean it up, eh?" Arthur's lips quirked into a faint, wry smile. "Right, the Titans." The car inched forward as the traffic began to thin, other drivers maneuvering around the wreckage with exasperated glares. Arthur kept his gaze fixed on the robot as they passed it, his mind racing. His hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. The power coursing through him felt like a small ember compared to what he'd just sensed. There were forces at play in this world that he didn't yet understand, but one thing was certain, this wasn't a place where he could afford to be weak. "I know too damn well what it means to be a normal citizen in such a world," he muttered to himself, a bitter edge of sarcasm in his tone. "Or at least, I've read about it." The car slowed, and before long, it turned onto a pristinely maintained driveway. Arthur's eyes widened slightly as they approached a sprawling campus. Elegant gates with intricate designs marked the entrance, and beyond them lay beautifully landscaped gardens, fountains, and a grand building with towering spires that practically screamed affluence. As the car came to a stop in front of the entrance, Arthur stepped out, his gaze sweeping over the school. The pristine uniforms of the students, the luxury cars pulling up to drop off others, and the aura of exclusivity were unmistakable. He let out a quiet sigh. "Of course," he said dryly, his lips curving into a sardonic smirk. "It's a private school." Before heading inside, he turned to the driver, who was shutting the car door, raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Master Arthur, you're usually not this chatty in the mornings. What's on your mind?" Arthur rubbed the back of his neck, debating how to phrase his next words without sounding insane. "Listen, I'm gonna ask you some weird questions, so just roll with it, all right?" The driver gave a light chuckle. Master Arthur, in all my years of driving you, I've grown used to your antics. Fire away. Arthur's face remained deadpan. What do you want me to call you, and what class am I in exactly? His driver froze for a moment, then let out a hearty laugh. I see Master Arthur is in a mood for jests today. Perhaps you didn't sleep well. Arthur stared at him, his expression unchanged, the silence heavy enough to make him reconsider. Clearing his throat, George straightened. Well, if you must, you can call me George. And as for your class, you're a junior here, in the 11th grade. Arthur gave a faint nod. Thanks, George. Be seeing you. Without waiting for a response, he turned and made his way toward the grand school building, feeling the weight of his situation yet again. Junior year, huh? At least I've got something to work with now. Arthur pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. The interior of the school was as lavish as the exterior, polished floors, high ceilings adorned with chandeliers, and hallways lined with paintings that looked like they belonged in a museum. He glanced around, already drawing a few stares from students passing by. He wasn't sure if it was because he was late or if it was something else entirely. Guess it doesn't matter, he thought, striding toward what he assumed was his classroom. It didn't take long for him to find the right room. He paused outside the door, steeling himself before pushing it open. The teacher, a stern-looking man with glasses perched on his nose, immediately stopped mid-sentence. He turned to Arthur, his expression a mix of annoyance and exasperation. Arthur Blackwynd, the teacher said, crossing his arms. Late again, I see. Care to explain? Arthur scratched the back of his head sheepishly, flashing an apologetic smile. Sorry about that, sir. Won't happen again. The teacher sighed, gesturing toward the seats. Just take your seat, and make sure it doesn't. Arthur quickly made his way to an empty desk near the back of the room. As he sat down, he could feel a few curious gazes on him, but he ignored them, leaning back slightly in his chair. Well, he thought, staring at the board and trying to blend in. Step 1 of surviving this world, figure out what's normal around here. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 5, A Mysterious Girl. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The class was quiet as the teacher attempted to pick up where they left off, scribbling equations on the whiteboard. Arthur sat near the back, his eyes unfocused as he tried to process the events of the day, still caught between the reality of his situation and his newfound abilities. But then, a voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, Arthur, isn't it? Arthur looked up. The voice came from the kid sitting in front of him, a slightly scruffy-looking boy with a mischievous grin on his face. Arthur had never seen him before, but there was something about the way he spoke, almost mocking. Yeah. Arthur replied, his tone neutral, though a slight flicker of irritation sparked within him. The kid smirked, leaning back in his chair. I heard you're the new rich kid around here. Must be nice, huh? Fancy house, fancy car, fancy everything. He trailed off, clearly enjoying the idea of getting under Arthur's skin. Arthur frowned, not in the mood for nonsense. His eyes narrowed, and without thinking, a dark, suffocating presence began to leak from him. His gaze locked onto the kids, and for a split second, he felt a strange surge of power. Bloodlust. The effect was instant. The boy's smug expression faltered as he froze, his pupils dilating in terror. The weight of Arthur's gaze alone felt like a suffocating force pressing down on him. He began to tremble, sweat breaking out across his forehead as a cold chill ran through his spine. In an instant, the boy's bravado shattered. His mouth opened and closed as if searching for air, and then, without a word, he bolted from his seat, sprinting toward the door. Monster, he screamed, his voice cracking as he ran, his legs stumbling in a frenzy of panic. The class went dead silent. Students exchanged confused glances, unsure of what had just happened. Wait, Lance, the teacher called, stepping forward to try and stop the runaway student, but it was too late. The door slammed shut behind him as he fled from the classroom, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Arthur blinked, momentarily frozen in place. Well, he hadn't meant to do anything, he didn't even realize he had activated it. But before he could think further, a system notification appeared before him, its eerie glow casting a shadow on his already bewildered thoughts. System notification. You have successfully used a skill. Conditions met to unlock daily quest. Arthur stared at the screen in disbelief as the information scrolled down. Quest info, train to become a formidable combatant. Goals. Push UPS, 0/. Sit UPS, 0/. Squats, 0/ Run, 0/10 km. Quest failure, penalties will be given accordingly. Arthur let out a breath, trying to suppress a groan. I was wondering when will this quest show up, but seriously it felt like the system used that skill on his own just to force this task on me. He glanced around, feeling the weight of his classmates' eyes on him. Some were still staring in the direction Lance had fled, others looking back at Arthur, utterly confused. Arthur's gaze flickered to the teacher, who looked just as perplexed as everyone else. What, exactly did you do to him, Arthur? The teacher asked cautiously, his voice tinged with concern. He forced a smile, trying to defuse the tension. I'm not sure, Arthur said, his voice light, though his thoughts were anything but. Guess he wasn't a fan of late arrivals. The class didn't seem convinced, but the teacher didn't press further. But just as he was trying to push the thoughts aside and concentrate on his new daily quests, something caught his attention, a feeling, a presence. He glanced across the room, and his eyes landed on a girl sitting not too far from him. At first, it was the subtle shift in the air that drew him in, a subtle pressure, an energy emanating from her that felt almost palpable. It wasn't just the way the light seemed to bend around her or the slight distortion in the atmosphere, it was the intensity of her aura. Her presence was unmistakable. It was like a storm on the horizon, an aura so dense that it almost made the air feel thicker, heavier. It was sharp, focused, and, if he was being honest, a little intimidating. And yet, there was something oddly familiar about it. Arthur's heart skipped a beat as his sense stat picked up on the gravity of the energy surrounding her. His gaze met hers for a brief moment, just a fleeting second, but it felt like an eternity. She was glancing back at him, her eyes narrowed, as though she were sizing him up. There was no hostility in her look, but the weight of her gaze was enough to make the air crackle with tension. Her dark, intense eyes seemed to pierce through the veil of normalcy, almost as if she could see right into him. Arthur could feel it. This isn't normal. Is that who I think it is? A flash of recognition hit him, but the instinct was there, sharp and undeniable. The way she sat, the way she carried herself, the energy that radiated from her, it was unmistakable now. It's definitely her. Arthur shook off the thought, forcing himself to look away. The last thing he needed was to be caught staring like a fool, especially with someone like her. But the unease in his chest lingered, a gnawing feeling that something was different about this place, about the people here. As the bell rang and students started to gather their things, Arthur stood up slowly, his thoughts a whirlpool of confusion. I gotta finish this daily quest ASAP, I don't want to end up in the penalty zone. He gathered his things, his hands moving mechanically as he slipped his books into his bag. He glanced around at his classmates, some laughing, others rushing out the door, oblivious to the storm that seemed to be brewing just beneath the surface for him. Just as he stepped into the hallway, though, he felt the familiar, piercing weight of someone's gaze. Without even having to look, Arthur knew exactly who it was. She stood near the door, her presence undeniable in the sea of students moving around her. The girl. Their eyes met once again, and Arthur's breath caught in his throat for a moment. There was something unspoken in the way she looked at him, like a challenge wrapped in a mystery. She was standing there, waiting for him. He was sure of it. Arthur Blackwynd, she said, her voice calm but unwavering, cutting through the noise of the bustling students. We need to talk. While pointing toward the track outside. Arthur raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by her directness. His instinct was to crack a joke, anything to break the tension. He couldn't help but let a sarcastic smile slip onto his face as he replied, we have PE now, how convenient. But her expression didn't shift. She didn't laugh or even acknowledge his attempt at humor. Instead, she just pointed toward the track outside. It was as if she had heard the words, but they meant nothing. All that mattered now was what came next. Without waiting for his response, she turned and started walking, her pace measured and purposeful, as though this was something that had already been decided long before Arthur had even stepped out of the classroom. Arthur watched her for a moment, the sarcasm still hanging on his lips but quickly fading. There was no denying it now, she wasn't here to chat or make small talk. She was here for something serious. Chapter 6, Raven of the Teen Titans. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur with a sigh, he shook his head, his feet following her without a second thought. This was no longer about getting through the day or finishing his quest. Something about her, about this situation felt too important to ignore. The track was just ahead, an open stretch of pavement surrounded by the wide, green expanse of the field. The sound of the students' footsteps seemed muffled as Arthur's thoughts raced. What does she want with me? He caught up to her quickly, matching her stride, though he couldn't shake the feeling that she had been expecting him to follow all along. Arthur followed her in silence, the sound of their footsteps crunching against the gravel path the only thing breaking the stillness. The track had thinned out, the distant noise of students fading away until they reached a more secluded area shielded by trees. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. She stopped abruptly, turning around to face him. "This place is safe," she said, her voice low but firm, her violet eyes locking onto his with an intensity that made Arthur stand straighter. Arthur raised an eyebrow, already sensing this was no ordinary conversation. Before he could say anything, she cut straight to the point. "Now, Arthur," she began, crossing her arms, "speak. What and who exactly are you?" Arthur blinked, caught slightly off guard by her directness. "Well, my name is Arthur." "Cut the crap," she interrupted, her tone sharper now. "I sensed a great darkness from you earlier." "What is that? And I'm asking again, who exactly are you?" Arthur looked at her for a moment, a wry smile creeping onto his face. "Strange, isn't it? But I know who you are," he said, his tone calm but edged with something unreadable. "You're Raven, aren't you? Hiding the gem in your forehead isn't exactly working on me." Raven's eyes widened slightly, her composure slipping for the briefest of moments before she regained it. Arthur smirked at her reaction. "In fact," he added, "you're the one I sense darkness from. You might want to work on that, by the way." Raven narrowed her eyes at him. "You're hiding something." Arthur sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I'm not sharing everything with her," he thought. "It's true," he said aloud, "I have powers. But I'm only figuring it out as I go. That's all I can tell you right now." Raven didn't look convinced. She studied him for a moment, her gaze unwavering, before finally speaking. "Well, you won't be the first in this school," she said, her voice even. "But you do realize I'll have to report you to the Titans, right?" Arthur chuckled, shaking his head. "Sure," he said, his tone almost playful. "As long as I don't cause trouble, I guess I'm one of the good guys in your eyes." "But wait," he paused, his expression shifting to something more curious. "What do you mean I'm not the only one in this school? There are others with abilities here." "Of course," Raven replied, her tone guarded. "But that's all I can say to you." Arthur tilted his head slightly, piecing things together. "Hold on," he said, his smirk returning. "It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who destroyed that robot on the road earlier. Bold of you to assume I'd cause trouble when I basically got here late thanks to you." Raven's face flushed slightly, a rare hint of embarrassment creeping into her usually stoic demeanor. "I just wanted to confirm this myself," she said, her voice quieter. Arthur raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Raven hesitated for a moment, her piercing gaze locked onto Arthur. Finally, she spoke, her tone calm but carrying a weight of authority. "Very well," she said. "I won't report anything, yet. But I'll keep an eye on you myself." Arthur raised an eyebrow, caught between gratitude and unease. "I appreciate it. I guess," he said, his tone tinged with sarcasm but not entirely insincere. Raven smirked faintly, turning to leave. She took a few steps before glancing over her shoulder, her violet eyes gleaming with something unreadable. "You know," she said, her voice softer but still deliberate, "if you're strong enough, you could even join us." Arthur blinked, momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth to respond, but she didn't wait for an answer. "Be seeing you, Arthur," she said, her tone more neutral again as she turned to leave, disappearing down the path with a fluid grace that left him standing there in silence. Arthur shook his head with a half-smile. "Join the Titans," he thought. "Well, that's one way to make a first impression, but I don't think I want that, already on the watch list of someone as formidable as her." He paused for a moment, his smirk growing wider. "Gotta say, though, if someone's going to keep an eye on me, it might as well be a hottie like Raven." With a deep breath, he glanced at the track, the open expanse stretching out before him. "I need to use this track anyway," he muttered to himself, rolling his shoulders. "Time to start this daily quest." Arthur lay flat on the track, his chest heaving as though his lungs were trying to escape his body. Sweat drenched his shirt, sticking it to his skin like a second layer, and his face was a mix of pale exhaustion and sheer determination. His abs screamed in protest, his legs wobbled like gelatin, and his arms felt like noodles. 97, 98, he gasped, dragging his body up inch by agonizing inch. His teeth clenched as he fell back down, staring up at the sky. Why did I do the 10-kilometer run first? Why? He cursed internally, his muscles barely cooperating. A few students passing by paused to watch, whispering among themselves. Look at him, he's been at it for hours, one said, eyes wide with disbelief. Is he trying to kill himself or something? Another added, shaking their head. That guy's either crazy or training to join the Olympics, someone muttered. Arthur groaned, ignoring the chatter. His focus was singular, tunnel vision locking onto one goal, finish the damn sit-ups. 99, he rasped, his voice barely audible. His arms trembled as he pushed himself up one final time. Every fiber of his being screamed in protest. 100, he shouted, collapsing onto his back with the dramatic flair of a hero falling in battle. The sideline spectators broke into scattered applause, half amused, half impressed. He actually did it, one of them said in awe. Yeah, but is he alive? Should we call someone? Another joked. Arthur blinked up at the sky, feeling the sweet embrace of death, or maybe just exhaustion. But before he could dwell on his misery, a familiar ding echoed in his mind. Daily quest, completed. You leveled up. Rewards granted, choose one. +5 ability points. Blessed loot box. Full recovery. Arthur's lips twitched into a weak smile, his exhaustion temporarily forgotten. Leveled up, huh? Finally, some good news, he muttered, reading the options. Let's see. Ability points are tempting. The loot box could be fun and I might get those dungeon keys if they exist in this world, but he glanced at his trembling limbs, remembering the hellish workout. Yeah, no contest. For now I need this, otherwise I won't be able to walk. I can get the other rewards once I get used to this hellish workout. The words floated in front of his vision like a gift from the heavens. He let out a weak chuckle, his lips curling into a lopsided grin. Full recovery, he muttered to himself. As soon as he activated the reward, a rush of energy coursed through his body. His aching muscles relaxed, his fatigue vanished, and he felt as if he had just woken up from the best nap of his life. Arthur sprang to his feet, startling the onlookers. What the hell? He was dying a second ago, one of them exclaimed. Is this guy a cyborg or something? Another asked, squinting suspiciously. Arthur smirked, rolling his shoulders. Not a bad warm-up, he said to himself, brushing the dust off his pants. He glanced at the track. Next time, I'm doing the sit-ups first, he thought with a wry grin, striding away with the energy of someone who hadn't just been on the brink of collapse moments ago. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 7, Fury in the Alley. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur stepped out of the school building, the weight of the day settling on his shoulders. It had been an eventful one. Meeting Raven, checking out my powers. His thoughts were a storm, but as he stepped into the bustling streets, the momentary chaos of his surroundings helped ground him. Still, beyond that, I didn't notice anyone else who seemed out of the ordinary. He couldn't shake the lingering doubt Raven's words had sparked in him. Was she telling the truth? Or was she just a wary person sensing shadows in everyone? He glanced around, seeing nothing that stood out. No one else had given off that same vibe she had. He thought about it for a moment, but decided against dwelling too much on it. I'll figure this out in my own time. As he walked toward the school's front gates, his eyes landed on George, standing beside a sleek black car parked at the curb. The olderman was waiting patiently, his hands clasped behind his back as he leaned slightly against the vehicle. His expression was stoic, yet there was a hint of something unreadable in his gaze. Arthur walked up to him, his feet crunching against the pavement with each step. George, he called out, his voice casual but firm, you can go ahead. I'll go back on my own today. Got some business to take care of. George straightened up at the sound of his voice, his lips twitching into a small, understanding smile. Master Arthur, you know I can't do that, he replied, voice full of gentle admonishment. Your mother would be very displeased. Arthur sighed, trying to hide the frustration that bubbled beneath the surface. I insist. You don't have to worry about her. He gestured vaguely in the air, like it was nothing. I'll be fine, really. George's smile grew slightly. It's not your mother I'm worried about, Master Arthur. It's your brother, he said, his tone light but with a tinge of concern. Arthur blinked, his steps faltering for a moment. Brother. He hadn't thought about it much, the mention of a sibling was very strange. Guess it makes sense. I would have some here. But as quickly as the thought came, it was gone. Arthur shook his head slightly, clearing his mind. Oh well, he muttered to himself, watching as George bowed his head politely and slipped into the car, driving off down the road. Arthur stood there for a moment, watching the car disappear into the distance, before turning to take in the view of the city around him. The towering buildings, the neon lights flashing from shop windows, the busy sidewalks filled with people hurrying to and from their destinations, it was overwhelming, in a way. The sense of normalcy in the chaos of it all. This city, it's so big. And so, loud. He walked slowly, letting the sights, sounds, and even the smells of the urban sprawl sink in. I need to get more familiar with my surroundings. This place feels alien. As he walked, though, his mind drifted, still, everything looks like where I'm from, ordinary, for a place where superhumans walk. His senses were already alert to his surroundings, but it didn't take long for the dark side of the city to present itself to him. The more he observed, the more he began to notice crime. Everywhere. People in hurried conversations, their words sharp and clipped. Little pockets of conflict cropping up around him, an argument over a purse, a man trying to sell something suspiciously from a bag. But even worse, there were more dangerous things lurking in the shadows, desperate figures, dangerous deals, a general air of lawlessness that seemed to linger despite the presence of capes and masked vigilantes. For a place where superhumans roam freely, it's still very much the same. Chaos rules. It was almost like a dark irony. Powers were supposed to bring order, but in a city like this, the people with power weren't always the ones keeping the peace. Arthur grimaced slightly, feeling the weight of that truth sit heavily on him. As he continued walking, lost in his thoughts, something caught his eye, movement in the alleyway ahead. A figure, a woman, seemed to be in trouble. Arthur's senses sharpened, and without thinking, he quickened his pace toward the sound of low voices. His blood pulsed in his veins, his instincts kicking in. A couple of men, rough-looking with their jackets pulled low over their heads, were standing in front of the woman, blocking her path. She was backed up against the cold brick wall, her hands clutching her purse to her chest in desperation. One of the men was making menacing gestures, clearly trying to intimidate her into handing it over. "Hey," one of them sneered, "you want to give that up easy? Or do we make this difficult?" Something inside Arthur snapped. Without thinking, his bloodlust swirled to the surface like a burning tide. He wasn't aware of his own eyes glowing, but the strange power that had stirred within him was undeniable. He moved quickly, almost instinctively, closing the gap between him and the thugs before they could even register his presence. "I was hoping to find someone to test my current strength." The two thugs were so focused on the woman that they didn't notice Arthur closing in on them until it was almost too late. As he stepped into the alley, his presence seemed to disrupt the air itself. One of the men, a scruffy figure with a scarred face, turned at the sound of footsteps, his hand instinctively going for the knife at his side. The other followed suit, reaching into his jacket. Their eyes widened when they saw Arthur standing there, calm as ever, unarmed. "What the hell?" the scarred thug growled. "What's a kid doing here?" "None of your business," Arthur said, his voice cold and steady, his eyes fixed on the thugs like a predator sizing up its prey. His stance was casual, but there was an aura of danger that surrounded him. The thug with the unkempt beard scoffed, sneering. "Kid's got guts, I'll give him that. But you're about to regret this, punk." The first thug lunged, his knife flashing in the dim alley light. With practiced speed, Arthur sidestepped the attack, feeling the blade cut through the air just inches from his face. The thug's momentum carried him forward, but Arthur's foot swung up in a perfect arc, slamming into the thug's side with such force that he crashed into the wall, gasping for breath. Before the second thug could react, Arthur was already on him. He grabbed the thug's wrist mid-strike, the knife barely grazing his skin as he twisted the man's arm with brutal efficiency. With a snap of his wrist, Arthur forced the weapon to drop, sending the thug stumbling back. The thug's eyes widened, disbelief flashing across his face. "You," the thug began, but Arthur's fist collided with his jaw before he could finish the sentence. The punch was like a wrecking ball, sending the thug sprawling onto the ground, his body crumpling in a heap. "Pathetic," Arthur muttered under his breath, the adrenaline coursing through him as he moved effortlessly between the two men. The first thug, still trying to regain his bearings, lunged at Arthur again, but the young man was already steps ahead. He ducked under the wild slash, stepping into the thug's guard. Before the thug could react, Arthur's knee connected with his abdomen, knocking the wind out of him. He gasped, unable to speak, and Arthur's fist came down like a hammer, smashing into the thug's temple with a sickening thud. "Bastard," the second thug yelled, stumbling to his feet with a feral snarl. He grabbed a nearby bottle and swung it at Arthur's head. Arthur ducked, then sidestepped, letting the thug's swing pass harmlessly by. "You're really making this harder on yourselves," Arthur said, his voice dripping with contempt. The thug growled and attempted a desperate charge, but Arthur was too fast. He sidestepped again, and before the thug could react, Arthur slammed his elbow into the back of his neck with all his strength. There was a sickening crack, and the thug collapsed to the ground, unconscious before he could even scream. Arthur took a step back, wiping his hands off. He turned toward the woman in the corner, who was still hiding, wide-eyed, her back pressed against the wall. "Are you okay?" Arthur asked, his voice softer now. He was about to take a step toward her, but his instincts flared just in time. A flash of steel caught his eye, and without thinking, he twisted his body and ducked, narrowly avoiding the blade of a third thug who had emerged from the shadows. The man's knife sliced through the air, just grazing the sleeve of Arthur's shirt. Arthur's heart raced, but his movements were fluid, controlled. He shifted his weight, using his agility to his advantage. He spun around, grabbed the thug's wrist mid-swing, and with a sharp twist, he snapped the man's neck with a brutal, practiced kick to the back. The thug crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, lifeless before he even hit the pavement. // If you like this story, Check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 8, The Bane of the Unworthy. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur stood over him, breathing slightly heavier now, but still calm. His eyes moved back to the woman, who was now staring at him with a mix of awe and fear. The alley was silent once more, save for the distant hum of the city and the soft, panicked breathing of the woman. Arthur walked over to her, his expression unreadable. "You okay?" he repeated, his tone gentler now. She nodded, her voice shaky. "I don't know what to say." "Don't mention it," Arthur said, glancing down at the thugs. "I was just passing through." He turned away, his senses alert, but before he could leave, something caught his attention. He looked over his shoulder one last time. "Just be careful next time," Arthur said with a slight nod, his eyes softening for a moment before he disappeared into the shadows of the alley, leaving the woman in stunned silence behind him. Arthur paused in his tracks as a new notification flickered across his vision, glowing faintly in the dimly lit street. Title earned, Bane of the Unworthy. Description: your actions have marked you as a harbinger of retribution. Criminals and wrongdoers tremble in your presence. Attack power against thugs and evildoers increased by plus 20%. He exhaled sharply, muttering to himself, Bane of the Unworthy, huh? Sounds dramatic, but I guess it fits. Another notification followed, demanding his attention. New reward unlocked, weapon selection. Choose your weapon. Gauntlets of the Lowborn. Dagger of the Lowborn. Sword of the Lowborn. Greatsword of the Lowborn. Arthur's eyes immediately landed on the last option. His lips curled into a small smirk. A greatsword, huh? Now that's my kind of style, big, bold, and intimidating. He selected it without hesitation, and a faint shimmer of light appeared before him. Slowly, a massive blade materialized, its hilt wrapped in dark leather, with intricate carvings running along the blade's length. Despite its size, it looked perfectly balanced, exuding raw power. The system chimed again. You have equipped, Greatsword of the Lowborn. Description: a weapon forged for those who rise from nothing to challenge the mighty. Wielded with pride, it symbolizes strength through hardship. Arthur took hold of the weapon. It felt cold and heavy in his hands, but he knew instinctively that it could deliver devastating force with ease. Yet, something about the name made him pause. Of the Lowborn, he thought, his smirk fading. Turning the weapon over in his hands, he said quietly to himself, how ironic. In this world, I'm highborn, living in a mansion, attending a private school, and driven around in a fancy car. Yet the system gives me a weapon that screams, rise from nothing. What are you trying to say, huh? Arthur took a deep breath, gripping the massive greatsword in his hands as he admired its intricate design. The blade seemed to hum faintly with latent power, and for a moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship. But then reality hit him. Yeah, this thing is awesome, but walking around with a massive sword on my back. Not exactly subtle. With a thought, he accessed his system interface and focused on the weapon. The blade shimmered, dissolving into particles of light before vanishing entirely. Weapon stored in system inventory. Arthur flexed his empty hands, feeling the weight of the weapon disappear. Handy. I need to fight more, but one casualty for the day is enough. I can't make myself the target of justice this early on. Arthur paused in the middle of the street, pulling his attention inward. His fingers flicked through the system interface as his mind began to process the changes. A steady hum of energy surrounded him, the quiet rhythm of his growth settling in as he focused on the stats screen. Name: Arthur Blackwynd. Job: none. Title: Bane of the Unworthy. Level: Fatigue. HP. MP. Strength: 23. Health: 12. Agility: 11. Intelligence: 11. Sense: 11. Available ability points: 6. Passive skill: Tenacity level. Skills: Bloodlust level. Arthur's lips twitched upward as he glanced at the stats, nodding in approval. Strength for now. I've got to make sure I can at least do my daily quest without dying, he muttered to himself. And the rest can wait. Once I unlock my shadow powers, I'll focus on mana and the other specifics. But for now. He allocated the 6 available ability points into strength. As he confirmed the changes, he could feel a surge of power running through his muscles. The weight on his body felt lighter, like he'd just shed an invisible burden. Much better, Arthur thought, a sense of satisfaction filling him as he looked at his newly enhanced stats. This should make those damned sit-ups and running a little less torturous. He took a moment to mentally catalog the changes before closing the interface, his focus shifting back to the world around him. The streets bustled with activity, but Arthur felt different now. Stronger. More capable. Up in the sky, amidst the sprawling city of Jump, two figures floated silently, watching Arthur below. Their presence was barely noticeable to anyone on the ground, but their keen eyes tracked his every move. The air around them hummed with an otherworldly energy. Raven, dressed in her signature dark cloak, her hood raised to obscure her face except for her piercing violet eyes, stood with a calm but calculating demeanor. Beside her, Starfire floated effortlessly, her long fiery hair flowing in the wind, the vibrant green of her outfit glowing under the setting sun. The contrast between their appearances was striking, Raven with her brooding, mystical aura, and Starfire with her radiant, almost ethereal presence. Starfire, her gaze fixed on Arthur, tilted her head slightly. "He looks strong," she said, her voice laced with both admiration and concern. "But what he did earlier, it was wrong. Those thugs didn't deserve death." Raven's eyes narrowed as she studied Arthur's form below. There was a subtle tension in the air around her, a quiet intensity that made it clear she wasn't simply observing. "I don't know," she replied, her voice calm, yet carrying a weight of something deeper. "What he did wasn't justified. But I sensed something more beneath the surface." Starfire turned to her, her golden eyes reflecting concern. "What do you mean?" Raven's lips twisted into a slight frown as she closed her eyes for a moment, sensing the lingering energy around Arthur. "He's hiding a greater source of power. What he did back there, those thugs were nothing to him. That was just a glimpse. He's far stronger than what he's showing. Whatever he's capable of, it's much more than that." Her eyes snapped open, her voice firm. "I don't trust him yet. There's something dangerous about him, but it's still too early to make a decision." Starfire watched Arthur intently, her gaze softening with a touch of empathy. "So, should we capture him? Bring him in for questioning?" Raven shook her head, the edge of her cloak fluttering in the wind. "No. Not yet." Her voice was firm, yet tinged with a sense of resolve. "I'll observe him more. If he proves to be a threat or if he's worth the risk, I'll bring him to Robin. But for now, we wait." Starfire nodded, understanding the weight of the decision. "I trust your judgment, Raven." With one last glance at Arthur, the two women turned their attention away, vanishing into the shadows of the sky as they continued their silent watch. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 9, The Tower's Call. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur finished his final set of squats and sit-ups, his breath heavy but steady, a testament to the weeks of conditioning he had pushed through. Looking around at the sidelines, he could hear the whispers. He's been at it for days. A whole week now, non-stop on the track, one person murmured in awe. Another voice chimed in, "I told you he was training to join the Olympics, man. Guys built different." Arthur rolled his eyes, half amused, half exhausted by the constant attention. He wiped the sweat from his brow and straightened up, allowing his mind to drift for a moment. "I've been doing this for a week straight." He glanced at the others around him as he caught his breath, the usual hustle and bustle of the school grounds swirling in the background. But then, his thoughts lingered on something that had been bothering him for the past few days. "I haven't seen Raven in a week," he thought, a slight frown pulling at the corners of his mouth. The last encounter with her had been strange. She'd left him with more questions than answers, and ever since then, he hadn't caught a single glimpse of her around the school. He couldn't quite shake the feeling that something was off, like her watching him wasn't the end of it. Did she find something out? Is she still keeping an eye on me? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a soft ping rang through his mind. His system interface flashed before his eyes, a welcome sight that drew his attention away from his concerns. Daily quest, completed. You leveled up. Rewards granted, choose one. +5 ability points. Blessed loot box. Full recovery. Arthur blinked, looking at the options. He was hardly tired from his training anymore, the days of struggling with basic exercises long behind him. He'd grown stronger, faster, and his stamina had improved exponentially. "I'm not exactly exhausted," he thought to himself with a chuckle. "I guess it's about time I open this loot box." With a flick of his wrist, the box materialized in his hands. He could feel the energy pulse through it as it began to crack open, revealing a gleaming set of armor. The metal was simple yet sturdy, glowing faintly with an almost ethereal light. The armor's design was functional, built for both protection and mobility. A dark, matte finish with simple yet striking engravings along the shoulders and chest gave it a battle-ready aura. Knight of Azarath armor set, increases defense and health by plus 200. Arthur ran his fingers along the edges, impressed. Interesting name, dear system, he mused. The armor would definitely serve its purpose, he thought, especially in a world where danger lurked around every corner. Guess I can expect some connection to this world in my items. He slipped the armor into his system inventory, satisfied for now. But there was more to come. A key glimmered within the loot box, and his eyes widened as he read the name of the dungeon it unlocked. Key to Dimensional Dungeon, Tower of Fate, can be used in the abandoned slums of Jump City. Arthur felt the weight of the key's significance. Tower of Fate. His heart quickened, a sense of urgency pressing down on him. This was it, the next step. He didn't know exactly what lay beyond, but his instincts told him it was something important. Something that would push him further toward understanding his purpose here, and perhaps, even reveal more about the world he had been reincarnated into. This better be the one I need right now. With a mental command, Arthur allocated his ability points, feeling the surge of power as his stats grew stronger. He focused mainly on boosting his strength further. Even though his health and agility had seen improvement, he knew that the key to tackling what was ahead would lie in his raw power. Once done, he could feel the weight of the choices he made in his mind, no more wasting time. The Tower of Fate was calling to him, and he was ready to answer. I can't waste any more time, Arthur muttered, determination flooding his veins. I need to unlock that power now. Arthur moved swiftly through his room, packing essential items into a small, weathered bag, a few days' worth of non-perishable food, a water bottle, and a couple of sturdy, worn-out tools. The reality of his upcoming journey to the Tower of Fate was beginning to settle in. He'd need supplies to survive the trials ahead, whatever they might be. The last few days had passed in a blur of training, leveling up, and confronting his purpose. Now it was time to take that next step. As he folded an extra set of clothes into the bag, the sound of footsteps caught his attention. His mother appeared in the doorway, her brow furrowed as she looked at him, eyes scanning his preparations. Arthur? Where are you going, packing like that? She asked, her voice a mix of concern and curiosity. Arthur straightened up and turned to face her, offering a casual smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Just a trip I planned, Mom. Nothing major. His mother looked at him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. There was a slight hesitation in her eyes before she let out a quiet sigh. A trip, well, be careful, okay. She gave him a soft smile, though something about it seemed distant, as if she didn't quite understand the changes in her son. You've changed a lot lately. Arthur didn't comment on that. He had changed, and he knew it. In a world like this, it was either adapt or get left behind. But he didn't want to dwell on the past. His mind was too focused on what lay ahead. As he zipped up the bag, ready to leave, he glanced at his mother again, his curiosity getting the better of him. Hey, Mom, about my brother, you said he's busy, right? His mother's expression shifted, a shadow crossing her face. Oh, you know already. She sighed, looking down for a moment as if weighing how much to say. Your brother rarely comes back home these days, he's always tied up with running the company. You know how it is. She paused before adding, he's just busy with his responsibilities. Arthur didn't press further. Something about his brother's absence never quite sat right with him, but now wasn't the time to dig deeper into family matters. He nodded and muttered, all right. Inwardly, however, a small, nagging thought lingered. Why do I feel like something strange is going on with my family? His brother's absence felt like more than just work, and his mother's distant tone raised more questions than answers. But the time for those thoughts would come later. Right now, there was a greater, more pressing matter to deal with. All right, I'll be leaving now, Arthur said, his voice steady, even though his mind was swirling with uncertainty. His mother nodded, offering a soft but reassuring smile. Take care of yourself, Arthur. And remember, be safe. As he stepped onto the streets, he couldn't shake the feeling that the world around him was about to shift again. The abandoned slums of Jump City. Arthur thought to himself as he made his way toward the outskirts of the city. It was there that he'd begin his journey. His mind raced, full of thoughts and questions about what awaited him. The air was thick with a heavy, stagnant energy, the kind that only places left forgotten by time could hold. And yet, he didn't hesitate. This was the place where his journey would truly begin. The faint hum of the key in his pocket grew louder with every step. Arthur's fingers brushed the cool metal, and a strange sensation washed over him. The air felt charged, like static before a storm. His heart picked up pace, a familiar excitement bubbling in his chest. This was it. He could feel it, the unmistakable pull of destiny. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 10, The 100 Floors of Fate. If you like this story, Check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. As Arthur reached the heart of the abandoned slums, the silence around him was deafening. The decaying ruins of the Forgotten District loomed on all sides, their jagged edges silhouetted against the faint glow of distant city lights. The faint hum of the key in his pocket grew louder, resonating deep in his chest. His steps slowed, his eyes scanning the empty space around him. This must be it, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Taking the key out of his pocket, he stared at it for a moment. It felt warm to the touch, pulsing softly like it was alive. But there was no gate, no door, nothing to unlock. Just empty air. He frowned. I guess I'm supposed to just. Almost instinctively, he raised the key and waved it in front of him. As it moved through the air, a sudden resistance stopped it in its tracks. Arthur froze. There was nothing there, no visible surface, no doorway, yet the key felt like it had slotted into an invisible lock suspended in midair. Well, I expected something different, Arthur said, blinking in surprise. Taking a deep breath, he twisted the key. The moment he did, a sharp click echoed through the space, followed by a low rumble that seemed to shake the very air around him. Light flared from the tip of the key, spreading outward in rippling waves. The air in front of him shimmered and warped, folding in on itself until an ethereal portal emerged. The swirling vortex pulsed with vibrant colors, electric blues, fiery oranges, and deep purples, all twisting and turning in an endless dance. Arthur could feel the sheer energy radiating from it, a tangible force that made the hair on his arms stand on end. He took a step back, momentarily overwhelmed by the sight. The portal thrummed like a heartbeat, steady and powerful, as though beckoning him forward. Arthur smirked, gripping the key tightly. Guess this is it. No turning back now. With a single step, he moved forward, the portal's light engulfing him. As he passed through, he felt a rush of energy flood his senses, a strange mix of exhilaration and disorientation. The world shifted around him, the slums disappearing in an instant. When he emerged on the other side, he found himself standing in a vast, otherworldly chamber. The air was dense, almost oppressive, and the ground beneath his feet was smooth and cold, like polished obsidian. Towering columns stretched high into a dark, endless void above, glowing faintly with intricate runes that pulsed with an ancient energy. Arthur exhaled slowly, his breath visible in the chilly air. The sheer scale of the place was overwhelming, and yet, he felt an undeniable pull, like he was meant to be here. Time to find out what my real purpose is in this place, he said to himself, his voice echoing softly in the vast emptiness. As Arthur took his first cautious steps into the vast chamber, a sudden shift rippled through the air. The towering obsidian columns and ancient runes dissolved like smoke, revealing a twisted mirage of the city he'd just left. The slums were back, or so it seemed. Crumbling buildings stretched around him, but their edges were jagged and unnatural, the shadows they cast far darker than they should have been. The faint flicker of streetlights sputtered in the eerie stillness, casting long, distorted silhouettes that danced like specters. A deafening silence blanketed the area, thicker than any fog. It wasn't the kind of silence that brought peace, it was oppressive, unnatural, as if the world itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Arthur's instinct screamed at him, and he wasted no time. With a swift motion, he summoned the great sword of the lowborn, its blade gleaming faintly as if it, too, felt the tension. The weight of it in his hands was reassuring, a reminder that he wasn't defenseless, no matter how hostile this place felt. Then, it came, a low, guttural hum that resonated all around him. His system interface blinked into view, accompanied by a cold, monotone voice that seemed to echo from the very fabric of the air. System notification. Welcome to the Tower of Fate. Only the worthy shall conquer this place. 100 floors of torment, peril, and judgment await you. Progress is marked by blood, and retreat is not an option. To escape, you must slay the guardian at the end of every 10th floor. Fail, and you will join the countless souls who have perished here, their dreams and ambitions forever lost. Your performance will determine your job and its rank. Arthur's grip on the sword tightened as the voice continued, its tone dripping with menace. Here, strength is tested. Here, resolve is shattered. Enter as a warrior, leave as a legend, or not at all. The notification vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving Arthur alone in the haunting stillness once more. His pulse quickened, though he forced himself to exhale, calming the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. Well, isn't this dramatic, he muttered, glancing at the sword in his hands. His voice carried a dry sarcasm, but his eyes burned with a fierce determination. Arthur raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the unnatural cityscape. His senses were on high alert, every shadow and faint rustle feeling like a potential threat. But instead of fear, an odd sense of exhilaration coursed through him. Very well, he said aloud, his voice steady and resolute. I was planning to go wild here anyway. Arthur took cautious steps forward, his greatsword resting heavily on his shoulder. The eerie silence of the distorted city weighed on him like a physical force. His eyes scanned the surroundings, sharp and unyielding, but there was nothing to hint at immediate danger, just the unsettling stillness and flickering lights. Then, in the distance, he saw them. At first, they appeared normal, ordinary people walking aimlessly along the fractured streets, their postures loose, their movements almost casual. Arthur frowned, tilting his head as he observed them. Something didn't sit right. He stopped in his tracks as they all, at once, froze. Every single head turned toward him, their movements unnaturally synchronized. Their lifeless, hollow eyes locked onto him, and the air seemed to grow colder. Arthur blinked, gripping the hilt of his greatsword tighter. "Well, that's creepy," he muttered under his breath. For a heartbeat, no one moved. The only sound was the faint hum of energy in the distorted atmosphere. Then, as if some invisible command had been given, they all broke into a sprint, rushing toward him with feral intensity. The distance between them evaporated in seconds, and Arthur's sharp eyes caught the weapons they carried. Rusty knives, broken pipes, shattered bottles, and even jagged planks of wood, all crude, improvised tools that screamed desperation and violence. The strangest part? Their faces. Twisted into grotesque, exaggerated expressions of rage and hunger, they looked less like humans and more like hollow vessels, puppets driven by something primal and sinister. Arthur adjusted his grip on his greatsword, lowering it in preparation. "Really creepy," he said with a grimace, his voice dry despite the tension mounting in his chest. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 11, A Familiar Laugh. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The first wave was nearly upon him. Their footsteps were erratic, their wild shrieks growing louder. Arthur steeled himself, planting his feet firmly on the cracked asphalt. The blade of his greatsword caught the faint light, casting a sharp glint that seemed to warn the oncoming horde. Arthur's first swing with the greatsword of the lowborn was both calculated and brutal. The blade arced through the air with deadly grace, slicing cleanly through the first charging enemy as though they were nothing more than paper. The figure dropped without a sound, and Arthur's feet shifted seamlessly into his next stance, his movements almost instinctual. The next opponent came at him with a rusted pipe, its jagged edges aimed for his head. Arthur tilted his body slightly, the attack narrowly missing him. His free hand shot out, grabbing the attacker by the wrist, twisting it with such force that a sickening crack echoed through the air. Without hesitation, he drove the pommel of his greatsword into their chest, sending them sprawling backward. "This feels familiar," Arthur muttered to himself, his voice low amidst the chaos. He sidestepped another assailant, spinning with the momentum and using the flat of his blade to knock them clean off their feet. The sound of footsteps, dozens of them, pounded toward him, but he remained unnervingly calm. The blade became an extension of his body, every swing, every thrust guided by an almost otherworldly expertise. The enemies fell like wheat before a scythe, each strike precise and devastating. Arthur ducked under a wild swing from a makeshift club, retaliating with a swift kick that sent his opponent crashing into 2 others. As the horde thinned, Arthur switched it up. When another enemy lunged at him with a broken shard of glass, he met them head-on with his bare hands. His fist collided with their face, the impact loud and bone-crunching. Another approached from his side, but Arthur pivoted smoothly, elbowing them in the throat before spinning and slamming the greatsword down onto a third. "This feels like home," Arthur said under his breath, the revelation startling even him. His body moved like it had been trained for decades, like he'd been forged for this very moment. The horde didn't stop. By the time he reached the outskirts of level 2, the enemies began to change. No longer resembling humans, they were deformed, their bodies twisted and unnaturally bulky. One such figure, with grotesque muscles bulging unevenly across its arms and shoulders, roared as it charged him. Arthur held his ground, narrowing his eyes as the creature swung a massive arm down at him. He sidestepped at the last second, the ground cracking where the blow landed. Arthur's greatsword slashed upward in a smooth motion, carving deep into the creature's exposed torso. Blackened blood sprayed from the wound, but the thing didn't fall immediately. "So you're tougher," Arthur said with a smirk. "Good. I was starting to get bored." The creature roared again, swinging its other arm wildly. Arthur leapt backward, avoiding the attack before closing the distance with a swift lunge. With a powerful 2-handed grip, he drove the blade through the creature's chest, twisting it with brutal efficiency before yanking it free. The monster toppled over, lifeless. By the time he reached level 5, Arthur was drenched in sweat but wore a grin. The enemies were no longer recognizable as human, hulking beasts with jagged claws, glowing eyes, and distorted forms. One lunged at him, faster than the rest, its claw aimed directly for his throat. Arthur ducked low, the claw grazing his hair. With a quick step forward, he slammed the hilt of his sword into the creature's jaw, stunning it. He followed up with a powerful upward slash that severed its arm clean off. Another monster, larger than the last, swung a massive club down toward him. Arthur rolled to the side, the club shattering the ground where he'd just been standing. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet, driving the tip of his blade into the beast's side and slicing horizontally, tearing through its thick flesh. Stronger, Arthur noted aloud, his breath heavy but his grin unwavering. But still not enough. The battle continued, each wave more monstrous and powerful than the last, but Arthur moved with unrelenting precision. He was a whirlwind of destruction, his greatsword cleaving through the enemies with grace and brutality. Even when surrounded, he never faltered, using his fists, elbows, and even his feet to subdue attackers when the blade wasn't enough. As the last of the level 5 enemies crumbled to the ground, Arthur planted the blade of his sword into the fractured ground, leaning on it slightly as he caught his breath. His heart pounded, and his body ached, but there was no mistaking the fire in his eyes. He looked around the silent battlefield, the eerie quiet settling in once more. "All right," he said, pulling the greatsword free and resting it on his shoulder. "Show me what else you've got, Tower of Fate." The dim, flickering light of the Tower of Fate cast haunting shadows over the blood-streaked walls, remnants of the chaos Arthur had unleashed. The air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh, metallic blood, and something otherworldly, an unnatural scent that clung to his senses. His footsteps echoed in the cavernous space as he approached the staircase leading to level 10, each step slow but unyielding, a symphony of determination and exhaustion. Arthur's once pristine attire was torn and soaked with blood, some his, most not. His chest heaved with each breath, and his arms, corded with tense, straining muscles, bore the weight of his colossal greatsword. The blade rested across his shoulder, its edge dripping with a dark ichor that hissed softly as it evaporated into the air. The intricate etchings on the weapon glowed faintly, as if alive, resonating with the blood it had tasted. His face, smeared with dirt and crimson streaks, a shallow cut ran across his cheek, and a thin line of blood trailed down to his jaw. His ashen white hair clung to his forehead, damp with sweat and grime, but his piercing eyes burned with an intensity. Arthur's gait was slow but deliberate, each step a testament to the sheer force of will that had carried him this far. His body screamed for respite, his legs felt like lead, his shoulders ached with the weight of countless swings. "This place is relentless," he muttered under his breath, his voice gravelly from exertion. His gaze shifted to the looming staircase ahead, the final barrier to the dreaded level 10. But so am I. Arthur glanced at his hands, calloused and raw from gripping the greatsword through countless battles. He flexed his fingers, feeling the weight of the blade like a natural extension of himself. The tower had underestimated him. Every slash, every swing, every battle, it had all awakened something deeper within him. He wasn't just surviving this trial, he was thriving in it. As Arthur stepped into level 10, he was startled to find himself in a familiar alleyway. The dim light, cracked walls, and distant street lamp mirrored a memory from days ago. Ahead, 2 thugs harassed a screaming woman, her voice trembling with fear. Is this replaying the past? Arthur muttered, gripping his greatsword tightly. Without hesitation, he advanced, his blade cutting down the thugs in swift, precise strikes. Their weapons clattered uselessly as they fell, leaving only the woman crouched against the wall. Arthur extended his hand to her. "You're safe now," he said, his tone calm but wary. The woman's trembling stopped, replaced by an unsettling grin. Suddenly, she burst into a maniacal laugh, her voice echoing unnaturally. Arthur froze, his outstretched hand lowering as a chill ran through him. "What's the fuck is going on?" he demanded, stepping back. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 12, Arthur vs. Joker. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur watched in shock as the woman's figure twisted grotesquely. Her limbs contorted unnaturally, her skin turning pale and almost sickly white. Her hair shifted into 2 colors, one side a bright, obnoxious pink, the other a deep, electric blue. A wide, deranged grin stretched across her face, smudged lipstick forming a ghastly smile. Arthur squinted, disbelief etched on his face. "Harley Quinn," he muttered. Harley twirled a massive, oversized mallet out of nowhere, giggling maniacally. "Ding, ding, ding. Give the boy a prize. But, sugar, you're in my playground now." She pressed a button on her mallet, and suddenly, explosive confetti burst from the head, filling the room with blinding flashes and choking dust. Arthur coughed, waving the colorful smoke away with his free hand. "Really? Confetti bombs? That's your big play." Harley wagged a finger at him, grinning wildly. "Oh, honey, I'm just getting started." She flipped backward onto a nearby ledge, releasing more smoke bombs into the air. Arthur growled, gripping his greatsword tightly. Annoying. He charged toward her, but as he closed the gap, a shadowy figure leapt in his path. Without thinking, Arthur swung his sword, slicing the figure clean in half. To his frustration, it wasn't Harley. It was a faceless mob-like enemy that crumbled into dust. Oopsie. Wrong one. Harley taunted from above, swinging her legs playfully from the ledge. Arthur scowled and advanced again, only for more shadowy figures to lunge at him from all directions. Each time he tried to close in on Harley, he was forced to cut down the mobs blocking his way. His blade struck true every time, but each swing only led to more faceless enemies spawning between him and his target. Harley cackled, tossing random objects, rubber chickens, smoke grenades, even a pie, at him, all of which either missed or served to irritate him further. You're like a puppy chasing its tail. So cute. Arthur gritted his teeth, spinning mid-swing to decimate another wave of mobs. You're starting to piss me off, clown. Ah, poor baby, Harley cooed mockingly. Why don't you take a breather? Oh wait, you can't. She pressed another button on her mallet, and the ground beneath Arthur crackled with electric sparks. Arthur jumped back just in time, his boots skidding across the floor. You're all tricks and no bite, he growled. His patience wearing thin, he activated Bloodlust, his eyes gleaming with crimson fury. The next time a mob lunged at him, Arthur moved faster than before, cutting it down in one clean motion and closing the distance between him and Harley. She tried to backflip away, but this time, Arthur anticipated her movement, leaping high and slamming his greatsword down onto her mallet. The impact shattered it, sending her tumbling to the ground. All right, Quinn, Arthur said, looming over her as she struggled to get up. Enough of the games. Harley looked up at him, a flicker of panic crossing her face before she forced another grin. Hey, guess the fun's over, huh? She raised her hands in mock surrender. Arthur didn't hesitate. Enough games, he muttered, swinging his greatsword in a clean arc. The blade cut through her effortlessly, and Harley's body fell limp to the ground. He exhaled sharply, gripping his sword as he stared at her lifeless form. This is just a simulation, he reminded himself. It shouldn't matter. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned and began walking toward the exit. Guess that's it for level 10. I think I can move further. Boom. The deafening sound of an explosion cut him off mid-sentence, the shockwave knocking him off his feet. Arthur coughed, disoriented, as dust and debris filled the air. He looked back to where Harley's body had been, only to find a smoking crater in its place. A slow, menacing clap echoed through the air. Arthur squinted, and out of the smoke stepped a figure he immediately recognized. A tall man in a purple suit, green hair slicked back, and a face painted with a horrifyingly cheerful grin. The Joker. Arthur's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his sword. You've got to be kidding me. The Joker threw his head back and let out a spine-chilling laugh. Oh, I never kid. Well, maybe sometimes. But this is no joke, my boy. He spread his arms wide, his voice dripping with mockery. You thought my Harley girl was the final act. Oh no, no, no. She's just the warm-up act to the real punchline, me. Arthur stood up, his body tense and his mind racing. The Joker on level 10. I thought Harley was the boss here. He muttered, feeling the weight of his situation. The Joker tilted his head, his smile widening unnaturally. Oh, don't look so surprised. You're in my funhouse now, kiddo. And the rules? Well, let's just say they're mine to bend, or break. He pulled out a deck of razor-sharp playing cards, casually tossing one into the air and catching it between his fingers. Arthur's expression hardened. You think I'm afraid of you? Afraid? The Joker cackled, tapping his temple with a finger. Nah, you don't seem the type. But that's okay, fear's not the only spice in my kitchen. How about chaos? With a snap of his fingers, shadowy mobs began emerging from the smoke, their forms grotesque and twisted, wielding knives, bats, and even chains. Arthur rolled his shoulders, raising his sword. Fine. Chaos it is. Let's see how you handle it when I cut through your little circus. The Joker grinned devilishly, pulling a small detonator from his pocket and waving it tauntingly. Oh, you're going to love what comes next, kiddo. Let's make this a real showstopper. The Joker's shadowy mob surged forward like a tide of chaos, their grotesque forms wielding an arsenal of crude weapons. Arthur swung his greatsword with precision, cutting down the first wave effortlessly. His movements were sharp, calculated, born of the system's enhancements, but also something deeper, something instinctive. Through it all, the Joker stood back, grinning like a puppet master pulling the strings. He spun the detonator in his hand, his laughter echoing in the eerie silence between Arthur's strikes. You're good, kid. Real good. But you're playing checkers, and I'm over here with 4D chess. Let's up the ante. He slammed his hand on the detonator. Boom. Explosions erupted around Arthur, forcing him to leap back to avoid the collapsing debris. The mobs didn't let up, closing in even as Arthur's blade carved through them. Yet, no matter how many he killed, the Joker's twisted grin remained plastered on his face. Arthur gritted his teeth, his bloodlust ability flaring to life. A crimson aura surrounded him, and the remaining mobs faltered, trembling in fear. But not the Joker. He simply laughed harder, his eyes glinting with something that unnerved Arthur. "Oh, that's cute. A little blood-soaked aura. You think that'll scare me?" he mocked, spreading his arms wide. "Kid, I've been staring into the abyss since before you were born. And guess what?" The abyss stared back and laughed. Arthur hesitated for a split second, unnerved by the Joker's lack of fear. Even with bloodlust active, the man seemed to revel in the chaos, as if he thrived on it. "What the hell are you?" Arthur muttered under his breath. The Joker wagged a finger at him. "Oh, no, no, no. You're asking the wrong question, my boy. It's not what am I, it's why. And the answer is simple, I exist to show the world that it's all one big joke. And you, my sword-swinging friend, are the punchline. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 13, The Laughing End. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur clenched his jaw, shaking off the doubt creeping into his mind. He had to focus. The mobs were endless, and the Joker was playing him, forcing him to react rather than act. Then it hit him, the detonator. That was the key. As another wave of mobs charged at him, Arthur feigned exhaustion, letting his movements slow. The Joker tilted his head, curious but amused. "Getting tired, are we?" "Don't worry, I'll keep the laughs coming." Arthur smirked inwardly. He waited until the mobs were within striking distance, then suddenly lunged forward with a burst of speed, cutting through the group in one swift motion. His real target wasn't them, it was the Joker. The clown's grin faltered as Arthur closed the gap, his greatsword poised to strike. But just as the blade swung down, the Joker sidestepped, tossing a smoke bomb at Arthur's feet. "Not bad, kid. But you'll have to try harder then." Arthur anticipated the move. Through the smoke, he tossed his greatsword like a spear, aiming not for the Joker but for the detonator in his hand. The blade struck true, shattering the device. The Joker's laughter faltered for the first time, replaced by a look of mock disappointment. "Well, that's no fun," he muttered. Arthur wasted no time, closing the distance and slamming his fist into the Joker's chest. The impact sent him crashing into a pile of debris. The clown groaned, but even as he lay there, bloodied and beaten, his grin remained. Arthur picked up his greatsword, pointing it at the Joker's throat. "This ends now, Batman should have done this a long time ago," he said, his voice cold. The Joker chuckled, coughing up blood. "Oh, kid. You don't get it, do you? You've already lost. You think killing me means you've won? Nah. I live in here now." He tapped his temple with a bloody finger. "And when you look in the mirror, you'll hear me laughing. Every single time." Arthur didn't respond. He drove the blade through the Joker's chest, silencing him. The clown gasped, his smile never fading. With his last breath, he whispered, "You're fun, kid. Real fun. Don't let the world ruin that for ya." The Joker died with a grin, his lifeless eyes staring back at Arthur. Arthur pulled his sword free, his hands trembling slightly. "That wasn't even real," he muttered, trying to convince himself. But the unease lingered. His bloodlust had failed to frighten the Joker, and the clown's fearlessness left an unsettling impression. He wiped the blood from his face, turning toward the exit to level 11. "If that was just the start," he said to himself, his voice low, "what the hell is waiting for me at the top?" Arthur stood still in the aftermath, the Joker's body laying lifeless before him. A silence hung in the air, a stark contrast to the chaos that had ensued moments before. Then, a series of system notifications flooded his vision, the words appearing before him like a parade of achievements. "You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You defeated the boss of this level. You can now exit the tower." Arthur's eyes narrowed as he saw his level soar, a staggering 30 levels gained in such a short span. His body was battered, every muscle aching, his breathing ragged, but the numbers on the screen made it clear, he was growing stronger. "I could keep going," Arthur muttered to himself, his gaze lingering on the path ahead, but every fiber of his being screamed for rest. But every bone in my body is telling me to stop. His body screamed in protest, bruised and bloodied, and yet his hunger for strength tugged him forward. But after a brief pause, he sighed, defeated by the undeniable exhaustion that weighed him down. I should leave, come back later, he whispered, almost as though he was bargaining with himself. The realization that he didn't know how much time had passed gnawed at him. Was it days? Hours? Either way, the decision was clear. He chose to leave, stepping into the threshold where the portal awaited, the glow shimmering before him as it beckoned him out of the tower. As he crossed the threshold and the world around him shifted once more, Arthur found himself standing outside, back in the familiar ruins of the slums. But this time, he felt different. Stronger. More, attuned to the power coursing through him. The system assessed his performance, as it always did, and then a final notification appeared. Remarkable mastery. Death follows wherever you set foot. You have gained the title of Soul Warden. Shadow extraction unlocked. You can now call upon up to 20 shadow soldiers. Arthur let out a breath, eyes glowing as he took in the magnitude of the power he'd just unlocked. Soul Warden. The title suited him somehow, resonating with a dark, ominous power that seemed to settle in his very core. His fingers flexed instinctively, and a smile tugged at his lips. His eyes, glowing a fierce blue, looked out toward the horizon. Choose a command word to extract and summon shadows. Arthur read the message, and a dark grin spread across his face. He had been given the power, the means to control and bend shadows to his will. The possibilities flooded his mind, but one thought stood above the rest. The first command, the one that would bind the shadows to him, would set the tone for everything to come. His eyes glowed as he pondered the right word. His voice was a whisper, but the weight of his decision made the air around him feel charged. It can only be one word, Arthur said to himself. Arise, he said, his voice cutting through the stillness. Arthur's mind raced as the notification dissolved, leaving only the weight of his newfound ability. Now, time to grow my army, he thought to himself, his voice barely a whisper. Raven stood in the center of the Titan's common room, her arms folded across her chest, a tense air about her. She stared down at the ground, brow furrowed as if she were lost in thought, but the weight of her words still hung heavily in the room. I've been keeping an eye on him, she began, her voice low, almost guarded. But he's disappeared. I can't find a trace of him anywhere. Not even with my spells. The Titans, gathered around her, exchanged glances. Robin, always the strategist, raised an eyebrow and leaned forward, clearly intrigued. Really? He asked, his tone sharp. Not even your magic could track him down. Raven's expression darkened slightly, the familiar flicker of frustration tugging at her control. No, she snapped, her eyes briefly glowing as the anger within her flared up. I tried everything, Robin. It's like he vanished into thin air. Robin sat back, considering this. His usually composed demeanor shifted into one of quiet concern. Damn, he muttered under his breath. All right, Raven. I'll let you handle it then. Starfire, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow at Raven's reaction. A mischievous smirk tugged at her lips. Oh Raven, she teased playfully, such fire in your words. It makes you much more intriguing. Raven shot Starfire a sharp look, but she simply giggled, clearly entertained by the tension. I'm just saying, Raven, Robin continued, this guy's starting to interest me. If we can't track him down, that makes him more dangerous. Be careful. His tone softened, a rare hint of caution in his voice. Raven took a deep breath, pushing down her irritation. I know. But I'll find him. No one slips past me for long. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 14, Unexpected Visit. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur sat back on the couch, a comfortable silence surrounding him as he relaxed in his dimly lit living room. The glow of his system interface was the only light as he stared at his stats, allocating his hard-earned ability points with ease. Damn, he muttered, a smirk tugging at his lips. I feel more powerful than ever. His fingers flicked through the menus effortlessly, adding points to his strength and intelligence, feeling the surge of power course through him with every allocation. I've been pushing myself, but it feels like I could take on anything now. Name, Arthur Blackwynd. Job, Soul Warden. Title, Bane of the Unworthy, plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent. Level. Fatigue. HP, 3800 MP. Strength, 45. Health, 27. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 22. Sense, 20. Available ability points, 90. Passive skill, tenacity level. Job-specific skill, shadow extraction. Skills, bloodlust level 1. He leaned back, stretching as the weight of his recent battles still clung to his body. His muscles were sore, but it was a satisfying kind of pain, the kind that comes from pushing beyond limits. The tower, the battles, they all seemed like nothing now. Arthur's gaze drifted to the window, the view of Jump City sprawled out before him. A sudden, thought-provoking chill ran down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that the tower still had more to offer, more to throw at him. I should head back to that tower, finish what I started. But his voice trailed off, the thought of the Joker still gnawing at his mind. A grimace twisted his face as he recalled the madman's chaotic presence, the twisted games he had played, and the danger he posed. Seriously, Joker? Arthur let out a low laugh, shaking his head. What the hell's in level 50, Darkside? Do I get to fight gods next? His tone dripped with sarcasm, but the unease underneath his words was unmistakable. He knew better than to underestimate whatever lay ahead. Even though his power had grown exponentially, there were forces in this world or in the tower that could rival or even surpass his own. He just had to be ready for them. I'll deal with whatever comes next. Bring it on, he muttered, before standing up, his body flexing with newfound strength. His hand instinctively went to his sword, the great sword of the lowborn, hanging on the wall nearby. Arthur sat in his living room, idly flipping through his phone. The peaceful silence was welcome after the chaos of the tower. The weight of his thoughts pressed down on him, but it was a comfort compared to the battles he'd been facing. He wasn't sure what to expect next, but it was a welcome reprieve. Suddenly, a chill in the air made his senses snap to attention. Something was off, something he couldn't quite put his finger on, but the atmosphere shifted. He felt a presence behind him, darker and familiar. He didn't even turn around, he didn't need to. His voice was steady, even though his mind raced. So, it's you, huh? From behind him, a soft voice rang out, cool and collected. It's been a while. Guess you're finally home. Arthur turned to see her, Raven, standing at the threshold of his living room, her dark cloak swaying as she slowly lifted her hood. Her violet eyes locked onto his with an intensity that immediately reminded him why he had been avoiding her in the first place. He raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. You've been stalking me, haven't you? He asked, crossing his arms. Raven didn't seem bothered by his accusation. Instead, she let out a quiet, almost amused sigh. I did. And I sense that the power inside you, it's even stronger now. Arthur's smirk faded as he sighed, rubbing his temples. I know, Raven. I've been training. I get it. But Raven wasn't finished. Her voice, quieter now, held an undercurrent of curiosity. You killed a thug not long ago, didn't you? Arthur's eyes narrowed. The mention of the event stirred something inside of him, something dangerous, something that kept him from fully embracing the mantle of a hero. I did. But that's not the point, Raven. I don't want to be a part of your crusade. I don't want to be the good guy. My sense of justice is not ideal. He looked at her with a mixture of frustration and resolve, hoping she'd understand. Before he could finish, Raven stepped forward, her expression unreadable, though something about her tone softened. I don't care about that, she said, her voice firm, but not unkind. It took me years to learn how to control my abilities and emotions, years of solitude, pain, and struggle. She paused, then added, but I've learned, and I know what you're capable of. You could help people, more than just your own personal goals. Arthur was still unconvinced. He started walking toward his greatsword, resting against the wall near the window. As his hand hovered over the hilt, he looked back at her, turning his body halfway. Why are you here, exactly? I'm sure you're not here to debate morals with me. Raven hesitated for a moment, then her lips curved into a rare, small smile, more genuine than any smile Arthur had seen from her before. That's true. I still want you to join us. I know where you could put your abilities to good use. She paused again, as if weighing her words carefully. And for that, I've called in a helper, someone I'm sure you'll appreciate. Arthur raised an eyebrow at the unexpected statement. A helper? What are you talking about? Before Raven could elaborate, a sharp, almost arrogant voice broke in, cutting through the air between them like a blade. Well, if it isn't the mysterious, brooding hero in the making. The voice was unmistakable, sarcastic, and laced with a certain rough charm. Arthur turned to find him and standing right behind him, his hand resting heavily on Arthur's shoulder. The man had an air of chaos about him, a presence that demanded attention even in the face of Arthur's growing irritation. Arthur's brow furrowed. Who the hell? The man grinned, his tousled hair framing his face, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His smile was wild, mischievous, almost too confident. Constantine. John Constantine, at your service. He gave Arthur a once-over, then a knowing wink. We're going on a trip. Before Arthur could protest, Constantine placed a hand on his shoulder, the grip surprisingly strong, and without warning, the world around Arthur warped and twisted. The air crackled, and the next thing Arthur knew, his feet were no longer touching the ground. Wait, what are you? Arthur's voice was drowned out by the sudden onslaught of dizzying motion. Relax, Constantine said with a smirk, I'm taking you to a nice place. Nothing too crazy, well, nothing too crazy for you, mate. Arthur's vision swirled, and he tried to pull away, but the magic surrounding him was too strong. He had no choice but to let it happen. The men didn't even give him a chance to voice his rejection before the two of them disappeared, leaving Raven standing quietly behind them, her gaze unreadable. Arthur didn't know where he was going, but from the look in Constantine's eyes, he knew it wouldn't be good. As they disappeared into the ether, Raven's quiet voice followed them. Don't worry, Arthur. This is just for you to find your //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 15, Shadows in Limbo. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur stumbled forward, his boots scraping against the jagged, cracked ground beneath him. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, like it was pressing against his chest with every breath he took. A strange, pale fog blanketed everything, but it wasn't like any fog he'd seen before. It shimmered, rippling as if alive, and carried faint whispers. Shadows stretched unnaturally, curling and twisting, even though there was no discernible light source to cast them. What the fuck? Arthur muttered, his voice trailing off as he took in the eerie landscape. The sky, or what passed for a sky, was a churning mess of gray and black, with faint streaks of red bleeding through, like wounds in a living canvas. In the distance, there were towering, crumbling structures that seemed to defy logic, spiraling upward and sideways. The land itself was barren but alive, pulsing faintly beneath his feet, like a giant, breathing entity. He spun around to face Constantine, his brow furrowed in confusion. Where the fuck are we? Constantine, standing a few paces ahead, lit a cigarette with a casual flick of his lighter, seemingly unfazed by the nightmarish surroundings. He took a long drag, exhaling smoke that curled unnaturally in the air before dissipating into the mist. Limbo, he said nonchalantly. Or, if you're feeling poetic, purgatory. A cozy little realm sandwiched between the living and the dead. Arthur blinked, trying to process the words. Purgatory? You brought me to purgatory. Constantine smirked, clearly enjoying Arthur's bewilderment. Relax, mate. It's not like I dragged you into hell, though, I've got a punch card for that one too. He waved his hand dismissively. Limbo's where the souls linger. The ones who didn't quite make the cut for heaven or hell. It's complicated. Arthur stared at him, still trying to wrap his head around it. He opened his mouth to ask another question but decided against it. Instead, after a moment of silence, he asked, aren't you part of the Justice League or something? Constantine froze mid-drag, then burst out laughing, the sound sharp and dry like gravel. Me? Part of the Justice League? Bloody hell, no. He shook his head, his grin wide. I don't exactly do the bidding of that bat. And between you and me, I'd rather stay away from him. The bloke's good at what he does, sure, but he's dull as a brick. Always brooding, always calculating. Not my kind of company. Occasionally, I do, Constantine corrected, wagging a finger. We work together occasionally. I'm freelance, mate. They call me when things go belly up with demons or ghosts or whatever supernatural mess they can't handle. I don't go looking for hero gigs. It's bad for my image. Arthur sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. All right, fine. So, what are we doing here, then? Constantine smirked again, tapping ash off his cigarette. We. No, mate. You're here because I'm doing my apprentice a favor. Arthur raised an eyebrow. So this was Raven's idea, and she's your apprentice. Bingo, mate, she called in a debt, Constantine said with a shrug, his tone casual, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes, something that hinted it wasn't as simple as he made it sound. And it cost me more than a pint to pull this off, so you'd better make it worth my while. Before Arthur could respond, something else caught his attention. In the distance, shadows began to move, no, not shadows, figures. Wandering, aimless figures, shuffling slowly across the barren landscape. Their shapes were distorted, their features blurred like half-forgotten memories. Some seemed to whisper incoherently, their voices merging with the ambient noise of the fog. Constantine glanced at the figures, then back at Arthur. Ah, the locals. Souls. Lost, confused, and stuck here until something or someone sets them free. Arthur's grip tightened on the hilt of his greatsword. The whispers grew louder as more of the wandering souls appeared, their movements erratic, almost desperate. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the whispers ceased, and Arthur realized Constantine was no longer beside him. "John." Arthur called out, spinning around, his heart pounding. As Arthur stood in the eerie silence of limbo, the air suddenly grew colder, and a distant voice echoed through the void. It was barely a whisper at first, like a cold wind passing by, but it quickly gained strength, a haunting presence drawing closer. "You're a killer," the voice hissed. Arthur tensed, looking around, but there was nothing but shadows and empty space. A silhouette began to take shape, slowly manifesting into a figure before him. The figure was a man in tattered clothes, skin pale as ash, eyes hollow and filled with rage. He looked more like a specter, but his presence was undeniable. "I was a man once," the ghost rasped, his voice ragged with anger. "A desperate man forced into choices I didn't want to make. But I did them. I killed. I stole. And now I'm here, wandering in this forsaken place." The ghost's hollow gaze fixed on Arthur, and he stepped closer, his footsteps silent but heavy with judgment. "And you," the ghost pointed accusingly, his voice rising with fury. "You have blood on your hands too. I can see it. Every soul you snuff out weighs heavier on you than you realize. Don't you feel it?" Arthur stood still, his eyes hardening as the ghost continued, his words like daggers. "I didn't want to do it, but I had to. I did what I could to survive." The ghost's voice cracked with emotion. "But in the end, I paid the price, didn't I? And now, so will you." A sudden laugh rang through Arthur's mind, dark and gritty, a voice that only he could hear. Constantine's voice echoed inside his head. "You've got power, mate. Enough to play hero, enough to kill a man with a flick of your wrist. But every soul you snuff out has got weight, and their story doesn't just vanish when they're dead. Look at him. Look at the life you ended. Can you carry that?" Arthur's grip tightened on his greatsword, and the ghost's words hit harder than he expected. "You have no idea about me or my power, John." Arthur thought to himself. The ghost snarled, his form flickering as if the energy of his anger was unstable. "You think you're above this? You think you're different from me? You have a curse of power that will take you down the same path I walked. You'll end up just like me, damned and lost." Arthur's breath quickened, and he felt the weight of the ghost's words. This wasn't just some random spirit, it was a reflection of what could become of him if he wasn't careful. But before he could speak, Constantine's voice cut through again, more distant this time. "You've got a gift, kid, but gifts like that, they're bloody curses if you're not careful," Constantine warned, his words cold and matter-of-fact. "You think the world cares if you meant to kill someone or not? Intentions don't mean squat when there's a body in the ground and a soul wandering down here." Arthur clenched his jaw, narrowing his eyes at the specter before him. Arthur's gaze remained steady as the ghost before him disintegrated, his form fading into the endless mist of limbo. The eerie quiet of the place hung heavy in the air, broken only by the faint whisper of souls passing by. But then, a sharp, metallic sound echoed in his mind, a familiar ping that pulled his attention away from the dim landscape. "System notification, quest activated. Hostile entities are actively seeking to harm you. Kill the 10 demons attempting to collect wandering souls. They are a threat to your existence in this realm." Arthur smirked to himself, never breaking stride as he walked further into the gloom of limbo. "Are they mistaking me for one of the souls they collect here?" he muttered under his breath. His smile widened as he looked ahead, his mind already calculating his next move. "This is fine by me," he said aloud, the words tasting like a challenge. "I was wondering who I should make my first shadow soldiers." His eyes gleamed with a growing excitement as the thought solidified. The demons hunting souls were the perfect candidates to start his army. "I'll kill them," Arthur muttered, his eyes now burning with determination. "Then, I'll make them my eternal loyal soldiers. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 16, Master of Limbo. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The air in Limbo shifted, thickening with an ominous presence as shadows slithered through the fog. From the shifting darkness, figures began to take shape, grotesque, writhing demons with gnarled claws, jagged teeth, and eyes burning with unholy hunger. Their twisted forms pulsed with an unnatural energy, their very presence an affront to the balance of life and death. Constantine exhaled, pulling his coat tighter as he observed from a distance. He muttered to himself, his voice laced with dry amusement. "Well, time's up. Should probably yank the lad out before this place gets its claws in him." He trailed off as his sharp eyes caught something. Arthur, standing tall amidst the encroaching horrors, his body relaxed, his breathing steady. But it was the smile that stopped Constantine in his tracks. Arthur wasn't afraid. If anything, he was excited. Constantine clicked his tongue. I see, they mistook him for a stray soul. Poor bastards. He smirked, slipping his hands into his pockets. This should be interesting to watch. The demons lunged. Arthur moved. The first one came at him, its elongated limbs stretching unnaturally, clawed hands swiping for his throat. Arthur ducked low, his body twisting like a seasoned predator, his fist slamming into the demon's chest with bone-crushing force. The sickening crack echoed through limbo as the creature was sent flying backward, crashing into a broken pillar with enough impact to shatter stone. Another roared and leaped toward him, its massive, jagged maw opening wide to consume him whole. Arthur shifted his weight, spinning midair, his foot colliding with the beast's skull like a battering ram. The force of the blow snapped its head back with a gruesome pop, its lifeless body crumbling to the ground. More came, snarling and shrieking, their twisted forms writhing as they attempted to encircle him. Their whispers slithered through the air, tendrils of dark magic latching onto his mind. Give in, let the darkness consume you. You are one of us, surrender and become greater. Arthur's smile widened. That's cute, I'm planning to do the same to you. The voices meant nothing to him. Their attempts to corrupt him were as futile as trying to drown a fish. He was already a storm, a force too relentless to be swayed. One demon lunged, its horned head aiming to impale him. Arthur caught the beast mid-charge, twisting its grotesque skull with brute strength until the horn snapped clean off. With a devilish grin, he turned the jagged bone into an improvised weapon, stabbing it into another demon's chest. Blood thick, black, and burning like acid splattered across the ground. The demon screeched, its body convulsing violently before going still. Arthur barely spared it a glance before he tore through the rest. His fists, heavier than war hammers, caved in skulls. His kicks shattered spines. His movements were raw, unrelenting, a symphony of destruction played with nothing but sheer strength and will. By the time the battle settled, the ground was littered with twitching, broken bodies. The eerie silence returned, the mist swirling around Arthur like it, too, feared him. Constantine let out a low whistle, stepping forward. Well, that was something. Mate, you just beat the unholy hell out of demons. With your bare hands. And a bloody horn. Arthur rolled his shoulders, exhaling. His hands were soaked in demon blood, his knuckles bruised but unshaken. He let the moment settle before whispering a single word. Arise. The shadows twisted, the very fabric of limbo shuddering at the command. One by one, the fallen demons twitched, their bodies convulsing unnaturally. Their once dead eyes reignited with an eerie, glowing darkness. Constantine's eyes widened. Oh, bloody hell. The demons now bound to Arthur's will stood before him, awaiting their master's command. Constantine let out a sharp laugh, shaking his head. Even necromancy, huh? You really are mad. Arthur simply smirked, looking over his new soldiers with satisfaction. Mad. He turned to Constantine, his eyes glowing ominously. No, John. I'm just getting started. Constantine exhaled, taking in the battlefield, Arthur standing tall, his new shadowy minions kneeling before him in eerie silence. The sheer weight of his presence made even the twisted remnants of limbo recoil. John lit a cigarette with a flick of his fingers, taking a slow drag before shaking his head. Right then. I get it now. His tone was softer but carried a knowing edge. Arthur glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Get what? John smirked, exhaling a stream of smoke. That a bloke like you. You're someone like me. He gestured vaguely at the lingering specters in the distance. I thought maybe showing you the souls of the unfortunate would rattle you a bit, make you hesitate. But nah. You don't feel remorse for evil, so why bother? Arthur simply smiled, running a hand through his blood-matted hair, adjusting his coat as if he'd just finished a casual spar rather than a massacre. Now I like you a bit more. Constantine chuckled dryly, flicking his cigarette into the abyss. Yeah, you're a right charmer. But we've spent enough time in this hellhole, those were only minor demons. We're leaving. He reached into his coat, pulling out a small, engraved pendant, an artifact humming with eldritch power. The moment he muttered an incantation, the air twisted, reality itself folding inward. A blinding light swallowed them both. Limbo faded. And just like that, they were gone. The air twisted one last time as the teleportation sigil faded, leaving Arthur and Constantine standing in the middle of his dimly lit living room. Raven was waiting. Arms crossed, hood down, her gaze flickered between the two men. The moment she saw them, she frowned. How did it go? Arthur, still dusting off the last remnants of Limbo from his coat, grinned. Well, I enjoyed Limbo. I'd love to go back sometime, maybe find stronger demons. Raven's eyes widened. Limbo. Her voice was sharper than she intended, and she immediately turned to Constantine, expression tense. I thought you said you'd only teach him how to control his darkness, his magic, and his powers. Constantine raised a hand lazily, as if already bored of the conversation. Yeah, about that. He glanced at Arthur, then back to Raven, taking a long drag from his cigarette before exhaling. Turns out, the bloke doesn't need guidance. Limbo didn't so much as scratch his mind. Strong enough to not be affected, not bad, eh? He smirked. Raven's frown deepened. Constantine, clearly done with the conversation, stretched his arms. Well, that's my cue to leave. You two play nice. He turned toward the door, then paused, looking back at Raven with a lopsided grin. Take care of little Artie, yeah. Or, maybe he should be taking care of you. Hard to tell with this one. Arthur chuckled, watching John disappear into the night, leaving only the faint scent of smoke and magic behind. Arthur suddenly felt a familiar sensation, his entire body surging with newfound strength. Then, the system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Arthur exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders as raw power coursed through him. His muscles tightened, his senses sharpened, every fiber of his being felt enhanced. A slow grin spread across his face. New equipment obtained, abyss-forged necklace. A dark, minor demon-crafted necklace reinforced with infernal energy. Grants defensive stats and resistance to corrupting influences. New item obtained. Key. Details will be given once certain conditions are met. Arthur looked down as his casual clothes shifted, the abyss-forged carapace wrapping around him, a dark, segmented armor with faintly glowing runes etched into its surface. The weight was perfect, the fit seamless. He smirked. Not bad. Looks like Limbo left me a parting gift, glad the armor and necklace are invisible though, otherwise it would look ridiculous. Raven, still watching him closely, narrowed her eyes. Ah, hello. Arthur. Arthur flexed his fingers, feeling the power thrumming beneath his skin. Raven, now I'm ready to work with you guys, not officially joining, so I'm not taking any sort of test or blood sample or whatever Robin asks, I just need to fight, you see, he admitted, inspecting the cryptic key that had appeared in his hand. The system refused to reveal its purpose yet. If your offer still stands, that is. Raven's eyes softened, and there was an unexpected warmth in her voice when she spoke. It always stood, Arthur. I've been wanting this. You can't keep running around on your own. If you stay isolated, someone like Batman will eventually be on your tail. And you won't be able to fight him off by yourself. Arthur's expression hardened for a moment, but he remained silent as the thought echoed in his mind. He would do that anyways. That man already has plans to neutralize all of you. If anything happens, it would be the same for me. He looked back at Raven, locking eyes with her. We'll see. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 17, Caught in the Act. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The door swung open with a soft creak, and Arthur's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened in realization. Shit, he whispered under his breath. Raven, standing beside him, gave him a sharp look. Shit, she said in sync, both of them frozen for a moment. There was no time to react, no time to escape. Without a word, both of them rushed into the closet, cramming into the tight space, the shelves digging into Arthur's back. Raven's body pressed against his, their faces uncomfortably close, her breath warm against his ear. For a second, they both stiffened, unsure of how to handle the sudden proximity. But with a shared glance, they quietly adjusted, trying to make themselves as small as possible. Arthur's mind was racing. So that's him, he thought, watching from the gap in the closet as the intruder entered. His older brother, Adam Blackwynd, with his sharp, calculating gaze and air of authority. Raven, however, wasn't paying attention to Arthur at the moment. She was staring at the figure, her eyes narrowing as if something clicked in her mind. Wait. She murmured. I've seen him somewhere before. Arthur barely resisted the urge to curse aloud. Great, now she's thinking too much. The silence stretched between them, both trying not to breathe too loudly as they observed Adam pacing around the room. Raven squinted, her thoughts racing. Where have I seen him before? She muttered again, eyes flicking back to Arthur, suspicion rising. Arthur, trying to keep his composure, gave her a brief, reassuring smile, but his heart was pounding. This is too close. Is that your brother? Raven asked in a low whisper, still trying to piece it all together. Arthur didn't answer immediately, his thoughts still scrambled. Yeah, that's him. My brother, he said quietly, wondering what exactly Raven might make of this. Adam muttered from the other side of the room, pacing back and forth. Well, where did that idiot disappear to? His voice was filled with frustration, and it made Arthur's blood boil. He clenched his jaw, irritation flickering across his face. That idiot. He wanted to shout, wanted to confront his brother right then and there, but he stayed silent, breathing deeply to control the urge. The last thing he needed was his brother discovering he wasn't alone. Raven, however, wasn't as skilled at hiding her curiosity. She turned toward Arthur, her brow furrowed. Why are you hiding here anyway, Arthur? It's your house, she asked, her tone casual but a bit too sharp, clearly noticing his agitation. Arthur sighed, rubbing his forehead as if the whole situation was a hassle. I don't know. He trailed off for a moment, eyeing her. He then smirked, his irritation mixing with a hint of dry humor. Can't you just open a portal or something? Or are you enjoying this? Let's just leave. Raven, slightly flustered by the suggestion, snapped her fingers. Right. Why didn't I think of that, she grumbled, clearly embarrassed, her arms crossed. She shot Arthur a sharp look, her face flushed with mild frustration. It's not like I'm enjoying it, okay. Arthur bit back a grin. Right, he thought with amusement, but before he could tease her further, he heard a small creak. Adam paused in his searching, head tilting slightly toward the closet. He'd heard something, and his instincts kicked in. What was that? He took a step closer to the closet door, hand hovering near the handle. Arthur's pulse raced. No way. Not now. Before Adam could open it, Raven swiftly raised her hand, her eyes narrowing. A portal shimmered into existence, silent but swift, sucking them both in with a force so smooth that they vanished before Adam could catch sight of them. Adam blinked, standing in front of the now empty closet, confusion settling over him. What the hell? He muttered under his breath, stepping forward to open the door. But as he did, there was nothing. No trace of anything. Meanwhile, Arthur and Raven landed softly on the other side of the portal, and the tension between them lingered, both still adjusting to the sudden shift in the air. Arthur sighed in relief. That was too close, we almost got caught. Almost got caught doing what? Starfire's cheerful, yet slightly confused tone rang out. Arthur's head snapped up to see Starfire, her vibrant red hair flowing in the air like a halo, standing with a bright, innocent smile. She tilted her head, her wide, curious eyes scanning the pair before them. Behind her stood Beast Boy, in his usual green form, grinning from ear to ear, Blue Beetle leaning casually against the wall, and Robin, arms crossed, his sharp eyes focused on Arthur. Arthur felt a wave of heat rush to his face as the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Raven, ever the calm one, immediately rolled her eyes and sighed. We weren't doing anything, Raven said flatly, shooting Arthur a sidelong glance that made him feel like he should have said something more convincing. Arthur, always one to run with whatever nonsense was thrown at him, opened his mouth to retort but then quickly realized no witty line would get him out of this one. Yeah, just a very urgent training session, he muttered, the sarcasm dripping from his voice. Starfire's eyes sparkled with innocent curiosity. Training session. She looked to Raven for confirmation, but you were so very close together. I did not know you two were training in such a way. Arthur choked on his own breath. What, he sputtered, his face going redder than a tomato. This is how I'm gonna be introduced to these guys. Training, yes. In the arts of magic. Raven quipped, crossing her arms and looking at Arthur with that unmistakable deadpan stare. Beast Boy, who had been snickering quietly in the background, immediately burst out laughing. Dude, I gotta admit, that was smooth. You two sure you weren't hiding some other kinda training? He wiggled his eyebrows exaggeratedly, earning an exaggerated groan from Arthur. Robin, still watching the whole scene with a narrowed gaze, uncrossed his arms, taking a step toward Arthur. So, this is Arthur. His tone was serious, but there was a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Arthur looked over at Robin, feeling a sense of wariness as he nodded. Yeah, that's me. Arthur Blackwynd. Nice to meet you, I guess. Blue Beetle, who had been observing the whole thing from the corner, finally spoke up, his voice lighthearted and curious. So you're the mysterious guy Raven's been keeping an eye on. Guess you got some serious skills, huh? Arthur smirked, a bit more at ease now that the tension had somewhat broken. You could say that. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Starfire smiled brightly, clearly unfazed by the earlier awkwardness. Then you must be quite skilled. You seem to have much potential, Arthur. She clasped her hands together in delight, her enthusiasm practically glowing. Beast Boy, never one to miss an opportunity to poke fun, grinned. So, you two, huh? You and Raven. Do you have a secret training, buddy system or something? Raven's gaze softened just a bit, but she was quick to throw in, this isn't some sitcom, Beast Boy. Stop reading into things. Beast Boy threw his hands up in mock surrender, grinning ear to ear. All right, I was just checking. No need to get all defensive. Robin, still serious but with the faintest hint of a smirk, cleared his throat. All right, enough with the jokes. Arthur, welcome to the team, though don't expect a free pass just because you've made an impression on Raven. He glanced at his teammates, then at Arthur. You'll have to prove yourself, just like anyone else. Arthur took a step forward, his tone firm. I'm just gonna make one thing clear, I'm not gonna be part of your team. But I will aid you because I want to fight. Robin narrowed his eyes at Arthur, clearly weighing his words. So, let me get this straight, you don't want to be a Titan, but you'll fight alongside us when it suits you. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of skepticism. Arthur nodded, crossing his arms. That's right. I don't do teams, I do battles. If there's a fight worth my time, I'll be there. Robin exchanged a glance with Raven, who simply shrugged. That's his condition, she confirmed. Robin exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple before looking back at Arthur. Great. Another loner with a hero complex, he muttered under his breath. Then, with a small smirk, he added, fine. As long as you don't get in the way or cause more trouble than you solve, I'll allow it. Just don't expect us to bail you out when things go south. Arthur narrowed his eyes, watching the way Robin rubbed his temple in frustration. I know you don't trust me, Boy Wonder. But that's good, you shouldn't. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he met Robin's gaze head-on. I wouldn't have it any other way, Arthur said, his voice edged with amusement. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 18, First Mission. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Robin stood at the center of the room, arms crossed, his gaze sharp. Well, you're in luck, Arthur. We've got something to do tomorrow. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Robin nodded. We've received intel about a peculiar shipment heading towards Metropolis. It's being transported through the Steel Point docks here in Jump City before it gets rerouted to LexCorp. Arthur sighed, already knowing where this was going. Of course, had to be Luther. Robin smirked. He turned to the team. Titans, we'll head out at. Shit. Arthur suddenly interrupted, rubbing his temple. The whole room went silent, everyone looking at him. I totally forgot about school, Arthur muttered. I've already missed quite a lot. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Beast Boy burst out laughing, and soon, the entire room followed, even Raven, who covered her mouth slightly but still chuckled. Dude. Beast Boy grinned, pointing at Robin. Who do you think funds that school? Arthur blinked, then narrowed his eyes at Robin, realization hitting him like a truck. Wait a damn minute. Robin just smirked, arms crossed. Beast Boy cackled. Come on, man. We all skip. Well, except Raven. 'Cause she's a nerd. Raven shot him a glare, deadpanning, I can and will teleport you into the sun. Arthur, meanwhile, pieced everything together. He sighed, shaking his head. Of course. Wayne Enterprises, he thought to himself, no wonder Raven said I wouldn't be the first with powers there. Robin just smirked. Now you're catching on. Robin folded his arms and gave Arthur a measured look. We head out at dawn. Get some rest. He turned slightly, motioning towards the vast interior of the tower. It's big enough, make yourself at home. Just don't go snooping where you shouldn't. Arthur smirked at the implied warning but simply nodded. Got it. Thanks. With that, he turned and left with Raven and Beast Boy, the sound of their footsteps fading as they walked through the tower's sleek hallways. As soon as they were out of earshot, Cyborg glanced at Robin. You don't trust him, do you? Robin's response was immediate. Nope. Arthur took in his surroundings as they moved through the tower. It was a modern marvel, sleek steel and glass, reinforced yet designed for comfort. The dim lighting of the hallway cast elongated shadows along the walls, the soft hum of hidden technology filling the silence. Even without being attuned to it, he could feel the security measures in place. Cameras, motion sensors, maybe even something mystical woven in by Raven. They weren't careless. As they walked, Beast Boy shifted forms every few seconds, a hummingbird zipping past Arthur's face, a snake coiling momentarily around his arm before dropping off, then back to his usual green-skinned self. So, dude, since you're pretty strong, Maybe we should spar sometime. Arthur gave him a side glance. You heard that, huh? He turned to Raven, crossing his arms. So much for not reporting about me to the Titans. Raven sighed, unfazed. I only mentioned a tiny bit about you. Beast Boy laughed. Yeah, well, that tiny bit made Robin put you on his potential threat list. He elbowed Arthur playfully. That's kinda impressive, man. Arthur smirked but didn't reply. He had expected as much. They finally stopped in front of a door, and Raven gestured toward it. This is your room. Arthur stepped inside, taking in the space. It was simple but well-designed, dark walls with neon lighting strips lining the corners, a spacious bed, a desk with a built-in interface, and most importantly, a massive window overlooking Jump City. The city lights twinkled against the night, and the reflection of the T-shaped tower in the water gave a sense of both isolation and dominance over the skyline. Arthur let out a breath. Not bad, Robin. You think I can't see the cameras and the security you have here? This is more of a prison cell than a room. Beast Boy leaned against the doorframe, still grinning. So, about that spar. Arthur gave him a deadpan stare. Beast Boy threw up his hands. All right. Tomorrow after the mission, then. Raven, already turning to leave, glanced back at Arthur one last time. Get some rest. We have work to do. Arthur smirked. Looking forward to it. As the door slid shut, he exhaled, running a hand through his hair. His body still thrummed with residual power from limbo. Arthur leaned against the edge of his bed, rolling his shoulders as he exhaled. The faint glow of the city lights outside his window flickered in his peripheral vision, but his mind was elsewhere. Can't let Robin see what I can truly do, especially while I'm still not strong enough compared to what the JL have. He knew how people like Robin operated, analyzing, calculating, preparing countermeasures. If the Titan leader saw too much too soon, Arthur would become a liability rather than an ally. Not yet. Let them underestimate me for now. With that thought, he pulled up his system interface. A transparent blue screen materialized before him, casting an ethereal glow across the dimly lit room. His stats unfolded in neat lines of text. Name, Arthur Blackwynd. Job, Soul Warden. Title, Bane of the Unworthy, plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent. Level, 46. Fatigue, 0. HP, 3,950. MP, 5,800. Strength, 101-104. Health, 85-88. Agility, 51-54. Intelligence, 110-122. Sense, 51-54. Available ability points, 90. Passive skill, Tenacity, level 1. Job-specific skill, Shadow Extraction. Skills, Bloodlust, level 1. Equipment, Azarath Knight Armor Set. Abyss-forged necklace. Inventory. Greatsword of the Lowborn. Arthur flexed his fingers as he felt the subtle shift in his body, his muscles tightening, his reflexes sharpening, and his mind becoming even more attuned to the shadows. The added intelligence gave his magic more weight, and the increased agility would make him more fluid in battle. A slow smirk crossed his lips. This should be good enough, for now. Closing the interface with a mental command, Arthur leaned back against the headboard, arms folded behind his head. Arthur said to himself, I can't wait to go all out. Arthur stirred as something, or rather, someone, shook him violently. A voice pierced through the veil of sleep, dragging him back to the waking world. Yo, wake up, dude. We're rolling out. He cracked one eye open to see Beast Boy's grinning face looming over him. The green-skinned shapeshifter was practically bouncing with energy, shifting between different forms, a dog, a cat, a monkey, before settling back into his usual self. Arthur groaned, running a hand down his face. What time is it? Time to go kick some bad guy ass, Beast Boy chirped. Come on, man, everyone's waiting. Arthur exhaled sharply, sitting up sluggishly. He was still groggy, his body resisting movement. Even with his enhanced stats, waking up like this was still a pain in the ass. His hair was a mess, his shirt was half off his shoulder, and he was pretty sure he looked like he'd been hit by a truck. Beast Boy gave him a once-over and snickered. Dude, you look like death. Arthur shot him a glare. Yeah. I mean, you are not far from the truth. Beast Boy just laughed and shifted into a bird, flapping away before Arthur could swat at him. Mumbling under his breath, Arthur rolled out of bed and got dressed. His invisible armor and the minor demon-forged necklace he had earned from Limbo felt comfortably light on his neck, yet he could tell it had decent protection. He threw on a long coat over it, its dark material flowing as he walked toward the common area. By the time he arrived, the rest of the Titans were already assembled. Robin stood at the forefront, arms crossed, radiating that usual brooding leader energy. Starfire hovered nearby, her hair like a cascade of fire against the morning sky. Cyborg was calibrating his arm cannon, while Blue Beetle adjusted the settings on his suit. And then there was Raven, standing slightly apart from the group, her arms folded. She flicked her gaze at him, her expression unreadable. Robin turned to him as he approached. "Took you long enough." Arthur ran a hand through his messy hair. "Woke up to a zoo animal shaking me like an earthquake. Not exactly a peaceful morning." Beast Boy grinned. "Hey, at least you're up." Robin ignored their banter and got straight to business. "We're moving now. The shipment is being transported through the Jump City docks. Our intel says it's for LexCorp, but something about this feels off. We'll intercept it before it leaves port." Arthur smirked, cracking his knuckles. "Lex Luthor, huh? I can't wait." His eyes gleamed with something dangerous. "Finally, something fun. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 19, The Secret Shipment. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The Titans crouched behind a stack of shipping containers, the salty breeze from the ocean carrying the distant hum of the port's machinery. Towering cranes loomed overhead, their silhouettes cutting into the darkened sky. The port itself was bustling not with dock workers, but with something far more dangerous. Armed guards patrolled the area, their movements sharp and methodical. These weren't just hired thugs, their coordination, their gear, the way they moved it screamed experience. Cyborg zoomed in with his cybernetic eye. "These guys are packing serious heat. We're looking at high-grade assault rifles, tactical armor. I'd bet good money they're ex-military." Arthur leaned against the cold metal of the container, eyes scanning the guards. "Yeah. These aren't your average LexCorp rent-a-cops. Well-trained mercs." He rolled his shoulder, resting a hand on the hilt of his greatsword. "I'll clear the way." Robin's arm shot out in front of him. "No." Arthur frowned but didn't push forward. "Yet." Robin kept his voice low, eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. "We do this right. No unnecessary noise. We need to know what they're guarding before we start swinging." Arthur sighed but relented. He had to admit, Robin wasn't wrong. This wasn't some random skirmish. Whatever Luthor was moving, it had to be important. Robin tapped his communicator. "I'll take the front. Starfire, Blue Beetle stay in position. Cyborg, keep scanning. Raven keep an eye out for anything off." Arthur smirked. "And I'll just sit here and watch you." Robin shot him a glance but didn't acknowledge the comment. He slipped into the shadows, moving with surprising ease for someone in bright red and green. One by one, he took out the guards, his movements precise and efficient. A strike to the neck, a sweep of the leg, a chokehold, all silent, all effective. Arthur observed from afar, genuinely impressed. "He's good." Raven, standing beside him, was less focused on Robin's performance. She frowned, shadows flickering in the depths of her hood. Something strange, though. Arthur immediately tensed. He trusted her instincts and his senses. "Yeah," he muttered, his fingers tightening around his sword. "There's a weird presence here." The moment Robin gave the signal, the Titans moved in like a well-oiled machine. Arthur rushed in first, meeting a group of mercenaries head-on, his greatsword still strapped to his back. Instead of drawing it, he slammed his fist into the nearest soldier's gut, the sheer force sending the man sprawling backward. Another came at him from the side, swinging a baton. Arthur caught the strike with his bare hand, twisting the weapon free before driving his elbow into the man's jaw. The mercenary dropped like a sack of bricks. Beast Boy, mid-sprint, morphed into a rhino, barreling through a line of guards before shifting back into his human form. "Man, this is almost too easy. Don't get cocky, stay focused," Robin warned, flipping over 2 mercenaries and landing behind them. A swift sweep of his leg knocked them off balance, and before they could recover, he struck pressure points on their necks, rendering them unconscious. Starfire hovered overhead, her eyes glowing bright green as she unleashed a flurry of starbolts. "Surrender," she declared, sending another blast into a group of men scrambling to take cover. "Please surrender before I am forced to increase my forcefulness." Blue Beetle, his armor shifting in response to the incoming enemies, fired a concussive energy blast, knocking a group of mercenaries against a cargo crate. "I mean, she gave you guys a chance," he quipped, his arm cannon still humming. Arthur ducked under a wild punch, grabbing the attacker by the collar and slamming him into another guard. He exhaled sharply, shaking out his hand. He was holding back deliberately so. If he used his full strength, these men would be broken beyond repair. He wasn't sure why he cared, but something about how easily he could kill them made his skin crawl. Cyborg, who had been covering their backs, fired his sonic cannon, sending the last few mercenaries flying. "That all of them?" he asked, scanning the area. Robin dusted himself off. "Looks like it." He turned his attention to the real target, the shipment they had been guarding. It was a large, reinforced container, being loaded onto a cargo ship. A simple glance at the side of it told them everything they needed to know. A bright red LexCorp logo was stamped on the metal. "Well, no surprise there," Beast Boy muttered. But Arthur wasn't looking at the LexCorp logo. His gaze was locked on something else. A name printed just beneath it. Blackwynd Science Group. Raven noticed his expression. "Isn't that your name?" The entire team turned to him. Arthur took a step back, completely bewildered. "The hell is this?" Robin's eyes narrowed. He didn't say anything, but the suspicion was obvious. Before Arthur could process the implications, Cyborg moved forward, his mechanical hand shifting into a cutting tool. Only one way to find out what's inside. Sparks flew as he cracked open the container, forcing the reinforced doors apart. A sickly green glow spilled out. Cyborg took a step back, his systems already detecting high radiation levels. No way. Inside, stacked neatly in reinforced cases, was a crazy amount of kryptonite. The air turned heavy with realization. Starfire's eyes widened in concern. Beast Boy's usual lightheartedness disappeared. Blue Beetle stiffened, his armor instinctively reacting to the dangerous material. Robin took a slow breath, his gaze flickering from the kryptonite to Arthur. Before Arthur could even form a response, a sharp crack split the air. A sniper round tore through the darkness, aimed directly at his head. But before it could reach him, something moved. A shadow, no, a figure, clawing its way out from the darkness at Arthur's feet. The creature was humanoid, its body wrapped in shifting black mist, its eyes glowing a malevolent red. Jagged, broken horns jutted from its skull, and its elongated fingers ended in wicked claws. The demon shadow moved faster than any human could react, throwing itself in the bullet's path. The round embedded deep into its chest, and instead of blood, a thick, black smoke leaked from the wound. It barely flinched. Its head turned toward Arthur, the eerie glow of its eyes flickering like dying embers. "My lord." It rasped, its voice an unnatural blend of multiple tones, layered and distorted. Arthur's gaze met its own, entirely unfazed. He barely even blinked. He simply sighed, glancing over his shoulder. The moment Arthur's shadow soldier emerged, the Titans froze. Beast Boy's ears flattened as he instinctively shifted back from his animal form to his human one, his wide green eyes fixed on the eerie figure. "Ah, what the hell is that?" Cyborg's mechanical eye scanned the entity immediately, his systems working overtime to analyze it. "Okay, that thing ain't normal," he muttered, shifting slightly to aim his arm cannon. Robin's body tensed, stepping between the shadow and the team out of pure instinct. He didn't make any rash moves, but his stance was wary. "Arthur," he said, voice low, controlled, "what the hell did you just summon?" Arthur, as calm as ever, merely glanced at the being, then back at them. "Oh, him. He's my soldier," he answered nonchalantly, as if that explained everything. The shadow soldier twitched slightly, its head turning toward Robin, its molten red eyes flickering. It still had the bullet lodged in its chest, but the wound was already closing. Robin stiffened but didn't back down. Raven, however, was the only one who didn't seem particularly shocked. She crossed her arms, watching the scene unfold with a half-lidded expression. "TCH. I knew you had something like this." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Oh. And what gave it away?" Raven rolled her eyes. "Please. Your energy is so dark it looks like mine, the way you fight there's something unnatural about it. I didn't know exactly what, but I had my suspicions." Beast Boy looked between the two of them, then back at the creature. "So, wait, this thing listens to you." The shadow turned its head toward Beast Boy, and its lips, if it even had lips, pulled into something that almost resembled a grin. "My lord." It repeated in that eerie, layered voice. Beast Boy's skin crawled. "Yeah, nope, I hate that." "Well, you are free to believe whatever you want," Arthur muttered before turning his attention back to where the sniper shot had come from. "No idea why my family's name is on that crate, but I'll deal with it after we handle this." Robin, ever the tactician, followed the bullet's trajectory immediately. His masked eyes locked onto a rooftop overlooking the port. "Up there," he announced, reaching for his grappling gun. The moment he pointed, a figure stepped into the dim lighting, standing at the edge of the rooftop with an almost casual posture. The moonlight gleamed off his signature half-black, half-orange mask. "Slade," Robin growled. Deathstroke tilted his head slightly, lowering his rifle now that his position was exposed. His voice carried with that same cold amusement he always had. "Not bad, kid. But I wasn't aiming to kill," he said, his eye shifting toward Arthur. Yet. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 20, Arthur vs. Deathstroke. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur's gaze locked onto Deathstroke, unreadable and unwavering. The assassin stood above them, poised like a predator assessing its prey. The moonlight cast jagged shadows across the rooftop, making his half-black, half-orange mask look even more menacing. Arthur didn't react, not with words, not with a shift in stance. He simply looked. That silence was enough. From the darkness at his feet, shadows writhed and twisted unnaturally, stretching like living tendrils. Then they took form. One by one, figures emerged. 5, each clad in abyssal black, their bodies shifting like smoke yet unnervingly solid. Their glowing eyes flickered like embers, jagged horns crowning their heads. They stood still, awaiting their master's command, their clawed hands twitching in anticipation. Deathstroke tilted his head slightly, lowering his rifle completely now. His single eye gleamed with something between amusement and intrigue. How strange, he mused. His tone remained unreadable, but there was no denying it. He was watching, analyzing. Deathstroke remained still, perched on the rooftop like a specter of war. The mechanical hum of the port faded into the background as he observed the scene before him. Arthur Blackwynd, standing amidst his nightmarish shadows, was an anomaly, one that piqued his interest. The assassin let out a low chuckle, adjusting his grip on his rifle. You must be Arthur Blackwynd. What a strange fellow indeed. His voice was calm, measured, but laced with amusement. And here I thought your family was nothing but a bunch of lackeys, playing at science and politics. He tilted his head slightly, his single eye narrowing behind the mask. But there's always a black sheep, isn't there? His words were deliberate, probing, testing for a reaction. Still, it doesn't make sense why you'd be running with these idiots. He gestured vaguely toward the Titans, his disdain evident. Arthur, still as stone, met his gaze. The greatsword resting at his back shifted as he reached for it, his fingers wrapping around the hilt. In one smooth motion, he drew it free, the massive blade gleaming under the moonlight as he raised it with one hand and pointed it directly at Deathstroke. You'll have to answer a few things for me, Arthur said, his voice cool, unwavering. Right after I kick your ass. Deathstroke's gaze flickered from Arthur to Robin, the flicker of amusement never leaving his cold expression. He adjusted his stance slightly, a smirk pulling at the edge of his mask. You really think you're going to stop me, he mused, his tone dripping with mocking superiority. Robin, the boy wonder turned wannabe leader. And you little Master Arthur. I can't let you interfere here, you see, he said, his voice cold and calculating. I've already been paid. The tense air around the dock seemed to crackle with energy as Arthur stood ready, his greatsword in hand, shadow soldiers arrayed behind him, prepared for the chaos that was about to unfold. The Titans formed up, on alert, eyes scanning for any new threats. Deathstroke's voice rang out from across the way. And by the way, I never mentioned that I was alone. Before the Titans could react, the ground trembled beneath their feet. In an instant, the earth cracked, and massive boulders shot up from the ground, shattering the silence. A towering figure emerged from the rubble mammoth, his massive frame blocking out the moonlight as he bellowed in a low, gravelly voice. Time to crash this little party. Without warning, the ground cracked again, and from beneath, Terra appeared, her hands raised as she manipulated the earth with effortless control. Giant stone slabs shot out from the ground, hurling toward the Titans with terrifying speed. You can't run from me, she sneered, a wicked grin playing at the corner of her lips. Arthur's expression hardened as the battle broke out. But before he could make a move, a swirl of pink magic erupted in the air. Jinx, standing nearby, grinned mischievously as she released a bolt of pure chaos energy. Can you handle bad luck, boy? Beast Boy's eyes widened in shock. Wait, aren't these guys supposed to be locked up in prison? He turned to Robin, who was already formulating a plan. Deathstroke, now casually leaning against a nearby crate, simply smirked. I set them free, of course. Arthur, eyeing the chaos around him, let out a deep sigh. Yeah, imprison a supervillain, great idea. His voice dripped with sarcasm, but there was no time for complaints. With a swift motion, he drew his greatsword, his shadow soldiers charging into the fray to engage the incoming threats. As Arthur turned to charge toward Deathstroke, Robin's voice rang out, sharp and firm. Arthur, wait. You can't just. But Arthur didn't stop. In the midst of the chaos, he dodged a boulder thrown by Terra and narrowly avoided a chaotic bolt from Jinx. His eyes never left Deathstroke, the assassin calmly observing the battlefield. Arthur. Robin shouted again, but this time it was drowned out by the roar of battle. Without sparing a single glance, Arthur muttered to himself, "I'm done with plans for now." His voice was steady, unshaken by the madness around him. His shadow soldiers continued to clash with Terra's stone constructs and Mammoth's brute force as he made his way toward Deathstroke. Robin's eyes narrowed, realizing there was no stopping him now. He turned his attention back to the battlefield. Deathstroke, noticing the shifting tide, began to retreat, a calculated move. His half-black, half-orange mask gleamed as he turned on his heel, disappearing into the night like a shadow vanishing into the dark. Arthur's voice rang out filled with deadly intent. "You're not escaping me, Slade." Deathstroke didn't break his stride. With the same cold precision he always had, he turned slightly, drawing his gun in one swift motion. The sound of gunfire rang out, a series of bullets streaking toward Arthur. But without hesitation, Arthur used his greatsword as a shield with a practiced ease, deflecting the rounds. The bullets ricocheted off his blade, sparking in all directions, but none found their mark. "Impressive," Deathstroke muttered, not missing a beat. He accelerated, heading toward the shadows of an industrial warehouse up ahead, slipping inside like a ghost. Without a moment's hesitation, Arthur followed. The entrance to the warehouse loomed large before him as the sounds of the battle slowly faded into the distance. Arthur's eyes scanned the room, but there was no sign of Deathstroke. Just the echo of his own footsteps and the rhythmic sound of his breathing. "You're predictable, Arthur Blackwynd," Deathstroke's voice called from the darkness, calm and steady, like he had been waiting for this very moment. Rushing in without considering the consequences. Arthur's grip tightened on the hilt of his greatsword. "I've already considered the consequences. You're not leaving here until I've got answers." A low chuckle echoed from the shadows. "Answers? You're just like your family. All of you, sheep rushing in without understanding the bigger picture, playing a game that is too much for you to handle." Then, in an instant, Deathstroke appeared. A blur of motion, his body a flash of half-black, half-orange as he lunged forward, his blades coming at Arthur with a deadly arc. Arthur easily managed to raise his greatsword in time, deflecting the blows with a metallic clang that reverberated through the empty warehouse. The force of the strike sent a shockwave up Deathstroke's arms, but his feet stayed firm. "You talk too much," Arthur growled, eyes narrowing. Deathstroke didn't waste a second. His movements were precise, fluid, as if he were dancing with death itself. "Better than talking too little, Blackwynd," he retorted, his voice still steady but filled with that cold, confident edge. "I'm giving you a chance to learn." The two clashed again, their weapons meeting with a deafening crash. Arthur's greatsword swung in a massive arc, meeting Deathstroke's blades in a shower of sparks. The assassin's movements were fluid, precise, a lethal dance honed by years of training. He was more experienced, his strikes a blur of deadly accuracy. But Arthur was no slouch. Even under the weight of the greatsword, he stood his ground, using his raw power to force Deathstroke back. Each blow Arthur delivered wasn't about finesse, it was about overwhelming force. When Deathstroke's blades flashed toward his chest, Arthur blocked with the flat of his greatsword, the impact sending shockwaves up his arms. Deathstroke's mask gleamed with cold amusement, his voice smooth but laced with that deadly edge. "You're strong, Blackwynd, but you lack control." He pivoted, his blades coming down at Arthur's exposed shoulder with lightning speed. "I don't need finesse," Arthur growled, his voice low and dangerous. "I've got too much strength stats, you see." Arthur surged forward, pushing his body forward with a grunt, and slammed his shoulder into Deathstroke's chest. The force sent Deathstroke skidding back, barely managing to keep his balance. The assassin's eye flashed with recognition, but before he could react, Arthur pressed the advantage. He grabbed the front of Deathstroke's armor with one hand, lifting him off his feet. Deathstroke's eyes widened slightly, the only hint of surprise visible beneath his mask. Arthur didn't give him a moment to recover. He slammed his fist into Deathstroke's midsection, a brutal strike that sent shockwaves through the assassin's body. Searing pain shot through his ribs. A wet, guttural cough tore from his throat, and a splatter of blood dripped onto the ground. He wiped his mouth with the back of his glove, his single eye narrowing in cold fury. TCH, all that power, and not an ounce of skill, no class. Deathstroke sneered, his single eye locked onto Arthur, sharp with disdain. Arthur smirked, blood dripping from a cut on his lip. From his shadow, a shadow soldier slithered quietly, slipping toward Deathstroke's own shadow. Arthur smirked, "It's over for you, Slade." // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 21, The Fall of Deathstroke. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur's fist connected with a sickening crunch. The impact sent Deathstroke hurtling backward, slamming into the warehouse wall with enough force to dent the metal. The assassin let out a sharp grunt as dust and debris rained down around him. Arthur exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders as he walked toward the fallen mercenary, his steps deliberate, unhurried. But just as he closed the distance, he stopped. A cold, suffocating aura spread through the air, like a predator locking onto wounded prey. Deathstroke, still slumped against the wall, stiffened. His breath hitched just for a fraction of a second as Arthur's bloodlust crashed over him like a tidal wave. Arthur's blue eyes gleamed in the dim light. "I'm gonna ask you this once." His voice was calm, eerily so. "What do you know about my family?" He crouched slightly, tilting his head. "And just so you understand, I don't need you to talk. I have other means of getting what I want. I'm offering you a chance." For the first time, something flickered behind Deathstroke's mask, a mix of fear and unease, and then, he laughed. A raspy chuckle at first, then a deep, unsettling laugh that echoed through the empty warehouse. It wasn't just fear. There was something else there. "Well," Deathstroke breathed, a smirk audible in his voice, "for starters, I was employed by them, not Lex." His single eye locked onto Arthur. "And you?" Before he could finish, the warehouse doors burst open. Robin entered first, flanked by the Titans. The battle outside was over, their presence signaling the end of the chaos. Robin's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the scene. His voice was sharp, controlled. "Not bad, Arthur. You bested Slade." Arthur exhaled through his nose, barely sparing him a glance. "And I see you guys handled the rest." Beast Boy let out an exaggerated groan, stretching his arms. "Man, your demons, or whatever they were, something else." Blue Beetle chuckled, shaking his head. "Yeah, they're still out there, by the way. Still punching." Arthur didn't react. His focus remained on Deathstroke, and he would have kept pressing the assassin for answers. Deathstroke looked at Robin and smirked, still lying on the ground, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "This is your problem, Boy Wonder," he said, his tone dripping with condescension. "You're soft. You're weak." His eye flicked toward Arthur. "I was starting to like this guy, but..." Arthur noticed the subtle movement, but Slade was faster. Arthur's jaw clenched. "Robin, move." But it was too late. In a flash, Deathstroke shifted, his body tense despite his injuries. With a flick of his wrist, he fired a shot, not at Arthur. At the Titans. Bang. A shot rang out. Simultaneously, a smoke bomb detonated, swallowing the warehouse in a thick, suffocating fog. Coughs and startled shouts followed as everyone staggered back, momentarily blinded. Arthur cursed under his breath. He swung his greatsword, the force of it dispersing the smoke in a single sweep, but Deathstroke was gone. Disappeared like a ghost. The only sign of his escape was the faint sound of footsteps fading into the distance. But then, a sharp inhale. Arthur turned, eyes immediately locking onto Raven. Blood dripped down her shoulder, staining the dark fabric of her cloak. She clutched the wound, her expression neutral, too neutral. But Arthur saw the tension in her jaw, the way her fingers pressed harder than necessary. Without a word, he stepped closer, closing the distance between them. His hand reached out, fingers tilting her chin up, forcing her to meet his gaze. His touch was firm, but not rough. Up close, he could see the flicker of pain in her violet eyes, the way her breathing had grown slightly uneven. "Let me see," he murmured, his voice lower now, edged with something unreadable. Raven's lips parted slightly, her eyes searching his. For a second, she hesitated, then turned her head slightly, as if trying to pull away, but Arthur didn't let her. "I'm fine," she muttered, but her voice wasn't as steady as before. Arthur wasn't convinced. His grip lingered for a moment longer before he slowly let go. Robin, still recovering from the sudden attack, let out a frustrated breath. "Damn it." Arthur's gaze snapped to him. Something cold, unreadable flickered in his blue eyes. "Deathstroke was right," he said, voice even but laced with something sharp. "You're soft." Robin's head jerked up at the words, his expression darkening. Arthur continued, unbothered by the tension thickening between them. "You and the Justice League let things like this keep happening by letting people like Slade roam freely." His tone wasn't mocking. Robin opened his mouth to protest, but Arthur didn't let him. "I hope you collected enough data on me," Arthur went on. "And how to neutralize me when the time comes." His gaze didn't waver. "Hell, I'm sure Batman's already informed." Silence. Robin's fingers curled into fists, but he didn't deny it. Arthur took a step back, his gaze flickering towards Starfire. "Take care of Raven." Then he turned to Cyborg. "If you'd be so kind, look into my family. Their background, any deals they made, anything out of the ordinary." His voice remained calm, controlled. "Send it to me, and I'll handle the rest." Robin exhaled sharply. "You know we'll be involved too. We have to investigate this." Arthur gave him a slight, almost dismissive smirk. Be my guest. And with that, he left. The cold night air greeted him as he stepped outside, the chaos of the battle fading behind him. His shadow soldiers melted into his own shadow once again. Arthur exhaled, tilting his head up toward the night sky. His fingers twitched at his side. I don't need cyborgs' information, he murmured to himself. That was just to let them know I'm clueless. His eyes gleamed. But I'm not. System notification. Remarkable mastery, your shadow soldiers have leveled up to night grade. Job rank up, Soul Warden, Necromancer. New job-specific ability unlocked, Shadow Exchange. Arthur smirked as he stepped far away from the Titans, his form vanishing into the darkness beyond their sight. He wasted no time before uttering a single word under his breath. Exchange. From the depths of Slade's own shadow, something stirred. The shadow soldier Arthur had attached to him tore itself free, twisting and writhing as it pulled away. Slade, already tending to his wounds far from the battlefield, barely had time to react. His instincts flared, something was wrong. Then, the shadows darkened. The air around him twisted unnaturally, like reality itself was bending. And in the next instant, Arthur stepped forth, emerging from a blackened mist where his demon had once been. The exchange was seamless. Perfect. Slade's single eye widened in disbelief. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Arthur tilted his head slightly, his smirk unwavering. Hello again. For the first time in a long while, Slade felt something creeping up his spine, an unfamiliar chill. He had fought monsters, and beings beyond human understanding. But standing before him now, Arthur Blackwynd was something else entirely. Something that felt even worse. Arthur took a step forward, the weight of his presence suffocating. You know, Slade, he began, voice calm, almost conversational, I didn't want to do this initially. But you forced my hand. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his greatsword, shadows coiling hungrily around the blade as if thirsting for what was to come. You hurt someone I care about. Slade gritted his teeth, reaching for his weapon, but he knew it was pointless. There was no escape. Arthur raised his sword, the obsidian steel humming with dark energy. His eyes gleamed with something ancient, something merciless. And I don't need you to tell me anything now. Because your shadow will. Slade barely had time to react before the blade descended. A single, decisive strike. Silence. The great assassin, the legendary Deathstroke, fell. Arthur exhaled slowly, lowering his weapon. Blood pooled at his feet, but his gaze remained fixed on the lifeless body before him. Then, with a voice like a quiet storm, he spoke the word that would seal Slade's fate. Arise. The shadows surged forward, wrapping around Deathstroke's corpse, consuming it in an abyssal darkness. Then, from the void, it emerged. A figure rose, clad in blackened armor, the remnants of Slade's former self still evident in the shape of his frame. But his eye, once filled with cold calculation, now gleamed with an eerie blue light, one of absolute loyalty. The knight kneeled before Arthur, his new master. Arthur looked down at him, satisfaction flickering in his expression. From now on, you are Blade. The newly reborn shadow warrior bowed his head in silent acknowledgement. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 22, Secrets of Blackwynd. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur sat back in his chair, the soft hum of his computer filling the silence of the room. The faint glow of the screen illuminated his face, highlighting his sharp features as he scanned through pages of information about his family's businesses. It all seemed standard, nothing that stood out or made his stomach churn with unease. Just the usual, real estate holdings, a few tech companies, agricultural investments, some research labs scattered across the globe. Nothing out of the ordinary. He leaned forward, tapping his fingers against the desk, eyes narrowing. Blackwynd Science Group, he muttered under his breath. His fingers hovered over the keyboard as he dug deeper into the files. It looked like another generic corporation, focused on genetic engineering and tech innovations. But something felt off. He scratched his head, frustration starting to seep in. Fucking hell, even Cyborg's information is nothing much unless he's keeping things from me, which isn't unlikely. His gaze flicked to his left, where Blade, his newly acquired shadow soldier, knelt on the floor. The figure was still, silent, his head bowed in submission. Arthur's lips curled into a faint smirk, his thoughts drifting. This is all because you can't speak, he muttered. How can you be the Deathstroke, but only an elite knight-rank shadow soldier? You're a shadow of what you once were, no pun intended. Arthur pushed his chair back and stood up, pacing as his mind wandered. I need to go back to the tower. Level up some more. Get stronger, so all of you can get stronger as well. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier, darker, as if Arthur's words had summoned something. He glanced to the right where one of the demons sat patiently, watching him with eerie eyes. Arthur stopped in his tracks, a thought suddenly occurring to him. How can you talk, even though your rank is lower? He asked, his voice laced with curiosity. The demon's eyes flickered, and then it spoke, a deep, guttural voice escaping its lips. My lord. Arthur winced and shook his head, raising a hand in a dismissive gesture. Just stop. The sound of the demon's voice had unsettled him, but it wasn't the answer he was looking for. The room fell into silence again, save for the soft creak of the chair as Arthur settled back into it. He leaned back, glancing at the screen once more. There was something he was missing. Something deeper than what the files told him. Arthur stared at Blade, his fingers idly rolling the jagged green crystal between them. The kryptonite illuminated the room, casting eerie reflections against the walls. His expression was unreadable, but there was no mistaking the disappointment in his voice. And I thought you'd be useful. Blade lowered his head even further, pressing his forehead against the cold wooden floor in silent submission. The once feared Deathstroke, now an elite knight in Arthur's Shadow Legion. Arthur let out a slow breath, flexing his fingers before tightening his grip around the Prometheum sword. The weight was perfect, not too light, just right for someone who had grown stronger, far stronger, in the recent time. He inspected the weapon, the dark alloy shimmering under the dim light, and let a small smirk tug at his lips. Although I did get something amazing, he muttered to himself. Prometheum sword, S tier. A blade forged from an ultra-dense promethium alloy, known for its near-indestructible properties. The sword is imbued with an adaptive enchantment that sharpens with the wielder's intent. Capable of absorbing kinetic force to reinforce its strikes, it cuts through most materials with ease. Arthur sighed, rolling his shoulders. It was a fitting weapon, especially now that his strength had grown. He pulled up his status screen, eyes scanning the numbers before him. Name, Arthur Blackwynd. Job, Soul Warden Necromancer. Title, Bane of the Unworthy, plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent. Level, 50. Fatigue, 0. HP, 4,450. MP, 6,200. Strength, 104-110. Health, 88-98. Agility, 54-58. Intelligence, 122-130. Sense, 54-58. Available ability points, 12-0. Passive skill, Tenacity, Level 1. Job-specific skill, Shadow Extraction. Shadow Exchange. Skills, Bloodlust, Level 1. Equipment, Azarath Knight Armor Set. Abyss-Forged Necklace. Promethium Sword. Inventory. Greatsword of the Lowborn. Tower of Fate Key. Key. Arthur looked at Blade and sighed, shaking his head. Get up. Blade obeyed immediately, rising to one knee. Arthur studied him for a moment, then held up the kryptonite between two fingers. Just answer me with a nod, he said. Do you know where this shipment came from? Blade's response was swift. He turned his head slightly and gestured toward the computer screen. Arthur followed his gaze, his eyes narrowing as they landed on an image, a sleek, towering skyscraper with the words Blackwynd Science Group stamped across its facade. Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose. You did say you were employed by us and not Lex. He muttered, rubbing his temple. His eyes lingered on the tower, mind already racing with possibilities. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips. That's where my brother works, the Tower of Fate can wait for now, I need to get to the bottom of this before the Titans do. The dining room was warm, filled with the soft clatter of silverware and the gentle murmur of conversation. The aroma of roasted meat and spices lingered in the air, mixing with the faint scent of wine from his mother's glass. It had been a while since Arthur sat at this table, longer still since his brother had joined them. His mother smiled, cutting into her steak as she glanced between her two sons. You know, for the longest time, it was just Adam who barely came home. Now it's you, too, she mused, a teasing lilt in her voice. I suppose that's just part of becoming a man, huh? She added, don't tell me, it's a girl, isn't it? Arthur exhaled through his nose, shaking his head slightly, but a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. You're not far from the truth, he said, taking a sip of his drink. His mother's eyes lit up, and she leaned forward slightly. Oh. Now this is interesting. Across the table, Adam set down his fork, studying Arthur with a thoughtful expression. You look sharper, he said, a genuine smile tugging at his lips. Clearly, you've been working out. Arthur met his brother's gaze, unreadable. His fingers curled slightly around the stem of his glass. Is this the one I suspect? The mastermind running Blackwynd Science Group, supplying Lex Luthor with kryptonite, my own brother. That thought unsettled him more than he liked to admit. He got used to seeing the world in black and white lately, those who were threats and those who weren't. But family was different. Arthur clenched his fist under the table, his knuckles pressing into his thigh. Arthur. Adam's voice pulled him back. He blinked, masking the hesitation in his expression before offering a casual shrug. Oh yeah, he said. Working out. You could say that. Adam nodded and got up seemingly satisfied. Well, as long as my little brother is okay, I'll be leaving soon. Arthur didn't respond immediately, only studying his brother for a moment longer. Then, subtly, without so much as a flicker of movement, he attached a shadow soldier to Adam's form. It slipped into his brother's presence seamlessly, unnoticed, binding itself to his shadow like an unseen phantom. His gaze lingered for a second, his lips pressing into a thin line. There was a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, but he pushed it aside. This way, I don't have to infiltrate myself or act weird. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 23, The Price of Power. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur sat on the edge of the rooftop, looking down on the city as it stretched out in a sea of flickering lights. He continued to stare straight ahead at the Blackwynd Science Group Tower, its sleek glass monolith piercing into the night sky. He let his breath out slowly, rolling his shoulders as he muttered to himself, this better go smooth without any trouble. I'd like to avoid unnecessary problems. The shadows below him stirred. Without his head turning, Arthur had called his demons and he felt they were pulling free from the darkness, their twisted forms knelt before him. Their glowing eyes locked onto him, awaiting orders. He didn't hesitate. Patrol the area, he said, his voice steady. Stay hidden. If any of the Titans show up or if you see anything unusual, signal me immediately and do not engage. The demons said nothing, they didn't need to. They melted away into the night, dissolving down to the streets below in the blink of an eye. Arthur leaned forward a bit more, his hands tightening on the edge of the rooftop as he continued to watch the tower. Adam sat at his desk, fingers tapping anxiously against the polished wood as the holographic screen in front of him flickered with Lex Luthor's sharp, unamused expression. The tension in the air was suffocating. A failed shipment, Adam. Lex's tone was low measured but did not mask that anger. That kryptonite was crucial for this experiment, and I don't have time to deal with setbacks. Adam rubbed his temples. I never expected Deathstroke to fumble on an errand so simple, a simple delivery. He fell out of contact. It means the Titans somehow interfered. Lex's face closed down. Ugh, excuses. Make it right. Adam sat up again and kept all of his emotions tucked away. Another shipment is headed your way, at the proper coordinates shortly. A deal's a deal, Lex. A moment of silence. Then Lex leaned forward, his expression darkening. You'd better. His voice dropped to something colder, something final. Otherwise, I will destroy everything you hold dear. The screen cut off. Adam exhaled, running a hand through his hair. Then, suddenly movement. A ripple in the air, a distortion in the very fabric of the shadows beneath him. Before he could react, something emerged from the darkness, a twisted inky figure rising from his own shadow, its eyes glowing like embers in the dim light. Adam's breath caught in his throat. What the hell? And then, just as quickly, it was gone. Replaced. Where it had been, there was Arthur now, and the air was suffocating. His silhouette was wreathed in shifting, living darkness, the room growing colder with his arrival. His eyes gleamed like a predator's, and in his grip was a sword, its blackened edge reflecting the faint light. Adam's stomach twisted. You better start talking. Arthur said. Adam's mouth opened slightly, his mind racing to process what he was seeing. Arthur. His voice trembled as he stared at the nightmare before him, his own brother swallowed by something unholy, something that felt wrong. Arthur took a slow step forward, his sword's dark edge pointed directly at Adam's chest. His voice was calm, but there was unmistakable weight behind it. Yes, it's me, brother. I'll ask you one more time. His grip tightened around the hilt. Tell me everything you know about your deal with Lex. Adam blew air through his nose, eyeing his brother up and down. A smirk pulled at the corner of his lip, but with no humor. So that's why you look different, he muttered. Now you look just like them. Arthur's expression didn't change. Don't try to change the subject. Adam chuckled and shook his head. Lex is a dangerous man, Arthur. You should know that better than anyone. And you're a fool for making a deal with him, Arthur shot back, his voice colder now. A shadow demon had appeared beside Arthur in that very second, going down on one knee as it offered a broken shard of glowing green crystal in its hands. Arthur snatched up the kryptonite without even a second look and casually flung it toward Adam, the rock skidding across the desk between them. Arthur's eyes clouded. This. What is he going to do with it? He leaned in closer. That shipment was too big for just Superman. You don't need that much unless you're planning something bigger. Adam sighed and rubbed his temples. I see, so it was you who intercepted it. He leaned back, seeming resigned. Very well. Arthur said nothing, waiting. After a moment, Adam finally spoke. Our science division has been working with Lex on a massive project. The money was persuasive. His voice carried a hint of regret, but it was buried beneath his usual composure. He's creating something, someone. A living being designed to be completely immune to kryptonite, so he is running tests after tests. Arthur felt his blood run cold. His breath hitched for just a fraction of a second, but then his whole body tensed, his fingers digging into the hilt of his sword. He didn't need to hear anything else. Doomsday. His mind screamed it. His jaw clenched, and a sharp, dangerous laugh escaped him. Not one of amusement, but disbelief, pure, boiling rage barely contained beneath the surface. You fucking idiot. Arthur muttered under his breath. He ran a hand through his hair, his nails scratching against his scalp as he tried to steady himself. How far along is it? Is it alive yet? Adam hesitated, sensing the sheer fury radiating off his brother. I don't know. The thing is in his lab in Metropolis, but from what I do know, it's not ready. Not even close. Arthur finally breathed out and lowered his sword, though the grip remained firm. He half turned away from his brother, rubbing his forehead. I should kill you for this. His voice came tired, raw. But I won't. You should thank our mother for that. Adam didn't say anything. Arthur lifted his gaze again and looked directly into his brother's eyes. But on one condition only. Adam raised an eyebrow. Give me access to that lab in Metropolis. Arthur's tone was resolute, without pause. Or you go yourself and let me handle the rest. Adam's eyes flashed an uncertain feeling. You want me to screw Lex over? Screw over what we have going and let you destroy it all? Arthur gave a mirthless chuckle. Your work won't mean shit when that thing is alive. The gaze hardened further. You already destroyed our family the moment you decided to work with him. Silence. Adam's shoulders sagged slightly, his fingers drumming against the desk in thought. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he finally sighed and reached into his pocket. Fine. He pulled out a small black keycard and tossed it onto the desk. This will get you inside. I'll even arrange a meeting there. After that, you're on your own. Arthur stared at the card, his mind already racing through the possibilities. But then, a cold shiver ran down his spine. His fingers twitched. His senses flared, something was amiss. His connection to his shadows outside had been smooth until now, his mana was depleting, little by little. Arthur let out a sigh, rubbing his temple. Intruders. Adam tensed. What? Arthur cocked his head slightly, eyes narrowing in focus on the fading presence of one of his shadow soldiers outside. One of my demons is getting constantly destroyed. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. A second of silence. Then it clicked. Arthur breathed sharply out and shook his head. TCH. The Titans. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 24, Arthur vs the Teen Titans. Hello dear readers. My friend has a new story called Lord of Chaos in DC. It's out now. Heroes? Villains? It doesn't matter. All the MC cares about is spreading as much chaos as he can. Be sure to check it out. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur barely looked at his brother as a shadow soldier appeared beside him, its eyes aglow and fixed on Adam like a silent sentinel. I'm assigning him to you, Arthur said flatly. Wherever you go, he follows, so don't try and back away from this. Go home or head straight to Metropolis for that meeting, I don't care. Just stay out of my way. Adam hesitated, his fingers twitching slightly as if debating whether to argue. But he wasn't stupid. He knew when to push and when to back off. With a sharp exhale, he nodded. Fine. I'll go immediately arrange that meeting. He shot one last glance at Arthur, his expression unreadable, then turned and walked out without another word. The door clicked shut behind him. Arthur blew his breath out hard, rubbing the bottom half of his face. What a mess. He muttered under his breath. He turned to the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down at the city, he noted how peaceful it looked, a stark contrast to the chaos inside him. His reflection stared back from the glass, dark, wreathed in shifting shadows, his eyes colder than he remembered. A few minutes earlier. The Titans moved through the perimeter in a blur. Robin led the way, his eyes sharp as he scanned their surroundings. His instincts had been screaming at him since the moment they'd intercepted the kryptonite shipment, and now that one of his creatures was here. That just sealed the deal for him. One of Arthur's summons is here, he growled, clenching his staff tightly. Which means that he is too. Beside him, Raven hovered a little off the ground, arms folded. Is that a bad thing? He did mention he'll investigate as well, she asked, her voice calm, but there was a flicker of something beneath it, faith, maybe even a hint of uncertainty. Robin threw her a glance. It means he'd better not be an obstacle to us. We already know that his family has some relations to Lex, and I don't fully trust him. Raven's lips compressed in a considering frown. She wasn't one to let people in straight away either, but there was something about Arthur that gave her pause. Still, she said nothing. Fine, she said only. Meanwhile, a few feet ahead, Cyborg was dealing with an entirely different issue altogether. The sonic cannon was a bright blue as he shot Arthur's shadow demon into bits, yet watched in seconds as it reconstructed itself. He gritted his teeth. Man, is this thing invincible and it's not fighting back, he growled gruffly. No matter how many times he dropped it, the thing got up. But then, something else happened. The shadow quivered, as if it felt something, and instead of just growing back once more, it suddenly retreated, melting into the darkness, slipping toward the building in less than a whisper of wind. Cyborg furrowed his brow. Wait, what? For a second, there was confusion on his face, but he did not overthink it for too long. Rather, he pressed on. The Titans burst into Adam Blackwind's office, prepared for a fight if necessary. Instead of Adam, someone else was waiting for them. Arthur sat in his brother's chair, completely at ease, legs kicked up onto the desk as if he owned the place. Shadows curled around him, shifting unnaturally in the poor light. His piercing blue eyes flicked up to meet theirs as the room tensed with silent conflict. Raven was the first to break the silence, her voice edged with concern and frustration. Arthur. Robin didn't waste any time, his eyes sharp. Where's your brother? Arthur barely moved. He only tipped his head a little. I don't know. The words were smooth, sounded even indifferent, but the answer came too easily. Robin's eyes narrowed. I don't buy that. Arthur huffed and finally sat up, but he still looked completely unbothered. How much do you really know about this whole mess with Lex? Robin's teeth clenched. Enough to consider Adam Blackwynd a dangerous individual who needs to be questioned, you as well if my gut feeling is correct. Arthur blew out through his nose, shaking his head faintly. I said I'll handle this matter. You know I cannot let you do that. His gaze flickered around the group, and a cold curl of his lips was somewhere between humor and disdain. Don't you have better things to do? Like imprisoning high-threat criminals like Deathstroke and then letting them go free. Gotta keep yourselves entertained somehow, right? Raven's face faltered, but she moved closer, her voice softer this time. Arthur, please. For a moment, Arthur just stared at them, his expression unreadable. Then he pushed himself out of the chair, standing to his full height. His voice was steady, unwavering. It became a family matter the moment I saw my name involved. I really can't let you interfere more than you already have. He reached for his sword, its weight comforting in his grasp as he drew it out in a single, smooth movement. Under the office lights, the metal shone bright and powerful. Instantly, Robin's eyes shot to the blade, something quivering behind the mask of his gaze. Is that? At his elbow, Blue Beetle tensed, his armor ratcheting down as the scarab began to react to the escalating intensity. You really don't want to do this, Arthur. Arthur's blue eyes burned, his grip on the Prometheum sword tightening as the shadows around him deepened. His voice was low, controlled but laced with something dangerous. I do not. A sweep of eyes over them after that, like a storm gathered in the stillness of weighty words yet to be unleashed. But your hypocrisy leaves a man no choice. The moment was thick with tension. Blue Beetle's scarab was the first to react, its alien instinct sensing the imminent danger radiating from Arthur. Threat detected, immediate action required. Before anyone could speak, Blue Beetle lunged forward, his arm transforming into a pulsating energy cannon. Guess we're doing this, he shouted as a blast of blue energy tore through the air, streaking straight toward Arthur. Arthur moved before the attack even fully formed, a blur of shadows and motion. Twisting to the side, the blast seared past him, shattering part of the office wall. In the same fluid motion, he closed the distance, his Prometheum sword gleaming under the flickering lights. His blade arced toward Blue Beetle's chest, intent on ending this fast. But Robin was already moving. The leader of the Titans shot forward in a blur, his years of training kicking in as he lashed out with a powerful kick. It struck Arthur's side, stopping his momentum but barely moving him. Arthur skidded back only a step, his body absorbing the impact with unnatural ease. His face did not change. Then, without a second's hesitation, he flipped his sword into a reverse grip and in his free hand, a huge greatsword materialized out of nothing. Robin's eyes went wide. Shit dash. Arthur swung. Robin barely dodged, feeling the pure force of the swing as the greatsword cleaved through the air where his head had been a second ago. It slammed into the ground, sending cracked spiderwebbing across the floor. Stop this. Raven's voice cut through the chaos. Nobody listened. Starfire hovered slightly above the ground, her fists glowing faintly with barely restrained energy. This did not feel right. Arthur had never struck her as an enemy, yet the way his shadows twisted unnaturally around him made her hesitate beside her. Beast Boy shifted uneasily, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by something tense. Man, this is messed up, I thought we were cool, he muttered. Beast Boy shot a quick glance at Starfire, silently asking the same question running through both their minds, should we really fight him? Arthur's blue eyes flared like weird flames as he stepped forward, the darkness collecting around his feet. His voice was cold and in command. Come out. The shadows at his feet churned unnatural, and then they rose. First was Blade, the elite knight of darkness, kneeled before Arthur, obsidian armor glinting like it had been tore from a dark dream. The rest followed to complete the assembly of shadows that grew into shadowy demons. Robin's jaw clenched, and he took a step back, his hand tightening on his staff. That shadow. It looks so familiar, he muttered under his breath. A terrible realization burrowed into his gut. I really hope it's not what I think it is. Arthur didn't even flinch. It doesn't matter what you think. Then his voice lowered, laced with an almost amused cruelty. Teach them a lesson. Blade exploded forward, his dark sword clashing against Robin's staff with an earth-shaking impact. The sheer force sent Robin skidding back as the knight loomed over him, relentless. Blue Beetle didn't hesitate. With a sharp whoosh, his jet thrusters engaged, sending him barreling forward, his gauntlet shifting into a razor-edged energy blade. You're making this harder than it needs to be, man, he shouted as he swung. Arthur dodged with smooth ease, letting the energy blade slice through nothing but air. Before Blue Beetle could correct his movement, Arthur counterattacked hard. A brutal right hook slammed into Blue Beetle's ribs, and the force was so strong it made his armor whine under the pressure. Before he could react, Arthur pivoted and slammed his knee into Jamie's stomach, and the Titan grunted as the air was knocked from his lungs. But Arthur wasn't done. In one swift motion, he hunched over, bringing his elbow down onto Blue Beetle's back, which sent him crashing to the ground. The scarab screeched in protest, trying to recalibrate. Jamie gritted his teeth. All right, that hurt. With a burst of energy, his jet thrusters fired on, flipping him upright just in time for him to block Arthur's follow-up strike. Arthur's Prometheum sword came slicing down, aiming to cleave through his defenses. Boom. A scarab shield materialized to life around Jamie and blocked the blade at the very last second. The shock of the impact was like an aftershock of an earthquake and ripped through the entire office, shattering glass, furniture, and blowing debris around. The whole place now looked like a battlefield. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 25, Arthur vs the Teen Titans. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur stood in the center of the wrecked office, his Prometheum sword gleaming in the dim light, surrounded on all sides by the Titans. His shadow demons prowled like wolves, their piercing eyes locked onto their prey. Blue Beetle was struggling, his armor thrashing against the swarm of shadows enveloping him, while Robin barely kept Blade at bay, his staff clashing against the towering specter's dark blade. Arthur's eyes flickered across the battlefield, noting something. Wait. He narrowed his glowing blue eyes. Where the hell is Cyborg? Before he could dwell on it further, a massive force crashed into him. Arthur grunted as 2 huge, fur-covered arms clamped around his torso. Beast Boy, transformed into a massive grizzly bear, let out a roar as he lifted Arthur clean off the ground in a crushing bear hug. Arthur, stop. Beast Boy's voice rumbled. This isn't the way. Arthur exhaled slowly. His body blurred with dark energy. Shadow exchange. In an instant, Arthur vanished from Beast Boy's grasp. Instead, he was holding one of his shadow demons. What? Beast Boy barely had time to react before a fist slammed into his side like a cannonball. The force sent him flying, crashing through a desk and skidding across the floor, leaving deep claw marks. Arthur didn't even pause. He was already moving. Robin saw it coming, but barely. Arthur's knee drove into Robin's chest, lifting him off his feet. The Titan leader barely managed to twist midair, using the momentum to flip and land on one knee, coughing blood. Arthur was relentless. He leapt forward, his sword gleaming. Robin braced. Boom. A stream of starbolts rained down, forcing Arthur to pivot. Starfire hovered above, her hands burning with celestial energy. I am sorry, Arthur. She fired again. But you are hurting my friends. Before the bolts could reach him, a black blur cut through the air. Blade. Arthur's shadow soldier intercepted, his massive sword deflecting the energy blasts like a wall of darkness. Starfire's eyes widened, just before Blade swung. Whoosh. She barely dodged, flipping midair as the blackened steel carved through the space she occupied a second ago. Arthur turned back to Robin, activating Bloodlust, stepping forward with slow, deliberate steps. His aura flared, his glowing blue eyes piercing through the dust-filled air. Just like you value your family, Arthur's voice was cold, but steady. I'll protect my own. Robin gritted his teeth, pushing himself to his feet. Arthur raised his sword, the edge of the blade humming with dark energy. And then his hand froze. Arthur's eyes snapped to the side. An invisible force held his arm in place. His glowing gaze locked onto Raven. Her own eyes glowed, her cloak billowing from the sheer power radiating off her. Dark energy swirled at her fingertips. Arthur, you don't have to do this. Her glowing white eyes bore into his, power thrumming around her. I know why you're fighting. I can feel it. Arthur's grip on his sword tightened, but he said nothing. You think you don't have a choice, but you do. Raven's voice softened. You're not doing this because you want to kill us. You're holding back. Arthur's expression darkened, but she continued. You're not trying to win. You're just trying to keep us away. She took a slow step forward. This isn't just about family, is it? It's about your sense of justice. Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose, his aura flickering for just a second. You don't know what you're talking about. His voice was firm, but there was a crack in it. I do. Raven's power pulsed again, her magic still holding his arm in place. I know you, Arthur. And if you really wanted to take some of us down, you would have done it by now. Arthur's gaze flicked to the corner of his vision, his system pulsing with a notification. Daily quest, time remaining, 5. 4. He exhaled sharply, and the swirling shadows around him receded, slithering back into his own shadow like obedient servants returning to their master. Robin pushed himself up, jaw tight, bruised but still standing. Blue Beetle rolled his shoulder, his armor flickering where Arthur's blows had landed. Beast Boy groaned, shifting back into human form, while Starfire hovered, her eyes filled with uncertainty, torn between duty and trust. And then there was Raven, her gaze steady, power still lingering in the air, as if she wasn't quite ready to let him go. She was right. He hadn't gone for a single fatal strike. Even when he had the chance. Arthur sighed, rolling his neck before leveling his eyes at Robin. Consider yourself lucky. His voice was calm but edged with warning. Next time, I won't be so lenient. And whatever data you have on me. His lips curled, not quite a smirk, not quite a threat. It'll be outdated. And in the blink of an eye, Arthur Blackwynd was gone. The room was dead silent for a moment, save for the faint hum of the lights overhead and the distant sound of sirens from the city below. Robin's fists clenched at his sides, his breathing still ragged from the fight. His jaw tightened as he stared at the spot where Arthur had just stood. Damn it. His voice was low, but the frustration in it was palpable. He hated feeling outmaneuvered. Outclassed. And Arthur had done both effortlessly. Blue Beetle's scarab clicked and whirred in his head, scanning the area where Arthur had vanished. Threat lost. Tactical recalibration required. Jamie exhaled, rubbing his temple. Yeah, no kidding. He glanced at Robin. So, are we just gonna ignore the part where he nearly wiped the floor with us? Beast Boy groaned from where he lay sprawled on the floor. I vote we ignore that part. He sat up slowly, rubbing his ribs. Dude hit like a freaking truck. He shook his head. No, like 10 trucks. Starfire lowered herself to the ground, her brows furrowed in thought. He was holding back. Her voice was softer, almost hesitant. She turned to Robin. You saw it too, didn't you? He had so many chances especially against you, but he didn't. Raven was the last to speak. She stood frozen for a second, her hands still faintly glowing with dark energy. But her mind was elsewhere, her expression distant. She had felt it. Arthur's rage, his frustration, his fierce loyalty. But more than that, she had felt his hesitation. He hadn't wanted this fight. Not really. Slowly, her hands lowered, and she let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding. I'm not giving up on you, she said quietly. Dark. Cold, dank air clung to his skin as Arthur stood in the middle of a poorly lit corridor, the flickering lights above casting eerie shadows on the cracked and stained walls. The faint echoes of screams from afar and manic laughter slithered through the halls. A system notification blinked in front of him. Penalty zone activated. Survive for 4 hours. Restrictions, job-specific skills, locked. Most abilities, locked. Rewards, +3 stat increase plus random skill. Arthur let out a sharp exhalation. I was too busy, or maybe my mind was too clouded, I forgot to do my daily quest. He shook his head, his shoulders rolling as the weight fell upon him. He looked around, his instincts on high alert. I need to go after Lex, but first where the hell am I? Then, his eyes finally managed to adjust through the dimmed light to gaze at rusted iron doors, blistering paint jobs, and scratches of insane-looking writings into the walls. At the top, Arkham Asylum. Clearly, the expression on Arthur's face had darkened now. Of course, perfect place for punishment. In a flash, another notification arrived. Survive. He let out a soft sigh, his Prometheum sword materializing in his grip, cold metal humming with power. If I'd ended up here at level 1, I might have been worried. He tightened his grip, his glowing blue eyes scanning the darkness ahead. A twisted grin formed on his lips. But whatever horrors this place holds, they should be the ones worried. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 26, Lex's Uninvited Guest. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The air was thick with madness in that asylum. Long shadows danced along the cracked walls, cast by the flickering bulbs overhead twisting and distorting, like the grasping hands of the damned. As soon as Arthur took a step forward, a guttural scream tore through the silence. There came a sudden crashing open of the door to his right, a wild-eyed lunatic with eyes wide with manic smile hunched over himself and flung at him, his tattered straitjacket flapping open, words carved into his chest in huge, jagged, self-inflicted wounds read, "Smile. He's always watching." Arthur didn't hesitate. His sword cleaved through flesh like paper, his cut severing the man's upper half from his legs in one stroke. Blood sprayed on the walls as the deranged laughter of the dying man bubbled up and he collapsed in a heap. The others allowed Arthur barely a moment to breathe before 3 more came barreling toward him, one wielding a rusted pipe, another gnawing on a severed hand, and the last shrieking incomprehensible gibberish. He knows what you are. Arthur ducked under the first swing, pivoted, and rammed his blade through the lunatic's gut. A wet gasp escaped the man's lips before Arthur yanked his sword free, spinning around just in time to decapitate the second. The third leaped at him, clawed fingers reaching for his face only for Arthur to sidestep and drive his elbow into the man's throat. The lunatic gagged, stumbling back, only for Arthur to step forward and impale him through the heart. "You all die too easy." He exhaled, flicking the blood off his sword. The asylum wasn't relenting. Creaking doors groaned open, footsteps echoed, and hallways were alive with whispers. In this place, madness itself seemed to breathe. Then he heard it. A laugh. Not just any laugh. A slow, crawling chuckle that seeped into his bones, bounced off the walls, growing louder and louder until it was all he could hear. Ah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Arthur clenched his jaw. Fucking clown. He shook his head, forging ahead. The laughter continued, a mocking, unseen presence that set his skin crawling. It wasn't mere illusion, the asylum was trying to break him, burrow into his mind. Too bad for it, it lasted for a couple hours but Arthur Blackwynd didn't break. Then, without warning, something big burst through a steel enforcement door ahead, sending debris flying. Arthur instinctively raised his sword, his glowing blue eyes narrowing as a massive, deformed figure lumbered forward, wheezing with every breath. "You don't belong here." Before him stood the hulking form of Bane, veins bulging with raw power, his mask hissing as venom pumped through his body. His knuckles cracked as he stepped over the wreckage of the door, his red eyes locking onto Arthur. Arthur tilted his head, smirking. "Yeah, you could say that. I missed my daily quest, you see." Bane did not tarry, he let out a roar and plunged, his fist falling with a lot of force. Arthur dodged aside with barely enough time for the spot where he was standing to cave in under the weight of the blow. A column of dust and debris erupted into the air, but Arthur was already running, his instincts honed, his sword swimming with lethal precision. One brutal, hacking slash, and Arthur cut through Bane's arm at the shoulder. The huge limb hit the earth with a bloody splat, blood spurting wildly as from a fire hydrant as Bane let out a guttural roar of agony. Yet, instead of faltering, instead of collapsing in pain, he kept coming. Arthur barely had time to wrap his head around it before the fist Bane had left swung with monstrous force, catching him right in the chest. Crack. The force of the blow sent Arthur flying across the room like a human cannonball, crashing him through a rusted cell door. Metal creaked, walls cracked, and he tumbled across the floor until he finally came to a stop, flipping back onto his feet. Arthur exhaled sharply, his body screaming from the outright power. The hell? Bane staggered, his breath ragged, blood gushing from the stump where his arm once was, but his eyes. They were still burning with rage. Weak. Bane growled, venom still coursing through his veins. Arthur clicked his tongue, gripping his sword tighter. Dude, you've got one arm left. Don't start talking shit. His sword shone with dark energy as he sprang forward, closing the distance in an instant. His blade cut through the air, forcing Bane to block, but Arthur used the momentum to leap over him, twisting midair. His greatsword materialized out of nothingness and brought it down crack. Bane grunted, stumbling forward as blood dripped from his shoulder. Arthur landed behind him, rolling his neck. I could keep doing this all day. Bane growled. His hand reached for the tubes on his back, aiming to shoot in a bigger dose of venom. There was no way Arthur was going to let him do that. He disappeared in a flash, Shadow stepped behind Bane, and before he reappeared, his sword had already ripped through the tubes of venom. SHRRRKKK. With a hiss, the gas that escaped was trailed by Bane's agonizing roar. Muscles somewhat flattened, his actions became sluggish now. Arthur wasted no time. A roundhouse kick to his face sent Bane reeling backward. Arthur took immediate advantage, launching into attack after attack until his sword deeply bit into the flesh and shredded through weak defense after weak defense, until the final slash threw Bane down onto the ground, unmoving. Arthur stood over him, breathing while catching his breath. The laughter whispers danced along his mind once again. Gazing slowly back down the corridor, he let out a gasp. Bodies lay in heaps, faces twisted and grinning grotesquely into eternity, their clown masks still worn. Arthur whistled sharply and hopped onto the pile, plopping himself down and laying his sword over his shoulder. That clown had better pray to God I never find him in real life. System notification. Penalty zone time remaining, 5. 4, 3. Arthur sighed, gripping his sword tighter. About damn time. Metropolis LexCorp. Outside its glass walls, the conference room overlooked the city, its skyline aglow with the neon lights of the metropolis. Inside, the tension was palpable as Lex Luthor sat at the head of a long, sleek table, his fingers steepled together, his face a mask of thinly veiled irritation. Across the table, Adam Blackwynd shifted slightly and began very precisely to pick and choose each and every word carefully. Mr. Luthor, I insisted on this urgent meeting because I believe the projected logistics of our partnership need fine-tuning. There have been unexpected delays in resource acquisition, and if we... Lex blew out sharply through his nose, already bored. Adam, you came all this way for this, I don't need excuses. I need results. I trust you wouldn't waste my time with something so... He gestured vaguely, trivial, considering what's at stake. Adam forced a polite chuckle. Of course, Mr. Luthor. I just thought it would be best to personally make sure everything goes as smoothly as possible. Lex's lips curled in displeasure. This was a waste of time. He stood, buttoning his suit jacket in one smooth motion. If that's all, I have more important matters to attend to. He turned to leave. And then? Would you take me to your lab if I asked you nicely? Lex froze mid-step. Something felt wrong. The voice, it sounded similar, but not quite. It had a weight to it, a depth that Adam's never did. Something unnatural. Lex turned slowly, expecting to see the man he was talking to seconds ago. Except it wasn't Adam. His sharp gaze locking onto the man sitting beside Adam. The air in the room was off darker, heavier. The lights of the city outside cast long, unnatural shadows, like the things moved of their own accord. And at the center of it sat a figure wreathed in writhing darkness, an aura of pure menace rolling off him in waves. Lex's eyes narrowed. Who are you? The figure smiled, his glowing blue eyes standing out amidst the swirling abyss around him. Now, Mr. Luthor. Let's not waste time with introductions. The shadows around him deepened, pulsing like a living entity, tendrils of darkness creeping along the table. We both know you and I have somewhere important to be. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 27, Project Doomsday. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Lex Luthor had faced many threats in his life: metahumans, gods, a Kryptonian. But this was something new. Arthur stalked forward, the shadows curling and shifting with each step, bending to his presence like an unseen force of nature. Lex's hand shot towards a hidden button beneath the conference table, but before he could press it, his body jerked violently into the air. An invisible force gripped him, lifting him effortlessly as if he weighed nothing. His suit tightened around his throat, his breath caught in his lungs. Arthur's cold, glowing eyes bore into him. "Don't do anything stupid, Luther. You're a smart man, act like it." Lex gritted his teeth, struggling against the unseen force. "What the hell are you?" he demanded. A chuckle came from the side. "Oh, you'll love this one, Lex," Adam said, leaning back against the table, arms crossed. "He's my little brother." Lex's eyes widened. "You're what?" He twisted his head towards Adam, still suspended in the air. "I thought your brother was just some kid, not," his gaze snapped back to Arthur's shadowcloak form, some lunatic with powers. Adam smirked. "Yeah, he's full of surprises." His eyes flicked toward Arthur, intrigued. "Seriously, though. What can't you do?" Arthur barely spared him a glance. "I can't make stupid deals with dangerous people that would destroy my name." Silence. Adam's smirk faltered, his expression tightening for the first time. Arthur turned to him. "Good work coming here fast." Adam exhaled, regaining his composure. "Of course. Took the fastest private jet I had. I always keep my word, brother." Arthur gave him a slow nod. "Then go. I'll take it from here." Adam raised an eyebrow. "And leave you alone with Lex Luthor." Arthur tilted his head, his glowing blue eyes burning through the dim room. "Look at me. Do I look like I need help?" Adam studied him for a long moment, then chuckled, shaking his head. "Fine. But be careful." Arthur finally smirked, looking at Lex. Luthor should be the one worrying about that. The LexCorp building was as pristine as ever, its corridors bustling with executives, scientists, and security personnel. Yet, as Arthur and Lex walked side by side, nobody dared to intervene. Maybe it was the subtle tension in the air, the way Arthur's presence made the light flicker, or perhaps it was because Luthor, Lex Luthor, had his hands bound behind his back by some unseen force and still walked as if he were in control. Lex's expression remained neutral, but his jaw tightened as they passed a few high-ranking employees. Some slowed their steps, eyes flicking between him and Arthur, but a single cold glance from their CEO sent them moving along. Lex finally broke the silence. "You know, it's a little excessive parading me around my own building like this." Arthur didn't even glance at him. "You'll live." Lex exhaled sharply through his nose. "At least let me use my hands. I assume you didn't drag me all the way here just to humiliate me in front of my staff." Arthur smirked. "Nope. You're not using your hands until we reach your lab." Lex narrowed his eyes, his patience wearing thin. "And if I refuse?" Arthur gave him a sidelong glance, his glowing blue eyes carrying a quiet, dangerous amusement. "Then I'll carry you." Lex clenched his jaw. He let out a sharp breath and kept walking till they stopped in front of an elevator. The elevator doors slid open, revealing an empty, mirror-lined interior. Arthur stepped in first, his eyes immediately catching the illuminated panel of buttons. His gaze traveled downward, landing on the LexCorp logo beside the lowest floor level, restricted access. He smirked. "That's it, isn't it?" Lex didn't answer, but his subtle shift in posture spoke volumes. Arthur didn't wait for confirmation. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the sleek black keycard his brother had given him. With a casual swipe, the red restriction light blinked green, and the elevator began its silent descent. The air grew heavier in the confined space, tension stretching between them like a drawn wire. Lex finally broke the silence, his voice measured. "Where did you get that?" "Adam, of course." "So, you already know what I'm working on." Arthur leaned against the elevator wall, arms crossed. "I do." Lex's expression turned cold. "Then you should understand that if you even think about interfering, the consequences will be severe, for both of us." Arthur tilted his head, a smirk playing at his lips. "No. Just for you." Lex's eyes flickered with irritation. For the first time in a long time, he wasn't the one dictating the pace of a conversation. Arthur turned his gaze to the descending numbers on the elevator panel. "So tell me, Luthor. What's the end game here? You playing with fire just to see who burns first?" Lex let out a low chuckle. "Fire? No. Fire is predictable. Containable. I prefer things a little more calculated." Arthur scoffed. "That's your problem, Luthor, you only trust what you can control. And when something doesn't fit neatly into your schemes, you try to get rid of it. That's why you hate Superman so much. He's something you can't bend, something that exists outside of your perfect little equations." Lex's expression remained unreadable, but there was a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. "Spare me the philosophy. You think you're different? You're here, in my building, forcing my hand, yet you talk about control like you're above it. Arthur smirked, tightening his grip through ruler's authority, making Lex stiffen. I don't need control, Luther. I just need you to open the damn doors that only you can. The elevator came to a smooth stop, a soft chime echoing through the confined space. As the doors slid open, Lex's posture stiffened, his usual composed demeanor cracking just slightly. Arthur stepped out first, taking in the massive underground lab stretching before him, a cathedral of technology bathed in sterile white light. Rows of high-tech workstations hummed with activity, glass chambers lined the walls, and complex blueprints flickered across holographic displays. The sheer scale of LexCorp's operation made even Arthur hesitate for a second. Lex exhaled sharply, stepping forward but keeping a wary eye on Arthur. His fingers twitched slightly, whether from frustration or nerves, Arthur wasn't sure. Arthur turned to him, tilting his head. Say I destroy everything here. How much do you lose? Lex's jaw clenched. His voice came low and dangerously sharp. Don't you even dare. I won't destroy it, Arthur said, his voice low but unwavering. As long as you show me Project Doomsday. Lex's thoughts raced. Doomsday, he had kept it a secret, buried deep in his underground labs, hidden even from the Justice League. And now this brash kid, this unassuming figure standing before him, knew exactly what was down here, even the very name. How? How had he figured it out? His lips curled into a faint smile, though it barely reached his eyes, a sign of his irritation. Lex kept his voice controlled, but the tension in his jaw was impossible to ignore. Why do you wish to destroy this project? From your methods, I can tell you're not like the rest of the Caped Wonders. Arthur's eyes flashed with a mix of amusement and something darker. Who says anything about destroying? He replied, his tone clipped. Lex raised an eyebrow, his fingers tapping on the sleek surface of a nearby console as he tried to regain his composure. Then what do you want? His voice grew sharper. More money. More power. Arthur's gaze didn't waver, his eyes glowing with the dangerous certainty of someone who had already made his choice. I want it for myself, he said, his words simple but loaded with meaning. Lex recoiled, taken aback by the sheer audacity. His mind whirled, trying to decipher what Arthur was truly after. What do you mean by that? Lex stammered, struggling to make sense of the situation. Arthur's impatience rippled through the air as he shot Lex a pointed look. Enough time wasted. Move. Lex, though clearly unsettled, didn't argue. He turned and led Arthur deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the lab, passing by rows of metallic doors and advanced technology that hummed softly in the background. The dim lights flickered in time with the steady pulse of the equipment, amplifying the tension in the air. Eventually, they came to a massive, imposing door, its surface sleek and unmarked. The kind of door you'd expect to guard something catastrophic, something that wasn't meant to be seen by anyone. Lex swiped a keycard, the sound of the electronic lock sliding open echoing down the hallway. As the door swung open, Arthur's sharp eyes immediately focused on what lay inside. A giant, glass water tube stood in the center of the room, the faint glow from a control panel lighting up the figure inside. It was a hulking shape, suspended in liquid, a figure that could only be described as a nightmare waiting to be unleashed. Its body was massive, filled with unnatural muscle, veins bulging across the surface like some grotesque mockery of life. There were tubes and wires connected to its skin, feeding into it, keeping it in some kind of stasis. Project Doomsday. Arthur studied the creature with a cold, calculating gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could almost feel the power thrumming beneath the surface. It was far from ready, Lex had been right about that. But it was undeniably alive. Lex's voice was strained as he watched Arthur approach the glass. It's not ready. Not even close. His words were firm, but there was a twinge of uncertainty in them. Arthur's gaze remained locked on the creature, but something shifted in the atmosphere, something more subtle. He tilted his head slightly, feeling a faint vibration in the air. It wasn't just the creature that was alive. There was something else, something hidden, breathing, quiet but unmistakable. His eyes snapped back to Lex, his tone sharp. You have someone else here, don't you? Lex froze, his expression flickering for just a moment before he regained his composure. What are you talking about? He said, trying to hide the sudden unease in his voice. But Arthur saw through it. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 28, Powerhouses Collide. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur's grip tightened around his sword, its blade gleaming under the sterile lab lights. His glowing eyes burned into Lex, who stood a few steps away, his usual arrogance now laced with unease. Explain. Arthur's voice was low, edged with a deadly calm as he pointed his sword toward a section of the wall, the one that had no doors, no markings, yet radiated something hidden. Lex raised his hands in a show of surrender, his voice laced with a controlled, forced patience. You're imagining things, there's nothing beyond. Arthur didn't let him finish. With a flick of his wrist, ruler's authority surged through the air, and in an instant, Lex was yanked off his feet. His body slammed into the very wall he was trying to protect, a sharp gasp escaping him as the impact rattled the room. Before Lex could recover, Arthur lifted his other hand, this time toward Doomsday's containment tube. The reinforced glass groaned under an invisible force, fractures forming like spiderwebs across its surface. The fluid inside churned violently as the creature stirred. I'll break it, Arthur said, his tone emotionless. Lex's eyes widened, a rare genuine flash of panic crossing his face. He struggled against the unseen grip holding him against the wall. You crazy bastard. He clenched his teeth, then let out a sharp breath. All right. All right. You win. Arthur didn't lower his hand. His expression was unreadable, but his glowing eyes remained locked onto Lex. Lex coughed, shifting uncomfortably before muttering, I managed to capture someone. Someone who even slipped through the Justice League's radar. They couldn't find any trace of it, no evidence, nothing. Arthur's expression didn't change. He only said 2 words. Open it. Lex hesitated. Arthur tightened his hold on both Lex and the Doomsday tube. The glass let out a sharp crack. Now. Cursing under his breath, Lex finally relented. With a reluctant motion, he pressed a hidden switch embedded in the wall. A seam appeared where there was once nothing, then with a mechanical hiss, a section of the wall slid open, revealing another chamber beyond. Arthur stepped forward, sword still in hand. The air was heavy, charged, wrong. His instincts screamed at him, this was big. And then he saw her. Arthur stopped dead in his tracks. Suspended in the center of the dimly lit chamber was a large containment pod, humming softly with streaks of energy flickering along its surface. Inside, motionless, was a young woman, her body restrained by advanced restraints and sealed bindings and of course kryptonite. Her golden hair floated slightly in the zero-gravity stasis, and her flawless features were illuminated by the soft blue glow of the containment field. Arthur barely processed the readings flashing on the screen beside the pod. The name written there wasn't needed. He knew exactly who this was. Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. Arthur exhaled slowly, his mind racing. Lex had captured her. Hidden her so well that even the Justice League hadn't found her. Lex's voice broke the silence. I take it you recognize her. Arthur didn't look at him. His fingers clenched around the hilt of his sword, his jaw tightening. Lex, ever the opportunist, continued. Do you have any idea how hard it was to get my hands on an actual Kryptonian? Let alone keep her hidden. The League has been looking for her for some time now. And yet, here she is. He let out a smug chuckle. It's not that they never suspected me, of course I simply was 5 steps ahead. Arthur turned his gaze to him slowly, his expression unreadable. But in that moment, Lex felt something different, something colder than before. Lex pressed on, sensing an opportunity. Think about it, Arthur. A Kryptonian. Under your control. You want power. There's nothing more powerful than having a living, breathing Kryptonian as your asset. Imagine the possibilities what I can create. I can make you even strong. Arthur moved so fast that Lex didn't even see it. In a blink, his sword was at Lex's throat. The billionaire froze, his smirk vanishing. Arthur's voice was calm, but his next words carried absolute finality. Shut up. Lex swallowed hard, realizing he may have seriously miscalculated. Arthur stood motionless, eyes locked onto Kara's restrained form. The soft blue glow of the stasis field reflected off his blade, his grip tightening around the hilt. Then, without looking away, he raised his hand. Blade. A shadow rippled beside him, and from it emerged a tall, dark-cloaked figure, his deadliest shadow soldier. Blade stood silently, his eerie, glowing eyes scanning the chamber. Arthur gave a simple order. Destroy every camera here. Blade didn't immediately act. Instead, his head turned slightly, scanning the room with a cold, calculating gaze. A fraction of a second later, he moved. A series of precise gunshots echoed through the chamber, each shot finding its mark. Sparks erupted from every mounted device, security feeds, sensors, monitoring systems, they were all eliminated with deadly efficiency. Lex flinched, involuntarily taking a step back as the destruction unfolded before him. Arthur didn't stop there. Another shadow rippled, followed by a wave of darkness as more of his demons emerged, hulking, monstrous figures with gleaming eyes and claws sharper than steel. Arthur pointed at Kara's restraints. Tear everything apart. His demons bowed in unison before lunging forward. With terrifying strength, they ripped and shredded at the metal bindings, their claws effortlessly carving through what should have been unbreakable material. The sealed locks cracked and buckled under the sheer force. Sparks and energy flickered wildly as they dismantled the containment unit, inch by inch. Lex's composure shattered. He took another step back, mouth opening as if to protest, but the sight before him rendered him speechless. This wasn't normal. This wasn't natural. This was something beyond his calculations. Arthur finally turned his gaze to him, eyes glowing with an almost amused disdain. "I'd say it's impressive that you even managed to capture her," Arthur mused, tilting his head slightly. His tone wasn't mocking, if anything, it was eerily neutral. "But then again, it's you, and you're a sick bastard." Lex gritted his teeth, his mind racing for a way out of this situation. The moment the last restraint shattered, Arthur kicked the glowing shard of kryptonite far across the lab, sending it clattering into the darkness. The sickly green glow flickered and faded. One of his shadow soldiers, a towering demon, stepped forward, carefully lifting Kara's unconscious form in its arms. Arthur studied her, his expression unreadable. Too easy. His gut told him something was wrong. Then, it happened. A sudden gasp, sharp, ragged, and filled with unrestrained fury. Kara's eyes snapped open, blazing, burning red. The entire room trembled. A shockwave exploded outward, hurling the shadow soldier carrying her across the lab like a rag doll. It slammed into the wall with enough force to leave a deep crater before disintegrating into smoke. Arthur barely had time to react before Kara was already on him. "Who are you? Where am I?" she screamed, her voice raw with rage and confusion. Her fist rocketed toward his face, he barely managed to shift his stance, bringing his sword up just in time to absorb the brunt of the impact. The sheer force sent him skidding backward, his boots carving deep grooves into the lab's metallic floor. Another shockwave. The walls cracked. Machinery shattered. Alarms wailed. Arthur clenched his jaw. This was bad. His shadow soldiers rushed forward, moving to restrain her. Kara saw them, and reacted instantly. Her heat vision ignited, two beams of pure destruction lancing through the air. The first soldier vanished in smoke before it even reached her. The second lunged, only to be grabbed mid-air and driven headfirst into the ground with earth-shaking force. Arthur cursed under his breath. She wasn't thinking. She was running purely on instinct, rage, confusion, and fear. And he was the enemy. "Damn it, Kara." Arthur growled, gripping his sword tightly as he barely dodged another wild punch, her strikes coming at him with the speed of a lightning storm. "You need to." She didn't listen. She wasn't hearing him. A blinding blur, she was on him again, this time aiming straight for his throat. Arthur gritted his teeth, there was no more time for words. His sword whipped upward, the edge gleaming under the flickering lights. Steel met steel. A moment of stillness, then the air cracked apart as their collision sent another shockwave rippling through the lab. And in the chaos, Lex Luthor smirked. With Arthur distracted, the king of Metropolis turned on his heel, and ran. Arthur snarled as he raised his hand, willing the force of ruler's authority to wrap around Kara and bind her in place. Nothing. Her body tensed for half a second, muscles straining, but then... crack. She shattered through it, breaking free as if his ability was nothing but a weak thread trying to restrain a hurricane. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Figures. Kara blurred toward him, fist cocked back, the sheer pressure behind her charge bending the steel floor beneath her feet. Arthur didn't hesitate. He threw the nearest thing within reach, a computer console the size of a desk. It slammed into her face, barely slowing her down. "Blade, take her attention." The elite Night Shadow soldier responded instantly. Two sleek, black handguns materialized in Blade's hands, and he unloaded on her, his arms a blur as round after round pelted against her indestructible body. The bullets pinged off her like raindrops on steel. Kara glared, heat vision crackling in her eyes, and before Arthur could warn him, she moved. In one swift motion, she snatched Blade by the throat, lifted him off the ground, and then... boom. She slammed him into the ground with the force of a meteor impact, the entire lab quaking from the blow. Blade's form shattered into smoke, dissipating instantly. Arthur sighed. Yeah, it's a waste of mana to keep letting them regenerate against her, this isn't gonna end well. Kara didn't wait. She charged again, her expression a mix of rage and confusion. Arthur dodged. Barely. Her fist missed his jaw by an inch, the wind pressure alone making his ears ring. Arthur ducked low and retaliated, a brutal kick to the ribs. His boot connected with a satisfying impact, sending Kara skidding backward, but she barely reacted. No hesitation. She attacked. Arthur met her in midair, twisting his body and slamming a heavy elbow strike into her stomach. For a brief second, her face twisted in pain. Then she recovered instantly, grabbed his wrist, and... boom. Her punch smashed into his chest like a battering ram, sending him flying across the lab. Arthur's back hit something massive and glass-like. Crack. He barely had time to register the cold liquid rushing over his shoulders before the entire containment tank behind him exploded. A guttural growl rumbled from behind him. Arthur blinked. He slowly turned his head. And stared. Inside the now shattered containment unit, something shifted. A hulking, monstrous figure, covered in bone spikes and pulsing muscle, stirred inside the broken chamber. Arthur let out a slow breath. Great. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 29, Arthur and Supergirl vs. Doomsday. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur groaned as he pushed himself off the ground, his muscles aching from the hit. He reached for his sword, its cold steel reassuring in his grip, and took a slow breath. This is bad. This was not part of the plan. He flicked his gaze toward Kara, who was already bracing for another attack, her fists clenched, eyes burning with raw power. Arthur narrowed his eyes. All right, enough Kara Zor-El. He held up a hand, voice steady. We need to stop playing around. She hesitated for a fraction of a second, just enough time for him to continue. I don't want to fight you, he said, keeping his stance calm, unwavering. I mean you no harm. Her breathing was ragged, her body still tense from combat. The confusion in her eyes battled against the adrenaline-fueled rage she had woken up with. Arthur could see it, the flicker of doubt. For a moment, he thought he had reached her. Then her expression hardened. She lunged. Arthur stood his ground. Kara's fist shot forward, aiming directly for his face, a blow strong enough to break mountains. But Arthur didn't move. Not a single step. At the last second, mere millimeters away from his nose. She stopped. The air crackled between them, her fist hovering so close he could feel the heat radiating off of it. Her breath hitched, the fury in her eyes flickering into uncertainty. Why aren't you fighting back? She finally asked, her voice low, wary. Arthur exhaled slowly. Because I don't need to, now calm down, Kara. Then, without breaking eye contact, he slowly lifted his hand. And pointed over her shoulder. Kara's brows furrowed, but she followed his gesture. Behind her, the shattered remains of the containment chamber hissed as smoke and coolant spilled across the floor. And then, a monstrous snarl cut through the tension. The shadows shifted. The ground trembled. Then, slowly massive, bony fingers gripped the edges of the broken containment unit. A pair of burning red eyes snapped open. Arthur tightened his grip on his sword. We have a bigger problem. Arthur tightened his grip on his sword as the beast in front of him stirred, muscles twitching beneath thick, pale gray skin. Doomsday's deep, guttural growl echoed through the lab, a sound that sent a primal warning through the air. The containment fluids dripped from his massive form, steam rising as the monster shifted, slowly awakening. Arthur exhaled sharply. That thing isn't at full strength yet. His eyes flicked toward Kara, who was still tense, fists clenched. Fuck, she's still processing. Arthur didn't have time for this. I was planning to end him while he was still slumbering, he muttered. But you decided to try the alternative. Kara scowled, still looking between Arthur and the monstrosity in front of them. I still have no idea who you are or why I'm even here. Arthur didn't look at her. His gaze remained locked on Doomsday. Name's Arthur. Kara's expression darkened, her brows knitting together. Great. That doesn't explain anything. Arthur sighed, side-eyeing her. You were captured by Lex. We're in one of his hidden labs. For a moment, Kara didn't react. But then, realization flashed in her eyes, her breath catching in her throat. Captured, she echoed, her voice lower now. By Lex. Arthur glanced at her again. I take it that's not ringing any bells. Kara's jaw tightened, her fingers twitching at her sides. The last thing I remember. She trailed off, eyes narrowing as she dug through hazy memories. She stopped, blinking rapidly. I was somewhere, Metropolis. Maybe Gotham. I don't know, it's all fuzzy. Then. I just remember falling unconscious for some reason. Arthur didn't look surprised. Figures. He probably drugged you, kept you contained here, away from the League's eyes. Kara's fists tightened at her sides. Her breathing was heavier now, frustration creeping in. How did you find me? She demanded, turning fully toward him. Arthur finally looked at her, his expression flat, unreadable. I didn't. Kara blinked. What? Arthur exhaled, eyes flicking back to the hulking, barely conscious Doomsday. I came here for this thing, he admitted. You just happened to be collateral damage. Kara stared at him. Arthur wasn't sure what she'd expected, some noble rescue mission. A heartfelt declaration that he'd gone through hell just to save her. That wasn't how he operated. Kara's lip curled, and for a second, it looked like she was about to punch him in the face again. But then Doomsday roared, the very foundation of the lab quaking under the force of it. Arthur raised his sword. Questions later. Kara cracked her knuckles, her blue eyes glowing with solar energy as she lifted off the ground slightly. She looked at Arthur. I really don't like you. Arthur smirked. Good. Then empty your frustration on that thing. Doomsday lunged. The lab shook as the monstrous creature lunged, claws tearing through the air like serrated blades. Arthur barely had time to react before he twisted away, the force of the strike carving a deep gouge into the reinforced steel floor. Kara shot upward, avoiding the debris as it rained down, her eyes already burning red-hot with energy. Arthur gritted his teeth. All right then, big guy, let's see what you can take. His promethium sword gleamed under the cold lab lights, and with a flash of bloodlust, he disappeared from Doomsday's view, reappearing behind him. With a swift, merciless arc, he swung. The blade bit deep into Doomsday's thick, pale hide, but before Arthur could carve deeper, a sickening sound filled the air. Muscles tightened. Wounds closed. Bone hardened. Arthur's next slash stopped cold, his sword scraping against what felt like reinforced steel. His eyes widened. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Doomsday spun, his massive fist swinging. Arthur barely managed to raise his blade in time to block, but the sheer force sent him skidding back, boots carving trenches in the metallic floor. The impact sent a shockwave through the lab, knocking over equipment and shattering glass. Kara took advantage of the opening. Her heat vision blazed, twin beams of concentrated solar fury tearing through the air and slamming into Doomsday's chest. The beast staggered, flesh sizzling. Then it stopped. Arthur's stomach dropped as the charred wounds began to fade, new layers of thicker, more resilient skin taking their place. Kara's expression twisted into disbelief. What? Doomsday turned toward her, unchanged. Unshaken. Arthur exhaled sharply, annoyance creeping into his voice. You were saying, Luther. This thing's not ready. Doomsday's muscles bulged, its spine ridges growing sharper. Arthur clenched his jaw. No wonder it can even kill Superman. The beast roared and lunged at Kara, swinging both arms in a devastating hammer strike. She darted away just in time, but the air tore apart from the sheer force of the blow. The floor beneath them buckled, sending shockwaves through the lab. Arthur narrowed his eyes. Fine. If strength won't cut it. He threw out a hand, and his ruler's authority lashed out, not at Doomsday, but at the environment. The remains of shattered equipment lurched into the air, metallic debris and broken machinery hurling toward the monster like 1,000 deadly projectiles. Glass, steel, and concrete smashed against its body, obscuring it in a cloud of destruction. But as the dust settled, Doomsday stood there. Unharmed. Arthur muttered, well, that's just unfair, but I assumed as much. Kara shot forward, slamming a devastating punch into the beast's jaw, the impact sending it crashing through a reinforced wall. She didn't stop, she followed through, raining blow after blow, her fists landing like meteor impacts. Arthur sprinted in, matching her assault, dodging under one of Doomsday's swipes before plunging his sword deep into its gut. For a moment, just a moment, Doomsday staggered. Arthur twisted the blade, pressing in harder. Doomsday moved. It grabbed his sword arm with unnatural speed, its grip like iron. Arthur's eyes widened before he was hurled across the room, slamming through a bank of computer terminals. Arthur. Kara called, but Doomsday was already adapting to her too. Her punches, once staggering the beast, were now barely making it flinch. Arthur groaned, pushing himself up from the wreckage. This bastard is learning as we fight. Kara gritted her teeth, backing up slightly. What do we do? Doomsday snarled, its massive form rippling with adapting muscle and regenerating wounds. Every attack they had landed had worked once, but never again. Arthur clenched his fists, feeling the ache of his bruised knuckles. Kara wiped blood from the corner of her mouth. Arthur exhaled sharply. We punch harder. And we don't use the same attack twice. Kara glanced at him, her blue eyes burning. You sure you can keep up? Arthur smirked despite the pain in his ribs. Try me. Arthur launched forward first, ducking under a wild swing from Doomsday's massive arm. His footwork was precise, unpredictable, like a street brawler with the instincts of a predator. He threw a sharp uppercut, not to hurt, but to distract. At the same time, he extended his hand, his sword flew through the air, spinning like a saw blade, its strength increasing with Arthur's own intent, controlled by ruler's authority. Doomsday roared, swinging at Arthur, but Kara blurred into action. She twisted midair, slamming both feet into its side, sending it stumbling right into Arthur's sword. The promethium blade slashed across its side, cutting deep, for now. Arthur didn't let up. The moment his feet hit the ground, he twisted, grabbed a loose steel pipe with ruler's authority, and drove it straight into Doomsday's exposed side. It didn't pierce his flesh, and the creature barely reacted. Kara followed up, her fist glowing with solar energy as she struck Doomsday's face, shattering bone. Arthur moved in again, pivoting, grabbing another heavy piece of debris, and slamming it into the beast's knee, forcing it to stagger. They were flowing together now, Arthur weaving around Kara's raw power, and Kara adapting to Arthur's calculated assaults. But Doomsday was adapting faster. Arthur noticed it first. His blade, which had carved through its flesh minutes ago, now barely scratched its skin. Kara's heat vision, which had once burned it, now seemed to do nothing. Doomsday swung at Arthur with unnatural speed. While he managed to slip under it, but the wind pressure sent him skidding back, crashing into debris. Kara shot forward, but this time, Doomsday anticipated her. Its fist caught her midair, sending her smashing through the lab wall. Arthur's stomach twisted at the sound of impact. She didn't get up immediately. Arthur wiped the blood from his lips. His vision blurred, but his mind was sharp. He gritted his teeth. This thing was supposed to be unfinished. Then it hit him. Lex hadn't lied. It wasn't ready, although it was strong. It is still not the actual Doomsday. Which meant. Arthur's eyes flickered to the corner of the room, to the glowing green rock lying where he had kicked it away earlier. He clenched his fist. Kara, stay away. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 30, Arthur and Supergirl vs. Doomsday. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur clenched his fist, his breath ragged as the kryptonite shot into his hand with a sharp pull of ruler's authority. But he didn't just hold it, he twisted steel around the glowing green shards, forging a crude, jagged gauntlet. The kryptonite pulsed against his skin, radiating something primal and deadly. He had a monster to kill. Doomsday lurched forward, its monstrous roar shaking the ruined lab. Arthur met it head-on. He slammed his kryptonite-wrapped fist into Doomsday's gut, the impact sending shockwaves through the room. The beast staggered, its regeneration faltering for the first time. Arthur didn't let up. He spun, twisting his body like a coiled spring, and drove his boot straight into its ribs. Crack. Doomsday reeled back, a sound somewhere between a snarl and a gasp escaping its throat. Arthur grinned through the blood in his mouth. It felt that. The monster tried to recover, swinging wildly, but Arthur slipped under its attack. His movements were sharp, unpredictable. Every punch, every kick, devastating. Kryptonite cut through Doomsday's flesh like it was nothing. The creature's once unstoppable healing factor slowed, not stopping, but lagging. Arthur saw the shift in its eyes. For the first time, Doomsday hesitated. That's right, bastard. I can hurt you. He dodged another strike, twisted midair, and brought his fist crashing down onto its skull. The kryptonite-laced steel shattered against its hide, but the impact sent Doomsday staggering to one knee. Then, Kara blurred past him. She tackled Doomsday from behind, her arms locking around its massive torso. Arthur turned, eyes blazing. I said stay away, are you sure about this? I'm holding kryptonite right next to you. Kara's grip tightened. She grimaced through the pain, her breathing shallow but determined. Just do it, fast. Arthur didn't hesitate. He grabbed the twisted, glowing gauntlet and slammed it straight into Doomsday's throat. The monster choked, its body convulsing violently as the kryptonite burned from the inside out. Its roars turned into gargled, distorted screams. Arthur reached for his sword. Promethium gleamed under the flickering lights, the blade humming with raw power. With every ounce of strength left in his body, he drove the sword into Doomsday's chest, straight into its heart. It barely pierced at first. Arthur grit his teeth. His arms trembled. His vision blurred. But he pushed. The veins in his arms bulged. His eyes glowed blue, fury and power surging through him as he let out a primal roar. As the sword finally sank to its hilt, he locked eyes with the monster. Doomsday shuddered violently. Its monstrous limbs jerked, reaching, clawing at the weapon buried in its heart. But it was too late. Kryptonite pulsed through its veins, promethium tore into its core. Die. Arthur's voice was thick with bloodlust as he activated it as well. With that final command, he twisted the blade inside the beast's heart, sinking it deeper. Doomsday groaned, but it couldn't move, couldn't escape. Arthur stood still, his glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. He gritted his teeth, feeling every shred of his willpower snapping into place as he watched the once invincible creature's eyes start to fade. And then everything went still. Kara, panting, let go of Doomsday's body, her own strength finally failing her. And then, in that final moment, Doomsday fell, its monstrous frame crashing to the ground. The fury in its eyes faded. Then, with a final, lifeless shudder, it collapsed at Arthur's feet. The kryptonite slipped from Arthur's grasp, rolling across the floor. Doomsday, the unstoppable force, the ultimate weapon, lay lifeless. Arthur groaned, forcing himself up, his entire body screaming in pain. His vision swam. Blood dripped from his lips, his fingers, his side. He stumbled toward the kryptonite, barely managing to lift his foot. And kicked it away from Kara. Arthur stood there, shoulders rising and falling with every exhausted breath, his vision slightly blurred from the fight. That. He let out a shaky breath, wiping the blood from his mouth. That was not my plan. Kara, still catching her breath, ran a hand through her disheveled blonde hair. Finally, it's over. Arthur turned his gaze to the lifeless husk of Doomsday. His jaw tightened. I'm not sure. Kara blinked, then frowned. What do you mean by that? Arthur studied the corpse, his instincts whispering a warning. I don't think this thing stays dead for long. Kara stepped forward, staring at the unmoving monster. What? Arthur exhaled slowly. I'm not sure, but I think it can resurrect. Could take minutes, hours, days. Depends. I could be wrong. Arthur lowered himself to one knee beside Doomsday's corpse, his fingers hovering just above its thick, scarred chest. His eyes flickered with an eerie glow. But first. He pressed his palm against its cooling skin, the dark energy of his Shadow Monarch powers surging through him. His eyes glowed blue, his aura darkening as he whispered the word. Arise. Nothing happened. Arthur's eyes narrowed. His power had never failed before. Not once. Kara crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. What exactly are you doing? Arthur didn't answer immediately. His fingers twitched slightly against Doomsday's chest. Why didn't it work? He muttered under his breath, I never had to concentrate to use this before. He clenched his jaw. This thing is strong. Stronger than me. He exhaled, letting the frustration go. Fine. If one try wasn't enough, he'd force it. Arthur's eyes blazed, and the shadows in the room thickened, stretching unnaturally. Arise. The moment the word left his lips, the shadows beneath the beast shuddered. Black tendrils of pure darkness slithered from within Doomsday's form, writhing and twisting like living things. The massive body remained motionless, but from the deep cracks in its armor, an abyssal light pulsed. The shadows surged, trying to break free. A low, unnatural rumble echoed through the lab, as if the corpse itself was rejecting the process. Arthur felt it, an immense force resisting him, stronger than anything he had ever tried to claim before. But even as the shadows swirled violently, clawing to take hold, they suddenly collapsed. Shadow extraction failed. 2/3 attempts used. Arthur's breathing was heavy. Sweat dripped down his brow. Kara's eyes darted between him and the unmoving corpse. Arthur, what the hell was that? Arthur didn't answer again. His fingers curled into a fist, his eyes glowing even brighter. One more time, he muttered. This time, he let everything go, every ounce of will, every fragment of control. He shut out the world, feeling only the crushing weight of his own authority pressing down on Doomsday's remains. Arise. The shadows erupted. A violent surge of darkness tore through the corpse like a storm breaking free from a cage. The ground beneath them cracked as an abyssal aura expanded outward. Doomsday's massive form remained lifeless, but from within, the shadow broke free. A hulking figure of pure black rose from the depths of the monster's own corpse. Towering, massive, its jagged form still bore the monstrous features of the creature it was minutes ago, but now, it knelt. The mighty beast, the destroyer of worlds, bowed before its new master. Arthur's lips curled into a slow, triumphant smirk. Wow, the power I'm sensing from this shadow soldier. It was overwhelming, unlike anything he had ever extracted before. Kara staggered back, eyes wide in disbelief. No way. She pointed at the shadow, then at Arthur, then back again. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. You turned the dead into one of your summons. Arthur didn't respond right away. He simply watched her, his gaze calm, unreadable, waiting to see what she would do next. She swallowed hard, glancing at the kneeling monster, then back at him. So the ones I fought earlier, they were also dead creatures. Arthur sighed, rolling his shoulders. You could say that. Kara ran a hand through her hair, exhaling sharply. That's insane. What even are you? Arthur smirked. Your savior. Kara scoffed, shaking her head. That's one way to put it. But before she could say anything else, she suddenly staggered, dropping to one knee as she clutched her head. A sharp inhale escaped her lips. Arthur frowned. You need rest. You've been locked up here for some time apparently. I don't know what Lex did to you, but we should leave. That's when they heard it, the sound of approaching people. Lots of them. Arthur's eyes narrowed as he tilted his head slightly, listening. Kara barely had time to react before Arthur's arms wrapped around her. In one swift motion, Arthur scooped her up, pulling her against his chest with ease. Her breath hitched. Wah. His grip was firm but careful, his closeness sending an unexpected shiver down her spine. Don't panic, he murmured, his voice lower, closer than before. Kara's face heated. I'm not. Then, his deep, piercing blue eyes lit up. Exchange. The world around them vanished. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 31, General of the Shadow Army. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The world stabilized once more, the glow of LexCorp's lab replaced by the softer, ambient light of Arthur's home. The air smelled different, clean, familiar, safe. The tension of battle lingered in Kara's muscles, but exhaustion weighed heavier. She swayed slightly, her legs weak beneath her. Where are we? She asked, her voice laced with fatigue. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders. My house. Jump City. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. You can rest here. Fly off when you're good to go. Kara straightened immediately, stubborn pride kicking in. I'm totally fine. Arthur arched a brow. Are you sure? She smirked, squaring her shoulders. Absolutely. He nodded. All right then. Then he punched her in the face. Not a tap. Not a playful jab. A full-force right hook. Kara stumbled back, eyes wide. Ouch. What the hell was that for? Arthur shook out his fist. Damn, that actually stung. He smirked. For attacking me when I saved your ass. Kara rubbed her jaw, glaring. You punch everyone you save? Nope. Just the ones who try to kill me right after. His smirk widened. Besides, you're a Kryptonian. You can take it. Kara sighed, rolling her shoulders as if shaking off the weight of everything that had just happened. She glanced at Arthur, then looked away, rubbing the back of her neck. Hey. I'm sorry. And thanks, for everything. Arthur exhaled through his nose, watching her for a moment before responding. I did what I had to do. His gaze shifted toward the window, his mind still lingering on the battle. Besides, both you and Doomsday were stronger than me. I couldn't have killed him without you. Kara tilted her head, studying him. You know, we didn't have to leave. I saw the people coming, they weren't hostile. They were. I know who they were, Arthur cut in, his voice even. But I had to leave. Whatever happens with Doomsday now, that's their problem. Kara frowned. But you'd be a hero in their eyes. Why run? Arthur's smirk was faint, but his eyes darkened slightly. He thought about it for a moment, then muttered to himself, yeah, except my own brother took part in making that very thing I had to destroy. He turned to her, shrugging. Maybe. But I like to do things solo. Arthur stretched his shoulders, feeling the exhaustion settle in now that the adrenaline had worn off. He glanced at Kara, who still looked drained but was doing her best to hide it. Treat this place like home, he said, turning toward the hallway. Crash on the couch, raid the fridge, whatever. Just don't break anything important. Kara gave a small, tired smirk. No promises. Arthur huffed a quiet laugh and started walking away. I'm gonna get some rest. Try not to punch me in my sleep. She chuckled, shaking her head. No guarantees on that either. But. Thanks, Arthur. Really? He gave a half-hearted wave without looking back. Yeah. And with that, he disappeared into his room, shutting the door behind him. Arthur leaned against the door for a moment, exhaling. His body still ached, his knuckles were bruised, and his muscles felt like they had been wrung dry. But then his lips curled into a smirk. Not like a door would stop you from seeing me anyway, he muttered, glancing at the closed entrance to his room. But it doesn't matter. He turned around, and from the darkness of the room, a hulking figure loomed forward. A presence that would send most people into a blind panic, a monster that had been engineered to kill gods. Now, it knelt. Doomsday. or rather, his shadow. His enormous frame bowed in absolute submission, the inky darkness of his new form rippling slightly, those glowing eyes awaiting their master's command. Arthur took a slow step forward, inspecting him with quiet satisfaction. The system message appeared before him. Name. Rank General. Arthur raised a brow. General, huh? Figures. I didn't even name you yet, he crossed his arms, smirking. I was gonna call you something even more dramatic, but honestly. Doom is fine, so Doom it shall be. New Shadow added, General Doom. The massive shadow let out a low, guttural growl, not of hostility, but of acknowledgement. Arthur exhaled sharply, placing a hand on his hip. Easily my strongest soldier, and probably will be for a long time. But damn, that was a fight. Let's see what I got out of it. You have leveled up. 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 Bloodlust level 2. State of fear for 2 minutes and reducing all of the target's stats by 60%. Arthur blinked as the system spammed him with notifications. Huh. That's a lot. He scrolled through, and his eyes widened slightly at the next screen. Quest completed, kill the hostile Doomsday. Failure condition, 24 hours in the penalty zone. Arthur huffed a laugh. Damn. That penalty's not even bad, just a pain in the ass. Good thing I didn't check this mid-fight. Then, his gaze landed on the real prizes. Rewards acquired. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets, S tier. Indestructible claws capable of tearing through Kryptonian tier defenses. Can evolve spikes. Grants user enhanced melee combat instincts. Omega Hardened Hide Armor Set, rarity. A full body armor crafted from Doomsday's near invulnerable corpse. Nullifies most energy attacks. Highly resistant to blunt force. Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial, epic. A concentrated sample of Doomsday's blood. Can be used to create kryptonite-enhanced weapons. Arthur stared at the screen for a long moment before letting out a low whistle. So I can actually craft weapons now. His smirk widened. That's nice. He closed the screen and flexed his fingers. The fight had been hell, but looking at the rewards now. Totally worth it. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders as he pulled up his status screen. Name, Arthur Blackwynd. Job, Necromancer. Title, Bane of the Unworthy, plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent. Level, 60. Fatigue, 90. HP, 1250/5100. MP, 3000/6850. He whistled. Damn, that fight really did a number on me. His health bar was barely hanging on. He scrolled further, allocating his ability points. Strength, 110/134. Health, 98/111. Agility, 58/85. Intelligence, 130/143. Sense, 58/76. Available ability points, 30. Arthur flexed his fingers, feeling the subtle increase in power as his body adjusted to the stat boost. He had to increase his agility, which was a must after getting tossed around like a rag doll. Passive skill, Tenacity, level 1. Job-specific skill, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Army limit, 12/60. Shadow Exchange. Skills, Bloodlust, level 2. Ruler's Authority. Equipment. Omega Hardened Hide, equipped. Abyss Forged Necklace, equipped. Inventory. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets. Azarath Knight Armor Set. Greatsword of the Lowborn. Prometheum Sword. Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial. Tower of Fate Key. Key. Arthur sighed and reached for his new armor, the Omega Hardened Hide. The second it wrapped around him, his entire body was encased in the near-indestructible remains of Doomsday. The material felt eerily light despite its insane durability. Thank God this thing can turn invisible, he muttered, or I'd look like a walking rock monster. He clenched his fist, testing the flexibility. The armor responded like a second skin, and when he tensed, a faint ripple of reinforced energy pulsed through it. Arthur smirked. Yeah, this'll do. His gaze flickered to his shadow army count. 12/60. For the longest time, he had been picky about his soldiers. If they weren't strong, he didn't bother getting more. I should get more soldiers, he muttered, rubbing his jaw. Doesn't matter if they're weak. Quantity's starting to look just as important as quality since I have a general now. Doom, still kneeling, let out a low, rumbling growl. Arthur chuckled. Don't get jealous. You're still gonna be the strongest. Arthur exhaled deeply, letting himself sink into the mattress. His body ached, his muscles screamed, and his mind was foggy from fatigue. The fight had pushed him to his absolute limit. If not for Kara, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Thank God for this skill. He muttered under his breath as his status screen flickered in his vision. Passive skill, longevity. Immune to diseases, poisons, and other harmful abilities. Regeneration speed far surpasses that of a normal human. Healing increases exponentially while sleeping. Arthur smirked tiredly. His body was already working overtime, knitting his wounds back together at an unnatural rate. The dull pain in his ribs faded slightly, and the bruises decorating his skin lost some of their deep color. His eyes burned with renewed determination as he clenched his fists. I'll go and finish business in that tower. The faintest glow of blue flickered in his irises before his exhaustion finally won, and his body went still. LexCorp. Lex Luthor sat in his office, eyes burning with barely contained fury. The monitors before him flickered with security footage from one of his surviving cameras. His secret lab, now swarming with Justice League members capturing Doomsday Corps. Debris and shattered equipment lay everywhere, the aftermath of a battle far beyond what his defenses had been prepared for in a worst-case scenario. His teeth clenched so hard it hurt. How? How had it come to this? His most classified project, Doomsday, was gone. Kara Zor-El, his prized Kryptonian prisoner, had vanished. And worst of all, Arthur Blackwynd. That nobody had torn through his plans like a force of nature. Luthor slammed a fist against his desk, eyes blazing with rage. I can't believe this happened. That bastard ruined everything. I will burn him to the ground. I will destroy everything he has. His power, his secrets, everything. And now the Justice League is on my doorstep. How? He can't possibly be working with them. His voice echoed through the room. He breathed heavily, chest rising and falling with anger. His mind was searching for contingency plans. Through the wreckage of his schemes, he needed control. He needed a way to turn this disaster around. But then a shadow fell over him. The air in the room shifted, growing dense, suffocating. Lex's eyes snapped up. A red and blue silhouette stood at his door. The sheer presence of the person sent a chill crawling down his spine. Superman. The Kryptonian stepped forward, his expression unreadable, eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. Lex, he said, voice steady, absolute. You're coming with us. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 32, Batman is watching. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Justice League Watchtower. The holographic screen flickered as Cyborg played the last moments of LexCorp's security footage. A grainy but unmistakable image of Arthur Blackwynd appeared, standing motionless. But what caught the League's attention wasn't just him, it was the dark, humanoid figure at his side. The shadowy entity, one of his soldiers, raised its weapon with inhuman precision. In a flash, a series of dark projectiles shot out, striking multiple security cameras before they could capture anything more. The screen went black. Silence filled the room. That's an interesting ability, Green Lantern muttered, breaking the quiet. Controlling independent fighters. More importantly, Hawkman grumbled, arms folded, who the hell is that? Cyborg leaned back, arms crossed. His name's Arthur Blackwynd. Not long ago, he joined us on a mission. He gestured at the screen. I managed to track his brother all the way to Lex's building while Arthur was fighting the Titans. But somehow, he still got there. Cyborg shook his head. And before you ask, no, he's not an alien. But even I don't know what to classify him as. A moment of silence passed before Batman finally spoke. Arthur Blackwynd. The room turned toward him as he continued, his voice level and precise, as if he had rehearsed the words in his head. Abilities, shadow-based necromancy. Capable of summoning and controlling creatures that act as his soldiers. Enhanced physicality. Skilled in swordsmanship and unarmed combat. Possesses an ability similar to telekinesis but limited to objects and his weapons. Has knowledge of the supernatural and mystical. Likely has an unknown form of teleportation. The room went dead silent. Green Arrow narrowed his eyes. How the hell do you already know all of this? Batman's expression remained unreadable. It's my job. Before anyone could question him further, Batman tapped a control on the table, and a new video feed replaced the black screen. This, he said, was pulled from one surviving camera. The League watched intently as the shaky footage showed Arthur and Kara fighting Doomsday. Though the angle didn't capture the full battle, the video was shaky, likely from the shockwaves of their battle, but for a brief moment, they could make out explosions of force, movements too fast for the camera to track, but it was clear enough to see the level of destruction. The ground trembled, shadows moved unnaturally, and Arthur held his ground against something that should have torn him apart. The video ended. Okay, that's definitely something, Flash said, scratching the back of his head. Dude fought that and still managed to live. Batman barely spared him a glance. That's the problem. Superman's eyes narrowed. Meaning, Batman said coolly, we still have no idea what his true intentions are. You don't gain that level of power without a goal. And I don't like mysteries. Wonder Woman leaned back in her seat. He fought against Lex and took down Doomsday. If he had ill intent, we would have seen it already. Martian Manhunter, who had remained silent, finally added, unless he is simply waiting for the right moment to do something. Superman exhaled sharply, clearly frustrated, but before he could argue further, Flash piped up, looking between them. Okay, so worst case scenario, he's a guy with a god-tier power set and a grudge against bad people like Lex, Flash shrugged. If he wanted to be our problem, we'd know by now. Superman exhaled, arms crossed. Well Bruce, thanks to him, at least we know Kara is safe. And we have Lex, but we can't keep him here for long. I'll extract more from Lex about his experiments. Batman's tone was cold, matter of fact. Flash arched a brow. You think he Batman didn't even look at him. He will. The weight behind his words made even Green Lantern shift uncomfortably. Superman exhaled sharply. And what about Kara, Bruce? She was with this Arthur. If she trusts him, that has to count for something. Batman, however, wasn't convinced. He steepled his fingers, eyes narrowing at the frozen image of Arthur on the screen. I'll watch him myself. Jump City, Blackwynd Estate. Arthur was jolted awake, not by his own will, but by someone shaking him. His groggy eyes snapped open to see Kara standing over him, arms crossed, looking far too awake for someone who had nearly collapsed from exhaustion the night before. He blinked. Why are you waking me up? His voice was still rough with sleep. No, actually, why are you still here? Kara shrugged. Because your mother. Arthur frowned, still trying to shake off the sleep. What does that even mean? What about my MO? Then his mind caught up. Eyes wide, he sat up straight. Wait. My mother. My actual mother saw you. Kara smirked. Yeah. Figured I'd stick around and hang out, and I came here to wake you up considering how she was looking for you. Arthur groaned, rubbing his face. Kara, I swear, if your male version shows up at my doorstep because of this. She waved him off. Relax. I already flew over to National City and came back, they know I'm back. Arthur stared at her. You left. Kara nodded. Yep. And then you came back. Another nod. Arthur sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. Why? Kara just smiled innocently. Because I wanted to. Arthur threw his head back onto the pillow. Of course you did. Before he could process anything further, a soft knock came from the door. Then, before Arthur could even tell them to wait, his mother walked in. She looked at Kara, then at Arthur, then back at Kara. A slow smile spread across her face. Oh. So this is the girl we talked about. Arthur bolted upright. No. Also, we didn't talk about any girl. Except Kara, completely unfazed, extended her hand. Hi. I'm Kara Danvers. Arthur's entire soul deflated. He pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling sharply. You're really not helping. His mother's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, so this is serious enough for last names. Arthur whipped his head around. Excuse me. His mother ignored him, instead shaking Kara's hand warmly. It's nice to meet you, dear. I was wondering when my son would finally. Kara just grinned, clearly enjoying this. Finally what? Arthur cut her off immediately. No. His mother ignored him again, turning back to Kara. So, are you two dating, or is he still in his brooding phase? Arthur glared at her. Don't encourage her, let's just leave. As Arthur grabbed his jacket, clearly planning to leave and avoid any further awkwardness, his mother called out from the kitchen. Oh, by the way. He froze, mid-step, already regretting the moment he stepped foot back in the house. He turned slowly, eyes narrowing. What now? His mother didn't even look up from her phone as she spoke. Something happened in your brother's office. He had to head to Metropolis for some business, but he's fine, don't worry about it, just wanted to let you know. Arthur nodded, not giving away anything. His mind briefly drifted to the chaos that had unfolded in his office, the Titans, Lex. The tension. But he kept it to himself, there was no need for his mother to know about that. He wasn't sure how much he actually wanted to share, even with her. Yeah, as long as he's fine, Arthur repeated, his voice steady. He didn't want to worry her. He looked at her, shifting his focus back to the present. Anyway, I'll be heading out for school, then I'm going for some trip, might take a week for me to return, maybe more. His mother raised an eyebrow. Oh, with Kara. Arthur froze for a moment, and before he could respond, Kara was already there, understanding the unspoken tension in his expression. She quickly chimed in with a wide, innocent smile. Yes, it's a school trip, right? Arthur's face bombed in exasperation, but Kara just shot him a playful grin. His mother looked between them, her eyes narrowing for just a second, but then she shrugged and smiled. Right. Well, take care then. As his mother turned to leave, Arthur's eyes glinted with quiet determination as he discreetly extended his reach with one of his shadow soldiers, placing it in the room where it could keep a low watch over his mother, just in case. He didn't like the idea of leaving her completely unprotected, especially with everything going on. As he stepped out of the house, Arthur couldn't help but thinking about one thing in his mind. Enough wasted time. Time to hit that tower. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 33, Back to the Tower of Fate. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur noticed the extra footsteps following him outside the house. His eye twitched. You know you can leave now, right? He said without looking back. I already have one person stalking me. Kara, walking just a step behind him, smirked. Oh. And here I thought you'd be flattered that I want to spend time with my savior. Arthur rolled his eyes. You almost punched a hole through me, Kara. Pretty sure you didn't need saving the moment I set you free. That's not the point, she said, stepping up beside him. The point is, you saved me, when no one else did. Arthur sighed. Look, I don't have time or energy for distractions right now. I've got school, then an important business trip. Kara arched an eyebrow. The school trip lie you just told your mother. Arthur deadpanned. Yes. Business. Very important, very confidential. Can't tell you. She crossed her arms. Then I'll stay. Arthur came to a halt, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of course you will. She grinned at him like she just won an argument. Arthur let out a long, exaggerated sigh before shrugging. Fine, you win. You're a Kryptonian, I can't beat you to a pulp here and then go on my way. For now. Kara snorted, covering her mouth. Wow, romance really isn't your thing, huh? Arthur ignored her and waved a dismissive hand. How about this, I'll be back in about 10 days or so. You want to hang out or whatever? Fine, we'll call it a date. The moment the words left his mouth, Kara's expression lit up. Really? Arthur regretted his life choices instantly. Yes. Before he could process what was happening, she shot up into the sky like a missile. I'll hold you to it, she yelled, her voice carrying over the wind as she disappeared into the clouds. Arthur stood there for a long moment, staring at the spot where she had just been. Then, with all the enthusiasm of a man trudging to his own execution, he muttered, "What the hell did I just do?" before continuing on his way. The final school bell rang, and Arthur wasted no time grabbing his bag and heading for the exit. The halls were crowded with students eager to leave, but Arthur weaved through them effortlessly, his mind elsewhere. As he stepped outside, he casually scanned the area. No sign of Raven or the Titans or anything unusual. Not that he expected them to show up, but still. He smirked to himself. Guess they don't care much about this. Or maybe, some of them are hospitalized. He hummed in amusement at the thought. Not that he went hard on them. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he turned away from the bustling school grounds and started toward his true destination, the Tower of Fate. The farther he walked, the more the scenery changed. The neatly paved roads gave way to cracked concrete, the buildings becoming older, rougher, as he entered the slums of Jump City. Fewer streetlights worked here, casting long shadows in the alleys, making the whole place feel like something out of a crime thriller. Arthur barely paid attention. His mind was locked onto one thing, the entrance to the tower. Arthur took a deep breath. All right, let's get this over with. Then, without hesitation, he used the key and entered. The second he crossed the threshold, the system reacted. You have cleared the first 10 levels of the Tower of Fate. Would you like to teleport directly to level 11? Arthur blinked. Then smirked. Well, that's convenient, he muttered. No pointless climbing, no retracing old steps, straight to the action. He liked that. He didn't hesitate. Level 11. The moment the words left his lips, the air around him shifted. The world distorted, the very fabric of reality twisting as golden light enveloped him. His vision blurred, gravity itself seemed to bend, and before he could even take a step forward, he was already there. Level 11. Arthur's vision adjusted as the golden glow of teleportation faded, and he immediately noticed the change in scenery. The air was thick with dust, the walls damp and aged. He stood in an ancient underground labyrinth, dimly illuminated by torches flickering with unnatural blue flames. The scent of mildew and old blood clung to the air. The architecture was archaic, far older than anything he had seen before. Twisting corridors stretched out in multiple directions, lined with faded murals of figures in dark cloaks, their eyes hollow and ominous. Before he could take another step, his instinct screamed. A blur of movement. Shadows detached from the walls. Steel glinted. Arthur barely shifted before a curved blade sliced toward his throat. His ruler's authority surged, and with a mere thought, the assassin was violently hurled back like a rag doll, crashing into the ancient stone wall with a sickening crack. TCH. Arthur's eyes sharpened as more figures emerged from the darkness, at least a dozen. They were clad in tattered but deadly assassin garb, their movements eerily silent. No footsteps. No breathing. Just pure, predatory intent. Arthur moved first. The nearest assassin lunged, Arthur's promethium sword sliced through his midsection, the enchanted metal shearing through armor like paper. Another one aimed for his blind spot. Arthur spun, ruler's authority catching the assassin midair, snapping his wrist backward before throwing him into two others with bone-breaking force. A flurry of blades rained down from the shadows. Arthur lifted his palm, ruler's authority seized them midair. The assassins barely had a moment to react before their own weapons reversed and impaled their throats. Bodies hit the ground. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders. That was annoying. His senses flared again. More. He didn't even need to turn around to know they were watching. Waiting. Persistent bastards. Arthur cracked his neck, then without hesitation, lifted his hand. Come out. The temperature in the tunnel dropped. A thick, black mist seeped from the ground, curling unnaturally as his shadows stirred to life. Two figures emerged from the darkness beside him. One was Blade, his silent enforcer, standing with his ominous jagged sword and weapons at the ready, his eyes glinting like cold steel in the dim light. The other was a pair of his shadow demons, their bodies twisting and shifting unnaturally, barely containing their excitement at the promise of slaughter. Arthur flexed his fingers, gripping his sword. Even you guys might have trouble with this lot. He exhaled, smirking. Doom is just overkill. From the depths of the tunnels, the assassins moved in. Arthur grinned. Let's get started. By the time he reached level 20, the torches flickered, casting eerie shadows across the ancient chamber. The stench of death and decay lingered in the cold air, mixing with the faint scent of incense. The walls were lined with archaic carvings, tales of war, conquest, and rebirth. At the center of the room, standing atop a stone dais, was a man who had lived for centuries. Raz Al Ghul. The demon's head stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his emerald eyes glinting with condescension. His dark robes, embroidered with golden patterns, barely moved in the still air. You move well, boy, Raz remarked, his voice smooth yet laced with arrogance. Efficient. Ruthless. A warrior unshackled by morality, I like that. He smirked slightly. But reckless. Short-sighted. Power without wisdom. Arthur said nothing. His eyes glowed ominously, his promethium sword resting casually at his side. Raz took a slow step forward, his confidence unshaken. Tell me, Arthur Blackwynd. Do you even understand what I'm saying? Arthur sighed. You done. Raz chuckled. You have potential. More than even the detective. But you lack purpose, and I shall. Raz's body moved like a phantom, suddenly closing the distance between them in a blur of motion. A dagger, its edge laced with poison, sliced toward Arthur's throat. Shing. In one impossibly fast motion, Arthur vanished from where he stood. A dark blur streaked past Raz. A gust of wind followed. For a second, nothing happened. Then, Raz froze mid-sentence. His smirk twitched. His eyes widened slightly. A thin red line formed across his throat. Arthur stood behind him, his sword extended, glowing faintly with residual power. Raz opened his mouth to speak, but only blood escaped. His head slid from his shoulders. Thud. His body crumpled unceremoniously to the ground. Arthur exhaled, watching as the great Raz Al Ghul fell, his legendary immortality unable to save him this time. He kicked the severed head slightly with his boot. Weak, then he added, for a guy who talks so much about wisdom, you should have known when to shut up. With that, he turned, flicking his sword to the side, dark blood splattering against the stone floor, before walking toward the next challenge. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 34, Monarch of the Sky and Sea. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Level 30, Arthur stepped forward, boots echoing through the abandoned ruins of the battlefield. His breathing was steady, barely labored, despite the carnage around him. At his back, Doom let out a low, guttural roar, its crimson eyes burning with menace. Beside him, Blade stood motionless, sword dripping with the blood of fallen warriors. Arthur exhaled slowly, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies of Hawkman and Hawkwoman. Their once proud wings, now tattered and stained, lay broken beneath them. The battlefield had been theirs, a domain of sky and steel, but in the end, not even the heavens could save them. He rolled his shoulders, wincing slightly at the dull ache settling into his muscles. This was different. These past 10 floors had been unlike anything he had experienced before. Arthur thought back to level 21, the moment everything changed. The air had shifted, thick with an unnatural weight that pressed down on his chest. The environment was wrong. Not just a different location but something fundamentally off. It didn't feel like Earth anymore. Gravity had changed. The sky was wrong. Instead of the endless void he was used to, he had found himself under a vast expanse of deep crimson clouds, swirling and shifting as if alive. The air crackled with energy that wasn't quite magic, but something else entirely. The terrain had stretched unnaturally, like a warped reflection of reality, filled with structures that seemed too alien to belong to any civilization he knew. And then came the warriors. Not mindless monsters, not hollow shells conjured to test him. They were Thanagarians. At first, he had dismissed them as just another wave of enemies, until their weapons clashed against his armor, and he realized they were almost real. They bled. They screamed. They felt fear. The battle had been brutal. A sky full of warriors descending like a storm, their nth metal weapons singing through the air, striking with the weight of entire worlds. But they had never fought someone like him. Arthur had carved through their ranks, shadow soldiers following his every command, tearing through the battlefield with merciless precision. Blade moved like a wraith, silent and swift, his strikes almost artistic in their brutality. Doom, on the other hand, Doom was carnage incarnate. Arthur had watched, arms crossed, as his unstoppable general ripped through entire squadrons, crushing warriors in his massive jaws, his roars shaking the very foundation of this realm. Then came the last stand. Hawkman and Hawkwoman. He had expected more. Their tenacity was admirable, they fought as warriors should. Hawkman's rage was like a wildfire, every swing of his mace carrying the weight of vengeance. Hawkwoman moved like the wind, graceful, precise, deadly. But even legends fall. In the end, Arthur stood above them, their wings broken, bodies still. The battlefield was eerily silent, save for the distant rumbling growl of Doom. Blade, still holding his sword at the ready, tilted his head slightly. This shadow still might be a bit overkill for these lower levels. Arthur muttered, glancing at Doom. The massive beast huffed, almost as if he was saying that this was the norm for him. Arthur sighed, rolling his neck. Something wasn't right. The Thanagarians had felt real. Their weapons, their tactics, their emotions. His eyes narrowed. A theory had started forming in his mind, but he needed confirmation. Level 31 would tell him everything. Arthur barely had time to react before the world around him shifted violently. The moment he set foot in level 31. One moment, he was surrounded by the eerie ruins of the last battlefield, his boots still wet with Thanagarian blood. The next, he was drowning. Or at least, that's what his instincts screamed. Darkness engulfed him. Heavy, unrelenting pressure crushed down on his body as icy water wrapped around him like a suffocating cocoon. Panic spiked through his mind for a split second, his body tensing, preparing to fight his way back to the surface. Except, there was no surface. Arthur's blue glowing eyes snapped open, their hue cutting through the abyss as he scanned his surroundings. His lungs, expected to burn with the lack of oxygen, remained steady. His body moved fluidly, his strength and speed unhindered despite the crushing depth of the ocean around him. Something wasn't right. His gaze flickered as a blue screen materialized before him. Due to the unique mana of the Shadow Monarch, you are able to breathe, move, and fight underwater indefinitely, so long as mana is available. Current remaining mana duration, 4 hours. Arthur blinked, then scowled. Well, isn't that convenient? He exhaled, watching as a trail of bubbles floated upward, endlessly. His gaze followed them, but he couldn't see the surface. Nothing but an endless abyss. His jaw clenched. What the hell is going on? Why am I in the depths of the goddamn ocean? The silence of the deep was his only answer. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword before he let out a slow, measured breath, forcing himself to focus. 4 hours. That's all the time he had before the system decided he could no longer breathe. Well, no use wasting time. His aura flared, casting long shadows through the ocean depths as he stretched out a hand. Come out. No slacking off, spread out, kill anything that moves. With those words, the darkness itself rippled. Emerging from the void, his soldiers took shape, twisted silhouettes of death, their eyes glowing ominously in the dark waters. Blade materialized at his side, his sword gleaming with eerie brilliance, while Doom let out a guttural growl, sending a shockwave through the water. And then, they moved. Arthur had figured out the truth after the first wave of enemies. The moment they appeared, clad in ornate Atlantean armor, their tridents glistening like deep-sea spears, he had known. The garbled words they shouted were clear enough despite the water. Intruder. An outsider dares invade Atlantis. That had been all he needed. The fight wasn't long. It couldn't be. Arthur didn't have time to waste on soldiers who didn't matter. His sword cut through them like a blade through butter, and his soldiers followed, merciless and efficient. Shadows drifted through the water like spectral reapers, tearing through the city's warriors with inhuman precision. And now, with 1 hour remaining, Arthur stood before the final gate, the heart of Atlantis. A massive, ominous castle loomed before him, its golden spires glowing faintly in the dark waters. The remains of shattered guards floated lifelessly around him, their weapons drifting aimlessly in the currents. Arthur didn't even glance at them. His eyes were locked ahead, where the grand throne of Atlantis awaited its king. Instead, he found something else. Arthur exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing. Well, this is a disappointment. He tilted his head, letting out a dry chuckle as he casually raised his promethium sword. I was half expecting Aquaman. His grip tightened. Not his pathetic, jealous brother. A cold silence filled the throne room. The faint glow of Atlantean torches flickered in the deep, casting eerie shadows that danced across the ruined hall. The water trembled. Not from a current, but from something far more ominous. Ocean Master stood at the throne steps, his eyes burning with rage and defiance. He gripped his trident tighter, his ornate armor gleaming with a regal sheen. Then, they appeared. From the abyssal dark behind Arthur, 2 figures emerged. First was Blade, the shadow-cloaked assassin whose very presence exuded lethal precision. His black sword, his cold, calculating eyes locked onto the false king, his stance coiled like a viper ready to strike. Then came Doom. A beast of shadow and steel. His form was massive, oppressive, his guttural growl reverberated through the water, sending shockwaves that cracked the marble beneath them. They stood behind Arthur, silent executioners, waiting for their monarch's command. One word, and they would erase Ocean Master from existence. But the command never came. Skying. Arthur's promethium sword shot out, slicing through the water like a blade through silk. It didn't aim for Ocean Master. Instead, it cut directly in front of Blade and Doom, halting them in their tracks. Their glowing eyes flickered in surprise. Arthur didn't turn to them. His voice was calm, but laced with an edge of amusement. No. The word hung heavy in the water, carrying an undeniable authority. Arthur tilted his head slightly, his eyes gleaming. I want to enjoy this fight. A beat of silence. Then, Blade lowered his weapon. Doom let out a low, guttural sound, his monstrous shoulders relaxing. Arthur smirked. I had a mana handicap, yet you two were very efficient. Well done. The weight of his words sank in, and for the first time since appearing, Blade and Doom knelt. Not because they had to. Not out of obligation. But because they had earned the rarest thing from their monarch, praise. Arthur chuckled softly. They didn't defeat you once, so I didn't lose any mana. The 2 shadows remained bowed before him for a moment longer, then without a word, faded into Arthur's own shadow. Arthur finally turned his full attention to Ocean Master. A slow smirk curled at his lips as he rolled his shoulders, raising his sword once more. Now, he said, his voice carrying an unmistakable edge of excitement. Let's make this a little more fun than the previous fights. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 35, Arthur vs. Ocean Master. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The waters shook. Arthur vanished. A sudden explosion of force sent a shockwave rippling through the throne room, the sheer speed of his movement distorting the water around him. Before Ocean Master could even react, Arthur was already in front of him, his promethium sword gleaming like a crescent of death. Clang. Ocean Master barely raised his trident in time to block, but the sheer impact sent him hurtling back, slamming into a coral-carved pillar that shattered on impact. Arthur didn't wait. He flashed forward again, his glowing eyes locked onto his prey. His sword lashed out in a blur, every strike carrying a lethal precision. Ocean Master gritted his teeth, parrying with desperate efficiency, but Arthur was toying with him, his footwork, his speed, his unpredictable mix of techniques making it impossible for Ocean Master to find an opening. Then, with a flick of his fingers, Arthur used Ruler's authority. A sudden, invisible force yanked Ocean Master forward, right into Arthur's fist. Boom. The impact rippled through the water like a detonation. Ocean Master choked, his head snapping back violently as Arthur's fist buried itself into his gut, sending shockwaves of power coursing through his body. Arthur tilted his head, smirking. "You're slowing down." Ocean Master snarled. Despite the pain, he spun his trident and lashed out, aiming for Arthur's ribs. Arthur leaned back effortlessly, dodging the strike by inches. He grabbed the trident with Ruler's authority, halting its movement mid-swing. Ocean Master's eyes widened. Arthur casually let go and slammed his foot into Ocean Master's chest, sending him skidding across the seafloor. Ocean Master gritted his teeth, glaring at Arthur. "You arrogant brat." He suddenly twirled his trident, channeling his Atlantean magic into it. The water around them shifted violently, forming into a spiraling vortex of condensed pressure. Arthur's smirk only grew. With a single throw, Ocean Master hurled his trident, a blur of violet and silver streaking toward Arthur like a missile. The sheer speed of it sent a shockwave through the ocean, enough force to skewer even a metahuman. But Arthur was faster. Whoosh! He shifted slightly, letting the trident whistle past his face. His glowing eyes locked onto it mid-flight, and with a subtle raise of his fingers. Ruler's authority took hold. The trident stopped. It hung in the water for a split second, quivering from the force behind the throw. Then, it reversed. Right back at you. Arthur launched it back at insane speeds, the weapon now under his complete control. Ocean Master barely had time to react. His own trident impaled his thigh, sending a burst of crimson into the water. He grunted in pain, his breath ragged as he staggered, looking down at the weapon lodged in his leg. Arthur approached, his sword resting on his shoulder as he gave a slow, almost lazy grin. "I intentionally avoided a fatal strike." He gestured at the trident embedded in Ocean Master's thigh. "It'd be a shame to end you with your own weapon." Ocean Master snarled but couldn't hide the flicker of fear in his eyes. Arthur cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders. "Now then." He lifted his sword, eyes burning with pure dominance. "Shall we continue?" Ocean Master gritted his teeth, yanking his own trident out of his bleeding leg. The water around him boiled with his fury, his Atlantean magic causing violent currents to spiral around them. "You think you're invincible just because you got a few lucky strikes in?" Ocean Master growled, twirling his trident with expert precision. The pressure in the water intensified, the weight of the ocean pushing against Arthur like a collapsing mountain. Arthur simply cracked his neck, unbothered. "Lucky? Nah." He raised his free hand, fingers curling. Ruler's authority activated. The pressure vanished instantly, like it had never been there. Ocean Master's eyes widened. Arthur vanished. Boom. In an instant, Arthur was above him, blade flashing down. Ocean Master barely blocked in time, but the sheer force sent him crashing into the seafloor, leaving a crater of broken stone and ancient coral. Arthur didn't let up. He darted forward, his Prometheum sword a silver blur in the abyss. Ocean Master, despite his pain, fought back with the grace of a war-hardened Atlantean. He twisted his trident, expertly maneuvering in the water, countering Arthur's strikes with precise parries. But it wasn't enough. Arthur was simply too fast and too strong. His combat style wasn't rigid like Ocean Master's. He mixed everything, swordplay, unarmed combat, Ruler's authority, and sheer brute force. Ocean Master lunged, aiming for Arthur's chest. Arthur ducked under the strike, grabbing Ocean Master's wrist mid-motion. A flick of his fingers. Crack. Ocean Master's wrist snapped. The warlord roared in pain, but Arthur wasn't done. He spun, using his momentum to slam his elbow into Ocean Master's jaw. The force was enough to send him spiraling backward, blood trailing in the water. Arthur exhaled sharply, his glowing eyes locked onto his opponent. "You're a bit tough, I'll give you that," he admitted. "But you should have figured it out by now." Ocean Master glared, still holding his shattered wrist. "Figured out what?" Arthur raised his sword, letting the abyssal glow of the ocean reflect off its sharp edge. "That you never stood a chance." He thrust his palm forward. Ruler's authority flared to life. Ocean Master suddenly couldn't move. His limbs locked in place as an invisible force seized his entire body. His eyes widened in horror as he felt himself being dragged forward straight towards Arthur. Arthur waited. Then, With one devastating swing, he bisected Ocean Master clean through the chest. The warlord didn't even have time to scream. His body split apart, blood and entrails dispersing into the dark ocean as his life ended in a single, brutal instant. Arthur exhaled. His sword hummed with an eerie glow as the remains of Ocean Master drifted lifelessly in the abyss. Then. System notification. Level 40 complete. You may proceed to the next level or exit the tower. He sheathed his sword and floated in the abyss, thinking. The first 10 floors were filled with unpredictable, borderline insane enemies, lunatics and freaks who moved without pattern. Assassins came next, testing his ability to react under constant ambushes and stealth attacks. Then came the Hawk people. Fighters who dominated the skies, forcing him to battle in midair, dealing with speed, aerial combat, and advanced weaponry. And now. The depths of the ocean. Atlanteans, pressure changes, water physics, stamina limitations. His eyes narrowed slightly. I get it now, he murmured. You're not just throwing enemies randomly at me for the sake of it, are you? He looked up, the abyss stretching infinitely above him. You're preparing me. The tower wasn't just giving him stronger opponents. It was forcing him to adapt. To fight in every possible environment, against every possible kind of enemy. It wasn't just about power. It was about mastery. Arthur's smirk slowly returned. Fine. I'll play your game. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist. Next floor. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 36, The Joker's Game. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The moment Arthur stepped in level 41, the air around him was hot and suffocating. The ground beneath him was an endless sea of shifting sand dunes, stretching far beyond what his eyes could see. The sky above had an eerie, dark orange hue, as if it were perpetually on the cusp of a storm, but the winds barely stirred the desert. It was a vast, desolate wasteland, the kind that could drive anyone insane with its emptiness, but Arthur remained grounded. He squinted into the distance, noticing faint ancient runes carved into the sand, barely visible unless you knew where to look. They seemed to pulse with a magical energy, faint yet undeniably present. The heat from the sand underfoot didn't faze him, the mana kept him shielded from the oppressive temperature. It didn't take long for him to realize the place felt familiar. He had seen this before, or at least something similar that he read about. As he walked deeper into the desert, the realization hit him. The runes weren't just scattered, they were forming a pattern, a series of sigils that reminded him of an ancient ritual, something tied to magic itself. The air seemed to shimmer, as if the fabric of reality was barely holding itself together in this place. A trial of magic. Arthur muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he took in his surroundings. Looks like I'm in for something bigger than just brute force here. The system notification came soon after, flashing with its usual prompt. System notification. Collect 6 permits with the symbol of the lightning bolt to unlock the gate to the boss room in level 50. Arthur let out a soft chuckle, running a hand through his hair. Right. A puzzle. Just what I needed. He looked around, then raised an eyebrow. Permits with lightning bolts. Sounds like someone, so the theme this time is all about magic, I wonder. His thoughts trailed off, the weight of the mysterious trials ahead settling over him. He took a seat on the warm sand, the ever-present heat still doing little to deter him. Let's see. Arthur muttered, summoning his soldiers from the shadows. His demon soldiers formed a circle around him, standing in eerie silence as he began to focus. He reached into his interface, the familiar status bar flashing before him. The numbers, the powers, the skills he had amassed, everything had brought him this far, but according to his speculation the fight at level 50 had about to be a whole new level, he needed to be prepared. Name, Arthur Blackwynd. Job, Necromancer. Title, Bane of the Unworthy, plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent. Level, 60-80. Fatigue, 30. HP, 6,600. MP, 8,150. Strength, 134-164. Health, 111-141. Agility, 85-135. Intelligence, 143-169. Sense, 76-100. Available ability points, 60-0. Passive skill. Tenacity, level 1. Job-specific skills. Shadow extraction. Shadow exchange. Monarch's domain, new, in battle, increases the strength of all active shadows by 50%. Skills. Bloodlust, level 2. Ruler's authority. Mutilation, new targets vital points and inflicts critical damage by slashing with weapons. Sword Rush, new launches a barrage of sword strikes from all directions at the target. Equipment. Omega Hardened Hide. Abyss Forged Necklace. Inventory. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets. Azarath Knight Armor Set. Great Sword of the Lowborn. Prometheum Sword. Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial, Epic. Tower of Fate Key. Key. Arthur's eyes lingered on his stats, his gaze sharpening as he noted the increase in his agility and sense. With the upcoming battle and what was clearly an increase in magical prowess, his speed would be more crucial than ever. If it's that person I'm going up against in level 50, I'm going to need to be extremely quick. He let out a slight grin. With a determined nod, he allocated his ability points into agility and sense, pushing his physical prowess and reflexes to the limit. He needed to be faster, smarter, and deadlier. These abilities should give me the edge. I can't afford to waste time on this level. No distractions. He pulled his sword out of its sheath, testing its weight, the Prometheum sword singing in the air. He felt the familiar surge of power from his equipment, his shadows around him ready and waiting. The system's been testing me. I can feel it. Magic, strength, strategy, everything's been building to something. I wonder what the hell it's preparing me for, but it doesn't matter. I'll deal with it. The world outside the tower had been normal. At least, relatively normal. It had been 4 days since Arthur entered the Tower of Fate, and while he was facing trials in an alternate dimension, chaos was slowly unfolding across the earth. In Gotham, Metropolis, and various other major cities, strange reports began flooding the airwaves. Jump City included. Gotham City late afternoon. In the Batcave, the dimly lit room hummed with the low whirring of computer monitors. Batman stood rigid in front of his terminal, his eyes locked onto the live feed of Jump City. The reports were troubling, but not yet catastrophic. People were acting weird. It's happening, Batman muttered, his voice grim. Alfred, ever composed, glanced up from his position, watching Batman scan the footage. Not like your usual chaos, Master Wayne. This is peculiar. Alfred's eyebrow arched as he observed the people on the screens, with one man, perhaps in his 30s, dancing down the street, his arms flailing like a rag doll, singing the theme song of an old children's show. It was bizarre. Then, on another screen, a group of people were suddenly fixated on a street lamp. Not in a serious way, no. They were obsessed, touching it, hugging it, admiring it as if it were some kind of precious relic. Batman was analyzing the situation. I know who's behind this. He clenched his fists, a grimace creeping across his usually stoic face. The Joker had struck again. At the Hall of Justice, the Justice League was already scrambling. Superman paced in front of the main console, rubbing his temples as he tried to process the reports coming in. We've got pockets of anarchy spreading like wildfire. The Joker's involved, I'm sure of it. But how? How could he do this? Wonder Woman, standing with her arms crossed, eyed the footage with a mixture of disbelief and frustration. What is this? People, acting like they've lost their minds. Green Lantern was already on edge. So you're telling me that some guy is out there, playing a game where people start randomly singing songs or obsessing over streetlights. And we can't even find him. He threw up his hands in exasperation. Batman's voice cut through the chatter, his tone grave but calculated. He stepped into the room, his cape billowing slightly behind him. You are correct, Clark, it's the Joker. He's releasing some kind of virus. It doesn't kill people, but it messes with their behavior, causes chaos, confusion. The people are acting erratic, irrational, almost like puppets in this game of his. He paused, looking out at the footage of Jump City. He's been targeting large cities, but I'm afraid this is only the beginning. Wonder Woman clenched her fist. We need to stop this, Bruce, people are going to get hurt, and Joker's nowhere to be found. We're dealing with one of his stupid games, but how long until it becomes more than just this? Batman stood at the center of the Hall of Justice, his arms crossed, his eyes locked onto the chaotic footage of Jump City. The Joker's virus had turned the city into a madhouse of unpredictable insanity, people breaking into spontaneous dance battles, others treating street signs like holy relics, and entire neighborhoods spiraling into bizarre, nonsensical conflicts. I think I know where Joker is. That got their attention. Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, and the others turned toward him, waiting. Batman's gaze was cold, calculating. Robin intercepted some data. The virus has been spreading chaotically, except in one location in Jump City. He brought up a map on the holographic display, highlighting a section where the virus should have spread but hadn't. There is one spot in Jump City that is weirdly untouched, it's controlled there. Contained. Green Lantern frowned. You're saying he's setting up camp there? Not unlikely, Batman corrected. This isn't just random chaos, there's a pattern. And we need to stop him before it evolves into something worse. Flash leaned back in his chair. All right, then we go in, take him down before this gets any crazier. No. Batman's voice was firm. I'll investigate alone. Superman stepped forward. Bruce. I'll work with Robin, Batman cut in. Maybe the Titans. But we can't send the full force of the League into Jump City without tipping Joker off. He thrives on escalation. If he knows we're onto him, he'll trigger something worse before we even get close. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 37, Lightning and Shadow. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Tower of Fate, level. Arthur stood before a massive stone door, his promethium sword resting against his shoulder as he gazed at the intricate lightning bolt symbol carved into the center. The structure itself resembled an ancient fortress, almost like a castle lost to time, its massive walls cracked and weathered. A storm brewed in the skies above, though not a single drop of rain fell, only the distant rumble of thunder and the occasional flicker of lightning illuminating the ominous gateway. He let out a slow breath, glancing at the permits in his hand, 6 metallic tablets, each inscribed with a different rune, but they all had the lightning bolt symbol. He had spent the last 9 floors searching for them, facing nothing but endless ruins, abandoned structures, and old relics of a civilization long past. Arthur rolled his shoulders. Gotta say, this was the least fun set of floors so far. Just scavenging through ancient ruins like a damn treasure hunter. At least the assassins and those winged bastards actually put up a fight. He turned his attention back to his shadow soldiers, standing silently behind him, Doom's towering form, Blade's ever-watchful stance, and the others waiting in the darkness. You all did good. Even if there wasn't much fighting, I'll give credit where it's due. As if responding to his words, the permits in his hand suddenly trembled. Arthur narrowed his glowing blue eyes, watching as they lifted into the air, each one rotating as ancient energy pulsed through them. Slowly, they drifted toward the massive stone door, embedding themselves in circular slots along the edges. The moment the last permit locked into place, the lightning bolt symbol erupted with golden energy, bright enough to make Arthur squint. The entire door trembled, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface before. Boom. The stone crumbled away, disintegrating into nothing as a path was revealed. Beyond it lay an entrance to something grand, something regal. Arthur exhaled through his nose. That's my cue to enter. He stepped forward, his boots echoing against the polished black marble floors as he entered. The interior was nothing like the ruins he had explored before in these levels, this one felt alive. Grand, towering columns lined the vast hall, adorned with golden carvings of gods and warriors. The place radiated ancient power, and the very walls seemed to hum with magic. Massive banners hung from above, tattered yet still proud, displaying the sigil of Kondak which Arthur recognized. Arthur's eyes scanned the chamber, taking in the unmistakable architecture, the engravings on the walls, the aura of magic. A slow smirk crept onto his face. Yep. It's confirmed. His footsteps carried him deeper into the throne room, the massive doors leading inside were already open, almost as if expecting him. Inside, the hall stretched into a grand chamber, its high ceiling illuminated by crackling lightning suspended in the air like a storm frozen in time. And at the very end, atop a flight of ancient stone steps, there sat a throne. It wasn't anything special like a king's throne meant to show wealth, no, this was a throne meant for a ruler who took his place through strength alone. And Arthur knew exactly who it belonged to. Seated upon it was a man. In a black and gold uniform, the figure sat in complete stillness, his muscular frame resembling that of a warrior. A regal yet oppressive presence radiated from him, and though he had yet to speak, the sheer authority in the air was suffocating. His piercing eyes, glowing faintly with lightning energy, slowly opened, settling directly on Arthur. Arthur exhaled, gripping his sword tighter as his smirk widened. It's Black Adam, all right, he muttered, before tilting his head slightly. Or should I say, Taith Adam. The name echoed through the throne room like a challenge, and for the first time since entering, Arthur felt a shift in the air, something dangerous. The ruler of Kondak had acknowledged him. A low hum vibrated through the air as Taith Adam slowly rose from his throne. Every movement, from the tightening of his fists to the way his cloak shifted, carried an undeniable weight. This was no ordinary foe. This was a true warrior, a warrior who had lived for centuries, who had conquered, ruled, and destroyed without hesitation. His glowing eyes burned with something deeper than rage. Arthur watched as Adam straightened to his full height, his godlike physique exuding power. The moment his feet touched the marble floor, cracks splintered outward from the sheer pressure of his presence. Without a word, Adam took a single step forward. And then vanished. Arthur's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. Fast. Before he could react, a black and gold blur was already upon him, and then... boom. Arthur barely managed to twist his body as a fist came crashing toward his chest. Even while dodging, the sheer force sent a shockwave through the room, shattering the marble floor beneath them. Arthur skid backward, his boots carving trenches into the ground as he steadied himself. Very fast, he muttered, his glowing blue eyes sharpening. Good. Raising a hand, he snapped his fingers. From the shadows of the throne room, dozens of creatures emerged, dark, monstrous figures with glowing eyes. They slithered, crawled around the chamber, surrounding Adam like a pack of wolves. Scatter, Arthur commanded. Like whispers in the dark, the shadows melted into the room, disappearing into the cracks, the walls, the very air itself. They would strike when needed, but for now, Arthur wanted this fight alone. No blade. No doom. Just him. Adam raised a brow, glancing at the disappearing shadows before his gaze returned to Arthur. You rely on trickery, he said, his deep voice like rolling thunder. Will you fight from the shadows like a coward? Arthur chuckled, rolling his shoulders. Nah. I just have a lot of options, and I like using them. And then, lightning struck. Adam raised a hand, summoning the storm itself. Bolts of golden energy rained down upon Arthur, turning the throne room into a battlefield of crackling electricity. Arthur's eyes gleamed. He extended his hand. Ruler's authority. The lightning stopped midair. It twisted, warped, and then, with a flick of Arthur's fingers, redirected. The very bolts Adam had summoned curved back toward him, striking with the force of a divine weapon. But Adam did not flinch. He simply floated over it, the electricity hitting the wall behind him before dispersing into nothing. Adam moved again faster this time, his form blurring as he closed the distance. Arthur barely managed to raise his promethium sword before Adam's fist crashed against it. The impact sent a shockwave through the entire throne room, sending pillars crumbling and debris flying in all directions. Arthur twisted his blade, using Adam's own momentum to pivot, his footwork swift, fluid, as he drove a knee toward Adam's ribs. But Adam caught his leg midair and, with a flick of his wrist, and threw him across the throne room. Arthur crashed into a pillar, shattering it into dust before flipping midair and landing on one knee. His grin hadn't faded. Damn, all right. You hit like a truck, this is the fight I was looking for. Adam's response. A single word. Shazam. A bolt of divine lightning crashed down upon him, engulfing his form in golden energy. For a brief moment, he was nothing but a silhouette in the storm, before he re-emerged even faster than before. Arthur braced himself, gripping his sword tightly. Maybe I really should go all out, he muttered, eyes glowing even brighter. Let's see if you can keep up. And then Adam vanished again. Arthur had barely a fraction of a second to react before a fist came crashing towards his face. He twisted his body at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the strike, but... boom. The sheer force of Adam's punch detonated the air behind him, sending debris flying in every direction. Arthur barely managed to raise his arms before a second punch came, this time aimed at his ribs. He blocked, only for his entire body to be sent skidding across the floor, his boots grinding against the cracked marble. Adam didn't let up. He was already on him again, throwing a brutal sequence of attacks, punches, kicks, elbows, every move precise, overwhelming, and unrelenting. But Arthur wasn't some sluggish brute. He moved fluidly, dodging a lightning-fast uppercut, twisting his body to evade a knee strike, parrying a punch with his forearm. Fist met fist. Kick met kick. A demigod met a monarch. Arthur ducked under a swing, driving his knee into Adam's side, making the ancient warrior grunt. But Adam retaliated instantly, grabbing Arthur's leg and hurling him through a nearby pillar. Arthur twisted midair, planting his feet on the shattered remains before launching himself back at Adam, his greatsword appeared in his hand, flashing in his grip. Clang. Adam caught the greatsword with his bare hands, lightning crackling from his fingertips. Your tricks mean nothing, boy, Adam snarled, pushing forward. Arthur grinned through the struggle. I dunno, but you haven't seen all of them yet. With a surge of ruler's authority, he forced Adam's own grip to loosen, just enough for him to wrench the sword free. Arthur twisted, slashing upward, sending a shockwave of force through the throne room. Adam barely dodged, but Arthur was already moving. He kicked off the ground, flipping over Adam's head, landing behind him with a roll, and this time, he didn't waste a second. He equipped his Doomsday's bone gauntlets. His fist shot forward, driven by every ounce of his monstrous strength. Crack! The impact was thunderous. The shockwave rippled through the air as Arthur's punch connected squarely with Adam's jaw, sending the ancient champion soaring across the throne room like a cannonball. Adam's body smashed through a marble pillar, then another until he finally collided with the throne itself, shattering the stone seat into rubble. Dust and debris rained down as Adam lay amidst the wreckage, a deep groove in the floor marking his brutal trajectory. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders as his knuckles tingled from the sheer force of the blow. Then, a grin stretched across his face, his eyes gleaming with amusement. I'm enjoying this, don't disappoint me, Adam. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 38, Lightning and Shadow. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Lightning struck. Adam spun, hurling a bolt of divine energy at point-blank range. Arthur barely managed to weave around it, the heat singing his cheek as it exploded against the wall behind him. But before he could recover, another bolt. Then another. And another. Arthur dodged left, right, ducked, slid beneath one, flipping over another, his agility being pushed to its absolute limit as Adam continued his relentless storm. Arthur muttered to himself, I knew this would happen, I came here more than prepared for your strikes. But then, Adam's hands sparked with golden energy. He pulled his hands apart, forming a crackling sphere of condensed lightning, the air itself vibrating from its sheer power. This ends now, Adam declared. And then he hurled it, a massive, devastating surge of power heading straight for Arthur. Arthur smirked. Shadow exchange. In an instant, he disappeared, just as the lightning obliterated where he once stood. But instead of him, one of his shadow demons took the full brunt of the attack, vanishing into smoke and mist. And before Adam could even process it, Arthur reappeared behind him. Sword rush. His blade exploded into motion, launching a barrage of lightning-fast slashes from all directions. Adam barely managed to react, his arms coming up as he blocked strike after strike. Clang. 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 But Arthur wasn't stopping. Sword rush. Sword rush. Sword rush. Each strike came from a different angle, relentless, overwhelming, unstoppable, until finally, Arthur's last swing broke through, slicing across Adam's chest. A thin line of blood formed. Adam's golden eyes flickered down to the cut, his fingers brushing over the searing pain for just a moment. Then, slowly, deliberately, he lifted his gaze to Arthur. You dare spill the blood of Teth, Adam. His voice was thunder, carrying with it the weight of centuries of power. Lightning crackled wildly around his form, his fury manifesting in raw power. You will learn what it means to wound a king. Before Arthur could react, Adam lunged. A brutal hand clamped around Arthur's throat, fingers tightening like an unbreakable vice. Then, they were airborne. The world blurred as Adam soared skyward at a speed that shattered the very air around them. The heavens roared with his fury, the desert below shrinking to a mere speck. Then, lightning surged, a devastating bolt forming in the storm above, ready to incinerate Arthur in Adam's grasp. But just as it struck, Arthur vanished. A shadow demon took his place. The bolt of divine lightning obliterated the shadow demon that he was holding, scorching the very air itself around him. Adam's eyes widened, scanning below. And there, standing miles beneath him on the ruined throne room floor, was Arthur, waving sarcastically. Did you really think I'd let you fry me that easily? Arthur called out, smirking. Adam's lips curled in a snarl, his rage exploding as he descended like a meteor, electricity dancing violently around his form. Arthur's eyes glowed, and as Adam closed the distance, he simply muttered. Now is the time. Doom emerged. The monstrous shadow burst from the darkness, its massive frame colliding with Adam in midair. The force of impact was cataclysmic, sending out shockwaves that cracked the ground and shattered nearby pillars. Doom's gargantuan arms wrapped around Adam, crushing him in a bone-snapping embrace, its fists hammering down with unstoppable force. Adam roared, his body erupting with lightning, striking at the beast, but Doom did not yield. Arthur joined the assault. He charged, his doomsday bone gauntlets gleaming as he struck like a force of nature. Adam swung a devastating punch, Arthur blocked it effortlessly, his armor absorbing the impact, dispersing the energy harmlessly. Then, Arthur countered. A knee slammed into Adam's ribs, followed by a brutal elbow to the head, then a spinning backhanded strike, sending Adam staggering. Arthur grinned. What's wrong, old man? This isn't the same mighty Black Adam, is it? Adam's eyes flashed with unrelenting fury. He raised his hands, lightning forming, crackling with divine power. But before he could unleash it, Doom's massive fist crashed into his stomach, sending him hurtling back like a rag doll. Arthur laughed. Oh, this is fun. Adam struggled to rise, fury burning in his gaze, but Arthur was already moving. He dove forward, fist cocked back, his gauntlets radiating power. Let's see how much of a god you really are. The sky cracked with thunder, and the battle raged on. Arthur, Doom, and Blade fought as a unit, relentless and overwhelming. Doom was a walking calamity, his sheer size and brute strength forcing Adam into constant motion, his monstrous fists sending tremors through the throne room with every missed swing. Blade was precision, unleashing a barrage of deadly shadow bullets, each one laced with dark energy, forcing Adam to react on multiple fronts. And Arthur? Arthur was the executioner. Every clash of their blows shattered the air. Lightning and shadow danced in a chaotic storm of power. Fist met fist, sword clashed against divine strikes, pure skill against raw might. Adam blurred forward, lightning wrapping his entire form, a human storm of power. He smashed into Doom, sending the beast staggering back, before pivoting midair, his eyes locking onto Arthur. Boom. Adam's fist came rocketing forward, aiming to cave in Arthur's skull. But Arthur tilted his head at the last second, the punch brushed past his cheek by a fraction of an inch. Too slow. Arthur's knee drove into Adam's stomach, forcing the air from his lungs. Before Adam could counter, Blade fired a shadow bullet, striking him in the side of his face. It didn't pierce his skin, but it was enough to make him flinch. And that moment was all Arthur needed. He spun, slashing across Adam's chest with his Prometheum sword, sparks flying as it tore through enchanted skin. Adam staggered, but his fury was unrelenting. Enough. Adam roared, his voice shaking the throne room itself. His eyes burned with ancient wrath, and he slammed both hands together. The room erupted in a pillar of lightning. Blade was sent flying, leaving Arthur alone in the center of the storm. Adam appeared before him, a blur of divine speed, fist cocked back. Arthur caught the punch. The impact shattered the floor beneath them, sending cracks ripping through the throne room. The two locked eyes, power colliding, unstoppable force against unyielding will. Arthur smirked. That all you got? You are getting tired and slow. Adam's glare hardened. You mock me, but you are a child playing with power beyond your understanding. Arthur tightened his grip around Adam's fist. Maybe. But I'm still winning. He yanked Adam forward. And drove his forehead straight into Adam's nose. Crack. Blood splattered as Adam recoiled, dazed for half a second too long. Arthur vanished. Shadow exchange. Swapping with one of the ever-moving shadow demons around them. He reappeared directly above Adam, midair, sword already in motion. Adam barely reacted in time, raising his arms in an X to block, but Arthur had no intention of cutting him. Instead, he twisted midair, dropped his sword, and drove a monstrous kick into Adam's exposed gut. Adam rocketed back, crashing through his own destroyed throne. Adam coughed, rising to a knee, his body sparking with unstable lightning. He spat blood onto the shattered floor, his glare never wavering. Arthur landed, picking up his sword. He exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders. You're tough, tougher than I thought you would be. Adam, breathing heavily, wiped the blood from his lips. And you are not as weak as I thought. Arthur tilted his head. Oh. Almost sounds like respect. Adam's eyes burned with fatigue, do not mistake acknowledgement for pleading mercy. Arthur simply smirked. Then. He vanished. Adam barely had time to process it before locking eyes with the monster that appeared before him, blue eyes glowing thick with bloodlust. The Prometheum sword drove through his chest. Arthur didn't hold back. It was a stab with monstrous force, brutal, lightning fast, and absolute. His sword pierced through Adam's heart, the weight of the blow driving the once mighty warrior to his knees. Adam's breath hitched. His fingers trembled, trying to grip the blade that had impaled him. Lightning crackled weakly around his body, flickering like a dying flame. Arthur leaned down, his face inches from Adam's. Admirable fight. Adam coughed, blood dripping from his lips, but his glare remained defiant. This will not be the end of me. Arthur nodded. I know. I would love to fight you in the outside world, Arthur muttered to himself. He twisted the blade. Adam's body jerked, and then collapsed. Ding. Level 50 cleared. You may proceed to the next floor or exit the tower. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. New items acquired. Arthur glanced at the two glowing artifacts materializing before him. Amulet of Shazam's Wrath. Forged in the heart of Kondak, this amulet once channeled the fury of the gods through Black Adam. Plus 50% lightning damage. Plus 30% resistance to magic attacks. Plus 20 strength. Arthur lifted the amulet, feeling residual power thrumming within it, the very essence of divine wrath. Damn, this is serious. He could already think of a few opponents that could have a hard time against him now. Then his gaze moved to the second item. Shattered Bolt. A fragment of the divine lightning that once empowered a champion of the gods. Though broken, it still crackles with untamed energy, waiting for a master to reshape its power. Looks like I've got another piece to play with. I wonder what I can craft with this. Arthur sighed, looking down at Adam's fading corpse. His fingers twitched at the thought, but he already knew the answer. TCH. Shame I can't extract the shadows of the foes here. Even a shadow of Black Adam would have been a monstrous addition to his army. But the tower played by its own rules. It allowed him to grow, to sharpen himself, but it never let him extract the shadows of the fallen enemies. He exhaled and turned toward the massive, looming gateway ahead. The way forward. The next level. The system's choice hovered before him. Proceed to the next floor or exit the tower. Arthur took one last glance at Adam's fallen form before shaking his head. I see no reason not to, he muttered, stepping toward the next trial. Next low. His body froze. Arthur's eyes snapped open, glowing with a deep, ominous light. His breath hitched as a pulse of energy surged through him, an echo calling out from the other side of reality. It was faint, but undeniable. A signal. A warning. The shadow soldier he left back home had activated their link. Something was wrong. Arthur's expression hardened in an instant. Without hesitation, he moved. His body blurred into a swirl of darkness as he issued the silent command. Exit the tower. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 39, House of Madness. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur stepped into his house, his boots pressing against the wooden floor with a quiet creak. The familiar scent of home lingered in the air, but something was off. His blue eyes scanned the scene before him. Bodies sprawled across the room, some slumped over furniture, others piled on top of one another like discarded dolls. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. What the hell? The men didn't look like the usual burglars. No ski masks, no black gloves, not even a crowbar in sight. Just regular people. Their clothes were casual. But their faces, some of them had that grin. That wide, unnatural smile. The kind that made his stomach churn. Arthur's shadow stretched unnaturally beneath him, and from it rose a kneeling figure. His shadow demons, their glowing eyes fixated on him, waiting for orders. The shadow I exchanged with did this to them, but this is just disturbing. Arthur asked, motioning toward the unconscious weird-looking faces. Arthur's voice was steady, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. Patrol the area. The whole neighborhood. If you find anyone like this, he gestured toward the unconscious intruders, his eyes flickering with something sharp, contain them. No killing. I want answers first. The shadow demons didn't need to be told twice. It vanished into the darkness, dispersing like mist. Arthur clenched his fists. His thoughts were interrupted by a sound of uneven breathing. Arthur followed the noise, stepping over the unconscious bodies without another word. He walked with purpose, boots clicking against the wooden floor, his senses sharp. As he reached the door, he could hear the sound of breathing, soft and erratic. He pushed it open. His mother was huddled in the corner, clutching a fire poker with shaking hands. The second she saw him, her breath hitched. Arthur, she whispered, her voice cracking. Before he could say anything, she rushed him. She wrapped her arms around him, squeezing so tightly that for a second, he almost lost balance. He felt her shaking, her breath uneven against his shoulder. Thank God, she choked out. Thank God you're okay. Arthur, after a moment of surprise, slowly returned the embrace. Yeah, Mom. I'm home. She pulled back just enough to cup his face, scanning him as if trying to make sure he was real. I didn't know if, Arthur, people went crazy. They just came in. Laughing, breaking things I had to hide. And then something killed them, all, something. Her eyes flicked over his shoulder. Arthur barely had time to register his mother's panicked grip on his arms before he heard it, the distinct, guttural growl of one of his shadow demons behind him. His gut told him exactly what that meant. Oh shit. Already. Arthur turned around, and sure enough, there it was, one of his shadow demons that he just sent away, looming in the doorway, its glowing eyes locked onto him. And in its claws, a man. Writhing. Suspended in midair like a freshly caught fish. The guy was flailing, eyes bulging, his mouth twisted into an unnervingly wide grin. He was laughing, but it wasn't normal laughter. It was a high-pitched, gasping cackle, the kind that scraped against the walls and made your skin crawl. His mother screamed, "It's that thing," she blurted out. It killed them. Oh my God, Arthur, it. Arthur ran a hand down his face, already feeling the headache forming. Mom, Arthur interrupted, his voice steady. Calm down, they are not even dead. Calm down. Calm down. Arthur, that thing. Arthur turned to the shadow soldier and, with a simple motion of his hand, the shadow demon obeyed instantly, releasing its grip. It lowered its head and silently melted into the darkness at the corner of the room, fading back into his own shadows like it had never been there at all. His mother stared. Mouth slightly open. Eyes wide. The man dropped like a sack of potatoes onto the floor, landing on his back, but he didn't stop laughing. Even curled up, coughing from the impact, he still wheezed out chuckles, his lips twisted into that grotesque grin. Arthur and his mother just stared at him. The dude just lay there, laughing. Arthur sighed, rubbing his jaw as he stared at the man still laughing on the floor. All right. Enough of that. Lifting a hand, he called upon ruler's authority. An unseen force wrapped around the man's body, lifting him effortlessly into the air. His limbs dangled like a marionette with its strings cut, but that grin never faded. His eyes were wide, empty in a way that made Arthur's skin crawl, but he just kept laughing, breathless and manic. Arthur's voice was cold. Who sent you? Are you under someone's influence, poisoned? No answer. Just more wheezing, cackling, shaking. His fingers twitched, tightening his unseen grip. Do you even understand what I'm saying? Still nothing. Arthur exhaled through his nose, patience thinning. Fine. Be useless, then, it was worth a try. Without hesitation, he pulled the man toward him and drove his elbow straight into his gut. The laughter stopped instantly. The guy's eyes bulged, his body jerking as all the air left his lungs at once. A strangled croak escaped his throat before his head lolled forward, completely unconscious. Arthur let him go, letting his body drop to the floor like a discarded puppet. Silence. Arthur sighed and crossed his arms and turned towards his mother. Okay, look, I know how this looks. You know how this looks. His mother threw her hands in the air. Arthur, there are unconscious people in our house, a demon that apparently listens to you just dragged another lunatic here. What part of this is normal? Arthur exhaled slowly, forcing himself to stay calm. Mom, I'll explain everything in time. But first, tell me what the hell is going on. The room was quiet, aside from the occasional distant sound of sirens echoing through the city. His mother had told him everything, the sudden chaos, the people acting erratically, the growing sense of dread spreading through Jump City. It wasn't just crime, it was something worse. Something unnatural. Arthur sat back in his chair, arms crossed as he processed it all. I see, he muttered, eyes sharp. So it's a toxin of some sort affecting people. I already have in mind a few suspects who could pull off something on this scale. His mother, sitting across from him, suddenly reached out and grabbed his hands, squeezing them tightly. There was an urgency in her grip, a fear laced into every word as she whispered, these suspects, it's those supervillains, isn't it? Arthur didn't answer immediately. He could see the way her fingers trembled, the way she held his hands as if she were afraid he'd slip away. She already knows the answer. Her voice was smaller now, but still steady. So you have powers like them. Arthur's lips curled into a small, humorless smile. Yeah, but I have greater powers than the freaks you detest. His mother inhaled sharply, her eyes flickering with something he couldn't quite place. She hesitated, lips parting as if she wanted to say something, anything, before closing them again. Arthur watched her carefully, waiting. Nothing. He exhaled through his nose and stood up, gently pulling his hands away from hers. What about my BR? He stopped himself. What about my brother? She blinked, as if just remembering. He's at his company, locked in, can't leave because of. She didn't need to finish. Arthur already understood. The city was spiraling, and anyone with power or influence would be holed up, trying to avoid the madness. All right. Arthur rolled his shoulders, his mind already working. I'll know what to do. If they're here, whoever did this, I know I can find them. His mother's face twisted in concern. You can't possibly think to go out in tea. I will. He didn't raise his voice, but the weight behind his words was absolute. Final. She stared at him, searching his face for any sign of hesitation. She found none. Arthur exhaled, his eyes glowing with a faint, eerie radiance as he pushed himself up from the chair. Time to move. With a flick of his wrist, shadows twisted and coiled at his side, forming into a familiar shaped blade. The shadow materialized in silence, his glowing eyes locked forward, waiting for a command. Stay here. Guard this place. Kill if you have to. Blade nodded, stepping forward until he stood beside Arthur's mother. She tensed immediately, her body going rigid at the presence of the towering shadow warrior now stationed at her side. Arthur barely spared her reaction a glance. His mind was already elsewhere. What the hell are the League and the Titans doing, letting things spiral like this, he muttered under his breath. His jaw tightened as his fingers curled into fists. Incompetent fools. Then. Hello, Arthur. Arthur's head tilted slightly, his glowing eyes narrowing. A slow grin spread across his face. Speak of the devil. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 40, A Promise of Death. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur exhaled through his nose, his irritation spiking the moment he felt the familiar shift in the air, dark energy, the faint scent of incense and something almost otherworldly. His eye twitched. Do you ever knock? He said flatly, turning to face the new arrival. Raven stood in his living room, arms crossed, her hood slightly lowered. Her expression was neutral, but he could see it, the faintest glint of amusement in her violet eyes. Well, this time, there's a situation, she replied, ignoring his tone. And I know you're going to involve yourself again. Arthur scoffed. Of course I will. You guys are incompetent at your jobs. Raven sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. That's a bit harsh to say. She opened her mouth to continue, but I'm not going to work with you guys, Arthur cut her off, his voice firm, leaving no room for argument. She sighed again, this time in resignation. I know. I wasn't here to convince you. I'm only warning you that Batman is in town. He's looking into this mess with Robin and Green Lantern. Arthur raised an eyebrow. And you're telling me this because? Raven tilted her head slightly. Maybe because Batman is the type of person that would probably try to. Arthur cut her off again, his glowing eyes narrowing, his voice dropping an octave. Do you really think Batman can actually harm me? A low chuckle escaped him, dark and full of amusement. He can't. His lips curled into a smirk. I'll find whoever did this, and he'll pay for it. Simply because I was in the middle of something, and they interrupted me. Raven didn't say anything for a moment, just observing him. Then she asked something that was on her mind for a long time now, do you have a way to avoid being tracked? Arthur narrowed his eyes but didn't answer. He simply turned around. That's when Raven stiffened because she felt it before she saw it. The presence in the room. Arthur's mother had been standing there the entire time. Watching. Listening. The silence was painfully awkward. Raven blinked. Shit. Mrs. Blackwynd folded her arms, raising an eyebrow. Another girl, huh? Raven's eyes widened slightly. Wait, another girl. Arthur ran a hand down his face. Nothing you need to worry about. His mother glanced between them, clearly making assumptions. Then she narrowed her eyes at Raven, realization clicking. I know who you are. You're one of those titans. Raven, slightly flustered but trying to maintain composure, quickly gave a small, respectful bow. Sorry for being here without permission, Miss Blackwynd. Mrs. Blackwynd just gave her a long, unreadable look before sighing and rubbing her temples. I don't even know what to say anymore. Arthur smirked at Raven. Maybe try calling instead of teleporting here every chance you get, Raven. Raven said, half embarrassed. I will. Also, what's this about another girl? Arthur walked towards the door, his hand resting on the handle. He didn't turn around as he spoke, his voice low and unwavering. I know you probably know more than you just shared, he said, his glowing eyes reflecting faintly in the dim light. So either you be helpful, or I'll do it my way. It's not a problem for me. Raven stayed silent at first, watching him, her gaze unreadable. She didn't flinch under the weight of his words, but he could tell she was thinking, calculating. Arthur pulled open the door. All right, she finally said. He stopped mid-step. I'll help, she added. Just this once. Arthur turned his head slightly, smirking. Oh. And what changed your mind? Raven crossed her arms. Batman insisted that he'll only work with Robin on this. Since we're dealing with the Joker. Arthur let the words sink in for a moment before he scoffed. Joker alone did this. His voice dripped with disbelief. Able to spread a toxin to multiple cities. Bullshit. His smirk disappeared, replaced by a sharp, calculating expression. I had a few suspects in mind, he was among them. But someone else is involved, I'm sure. He shook his head. Batman isn't stupid. If he insisted on working alone with Robin, it's because he doesn't want you to know about certain things. Raven frowned slightly. What are you saying? I'm saying that your dear employer is keeping you in the dark, Arthur replied coolly. That should tell you something. Raven's gaze flickered, her mind working through the implications. Then she exhaled sharply and lifted her hands. Azarath, Metrian, Zinthos. A swirling portal of dark energy tore open before them, crackling with violet light. Beyond it, Arthur could see the towering silhouette of a building against the night sky, Jump City's broadcasting tower. Raven lowered her hands. That's where Batman and Robin went. Green Lantern followed them. Arthur narrowed his eyes at the sight. I'm not walking into a trap, am I, Raven? She met his gaze, her voice steady. No. Arthur stared at her for a long moment, searching for any sign of hesitation. Then, without another word, he simply said, "All right." And he jumped through. As soon as Arthur disappeared into the portal, Raven let out a small sigh, rubbing her temple. She turned around, only to find Arthur's mother staring at her with an expression caught between confusion and mild amusement, Blade Arthur's trusty shadow soldier next to her standing at the ready, staring at Raven. Raven cleared her throat, straightened her posture, and gave a small, awkward bow. Sorry for intruding. Again. Mrs. Blackwynd arched an eyebrow, crossing her arms. MHM. Raven held the bow for a second too long before awkwardly straightening. Then, without another word, she summoned another portal and quickly stepped through, vanishing in a swirl of dark energy. Jump City's broadcasting tower. The air was thick with an unnatural mist, a sickly green haze that clung to the ground like a living thing. It coiled through the empty streets, creeping along abandoned cars and curling around shattered streetlights. Arthur stood at the base of Jump City's broadcasting tower, his eyes glowing faintly as he observed the eerie silence. No people. No bodies. He muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes. Just this damn mist. A faint ding echoed in his mind. Warning, a harmful substance has been detected in your bloodstream. Arthur tilted his head slightly, half expecting something. And before he could dwell on it, another notification followed immediately after. Longevity, immune to all diseases, poisons, and any abilities that can be harmful to your status. Foreign substance, neutralized. Arthur's lips curled into a small smirk. As I expected. With a flick of his wrist, the shadows beneath him rippled, and his shadow demons emerged, twisted, hulking forms with eyes that burned like dying embers. They knelt before him, awaiting his command. Arthur's voice was firm, authoritative. Enter the tower. Keep to the shadows. Look for anything remotely suspicious. If you happen to see anyone, do not engage. The demons let out a silent acknowledgement before melting back into the darkness, their forms slipping away into the mist like phantoms. Arthur took a deep breath, cracking his neck, his grip tightened around the hilt of his promethium sword, its steel humming with an ominous energy. His eyes burned with an eerie glow. His voice was low, dark, filled with an unshakable promise of violence. I really want to find that clown here. I'll do this world one big favor once and for all. Arthur walked into the building. The weight behind those words was enough to make the very shadows tremble. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 41, Confrontation. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur moved through the abandoned floor-level halls of the Jump City broadcasting tower, his eyes sharp, scanning every detail, every shadow. The place was eerily silent, the only sound being the faint hum of electricity running through the building's neglected systems. His grip on his promethium sword never wavered as he stepped carefully, each movement deliberate. Empty. That's expected, considering the circumstances. Arthur closed his eyes, expanding his awareness. His senses stretched outward, searching, feeling, listening. Then, amidst the quiet, something stood out. A faint, unnatural breeze. It wasn't coming from any window, nor from any broken wall. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but he could feel it, like a gentle exhale through a hidden passage. His eyes snapped open, glowing brilliantly. Underground. Arthur clenched his fist, feeling raw power surge through his body. He pulled his arm back, muscles coiling like a loaded spring, and then boom. His punch obliterated the floor beneath him. Concrete and steel exploded outward, sending debris flying in all directions. The force sent a shockwave through the building, and before the dust could settle, Arthur dropped down into the depths below. Arthur landed in a crouch, boots crunching against damp soil. He straightened, scanning the area, his glowing gaze cutting through the dimly lit underground chamber. Massive, twisting vines curled along the walls and ceiling, their surfaces pulsing faintly as if alive. The air was thick with a damp, earthy scent, mixed with something more artificial, chemicals, metal, machinery. Arthur's expression darkened. These are, rather familiar. Thorn vines, unnatural growth, an overbearing floral scent. Could be the work of that woman. Poison ivy. It wouldn't be surprising if she was working with Joker on this. If this whole thing managed to cover multiple cities, then he was about to see exactly what they were planning. Arthur walked forward, weaving through the tangled underground jungle until he emerged into a massive, open space. For a brief second, even he was caught off guard. Towering glass cylinders lined the walls, filled with bubbling green liquid. Inside them, human figures floated, unmoving, unconscious. Some had restraints, others had wires drilled into their bodies, feeding something into them. Machines hissed and whirred, their mechanical limbs tending to the overgrowth of vines that slithered across metal surfaces like they belonged. In the center of it all, a colossal biomechanical structure pulsed like a beating heart, a fusion of twisted nature and advanced technology. Tubes of unknown fluid ran from the ceiling down into its roots, feeding whatever sick project was being cultivated here. Sick bastards, Arthur muttered to himself. And beneath it all, scattered on the ground, were dozens of unconscious bodies, each wearing a clown mask. Arthur knelt beside one, flipping them over. Their face was bruised and battered, nose broken, lips split. It wasn't the toxin that had put them down, it was a pair of human fists. Arthur smirked. Batman. Arthur narrowed his glowing eyes, scanning the massive contraption before him. The machine whirred and pulsed, tubes filled with some sickly green liquid running along its surface like veins. A faint hum of power vibrated through the underground chamber, it was still operational. He crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly. If Batman's already been here, then why the hell is this thing still running? Scratching the back of his head, he exhaled sharply, debating his next move. He wasn't exactly the think-before-you-break type, but something about this situation made him hesitate. Destroying it felt like the right call, but was it? It didn't take long for Arthur to notice the strange, pulsing veins of green wove through the metal, organic yet mechanical, feeding the toxin through unseen hidden tunnels around him in this place. He ran a hand over one of the vines, feeling its unnatural warmth. So that's why the bat didn't destroy it. This isn't the only one, so he clearly went ahead and checked the other places here, he muttered, rubbing his chin. His fingers itched to just tear the thing apart, but if this was part of a bigger system, blindly wrecking it could make things worse. Then, footsteps. Arthur didn't turn immediately. He sensed them first. The measured, near-silent stride of the world's greatest detective. The lighter, confident steps of his protégé. The hovering presence just behind them, a faint hum of energy. His lip curled as he finally glanced over his shoulder. There they were. Batman. Robin. Green Lantern, just like Raven said. Batman stood at the entrance, his cape draped like a shadow. Robin, a smirk tugging at his lips, casually flipped a batarang in his hand, watching Arthur like a cat watches a cornered mouse. Green Lantern Hal Jordan floated just behind them, his emerald aura casting an eerie glow against the metallic walls. Batman's voice was calm, cold. I was hoping you wouldn't get involved here, Blackwynd. Robin took a cautious step forward. Arthur. Arthur's glowing eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at them, then smirked. Robin. We meet again. Green Lantern, arms still crossed, glanced down at the motionless clown-masked thugs sprawled across the ground. He nudged one with his boot, confirming they were still out cold. He gave an approving nod. Good. They're still down. We got everything under control now. Arthur's smirk faded. His jaw tensed as his gaze swept over the toxin-filled tubes still pulsing, the faint mechanical hum still present. Slowly, he turned back to Hal, his expression unreadable. Under control. He let out a humorless chuckle, stepping past them and motioning toward the chaos above. Look around you. Look at the city. His voice grew sharper, frustration lacing every word. You guys are terrible at your jobs. Hal frowned, clearly not appreciating the jab. Listen, Shadow Boy, we. Arthur ignored him and locked eyes with Batman. His glowing gaze burned with intensity. And you. Arthur took a step closer, his voice lowering but filled with challenge. Get involved. The hell are you talking about? This is my damn city too. Batman's voice came low, calm, but edged with authority. This is a dangerous place. The person behind it is unpredictable, unstable. This isn't something you should interfere with, leave it to the Justice League. Arthur scoffed, shaking his head. Right. Because you guys are doing such a great job handling it. He gestured around the underground lab filled with unconscious clown-masked thugs and writhing vines. I already know it's the Joker. I also know this, he motioned toward the plants entangled with machinery, is Poison Ivy's handiwork. Batman's eyes didn't waver. Arthur took a step forward, voice cool but laced with accusation. But this technology. Joker's not the mastermind behind this kind of setup. He's theatrical, unpredictable, but he doesn't have the mind for this. He tapped his temple. No, this is someone else's work. Someone who actually knows how to weaponize fear on a mass scale. Arthur's gaze darkened as the realization clicked. Scarecrow. Silence stretched between them for a moment. Batman's expression remained unreadable beneath the cowl, but the slightest shift in his stance betrayed something, perhaps approval. Impressive. His voice was quiet but firm. Not only did you find this place, but you put that much together. He turned away, striding toward the massive toxin-infused machine, gloved fingers already moving to deactivate it. Step back. I'll turn this thing off. Arthur didn't move. Instead, his voice came out sharp, demanding. While it is their work, I don't think all of Gotham's maniacs are here. Where is the Joker? Batman stopped. He said nothing. Arthur's eyes narrowed, glowing faintly in the dim underground light. Batman's silence told him everything he needed to know. Something wasn't right. And Arthur was done being kept in the dark. Arthur's glowing eyes stayed locked on Batman, his voice slow and deliberate. He's still here, isn't he, somewhere in this building? Batman didn't answer. He didn't even acknowledge the question. Instead, he turned slightly, speaking over his shoulder. Lantern, scan the area. Make sure we didn't miss anything before we shut this down. This is the source. If we take it out, the city starts to recover. Hal Jordan, who had been watching the exchange with his arms crossed, exhaled and lifted his ring. A wave of emerald light pulsed outward, sweeping across the room like an X-ray. The ring hummed as it processed the data, and then Hal frowned slightly before nodding. Yeah, this is the mother machine. We already deactivated the others, no other active nodes. Shut it down, and this operation is toast. The machine hummed loudly, the final bits of circuitry sparking as Batman worked with precision, his fingers moving over the control panel, overriding systems with expert efficiency. With a low click, the machine powered down, its violent hum fading into nothingness. Batman stepped back, taking a breath, his gaze sweeping the room. It's done, he said, his voice as steady as always. The machines shut down. Arthur's eyes, glowing faintly, sharpened as he turned toward the Dark Knight. His mouth curled into a smirk, though it was more a mixture of annoyance and amusement. But then, his eyes flickered. Something caught his attention. One of his demons had found something. Good work, he muttered under his breath, his voice colder than usual. The shadows began to coil around his feet, swirling like a black mist. He was about to use shadow exchange and vanish, but Batman interfered. In the blink of an eye, Batman whipped a batarang from his belt, his eyes narrowing at the dark tendrils surrounding Arthur. Arthur's hand shot out, catching it mid-flight. With a swift squeeze, he crushed it effortlessly, the metal bending and breaking in his grip. He let the pieces fall to the ground with a faint clink, his glowing eyes locked on Batman. He glanced up at Batman, his eyes glowing brighter now, his patience wearing thin. He straightened, irritation clearly marking his features. Seriously? Arthur's voice was sharp, annoyed. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 42, Justice vs. Justice. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur stood firm, his glowing eyes locked onto Batman. The remains of the batarang crumbled between his fingers, falling to the ground with a faint clink. You need to stand down, Batman ordered, his voice flat, deadly calm. Arthur's lips curled into a smirk, the faintest of chuckles escaping him. I don't work for you, Batman. You found something, haven't you? Batman's eyes narrowed, his voice hard. This isn't a game, Blackwynd, stand down. Arthur stood silent, staring down the Dark Knight, the words hanging thick between them. He didn't answer, only tightened his fists, his gauntlets forming shadows that danced around his arms. That was all the confirmation the Dark Knight needed. TT. Robin clicked his tongue, shifting into a stance, batarangs already between his fingers. Hal Jordan's ring flared to life, emerald energy swirling around his fists. Then you leave me no choice, Batman said, and in the next breath. And then it happened. In the blink of an eye, they struck. Robin darted forward, his movements quick, almost a blur. A flurry of attacks came from the young hero, his staff swinging with precision aimed at Arthur's ribs, his legs kicking out in rapid succession. But Arthur was faster. He twisted sideways, sidestepping Robin's attack with a fluid motion. In one motion, he caught Robin's leg as it came towards him, snapping it with a sickening crack, before tossing the younger hero aside like a rag doll. Robin hit the ground hard, groaning in pain, his face contorted in agony as he clutched his broken leg. I told you before, next time I won't be so lenient, Arthur muttered, eyes glinting darkly as he looked at the fallen boy wonder. Batman's jaw clenched, and he moved forward, using his agility to close the gap in an instant. A barrage of punches rained down on Arthur, his fists aiming for Arthur's face, his kicks targeting vital spots. But Arthur barely flinched, his own fists moving like steel hammers to intercept the blows, countering with brutal force. Each strike from Batman hit with precision, but it was like hitting a wall of stone. Arthur absorbed it all, each punch only fueling his rage. His eyes glowed brighter, the bloodlust aura around him intensifying with every second. "You don't get it, do you, Bruce?" Arthur's voice was low, almost mocking. "Your punches can't stop me." Batman attempted a spin kick aimed at Arthur's side. But Arthur was too quick, stepping inside the strike and delivering a crushing blow to Batman's chest, sending him flying backward with a grunt of pain. Hal Jordan's voice cut through the chaos. "All right, Shadow Boy, it's time to get serious." His ring flared with green light as he summoned a massive construct, a giant fist that hurtled toward Arthur with the force of a freight train. Arthur met it head-on. He barely moved, just slamming his fist into the construct with a shockwave force that shattered it into 1,000 pieces. Hal Jordan launched himself forward, another massive construct-spiked fist materializing in the air. It collided with Arthur with the force of a wrecking ball, sending him crashing into a stack of metal crates. The room trembled. Arthur rose, pushing away the debris with ruler's authority. "You think that's enough?" Arthur's voice was low, full of menace, but his grin never faded. Hal's eyes narrowed, his aura flaring brighter. "Not even close." Arthur sprang forward, slamming his fist into the side of Hal's construct, shattering it into pieces. But Hal wasn't done. With a roar, his ring glowed brighter as he summoned another wave of energy, a construct this time in the form of a massive, fist-shaped dragon. It soared toward Arthur, jaws open, ready to devour him whole. But Arthur was already gone. Arthur vanished in a whirl of darkness, reappearing behind Hal in an instant. Before Hal could react, Arthur's fist collided with his ribs, sending the lantern flying across the room. He crashed against a wall with enough force to crack the stone. Before Hal could react, Arthur was already in front of him, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground effortlessly. "You think you can harm me with that?" Arthur's voice was cold, dangerous. "You're just a man with a shiny ring, Hal. That doesn't scare me." Hal's fingers tightened and his ring glowed brighter, summoning another barrage of energy constructs. Spears, chains, and a blade formed around Arthur, but he destroyed them with his spar hand, breaking the weapons apart with ease. His strength and speed were superior. Hal gasped for air, struggling against the iron grip on his throat, but Arthur's smirk only deepened. "You're outmatched." With a roar of anger, Hal's ring surged, his body surrounded by a blazing aura. He summoned a massive construct of a green dragon, its jaws snapping, but Arthur, unfazed, plunged his fist into the creature's throat, shattering it like glass. Hal barely had time to react before Arthur punched him in the gut, sending him crashing into the wall. As Hal crumpled to the ground, barely conscious, "Is this all you've got? Your constructs are a bit weak, I think your will is not strong enough." Arthur turned his eyes back to Batman, his movements almost predatory. Batman pushed himself to his feet, blood trickling from his lip, his eyes narrowed with grim determination. "I won't stop until you do," he growled, advancing again. But Arthur's eyes were cold, and his grin only grew wider. Arthur stepped forward with lightning speed, driving his fist into Batman's chest, the impact sending a shockwave that rattled the entire place. Batman's body slammed into a metal pillar, his suit now smoking from the impact. The force was inhuman, as if Arthur wasn't holding back at all. Batman gasped for air, clutching his ribs, struggling to breathe. "You think this is over?" Arthur slowly shook his head, his smile widening. "No. It's just getting started." Arthur stood tall, his bloodlust radiated outward. "You still don't get it, do you? You try to fight with honor. You fight to control things, to tame evil. But some evil must be destroyed, wiped from existence before it can grow stronger. I will do what you can't. I do what has to be done." Batman's eyes narrowed, his breath ragged. "And that's how you become a monster, Blackwynd." Arthur's grin only grew more mocking. "Call me whatever you want, you are the one trying to stop me from fighting evil, who is the real monster here." Robin tried to push himself up, but he was in too much pain. His eyes locked on Arthur, his voice weak but defiant. "You're wrong." Arthur's gaze turned toward Robin, but it was Batman who spoke up next. "You're not the answer to this world's problems. You're just on a path to be another one." Batman continued, a cold fury behind them. "This sense of justice of yours is dictatorship. It's not about saving the world, it's about controlling it, crushing everything you don't like. We stop them, we don't erase them. We give people the chance to change, redemption." "Redemption?" Arthur's laugh was harsh, bitter. "You're blind fool if you think everyone deserves it. Some evil doesn't get to be saved. And Joker certainly is a lost cause. You don't get to decide that." Batman shot back. "You're not God." Arthur's grin never faded. "Maybe not, but I'm far from being evil. You are responsible for the deaths of many innocents, and you know that. Hal's laugh echoed through the room. "Oh, no, not at all," he said sarcastically, flashing a toothy grin. "I just think your powers are the best kind of evil incantation. Like, did you get those shadows from some creepy dark magic store? Because that is a lot of bad juju you're throwing around." Hal, still recovering, began to push himself up. His ring flared again, casting shadows as constructs formed once more, this time massive, a shield, chains, and a dozen blades. He wasn't giving up. "You really need to stop, boy," Hal growled. But Arthur just narrowed his eyes and sighed, he wasn't backing down. "Should I make it fair?" he asked, taunting them. "Or do I keep fighting alone? What's your choice, heroes?" The shadow at his feet extended, creeping outward like a living thing, the air heavy with dread. His voice was low, mocking, as he sized up the three of them, his aura darkening. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 43, Justice vs. Justice. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The shadow at Arthur's feet twisted, creeping outward like a living thing, swallowing the dim light. The air turned thick, heavy with an unnatural weight that pressed against Batman's senses. Arthur's voice was low, mocking. "What's wrong, Batman? You look like you've seen a ghost." Batman didn't move, his sharp eyes analyzing every detail. He had seen Arthur's power already back through footage and also during this fight, his sheer strength, speed, durability, but this. He knew what came next. "I know what you're about to do," Batman said, his voice unreadable. "You'll summon those black wraiths. Things that shouldn't exist." His tone was controlled, but there was an edge of something else. Not fear, wariness. Arthur chuckled darkly. Right on cue. And then Doom emerged. From the abyss at Arthur's feet, a towering figure rose, clad in pitch black, its body a silhouette of nightmares. Its eyes burned like embers in the void, and the moment it fully materialized, it did something that sent a shiver down even Batman's spine. It knelt. Doom growled, its voice deep and guttural, dripping with devotion. Robin, still clutching his injured leg, went still. Even through the pain, he managed to utter this, "Doomsday." Hal Jordan, still struggling to his feet, narrowed his eyes, his ring pulsing with green energy. "Oh yeah, this just keeps getting better. First, we get Shadow Boy over here breaking ribs like it's a hobby, and now he's got the horror as a sidekick. You just love stacking the odds, don't you?" Arthur didn't respond. Hal exhaled sharply and focused. His ring flared as he constructed a green support brace around Robin's shattered leg, solid, efficient, buying him some time. "All right, Robin, you're patched up. Don't start breakdancing just yet." Batman remained silent, calculating. The presence of Doom changed everything. If Arthur alone was already overwhelming, this was an entirely different fight. Arthur rolled his shoulders. "I really didn't want to do this." His tone was casual, almost regretful, but his eyes gleamed with dark amusement. "But take this as my advice, to try to stop him if you can." His smirk deepened. "I wouldn't advise killing him, though, that's assuming you can." Hal gritted his teeth. "You talk too much." His ring flared as he launched himself forward, forming a massive construct gauntlet around his fist, aiming straight for Arthur. Doom moved first. Before Hal could react, Doom's fist met his midair, the impact sounding like a gunshot. Boom. Hal Jordan was sent flying. His body crashed through a row of crates, tumbling across the floor before finally skidding to a stop. He coughed, pushing himself up, his ring flickering. "Okay, ow." He looked at his construct, it was shattered. Arthur didn't even look at Hal, his attention remained on Batman. His voice was calm, almost disappointed. "So what will it be?" Arthur asked, tilting his head. "Continue this and die for that clown." He stepped forward, his shadow stretching. "Or let me be on my way." Batman didn't answer immediately. He just stared at Arthur, his expression unreadable, but his fists clenched at his sides. The fight wasn't just physical anymore. This was a battle of ideologies. Arthur could see it in Batman's eyes, the refusal to back down, the unyielding need to fight for control. It was who he was. No matter how battered, no matter how hopeless a situation looked, Batman never surrendered. And Arthur found that frustratingly predictable. So be it. A dark mist coiled at his feet, thick, unnatural. From its depths, another creature began to rise. A shadow demon. It was different from Doom while it's much weaker, but no less terrifying. Its jagged form shifted in and out of the darkness, its eyes glowing. The moment it fully materialized, it let out a low, guttural snarl, its body twitching as if barely restrained. Arthur stepped back, giving a lazy gesture towards Batman and Robin. "Keep them busy." His voice was smooth, but the command carried weight. The demon obeyed instantly. With a sudden burst of inhuman speed, it lunged, closing the distance between itself and Batman in the blink of an eye. Batman reacted immediately. His body twisted as he barely dodged the razor-sharp claws that swiped at him, his cape billowing as he landed into a defensive stance. Robin, despite his injured leg, with the help of Lantern's construct, he gritted his teeth and forced himself. His staff extended with a metallic snap as he swung at the creature's head. It caught the staff mid-swing. The moment it did, its red eyes gleamed, and it let out a low, eerie chuckle. Then, with brutal efficiency, it yanked Robin forward and slammed him into the ground. The impact cracked the floor, and Robin let out a sharp gasp of pain. As Batman turned his head, he barely caught a glimpse of Arthur before he disappeared completely into the abyss, his glowing blue eyes piercing through the darkness. And just before he vanished, he spoke. "Trust me on this one, Bruce. I'll do you a favor." His voice was distorted, fading into the void. Batman's eyes widened slightly, and for the briefest moment, just a fraction of a second, he felt something rare. Dread. Arthur was gone. In his place, another shadow demon stood. And now there were two of them. Batman had no time to think. The demons attacked in unison, one going high, the other low. Batman's movements were precise, flawless, blocking, dodging, countering, but he was outnumbered, outmatched. Robin groaned, trying to push himself up, his eyes blazing with frustration. "This," he hissed, gripping his staff tightly. "This is bad." Batman's jaw clenched. His mind raced. He needed to stop Arthur before he reached Joker first. "We need to stop him before he gets to Joker," he said, his voice sharp, urgent. On the other side, Hal Jordan was not having a great time. Doom was relentless. Each of Hal's constructs shattered on impact, his ring struggling to keep up with the sheer ferocity of the monster's attacks. Doom's massive fist swung, crashing through another barrier Hal had created just in time. The Green Lantern was sent skidding backward, his boots leaving deep marks on the ground as he barely kept himself standing. Hal wiped a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth, his ring flickering. "Kinda busy, bats," he shot back, exasperated. Doom was already lunging again. Hal cursed under his breath. This wasn't going to end well. Arthur stepped through the doorway onto the rooftop, his senses sharpened, his eyes scanning the dimly lit skyline. The cold night air brushed against his skin, but he already noticed something. And then... brrrrrrtttttt. A storm of bullets erupted, ripping through the night, tearing into the doorway behind him. The roar of Gatling guns echoed across the rooftop, the sheer force of it kicking up dust, debris, and smoke. Arthur didn't move. He didn't flinch. The bullets tore into his clothes, but they didn't pierce his skin. They flattened and clattered to the ground, utterly useless against his body. Through the thick veil of smoke, a high-pitched, maniacal laugh filled the air. "Oh ho ho. Whoops." The voice was theatrical, exaggerated. "Did I get him? Hee hee, oh, who am I kidding? Of course not. That would have been way too easy." The wind shifted, blowing away the dust and revealing Arthur. Unscathed. His eyes burned a haunting blue, his expression unreadable as he stepped forward. That was when Arthur saw them. A dozen figures stood in a loose formation across the rooftop, clown masks covering their faces, each holding a different weapon. Some had machine guns, others baseball bats, knives, one even wielded a chainsaw. And at the center of them all, grinning like a devil in the pale moonlight, was the Joker. He tilted his head, eyes narrowing as he studied Arthur. Then, his painted lips stretched into that familiar, twisted grin. "Well, well, well. You're not the Bat." His voice dripped with amusement, but there was something else lurking underneath. Curiosity. He took a step forward, twirling a revolver in his gloved hand. "You're meaner looking, but still all dark and broody. Maybe a cousin? A long-lost brother?" "No." He pointed at Arthur with the gun, chuckling. "You're something else entirely, aren't ya, boy?" Arthur didn't blink. Didn't smile. Didn't even hesitate. He took another step forward, his shadow twisting beneath him, writhing like a living thing. His voice was low, calm, dangerous. "No. I'm something you can't laugh away." Joker's grin faltered. The clowns around him stiffened, their grips tightening on their weapons. Arthur kept walking forward. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 44, Joker's Last Laugh. If you like this story, Check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Joker's grin stretched wide, his eyes gleaming with twisted delight as he twirled his revolver like a showman. Oh, I like you already. No monologue. No justice speech. Just straight to the nightmare fuel. His voice practically purred with amusement, but there was an edge of something else. Curiosity. Anticipation. With a dramatic flourish, he threw his arms out. Boys, make him smile. And then hell erupted. The Gatling guns roared, spewing a hailstorm of bullets, the rooftop shaking from the sheer force. The clown-masked gunmen let out manic laughs, their fingers glued to the triggers, certain that nothing could survive that barrage. But Arthur was already moving. A blur. A shadow. A phantom among them. Bullets ripped through the air, but none found their mark. Arthur weaved between the shots with unnatural speed, his body shifting like a specter. The glow of his Prometheum sword flashed, and before they even knew what happened. Crack. A knife-wielding lunatic lunged at him. Arthur caught his wrist mid-strike, twisting sharply. Bones snapped like dry wood. The man howled in pain before a brutal kick sent him crashing into a metal vent, unconscious. Another goon swung the butt of his rifle. Arthur grabbed it mid-swing, yanking it out of his hands like he was taking a toy from a child. His fingers crushed the metal, bending it like tinfoil, before tossing it aside. The clowns faltered for a moment. Just a moment. It was a moment too long. Arthur raised a hand. Invisible force gripped them like puppets on strings. Bang. One of them suddenly turned his gun toward himself, a look of pure terror flashing behind his mask before pulling the trigger. Another thug tried to resist, but his finger squeezed the trigger against his will, unloading into his own squad. Bodies collapsed. Screams turned into silence. The remaining clowns scrambled, horror setting in as they realized this wasn't a fight. This was a slaughter. And Arthur? He wasn't even trying. Joker's laughter pierced through the carnage, cutting through the air like a blade. It was a raw, unhinged sound, a mix of amusement, awe, and sheer excitement. Oh ho ho. Now that's entertainment. He clapped, actually clapped like he was watching the greatest show on earth. You're definitely not Batsy's cousin, that's for sure. He leaned forward, eyes twinkling with sadistic joy. No kill rule holding you back, no broody speeches. Oh, I like you. Arthur didn't answer. His glowing eyes cut through the smoke like twin beacons of death. His gaze locked onto Joker. Then he spoke. Arise. From the corpses of the fallen clowns, shadows twisted and writhed, unnatural forms clawing their way from the void of their bodies, glowing eyes turned toward Joker, empty yet brimming with intent. The remaining thugs, those still breathing, staggered backward, their bravado and madness draining as they realized they were standing among the dead. One dropped his gun. Another turned and ran, tripping over himself. And then, hell broke loose. The risen shadows attacked, merciless, inhuman. The air filled with screams of men who once reveled in terror, now reduced to prey. Throats crushed, bones snapped like twigs. Blood splattered the rooftop. A man tried to flee, one of Joker's top goons. A shadow caught him, its hand piercing straight through his chest. Another thug fired wildly before a black hand yanked him off the edge. It was over in seconds. And only Joker remained, he just tilted his head, watching. Then he grinned. Whoa-ho-ho-ho. Now that's a party trick. He clapped his hands together, reaching into his coat. Click. Boom. A grenade launcher roared, spitting a bright green canister straight at Arthur. The impact detonated on his chest, unleashing a swirling cloud of Joker toxin, thick, acrid, curling like grasping fingers around him. Joker cackled. Ha. Have a laugh, will ya? It's on the house. And then. A sound cut through the chaos. Low at first. Unmistakable. A chuckle. Then, it grew deep, rich, mocking. Through the green fog, through the madness, a silhouette emerged. Arthur was laughing. Not the Joker's kind of laugh. Not wild, erratic. No. This was something else. Slow. Cold. Measured. Like a predator humoring its prey. Joker's grin faltered for half a second. Arthur walked forward, untouched, unbothered. System notification, immunity to poison. Harmful substance cleared. The gas dissipated around him like mist meeting an unstoppable tide. His eyes, those damn glowing eyes, never left Joker. Joker chuckled, almost nervous. Oh, that's not fair. Arthur didn't respond. His risen soldiers surrounded Joker, now still, like statues. Waiting. Watching. Joker sucked in a breath. All right, you win round 1. His hand dove into the crate beside him. And he pulled out a little girl. She couldn't be older than 7, small, fragile, her cheeks smeared with dirt. Terror twisted her face. Her eyes darted around, her tiny hands clutching at Joker's sleeve. "Help," she whimpered, voice shaking. Joker leaned in, his breath hot against her ear. "Shoo, sweetheart. Don't ruin the punchline." He turned back to Arthur, his grin splitting wider as he dragged her toward the edge of the rooftop. With his free hand, he pulled out a knife, pressing it lightly against her lips. "You know, I was saving this one for bats." He sighed, shaking his head. "But, hey. Plans change." The moment his foot touched the ledge, Arthur raised a hand. "Ruler's authority." Joker jerked. His hand twitched violently, not from nerves, but from raw, unseen force crushing his fingers one by one. Crack. His index finger snapped. Then his middle. Then his ring. 1. By 1. The little girl screamed, thrashing, but Joker. He didn't scream. He laughed. A guttural, broken cackle, each bone snapping twist only making him shudder in delight. His grin stretched impossibly wide, his breath ragged. "Whoa-ho-ho-ho, tickles." He tilted his head, giggling through clenched teeth. You really are fun." Arthur's voice was ice. "You can smile even wider now." Joker shuddered violently. His own fingers betrayed him, his own grip tightening around the knife, not on the girl, but on himself. With a sharp motion, he stabbed himself in the mouth. The blade pierced through his cheek, blood dripping down his chin, yet his laughter only grew louder, wilder. His free hand yanked the girl closer, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice a manic whisper. "Now I get it." He licked his bloody lips, eyes dilated with a sick, newfound clarity. "I know who you are." "No you don't," Arthur said calmly. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Joker stood there, grinning, blood still dripping from the corners of his mouth. His fingers twitched inside his sleeve, and Arthur felt it before he saw it. Something was off. A shift in the air. A faint metallic click. A presence of pure, reckless intent. Then Joker yanked his arm free, revealing the dead man's switch. "Surprise, surprise, champ, we both go boom." And he pressed it. Arthur for a second thought he was bluffing, but it detonated. Boom. The rooftop was consumed in an instant. Fire and raw force erupted outward like a tidal wave of death, swallowing everything in a violent, apocalyptic bloom. But Arthur was already moving. Ruler's authority. His unseen power snatched the child, pulling her into his grasp as his cloak whipped violently in the blast wave. Then came the shock wave. Windows shattered. Steel twisted. The very air howled. The explosion didn't just claim the rooftop, it swallowed the entire building. The structure groaned, a dying beast, before the upper floors collapsed in a chain reaction of destruction. Debris rained like meteors. Shattered concrete and molten metal plunged through the night sky, swallowed by plumes of fire and smoke. And then the ground gave way. Arthur, still shielding the girl, was swallowed by the collapse. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement. Then rubble shifted. An unseen force throwing slabs of concrete aside like weightless paper. From beneath the mountain of wreckage, Arthur emerged, his cloak tattered. But still standing. And, in his arms, the girl. Unharmed. He exhaled. Then, in a low voice, full of sheer frustration. "Crazy bastard tried to take everyone with him." His glowing eyes flickered in the dark, scanning the destruction. Arthur's boots crunched against the wreckage as he stepped forward, still holding the child in his arms. The night burned around him, the remains of the collapsed building a ruin of fire, smoke, and twisted steel. And then a sound. A wheezing, ragged chuckle. Arthur's glowing gaze flicked to the side. Joker was still alive. Barely. He was half buried under debris, his suit charred, his left leg twisted at a sickening angle. His right arm was missing from the elbow down, blood pooling beneath him. But the bastard was still laughing. Through bloodied teeth, Joker lifted his gaze, barely able to focus, but still, he grinned. "Heh. You are fun, kid. Really fun." Arthur stiffened. Joker coughed, blood splattering from his lips. His voice was weak, barely a whisper, but the amusement never left. "Don't let the world take that from ya." Arthur's eyes snapped wide open. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 45, The Shadow Jester. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur stood there, unmoving, the orange glow of the fires flickering against his face. Joker was still grinning, his breaths ragged and wet, his body broken. Yet somehow, even at the edge of death, he still laughed. Arthur's jaw clenched. Because this had happened before. He said the same thing. The words barely left his lips, a whisper only for himself. The Joker from the tower. The one he fought before. The one who bled just like this. The one who laughed just like this. A memory burned into his mind. And then his grip tightened. His Prometheum sword materialized, the dark blade gleaming in the glow of the fires. One clean strike. One final cut. But then, he stopped. He is dead. The words rang in his mind. Not for Joker. For himself. The sword faded away, dissolving back into his inventory. Joker's final laugh still echoed in his mind. Before the explosion, underground area. The battlefield was chaos. Green Lantern struggled against Doom, his ring creating barriers, hammers, and chains all did very little to deter this monstrosity. Doom was relentless, his form an immovable force, every strike heavier than the last. On the other side, Batman and Robin fought against Arthur's shadow demons, the wraiths moving unnaturally, warping around attacks, their cold, empty eyes piercing through the Dark Knight's defenses. But Batman was nothing if not adaptable. He sidestepped a clawed swipe, countered with a shock batarang that sent one of the demons stumbling. And then he saw it. A pattern. A slight delay in its movement. His mind worked fast, calculating. Then he struck. A perfectly executed attack, precise and brutal, sending the shadow creature reeling. It let out a distorted screech. Batman narrowed his eyes. No matter what you are, you can be beaten. Robin, panting, still fighting his own wraith, grinned. Yeah, sure, let me know when you've got the cheat code for mine. Hal gritted his teeth, wiping blood from his lip. Doom had sent him crashing through a concrete wall, the impact shaking the ground. His chest ached. His ring flickered. But he wasn't down. He pushed himself up, ring glowing brighter. In brightest day. Doom tilted his head slightly, mocking. In blackest night. Doom crossed his arms, just standing there, waiting. No evil shall escape my sight. A low, amused rumble came from Doom's chest. Let those who worship evil's might. Hal's ring flared like a sun, illuminating the battlefield. Beware my power, Green Lantern's light. And then an explosion. A thunderous boom tore through the night, shaking the entire place. A fiery inferno burst from above them, consuming everything in its path. The shockwave hit like a tidal wave, sending Batman skidding back, Robin barely catching himself. Doom and Hal both turned. Debris began to rain down, massive chunks of stone and steel collapsing toward them. Arthur's shadow suddenly withdrew, dissolving into the ground, retreating. Hal's ring pulsed as he threw up a massive shield, protecting himself and the others from the falling wreckage. Sweat dripped down his temple, his heart pounding. He exhaled. You've got to be kidding me. Batman gritted his teeth, eyes narrowing behind the cowl as the explosion roared, sending shockwaves through the underground area. His cape whipped violently from the force, embers scattering across the place like fireflies. He barely reacted to the debris, his mind was already working. Joker. It had to be. Batman's fists clenched. Damn it. His voice was low, grim, the growl of a man who'd seen this kind of madness before. Hal's shield flickered, absorbing the last of the falling wreckage. The Green Lantern exhaled sharply, lowering his hand as the green glow dimmed slightly. Those shadows are gone. Hal looked at Batman, brow furrowed. You think that boy's dead? Batman's jaw tightened. He didn't answer right away. His mind ran through every possible outcome. Arthur wasn't the type to go down easily, but Joker. That psychotic bastard would rather take the whole city down than let someone walk away with a win. Finally, Batman turned, his cape billowing as he started toward the wreckage. Let's hurry back up. Robin fell in step next to him. You really think Joker just blew everything up? Batman's eyes stayed locked ahead. If he did, that means whatever happened up there is worse than we thought. Hal cracked his neck, sighing. Fan-freaking-tastic. Love a surprise bombing. Arthur stood still, his glowing eyes locked onto Joker's lifeless body sprawled among the wreckage. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking into the cracked concrete, the grotesque grin frozen on his pale, battered face. For a long moment, Arthur just stared. His fingers flexed, Prometheum blade still shimmering faintly in his grip. Then, he raised his hand. You're not even worthy being a shadow soldier. His voice was cold, final. And yet, he tilted his head slightly, a smirk tugging at his lips. Although. Arthur exhaled, his glowing gaze narrowing. I do think you might be a fine addition. Just my guess. He spread his fingers. Dark energy coiled at his fingertips. The air grew thick, the ground rumbled faintly as tendrils of black mist slithered out from Joker's corpse. Arthur's voice dropped into a whisper, yet it carried like a command of a monarch. Arise. The shadows exploded outward, swirling violently before condensing into a single figure rising from the ground like a nightmare-given form. And then, there he was. A new Joker. His body was jet black, his features carved from darkness itself, yet his smile remained, stretched wide with the same unhinged glee. His glowing purple eyes locked onto Arthur, unwavering. Then, the shadowed Joker knelt. A low chuckle rumbled from his throat, a sound that wasn't quite human anymore. It was deeper, more guttural, yet undeniably Joker. Arthur didn't even acknowledge him further. He simply turned away, his cape fluttering behind him, stepping forward. The shadow melted into the ground, slipping into the darkness beneath Arthur's feet. The sound of crumbling debris filled the air as Batman, Green Lantern, and Robin rushed onto the scene, their boots skidding slightly against the ash-covered ground. Smoke still curled from the wreckage, embers flickering in the night. The entire building had been reduced to nothing but remains, and at the center of it all, Arthur stood there. A massive shadow demon loomed beside him, its eerie, inky form carrying a small child in its arms, a little girl, seemingly unfazed, giggling as she poked at the creature's horned head. The monster, despite its terrifying presence, tilted its head curiously, like some obedient hound indulging a playful master. Hal was the first to react. He blinked. Hard. Okay. What the actual hell am I looking at? Arthur didn't answer. His glowing eyes flicked to Batman, who was scanning the scene. The detective's sharp gaze darted across the rubble, searching, piecing together everything at a glance. He didn't need to ask. He was looking for Joker. Arthur raised his hand and silently gestured toward a darker corner of the ruined site. No words. Just a simple motion. Batman was already moving. His long cape swept behind him as he advanced, crouching when he reached the spot. And there, sprawled in the dust and blood, lay the lifeless corpse of the Joker. His grin was still there, that awful, frozen smirk, but his body. Broken. Bloodied and empty. Batman said nothing. Just a slow exhale through the nose, a small tightening of his jaw. He stood, shadows swallowing his expression. Meanwhile, Arthur turned to the shadow demon, giving it a small nod. The creature walked forward, its massive form shockingly gentle as it lowered the girl into Hal's arms. Hal, who had faced galactic tyrants and entities beyond human comprehension, was speechless. He stared at the kid in his arms. Then at the nightmare of a shadow creature that had just handed her to him. Then back at Arthur. The little girl beamed at her savior and the creature, clutching onto Hal's uniform. Thank you, mister, she chirped, then turned to the shadow demon. And you too, big guy. She gave it a tiny wave. The shadow demon, a creature of pure darkness, forged from death itself, bowed its head slightly, as if acknowledging the gratitude. Arthur actually smiled. A real, genuine smile. Not his usual smirk. Then he turned to Hal, his voice carrying an edge of amused disdain. At least take the kid back to her home. His glowing eyes narrowed slightly. This should be something you guys can do without messing up. For once, Hal Jordan had nothing to say. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 46, Aftermath. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Batman stood over Joker's lifeless body, staring. The twisted smile was frozen in death, but that didn't make it feel like a victory. It never did. His cape swayed behind him as he straightened, turning toward Arthur, his voice low and edged with quiet frustration. I could have prevented this from happening, if only you had agreed to stand down. Arthur didn't even glance at him. Didn't even acknowledge the weight in Batman's words. He stood there, still as a shadow, the glow in his eyes dimming slightly. No, you wouldn't. His tone was flat, certain. Cold. He finally turned his head slightly toward the Dark Knight, but not enough to fully face him. He'd just outsmart you. He'd escape, disappear into the cracks of the city, like he always does. Then he'd come back to terrorize someone else, somewhere else. Batman's jaw clenched. His silence was heavy, but Arthur could feel it. Could feel the weight of the burden Bruce carried, the responsibility he shackled himself with. Finally, the bat spoke, his voice quieter. That's not how justice works. Arthur let out a slow exhale. His fingers flexed at his sides, as if suppressing something. Justice. He let the word hang there for a moment. A humorless chuckle followed, before his expression turned unreadable again. That man didn't care about justice. Didn't care about losing, didn't care about winning. His voice hardened. Joker only cared about proving a point, and of course playing the mouse and cat with you. His gaze drifted back to the ruins of the building, to the chaos Joker had left behind. Then, for the first time, Arthur's voice carried something real. Regret, but not because of Joker's death, the total opposite. I wish I had been the one to finish him off. His fingers curled into a slow fist before he relaxed them. But that maniac would rather die on his own terms. He wasn't looking for a fight. He chose an ending that played by his rules. Silence. Batman didn't answer immediately. Because he knew deep down that Arthur was right, but he would never admit it. Arthur noticed the toxic mist clearing from the city. The unnatural green haze that had choked the streets was finally dissipating, fading into nothing. The damage was done, but the worst was over. Arthur exhaled slowly, scanning the aftermath before turning his attention back to the trio before him. I won't interfere with what's happening in other cities. His tone was calm, firm, final. That's up to you and the Justice League to fix. You deal with Ivy or whoever else is involved. Batman's expression remained unreadable, but his posture stiffened slightly. Hal, still holding the rescued child, furrowed his brow but said nothing. Then, Arthur's glowing eyes narrowed. The temperature seemed to shift as his gaze swept over them, settling on Batman. His voice was quieter, but it cut through the silence like a blade. If any of Gotham's maniacs come to this place, well, Bruce, you already know. A warning. Not a threat. Not a challenge. A promise. Batman's fingers twitched slightly. The weight of Arthur's words wasn't lost on him. Hal let out a slow breath, shifting the kid slightly in his arms. You know you are still giving me the creeps. His usual snark was there, but there was an edge to his voice. He'd seen a lot of things, but Arthur's presence was something different. Robin stood stiffly, silent. He wasn't stupid. He knew that if Arthur had truly wanted them all dead, this conversation wouldn't even be happening. Well then, am I free to go? Arthur asked, raising both hands mockingly, as if expecting cuffs. His voice was laced with amusement, the question dripping with barely restrained arrogance. Neither Batman nor Hal responded immediately. Robin tensed slightly. Arthur tilted his head, watching them for a moment longer before he added, almost casually, well, you know where I live anyway. And just like that he turned. The moment his foot touched the nearest shadow, he was gone. The only thing left was the lingering sensation that he was still watching them, from somewhere. A long, heavy silence followed. Hal let out a breath and rubbed his temple. Okay. Gotta ask, how the hell did he know our actual names? Batman's jaw tightened as he turned slightly toward the ruins, his mind already piecing things together. That's his way of telling us that he knows where to bite us. Where to find us. Batman's voice was steady, but there was a sharp edge to it. He knows we can track him, so he's evening the playing field. Hal stared at where Arthur had disappeared, brow furrowing. He had fought aliens, and everything in between. Is he really just a kid? Batman didn't answer immediately. Because, deep down, he wasn't sure anymore. 2 days later, Blackwynd Estate. Arthur sat at his table, idly stabbing a fork into his meal as the television droned on in the background. The news anchor spoke with that usual mix of forced professionalism and barely hidden relief. Thanks to the combined efforts of the Justice League, the remaining traces of the toxin plaguing the cities have been successfully neutralized. Several known associates of Poison Ivy have been apprehended, including. Arthur barely listened. Same old, same old. But then. And in other news, sources have confirmed that the infamous Gotham criminal known as the Joker has been found dead among the wreckage of Jump City's broadcasting tower. Authorities are still investigating. Arthur paused mid-bite. His fork hovered over his plate. His eyes turning towards the screen. Well, these past few days have been rather calm. He leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping lazily against the table. I expected Batman to send some Justice League members knocking by now, but. He scoffed, shaking his head. Guess not. Still, something about it gnawed at him. Batman wasn't the type to just drop things like that. He was waiting. For what, Arthur wasn't sure. Arthur tapped his fingers against the table, the news still playing in the background. His gaze drifted toward his phone. This was as good a time as any. He grabbed the device, dialing without hesitation. A single ring. Then, click. You've seen the news, right? Arthur said, keeping his tone casual. Of course. Adam's voice came through the receiver, steady as ever. And I take it you had something to do with what happened there. Arthur smirked. Perhaps. There was a brief silence Adam didn't press. But that's not the reason I called. Arthur leaned against the table, voice dropping slightly. I need you to buy a place for me. A house in Gotham. A beat. Gotham. Adam repeated, his tone almost amused. Don't use our name. Don't use anyone associated with us. Use someone who can't be tracked back to us. There was a pause, then a soft exhale. I won't ask why you'd willingly go to that hellhole, but fine. It shall be done. Arthur chuckled. Knew I could count on you. He was about to end the call when something else crossed his mind. One more thing, about the Titans. Did you? Yes, Adam cut him off smoothly. I've already sued them for property damage. Arthur grinned. Brilliant. Anything else? That's all for now. Click. Arthur set the phone down, rolling his shoulders. Time to go. Arthur stood up, stretching as he moved toward the door. He stepped outside. But then a pulse. A presence. His instincts flared, his muscles tensed. His eyes snapped wide open, glowing faintly as he sensed something descending fast from the sky. For a split second, his fingers twitched, ready to summon his blade. But then, he exhaled. The tension drained from his shoulders as he smirked slightly, tilting his head upward. Oh, it's just her. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 47, Date with Kara. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. A gust of wind rushed through the air as she landed. Not with a crash. Not with the typical superhero impact that shattered the ground. No, Kara Zor-El landed gracefully, like she barely even disturbed the earth beneath her boots. Arthur stood there, arms crossed, his gaze steady. Kara wasn't wearing her usual uniform. No S on her chest, no cape fluttering behind her. Just casual clothes, a simple white top, jeans, and sneakers. But the look in her eyes. Pure Kryptonian determination. Finally, she huffed, hands on her hips. Do you know how hard it is to track you down? Arthur blinked. Stop lying, I wasn't exactly hiding, and this is literally my home. Kara scoffed. Yeah, well, you're in the League's radar. Then she leaned in slightly, eyes narrowing. And let me guess, it had something to do with recent events with Batman. Arthur smirked. Sounds about right. She rolled her eyes but then clapped her hands together. Anyway. You owe me, mister. Arthur tilted his head. For what exactly? Kara pointed a finger at him, eyes narrowing playfully. Oh, don't, what exactly, me? You promised me a date. Arthur stared at her for a second, then. Oh. Right. That. Now that she mentioned it, he did recall making some vague promise before getting caught up with, well, everything. Oh yeah, Arthur muttered, scratching the back of his head. Kara grinned triumphantly. Oh yeah, she echoed, mimicking his tone. That's all you have to say. Arthur sighed. You're not going to let this go, are you? Nope. She crossed her arms, looking way too pleased with herself. Lucky for you, I was in a generous mood today, so I figured I'd come and collect what's owed. Arthur exhaled through his nose, amusement tugging at his lips. And I assume you expect me to just drop everything and go. Kara grinned wider. Exactly. But you're not busy, right? Arthur hesitated, glancing back at his house. Well, no. I'm not exactly occupied right now, but... He didn't get to finish that sentence. Before the words could even fully leave his mouth, she grabbed his wrist. And then the ground disappeared beneath his feet. Wah. A rush of wind roared past his ears as Kara shot into the sky, dragging him along like he weighed nothing. Arthur barely had time to process the fact that his entire situation had changed in an instant. 1 second, he was standing with both feet firmly on the ground, the next, he was airborne. Flying at insane speeds. Upside down for a second. Then right side up again. What the hell, Kara? Arthur snapped, glaring at her. Kara just laughed. Relax, Shadow King. I've got you. Arthur grumbled, shadows flickering around his body as if his instincts were telling him to just shadow exchange the hell out of here. But Kara just grinned, tightening her grip on his wrist. No shadow tricks. You're stuck with me for the day. Arthur just sighed. This was happening. The rush of wind finally settled. Arthur's boots touched solid ground again, and thankfully, it wasn't upside down. He exhaled slowly, adjusting his coat as his eyes scanned their surroundings. Snow. Crisp, untouched snow. A cool breeze brushed against him, carrying the scent of pine and fresh mountain air. The sky stretched endlessly above them, dyed in hues of orange and purple as the sun began its descent. Below, vast landscapes of forests, lakes, and towns sprawled into the horizon. Arthur took a deep breath, then exhaled. Let me guess, he said dryly, turning to Kara. We're halfway across the globe. Kara grinned, hands on her hips. Not quite. She turned, gesturing dramatically. But yeah. Arthur narrowed his eyes, his brain piecing things together. Snow. High altitude. The air was thin, but not enough to bother him. The view, something about it felt familiar. He followed Kara's gaze. And there it was. A peak rising majestically into the sky, towering over everything. Mount Fuji. Arthur blinked. You brought us to Japan. Kara turned back, flashing an innocent smile. Yup. Arthur raised an eyebrow. I thought this was supposed to be a date, not an international field trip. Kara shrugged. Details. Arthur sighed, rubbing his temples. You know, normal people go to a cafe or a restaurant, maybe a movie if they're feeling fancy. He gestured to their surroundings. Not to the top of Japan's most famous mountain. Kara smirked. Yeah, but you're not normal. And neither am I. She shot him a wink. Figured we should start big. Arthur exhaled sharply, but there was a hint of amusement in his expression. Fair enough. Kara laughed. Come on, admit it. This is way better than a boring dinner, right? Arthur glanced around again. He had to admit, the view was stunning. The sheer silence of the peak, untouched by the noise of civilization, was almost peaceful. It was a rare feeling. I'll give you that, he said finally. Kara pumped a fist. Ha. See. You're already enjoying it. Arthur sighed, shaking his head. Well, I might have needed a bit of this lately. Kara just grinned. Same thing, oh, you have no idea. The summit was silent. Not the kind of forced, tense silence Arthur was used to, but a peaceful, natural kind. The wind whispered as it passed, stirring Kara's golden hair as she sat cross-legged on the snow, completely unaffected by the cold. Arthur sat across from her, leaning back on his elbows, his glowing eyes gazing at the horizon. Kara sighed in contentment. Man, it feels good to just breathe after all that chaos. Arthur raised an eyebrow. You were enjoying yourself back there. Kara grinned, her bright blue eyes practically sparkling. Are you kidding? That whole toxin mess. Fighting off lunatics and supervillains. It was great. Arthur gave her a deadpan look. You realize that's not a normal reaction, right? Kara just shrugged, still smiling. I am Kryptonian. We like a good fight. She tilted her head. And speaking of fights. I heard you went toe-to-toe with Batman and Green Lantern. Arthur exhaled through his nose. Toe-to-toe, more like I schooled them, but yeah, unfortunately, I did. Kara's eyes lit up like a child hearing about Christmas. You actually fought Batman. Arthur waved a dismissive hand. He's smart, I'll give him that, but at the end of the day, he's just a rich man in a bat costume. Kara blinked. Then grinned. You know, normally I'd argue, but you kinda have a point. Arthur smirked. Of course I do. Kara leaned forward, resting her cheek on her hand, eyes still sparkling. Still. Batman always gives off that, I can beat anyone, energy. Arthur snorted. Sure. Until he runs into someone he actually can't beat, which are many. Kara hummed, thinking. Then her eyes widened. Wait a minute, rich man. You already know who he is. Arthur gave her a sideways glance. Wasn't that hard to figure out? He smirked slightly. Bruce Wayne. Kara gawked. Just like that. Arthur shrugged. The guy disappears at night. Has access to ridiculous tech. Knows way too much about everything. And, you know, that whole adopt a bunch of orphans and train them to fight thing. Kara crossed her arms. You say it like it's obvious. Arthur just gave her a look. Well, it is for me, because I already knew that. He thought to himself. She sighed, shaking her head. Well, since you're not in the league, I'm really curious about what Bruce is gonna do now. Arthur smirked slightly. Nothing. Kara raised an eyebrow. Oh. Arthur leaned back, stretching his arms. Because he's smart enough to know I'm not gonna tell the wrong people. I think I've already established that with him. Kara just stared at him, resting both hands on her cheeks, completely focused on him like he was telling the greatest story ever. Arthur noticed. His eyes narrowed. What? Kara's eyes glowed slightly. Someone who actually stood up to Batman. She exhaled, shaking her head. You are even more interesting than I thought. Arthur scoffed. Why do you guys respect him so much anyway? His iron rule is problematic. Ends up harming more innocents than it helps. Kara's expression sobered. She sighed. It's about Joker, isn't it? Arthur's eyes darkened. His fists clenched. My only regret is not killing that bastard myself before he blow us all up, including himself. Kara said nothing for a moment. She just watched him. Then, softly, she said, but he's gone now. Arthur exhaled through his nose. He looked away, watching the sun in the horizon. Yeah. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 48, Date with Kara. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The wind swept gently across the mountain peak, carrying the crisp scent of snow and pine. From up here, the world felt distant, tiny lights from the cities below flickering like fireflies. Arthur sat with his arms resting on his knees, his gaze locked on the horizon. Kara sat beside him, leaning back on her hands, staring up at the sky. The world had just barely survived another catastrophe, but for once, things felt still. Then, she turned to him, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. So, what's your goal, Arthur? Arthur exhaled through his nose, not looking at her. That's a loaded question, Justice League agent. You really don't like the Justice League, Kara pressed, tilting her head slightly. I mean, you fought Batman. Arthur said calmly, it's not that I have problems with the Justice League members. I just don't think they do what needs to be done. Kara frowned. You think they're not doing enough? Arthur's eyes sharpened. They didn't even find you when Lex took you, did they? Kara stiffened. I'm pretty sure Luther got what he wanted from you already, Arthur continued, his voice edged with something colder. Thanks to them. Kara's hands clenched into fists, but she didn't lash out. Instead, she looked away, her expression conflicted. It's not that simple. Arthur's eyes snapped toward her, his gaze intense. What about Lex? Do they still have him? Kara hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, but I don't think they can keep him in custody for long. Arthur's expression darkened. Legal reasons, of course, and the cycle continues. Kara let out a bitter chuckle. That's how it always is, isn't it? Arthur exhaled slowly, leaning forward. He already knew the answer, but he asked anyway. How long do you think until he's free again? Kara didn't answer. She didn't have to. Because they both already knew. Silence lingered between them, the wind the only sound filling the air. Kara sighed, shaking her head. Enough about that. Why are we even talking about this right now? Arthur let out a low breath, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Because we can't escape that life, maybe that's why we can only talk about that sort of stuff. Kara bit her lip, looking down. She knew he was right. No matter what, the world would always drag them back into the chaos. Still, she wanted to believe there was more to life than just supervillains, fighting and all that. She turned back to him, searching his expression. You never answered my question, you know. What is your goal, Arthur? Arthur was silent for a moment before he finally spoke. Growing stronger, that's a start. Kara shot him a wink, you are plenty strong already. Arthur simply replied, not enough. The wind still howled around them as they sat atop the peak, staring out at the world below. Kara stretched, letting out a breath as if releasing the weight of their conversation. You know what, she said, brushing her hair back. Let's change the scenery. Arthur glanced at her, arching a brow. Any place in particular? Kara grinned. Anywhere but here. Arthur's smirk was slow, confident. You know. I have a place in mind. The streets of Italy. The sounds of a bustling city filled the air, the chatter of locals, the distant hum of Vespas weaving through cobblestone roads, the scent of fresh espresso and baked pastries wafting through the air. Italy was alive, the late afternoon sun casting golden hues across the streets. And among the crowds, walking casually like they weren't two of the most powerful beings on the planet, were Arthur and Kara. Kara inhaled deeply, closing her eyes for a moment. Okay, yeah. This was a good idea. Told you, Arthur said, hands in his pockets, taking in the city like he belonged there. They weaved through the streets, blending in seamlessly. Tourists, locals, and street performers filled the open plazas. Arthur's eyes flicked to a large banner hanging from a nearby building, an advertisement for an upcoming race. Formula 1 Grand Prix, sold out. Arthur pointed towards it and said, "Let's attend that race." Kara followed his gaze, raising a brow. "Wait, is that today?" "It does say it's sold out." Arthur nodded. "Looks like it." Kara whistled. "So what now? And aren't those tickets expensive?" Arthur stopped walking, reaching into his jacket. A small, knowing smirk played at his lips as he pulled out a sleek, black credit card and held it up between his fingers. "Well, I do have another superpower." Kara squinted at it, then at him. "Of course." Arthur's smirk deepened. "I'm rich." Kara burst out laughing, shaking her head. "All right, Bruce Jr., let's see if money really can buy happiness." Arthur chuckled. "Oh, it can, let's find out." The engines roared through the air, a deafening symphony of speed and precision. The crowd erupted in cheers as the cars screamed past, navigating tight corners and pushing their limits down the straights. From the comfort of the VIP section, Arthur and Kara sat back, enjoying the spectacle. "So, they weren't sold out?" she asked, arms crossed. "And not only that, we're in VIP seats." Arthur, lounging beside her, didn't even look up from his plate of pasta. He simply smirked. "I told you, Kara, nothing is ever really sold out, as long as you're rich enough." Kara was lounging, sunglasses on, sipping from a drink as she glanced at Arthur. "I gotta admit, I never thought you would be interested in something like this." Arthur, mid-bite into his plate, merely smirked. "Oh, I enjoy a good competition." But then, his eyes snapped open, glowing faintly, though he didn't move. He could feel it. Even through the sea of people, through the noise and energy of the Grand Prix, there was a disturbance, a familiar, unmistakable aura attempting to suppress itself. Even Kara can't sense it, that magic, can't be hidden no matter how hard you try. Arthur exhaled through his nose, then simply smiled, closing his eyes again like nothing had happened. He lifted his fork, twirling the pasta, before subtly sending out Blade, his shadow assassin, toward a high vantage point overlooking the track. As the final laps of the race unfolded, the tension in the track was electric. The battle for the lead had boiled down to a dramatic duel between two cars, one bright red, the other sporting the infamous orange and energy drink sponsor colors. Arthur's fingers twitched subtly, a silent signal. From his hidden perch, Blade adjusted his long-range shadow rifle, his shadowy form barely noticeable against the surrounding architecture. A single, precise shot rang out, inaudible beneath the roar of the engines. A split second later, the orange car's rear tire violently burst, sending it skidding out of control. The driver fought to regain control, barely managing to avoid the barriers, but the damage was done. The red car blazed past, taking the lead in the final moments, crossing the finish line to an explosive eruption of cheers from the crowd. Kara, still casually sipping her drink, had watched the entire thing unfold. She turned her head slowly toward Arthur, raising a brow. "My, you must really like the red team." Arthur leaned back in his seat, unfazed. "Well, they haven't won a championship in years, or at least, that's what I think." Kara narrowed her eyes, studying him. "That was definitely not fair for that driver, and extremely dangerous and reckless from you." Arthur shrugged. "Relax. These cars are safe. Even in crashes, they're insanely safe for drivers. I would never harm innocents." Kara shook her head, laughing. "You rigged a Formula 1 race just because you wanted red to win." Arthur smirked, his gaze flickering to the victorious car making its slow-down lap. "That energy drink sponsor car, they just remind me of a certain team I used to hate back in my world." Kara sighed, setting her drink down. "You are a menace." Arthur grinned. "Maybe I am." As the victory celebrations erupted on the track, Arthur simply leaned back, enjoying his work. Arthur still savoring the victory celebrations on the track below when he noticed it, Kara clutching her head, her expression momentarily twisted in discomfort. At first, he paid it no mind. Supergirl had tanked missiles to the face, a little headache wasn't exactly alarming. But then, he saw her brows furrow deeper, her breathing slightly uneven. That was enough to make him turn. "What's wrong?" She hesitated. "It's nothing." Arthur's gaze narrowed, immediately unconvinced. "I highly doubt that." Kara exhaled, shaking her head. "It's weird, but I felt like someone spoke in my head." She paused, as if processing it in real time. "In my own voice." Arthur tilted his head, amusement flickering across his face. "That's called your conscience talking," he said sarcastically. "I know it's a rare phenomenon for some people." Kara shot him a glare. "Not funny, Arthur." Arthur smirked, but the lightheartedness faded when she continued, her voice more serious. No, I mean, for a fraction of a second, I saw through someone else's eyes. Arthur's entire expression shifted. His casual demeanor disappeared, replaced with something sharper, calculating. His mind immediately ran through possibilities. Mind control. A telepath. Something even worse. Elaborate, he finally said. Kara shook her head again, frustrated. I don't know how to explain it. It was brief, like a flicker, a heartbeat, but I swear it wasn't just in my head. It was like I was inside someone else for a second. Arthur's eyes glowed faintly, his mind racing. Something was wrong, // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 49, Luther's Offer. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur crossed his arms, watching Kara with narrowed eyes. Try focusing. See if you can do it again. Kara shut her eyes, brow furrowing as she concentrated. A few seconds passed in silence, the distant roar of F1 cars in the background. Then she sighed, opening her eyes and shaking her head. I don't think that's how it works, Arthur. Arthur exhaled through his nose, tilting his head slightly. All right, fine. Just tell me if it happens again. Kara smirked, placing her hands on her hips, chest puffed out in that signature prideful stance. Don't worry, she declared with a grin. I'm Supergirl. If there's some creepy mind stuff going on, I'll handle it. Arthur glanced at her, his expression unreadable. I have some theories, but I'll keep them to myself. The streets of Italy were nearly empty now, the night air carrying the distant echoes of laughter and faint chatter. Kara stood in front of Arthur, her blue eyes warm under the streetlights, but something lingered between them, something quiet, something unspoken. She let out a small, content sigh. I really needed this. Arthur tilted his head. A rigged race. She laughed, shaking her head. No, dumbass. Her voice softened. A night like this. It's been too long since I did something just because it felt good. No battles, no responsibilities, no world-ending threats, just fun. Just being me. Arthur smirked. I probably needed this as well, honestly. Kara shook her head, still smiling. I kinda forgot what this feels like, you know. To just be. Not Supergirl, not some hero with the weight of the world on her shoulders. Just me. Hanging out. Laughing. Being a little reckless. It felt nice. Arthur glanced at her, studying the way her eyes softened as she spoke. There was something sincere in her voice, something that made him pause. Then, before he could say anything, she stepped forward. Without warning, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Arthur stiffened for a fraction of a second before exhaling, letting himself relax. She was warm, softer than she looked, strong but gentle. In that moment, he made a decision. I'm sorry but, I have to do this, Kara, Arthur thought to himself. His shadows flickered, imperceptible even to her sharp senses. A soldier detached from the darkness under his feet, silent and unseen, embedding itself into her own shadow. An unnoticeable guardian, one that would always watch her back, whether she knew it or not. Kara pulled back just enough to look at him, still holding onto him, her face inches from his. Arthur caught the way her eyes flickered between amusement and something else, something thoughtful. Then, she leaned in. Soft lips pressed against his cheek, fleeting but warm, before she finally stepped back, grinning at his reaction. We should do this again soon, stay out of trouble, Arthur. Before he could even react, she took off, rocketing into the sky. Arthur barely registered his own hand lifting slightly, instinctively reaching for something that was already gone. He blinked, staring at the now empty sky, his mind catching up to the moment. Then, reality hit. Wait. Silence. Then it hit him. Shit. He slowly looked around, the foreign streets eerily quiet. I'm in another damn country, and I can't fly. A long sigh left his lips as he shoved his hands into his pockets. Guess I'll just shadow exchange back. With that, the darkness at his feet swallowed him whole. Jump City. The warm aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, mixing with the quiet hum of conversations and the distant clatter of cups against saucers. Arthur sat alone in a corner booth of a dimly lit cafe, a steaming black coffee in front of him, untouched. His gaze was distant, locked onto the TV mounted on the wall, where the news anchor was reading in her usual, rehearsed tone. After quite some time of being missing, billionaire industrialist Lex Luthor has made a public return. Officials state that despite his unexpected disappearance, no criminal charges hold against him at this time, and he remains a free man. Arthur's fingers tapped rhythmically against the wooden table, his eyes narrowing as they flickered with a faint glow. Justice League. His jaw tensed. They let him walk, again. His thoughts were a tangled mess, spiraling between the different pieces of the puzzle that refused to fit together. The Joker's last words. The exact same thing as what the Joker in the tower said before it vanished into nothingness. What did it mean? Was it a coincidence? Or was he missing something bigger? His fingers drummed faster against the table. Then there was Kara. He exhaled, leaning back in his seat, rubbing his temples. That night had been different. It was rare to let his guard down, even rarer to actually enjoy someone's company. Although that last vision she saw bothered him, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. His gaze flicked back to the screen. Luthor was back. This world had been too calm these past few days. And a world like this. Calm never lasted. Something big was coming. He could feel it. Arthur exhaled through his nose, eyes flickering as he considered his next move. The tower or not? Going back in meant uncovering more, getting stronger. But something told him, now wasn't the time. His foot tapped against the floor impatiently. Then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Arthur pulled it out, glancing at the screen. Unknown number. His eyes glowed faintly as he stared at it. Well. That's new. Without hesitation, he answered. Who is this? Arthur, the voice on the other end was smooth, confident. Calculated. Arthur knew exactly who this is, you've been making quite the impression lately. Arthur leaned back in his seat, exhaling through his nose. Well, I do try to leave a mark, let me guess they are not very fond of me in the League and you've heard something there while you were in their custody. Luthor chuckled. Oh, you've done more than that. You destroyed my lab, ruined months, years of research, and turned my most promising experiment into a complete disaster. Luthor paused then continued, but to that last part, yes, they are not very fond of you which is why I think we can reach a mutual agreement. Arthur smirked. Now you want to be my friend. You of all people. After I found you experimenting on a human. A pause. Then, Lex's voice turned sharp. Not a human, a Kryptonian. The sheer venom in those words was enough to make Arthur's eyes flicker with amusement. Lex had always been obsessed, but hearing the frustration crack through his polished exterior. That was satisfying. A moment later, Lex cleared his throat, regaining his composure. But let's not dwell on the past, shall we? What's done is done. I'm reaching out because I believe you and we might be of use to each other. Arthur remained silent, waiting. I'm offering you something that I think you might actually want. Arthur arched a brow. And what could that possibly be? Lex chuckled. Now, Arthur. That would ruin the fun. But trust me, you'll want to hear what I have to say. Arthur's fingers drummed lazily against the table. The Justice League can track this call if they want to. You do realize that? Lex scoffed. Who do you think you're talking to? If they could track me that easily, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Arthur hummed. I'll think about it. But if I want to meet you it will be on my own terms and whenever I want. A pause. Lex's tone flattened. Arrogant bastard. Then, smoothly, fine. But don't take too long. Opportunities like this don't wait forever. Arthur smirked. We'll see. Click. Arthur set his phone down, staring at the dark screen. His fingers hovered over it for a moment before he let out a small exhale, leaning back into his seat. Lex Luthor, reaching out to me. Offering something I might want. Arthur scoffed, shaking his head. This is a trap. A damn good one, too. The kind with actual bait. Something real. He rubbed his jaw, eyes narrowing. Lex Luthor doesn't throw offers like that for free. He doesn't negotiate unless he thinks he's already won. Arthur let out a low chuckle, tapping his fingers against the table again. I think he hates me now on the same level as his hatred for Superman. The thought amused him more than it should have. He could practically feel Luthor's blood boiling from the other end of the call, the sheer rage he barely kept in check. Arthur grinned to himself. Good, I'll take the bait. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 50, Fear's Candidate. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur stood up from his seat, ready to leave, when the news broadcast caught his attention. Another wave of high-profile criminals has either vanished or been taken down in brutal fashion. Reports suggest an unknown group is behind these attacks, though no official confirmation has been made. Survivors describe them as precise, methodical, and... Arthur clicked his tongue, exhaling through his nose. Not my problem. He grabbed his coat and walked out, pushing through the cafe doors into the cool night air. The world was always shifting, always moving. He had his own things to deal with. Arthur stepped into what was left of Adam's office. The place was still in shambles, construction workers moving about, installing new walls, cleaning debris, and setting up replacement furniture. Sparks flew as some workers cut metal beams, the scent of fresh wood and paint lingering in the air. Arthur surveyed the damage, letting out a low chuckle. I guess me and the Titans really messed up this place, huh? Adam, sitting casually behind a makeshift desk amid the chaos, waved a hand dismissively. Nah. I was planning to renovate anyway. You just expedited the process. Arthur smirked. Glad to be of service. Adam leaned back, reaching into a drawer and pulling out a small key, placing it on the table between them. Oh, yes. About that. There is a place in Gotham now ready for you. It's under someone else's name, just like you asked. Arthur picked up the key, turning it between his fingers before slipping it into his pocket. Appreciate it. Adam gave him a look. It's a modest place, nothing extravagant. Arthur shrugged. Doesn't matter. As long as I can stay there for a while. Adam tapped his fingers against the desk. I'm not gonna ask why Gotham of all places, but... His voice took on a more serious tone. Do be careful. Arthur smirked. Sure, I will. Adam sighed, leaning back in his chair. That's what worries me. Arthur just chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Justice League Watchtower, emergency meeting room. The air was tense, the holographic screens surrounding the circular table flickering with reports of recent attacks, rogue factions, and the growing unrest across different cities. The Justice League had gathered, each member sitting in their designated spots, but it was clear that not everyone was at ease. Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, stood at the front of the room, arms crossed over his chest, his expression grim as he looked around at his fellow heroes. His deep voice carried a weight that made even the most seasoned members listen. The reason I didn't comply with Bruce's orders and decided to follow him. Hal started, his voice steady but carrying weight. Because of Sinestro. That got a reaction. Superman leaned forward, his fingers interlocked on the table. Sinestro. You think he's behind all this? Hal exhaled sharply. Not directly. But I've had reports from my fellow Lanterns. He's expanding his core, looking for new candidates, spreading fear wherever he can. I suspected that what happened in our cities wasn't just some random attack. The ones we stopped. Just pawns. A heavy silence settled in the room. Diana's brow furrowed. If he's growing his ranks, then it's only a matter of time before he makes a move. Batman, standing off to the side, arms crossed, remained silent. He was thinking. Calculating. Flash, lounging slightly in his chair, tapped his fingers on the table. So you're telling me that in between Joker blowing up half a building, you and Bruce fighting Shadow Boy, and Lex strolling back into society as usual like he didn't do anything and he will do something by the way Clark watch out, Flash glanced at Superman. Superman simply smiled. We also have Sinestro cooking up something in the background. Flash continued. Hal's jaw clenched. It's worse than that. The Lanterns who reported back to me, they said something was different this time. He's not just looking for strong candidates. He's searching for people who already know how to weaponize fear. People who thrive on it. And there's a rumor going around that he's found someone big. Someone dangerous. I'm not sure if it's on Earth or not. Bruce's eyes flickered at that. A name. Hal shook his head. Nothing confirmed yet. All I know that if Sinestro is personally recruiting, then we need to be ready. Superman exhaled, leaning back in his chair. One crisis at a time. Diana turned to Bruce. What's your take on that, Arthur? You think he can be one? Bruce was quiet for a moment before finally speaking. Dangerous. Smart and reckless. He knows what he's doing. But. He glanced toward Hal. Which is why I doubt he's tied to Sinestro. Hal nodded. I agree. But he's a wild card. And if Sinestro is truly looking for warriors who understand fear, then Arthur might be someone he'd want. That thought didn't sit well with anyone. Flash let out a low whistle. Man, this year just keeps getting better and better. Superman folded his arms. We need more information. On Sinestro. On his recruits. And on Arthur. He looked at Bruce. Do you think he'll make a move soon? Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly. He already has. We just don't know it yet. En route to Gotham. The sleek black car cruised along the highway, cutting through the dim glow of streetlights as the cityscape faded behind them. Inside, Arthur Blackwynd sat comfortably in the back seat, his chin resting lightly on his knuckles as he gazed out the tinted window. The world outside was a blur, but inside, the mood was almost peaceful. His driver, George, an older gentleman with a refined demeanor, cleared his throat before speaking. "Master Arthur, if I may be so bold, why on earth would you choose to go to Gotham?" Arthur smirked, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. "You're the second person to ask me that today. Is it really that bad of a place?" George paused for a moment, his gloved hands steady on the wheel. Then, with the weight of someone who had seen far too much, he simply said, "Well, yes." Arthur chuckled. "Then it's a good thing I don't scare easily." George let out a small sigh, clearly not reassured. "Even so, sir, there are far more agreeable places in the world to conduct, whatever it is you intend to do." Arthur leaned back, stretching his legs slightly. "I have something to take care of there." George nodded, but the question lingered. After a moment, he spoke again. "And why, might I ask, did you insist on making this journey by car? A flight would have been far more efficient." Arthur smirked. "Is it too much for you, George?" "Certainly not, Master Arthur. I always enjoy your company." There was a slight warmth in George's voice, a subtle fondness beneath the formality. Arthur grinned. "Good. Then consider this quality time." George chuckled. "Indeed, sir. Though, if I may, what about your academic responsibilities? Surely you haven't forgotten about school?" Arthur shrugged. "What about it? I'll deal with it later." George sighed again, but there was a knowing amusement behind it. "Very well, Master Arthur. Very well." Arthur let his head rest against the seat, his fingers flicking in the air as he pulled up his status screen. Status window. Name, Arthur Blackwynd. Job, Necromancer. Title, Bane of the Unworthy, plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent. Level, 80-88. Fatigue, 0. HP, 7050. MP, 8700. Strength, 164-180. Health, 141-150. Agility, 135-150. Intelligence, 169-180. Sense, 100-113. Available ability points, 24-0. Passive skills. Tenacity, level 1. Insanity's Gambit, new, grants immunity to mind control, fear, and sanity-based debuffs. Job-specific skills. Shadow Extraction. Shadow Exchange. Monarch's Domain. Combat skills. Bloodlust, level 2. Ruler's Authority. Mutilation. Sword Rush. Equipment. Omega Hardened Hide. Abyss Forged Necklace. Inventory. Amulet of Shazam's Wrath. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets. Azarath Knight Armor Set. Great Sword of the Lowborn. Prometheum Sword. Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial, Epic. Shattered Bolt. Tower of Fate Key. Key. Arthur's eyes lingered on the key for a moment. His fingers hovered over it, his mind churning with thoughts. "I feel like I'm close to something, not to my actual power, but something else entirely." Then, another notification blinked across his vision. "Death follows wherever you set foot." Arthur's relaxed expression hardened instantly. His eyes narrowed, glowing faintly as he stared at the words. His fingers curled slightly, the leather of the seat creaking under his grip. "I got this when I first unlocked my powers. But why is it showing up now?" His reflection in the window looked back at him, calm, collected, but beneath that something did bother him. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 51, Gotham City. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Gotham. The moment they crossed the bridge into Gotham, Arthur felt it. A weight in the air. The city was drenched in gloom, like the entire place had been dipped in shadow and left to dry in misery. The sky above was an endless gray, as if the sun had given up on shining here a long time ago. The towering buildings stood tall but suffocated, choked by age, pollution, and a creeping sense of decay that clung to every brick. Raindrops dotted the windshield, faint streaks running down the glass like the city itself was crying, though no one here seemed to care. Gotham's people moved through the streets with purpose, heads down, shoulders hunched. Even the neon signs of clubs and shady businesses failed to give the streets any real life, they only illuminated the darkness, never banished it. Arthur let out a slow breath, eyes scanning the streets as the car rolled deeper into the city. He leaned back into his seat, arms crossed. I see what you meant now, George. This city is gloomy. He let his words hang in the air before adding, it feels like even the air here has given up. George, ever composed, remained focused on the road, but there was a small knowing smile on his face. Well, Master Arthur, this is Gotham. It has always been this way. He took a careful turn onto a slick, rain-soaked road. A city of contradictions, too stubborn to die, too broken to heal. A place where fear and crime have long since embedded themselves into its very foundation. Arthur hummed at that, watching as a group of men loitered in front of a convenience store, their eyes shifting toward the car with barely concealed interest. A second later, a pair of bat signal-shaped decals reflected off their faces from a passing patrol car, and they quickly turned away, pretending to be busy. George continued, voice smooth yet laced with a quiet kind of wisdom. To Batman's credit, he has done an admirable job keeping the city from plunging further into chaos. But Gotham. He shook his head. It never truly sheds its nature. Its reputation is well earned, I'm afraid. Arthur smirked. Sounds like a great place for a vacation. George chuckled softly. Indeed, sir. A fine getaway, if one enjoys the occasional mugging attempts. Arthur let out a breath through his nose, shifting his gaze to the skyline. Gotham's skyscrapers were tall, but unlike Metropolis's shining beacons of progress, these stood like jagged tombstones against the horizon. The shadows between the buildings seemed deeper, stretching just a little longer than they should. Well, Arthur said, cracking his knuckles. At least I won't be bored. George sighed, though there was an unmistakable trace of amusement in his voice. That, Master Arthur, I do not doubt in the slightest, but try to be careful. The car continued down the rain-slicked streets, carrying Arthur deeper into Gotham's embrace. The car rolled to a smooth stop in front of the estate, the soft hum of the engine fading as George put it into park. With his usual poise, he turned slightly in his seat and announced, "We have arrived, Master Arthur." Arthur stretched slightly in his seat before running a hand through his hair. That was a long road trip, but I'll admit, it was worth it. Got to see some interesting places along the way. He smirked, stepping out of the car and closing the door behind him. Then, he turned to take in the place his brother had arranged for him. And immediately, one of his eyebrows twitched. This was not modest. The estate was perched on a cliffside, overlooking Gotham's restless sea. The waves crashed against jagged rocks below, sending white mist into the air like ghostly apparitions. The building itself was an architectural masterpiece, modern yet classical, with dark stone walls, large glass windows that reflected the stormy sky, and a wraparound balcony that promised a breathtaking view of the ocean. There were tasteful exterior lights illuminating the pathways, and a small but meticulously maintained garden lined the entrance. Arthur let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head as he muttered under his breath. Modest, you say, Adam. George, who had stepped out of the car and was already retrieving Arthur's belongings from the trunk, smiled knowingly. It would seem Master Adam has a rather unique interpretation of the word modest, sir. Arthur exhaled through his nose, placing his hands on his hips as he looked over the estate once more. Yeah. I should have expected that. He turned his gaze toward the sea for a moment, watching as the waves roared and crashed into the rocky shore. The scent of salt filled the air, blending with the faint smell of wet earth from the earlier rain. After a beat of silence, he smirked and glanced at George. Well, if I'm going to be roaming here in Gotham, I might as well do it in style. George closed the trunk and straightened his jacket with a dignified nod. A fitting residence for someone of your stature, sir. Though, I do hope the city's unique brand of hospitality does not dampen the experience. Arthur huffed a small laugh. Oh, I highly doubt that, George. His eyes gleamed slightly. If anything, I think Gotham and I are going to get along just fine. George stood beside the sleek black car, gloved hands resting neatly in front of him, as he gave Arthur a small nod. Well then, Master Arthur, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and return home. Arthur, who had been inspecting the house's entrance, turned his head slightly. Where are you going? George blinked. Home, sir. Arthur scoffed, shaking his head with an amused smirk. No, you're not. George arched an eyebrow, his composed expression not faltering, but there was a subtle glint of curiosity in his eyes. Sir. Arthur walked back toward him, standing just a few steps away. I need someone to take care of this place while I'm gone. Make sure it doesn't fall apart, keep unwanted guests away, and more importantly. His sharp gaze met George's. Make sure my identity stays a secret while I'm here. George studied him for a moment, then let out a small, knowing sigh. I see. So, I am to be both caretaker and owner of this modest estate of yours. Arthur shrugged. You make it sound like it's a bad thing. George smiled faintly. On the contrary, sir. I find the prospect rather intriguing. He gave a small bow, a gesture of acknowledgement rather than submission. Very well, Master Arthur. I shall remain and oversee the estate in your absence. Arthur nodded, satisfied. Good. You're the only one I'd trust with this anyway. George straightened his jacket, his posture effortlessly refined. I shall consider that the highest of compliments, sir. Arthur chuckled. It was. Arthur paused, then added, also it is either you or my shadow soldiers. George, who had been adjusting his gloves, stopped momentarily and gave Arthur a puzzled look. Shadow soldiers, sir. Arthur simply gestured toward the house. Come inside. It's easier to show than explain. George regarded him for a moment, then gave a small nod, following Arthur into the grand estate. The house was vast, far from the modest place Adam had claimed it to be. A mixture of modern design and Gothic elegance, with tall windows overlooking the sea, high ceilings, and intricate architecture. But George wasn't admiring the interior. No, his attention was currently fixed on the creature standing before him. A hulking, shadowy figure loomed in the dim light of the room, its form shifting, wraith-like yet solid, glowing eyes staring at him with eerie intensity. It was undoubtedly not human. George, standing just a few feet away, merely adjusted his sleeves and let out a slow breath. I see. He observed the creature with a calm, unreadable expression. So you do have powers after all. Arthur leaned against a nearby pillar, arms crossed, watching George's reaction with mild amusement. You're way too calm about this. George tilted his head slightly, studying the shadow creature with the same air of scrutiny one might give a particularly curious work of art. Well, sir, I have seen terrible things in my lifetime. He glanced back at Arthur, his voice as composed as ever. This creature you've summoned is rather cute in comparison. Arthur blinked. Then barked out a short laugh. Cute. He gestured toward the towering entity. This thing could tear through steel like paper. George gave a small shrug. And yet, it obeys you. Which makes it far less concerning than the horrors I've seen men commit in their pursuit of power. Arthur smirked, pushing off the pillar. Interesting, fair point. George glanced back at the shadow once more, then adjusted his jacket. Shall I assume there are more of these cute creatures lurking about? Arthur grinned. Oh, you have no idea. George clasped his hands behind his back, his sharp gaze lingering on the shadowy figure that loomed before him. Is this the reason you came to Gotham, sir? His tone was thoughtful. To fight crime with these creatures? Like the heroes you once admired as a child? Arthur let out a laugh, low, amused, and carrying a touch of disbelief. Oh, no. Definitely not. I won't be doing that. From the depths of the shadows, a new figure emerged. A hunched, wiry silhouette stepped forward, its presence unnerving yet distinctly weaker than Arthur's usual summons. Unlike his other soldiers, this one was different. And it had a wide, unsettling grin. Arthur's grin mirrored it. This guy will. George's brow furrowed as he examined the shadowed figure. There was something eerily familiar about it. He tilted his head slightly. This shadow, it bears a resemblance to. His voice trailed off. Arthur clapped a hand on George's shoulder, his smirk widening. Oh, you have no idea how ironic this is. Normal grade shadow solider. Name, low-ranked can't be named. Then, turning his attention back to the shadow, Arthur waved his hand lazily. I can't name you yet, but that doesn't really matter. His voice dropped into something more commanding. Go. Stick to the shadows of the city, avoid being seen. Fight crime however you see fit. Avoid killing small fries, but as for the so-called supervillains of this shithole. He smirked. Do whatever you want. The shadow tilted its head, the eerie grin stretching wider before it sank into the darkness. George watched in silence for a moment before exhaling slowly. A rather poetic choice, I must say. Arthur chuckled. Poetic? No. He placed his hands in his pockets, looking toward the Gotham skyline beyond the windows. I'd call it justice. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 52, a new project. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Gotham at night was a beast with 1,000 eyes, street lamps flickering, neon signs buzzing, shadows stretching long and hungry. For the lowlifes that slithered through its back alleys, it was business as usual. A group of thugs, 4 of them, leather jackets, scarred knuckles, and bad intentions stood around a crate, counting their latest earnings. Probably from a robbery, maybe some drug money. It didn't matter. One of them, a rat-faced guy with a crooked nose, perked up. "Yo, y'all hear that?" The others paused, listening. Then it came. Laughter. Not just any laughter, a cackle that sent an icy shiver up the spine. Familiar, twisted, wrong. Another thug, taller with a buzz cut, squinted down the alley. The dim streetlight barely cut through the fog rolling in from the docks, but something was there, a figure in the dark. A wide grin. Glowing violet eyes. And something else, a swirling black mist curling off its body like smoke. Ratface took a step back, his breath hitching. No. No, that ain't possible. We saw that bastard in the news die. Buzzcut swallowed. Then what the fuck is that? The figure took a step forward. The light caught him. A ghastly, distorted version of a face they all knew. A face that shouldn't be here. Pale, stretched into a ghoulish smile. But it wasn't just his face, it was his whole body, twisted, unnatural, black as night. A shadow. The Joker. No, something wearing his grin. Ratface stumbled backward, bumping into the crate. No, no, no. Fuck this. The others bolted, but they didn't get far. The thing moved too fast. Before one of them could even reach the mouth of the alley, it lashed out, wrapping around him and yanking him back with bone-snapping force. He hit the pavement, screaming. The Joker shadow pounced. The first punch sent teeth flying. The second left a dent in the concrete beneath the thug's head. He laughed, a chaotic, broken sound, as if his voice couldn't decide whether to be human or something else entirely. Buzzcut pulled a gun, hands shaking. Nope. Fuck this. I ain't fighting no ghost. He aimed and... the thing was already in his face. It grabbed his wrist, bones cracked. The gun dropped. Before he could scream, it smashed his head against the wall. Hard. Blood smeared the bricks. He slumped, unconscious. The last thug, Ratface, was frozen, wide-eyed, staring at the monster before him. You. He trembled. You ain't him. The Joker shadow tilted its head, like a predator considering its prey. Then, slowly, its grin widened. Ratface ran. And the laughter followed. The dining room was dimly lit, elegant but not excessive. A long table stretched between Arthur and George, though Arthur had chosen to sit closer rather than at the head like some noble lord. Outside, the sea whispered against the cliffs, a rhythmic backdrop to their meal. George, ever the proper gentleman, sliced into his steak with precision, but his gaze flicked toward Arthur between bites. Finally, he spoke. Master Arthur, your Joker shadow has been absent for quite some time now. He set his utensils down with a measured clink. Do you believe it is carrying out your request? Arthur smirked, swirling the wine in his glass before taking a sip. Oh, he's doing it, all right. George exhaled, dabbing his mouth with a napkin. I must admit, I fail to comprehend why you even bother with this charade. Arthur leaned back in his chair, tapping his fork against the plate, his grin widening. It's simple, really. He set the fork down and rested his chin on his palm. I just happened to be the reason Batman's boyfriend died. George's expression didn't shift, but the subtle arch of his brow spoke volumes. Arthur chuckled, shaking his head. I'm just keeping him busy. That's all. Because, let's be honest, isn't it a little weird? I took out the Joker, his arch-nemesis, and what did Batman do so far? He gestured vaguely. Absolutely nothing. He took another bite, chewing thoughtfully before adding, that either means he's still planning something, a way to neutralize me. He pointed his knife at George. Or he realizes I was in the right, or he doesn't really care. He shrugged. I really don't know which one is worse when it comes to that man. George exhaled through his nose, lifting his glass of wine. Gotham is a city of mysteries, Master Arthur. Its people even more so. Whatever the case may be, I do hope this experiment of yours does not escalate beyond what you can control. Arthur smirked. Oh, George. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with mischief. I never really had control in the first place, I just do things. Metropolis. In the highest floors of LexCorp Tower, beyond layers of security, surveillance, and reinforced walls, Lex Luthor sat in his private office, watching. The large display before him glowed with Arthur Blackwind's face, cycling through satellite captures, enhanced footage, and data streams compiled from every available source. The boy was an anomaly, something beyond metahuman, beyond alien. Lex had met gods. Lex had defied them. And yet, Arthur Blackwynd was something else entirely. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers, analyzing every detail. His past was fragmented, his abilities undocumented. Yet undeniable. He had crushed the Joker like an insect. Survived encounters with a Kryptonian and his prized Project Doomsday. Wielded power that defied Lex's understanding, and that simply would not do. Lex reached for the small, vacuum-sealed evidence bag on his desk. Inside, delicate strands of ashen white hair rested, barely visible against the surface. Arthur's hair. A trophy. A key. A revelation. Lex smiled. You're fascinating, Arthur. He turned the bag between his fingers, watching the strands shift ever so slightly. But power like yours? It was never meant to be held by just one man. He placed the bag down gently, tapping a button on his desk. Multiple displays flickered to life, schematics appearing, DNA sequencing, energy resonance studies, genetic recombination models. You're young. Arrogant. Powerful. Lex's voice was smooth, controlled, but laced with satisfaction. But most importantly, he traced a finger across Arthur's image. You're predictable. He had witnessed what the boy could do. He had already begun formulating the possibilities. And all that was left was for Arthur to take the bait. Lex leaned back, exhaling slowly. His expression sharpened, the calculation behind his eyes unmistakable. Your power won't be just yours anymore, Arthur. He chuckled, low and knowing. Not for long, once I crack this little mystery. The large screen on Lex Luthor's wall flickered, shifting from Arthur Blackwind's profile to something equally intriguing. Another footage. The image was grainy but unmistakable. Blonde hair whipping in the wind, streaking through the skies like a missile, then. Impact. A foreign military installation obliterated. The footage rewound, showing the girl cutting through reinforced structures like they were paper. Soldiers, scientists, assets all reduced to nothing but rubble. Lex raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh. A second report followed. Another site, another strike. Then another. He leaned forward, fingers tapping against his desk as he watched her work. Destroying scientific facilities, military compounds. His eyes narrowed slightly before a slow smirk curled his lips. Interesting. Here she was, acting with ruthless precision. And not just against threats, against metahumans. He exhaled, amused. So, she's operational already. The pieces clicked into place. This wasn't her personal mission. No, this was sanctioned. Controlled. A weapon. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. I see. She wasn't just cleaning up threats. She was eliminating individuals outside government control. Lex already knew what was going on. The government had always been paranoid about metahumans. No matter how many alliances were formed, governments feared what they couldn't control. And now, they had their enforcer. Lex chuckled, shaking his head. Well, how predictable, but to use them in the open like this. His gaze shifted, falling on the vacuum-sealed bag resting on his desk. Arthur Blackwind's hair gleamed under the soft light. He picked it up between his fingers, examining it carefully, a devilish glint in his eyes. Maybe, he mused, rolling the strands between his fingertips, I should work with them again, one final time. The smirk widened. Just to see how this all plays out. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 53, A Dungeon Awaits. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The morning sun barely peeked through Gotham's ever-present gloom as Arthur Blackwynd stood in an empty lot near his home, stretching his arms with a satisfied sigh. His daily quest was done, and at this point, it was light work, a formality rather than a challenge. The rewards barely made a dent in his strength anymore. But then, a new notification flashed before his eyes. Arthur had barely materialized inside his room when a familiar blue screen popped up in front of his face. System alert, level 90 reached. Requirements fulfilled. The key can now be used to unlock a dungeon. Details will be revealed once you reach the target location. Target location, Titan's Tower, Jump City. Arthur blinked once. Then twice. Then he let out the most exhausted sigh known to mankind, rubbing his temples as if the sheer audacity of the system was giving him a migraine. You've got to be kidding me. His voice was flat, but the sheer exasperation in his eyes could burn a hole through the notification screen. Of all places, of all goddamn places in the world, why Titan's Tower? He threw his hands up, pacing the room. Now I have to infiltrate. Great. Because that's exactly what I needed in my life right now, breaking and entering into the home of a bunch of people who already do not exactly like me. He dropped onto his bed, running a hand down his face. I'm not exactly welcome there, system. He said it slow, as if talking to an idiotic intern that didn't quite understand how social consequences worked. The system, of course, offered no response. Arthur groaned. I swear, I think you are doing this just to mess with me. Arthur's brow furrowed. He pulled out the key from his inventory, rolling it between his fingers. It was still just as unassuming as before, dark metal, smooth to the touch, yet cold like it didn't belong in this world. And yet. System message, the key's name remains till you reach target location. Arthur chuckled. I can use it now, but you still won't tell me what the hell this key actually is or where it leads. Nature of this dungeon. His fingers tightened around the object as a slow smirk tugged at his lips. Interesting. It feels different from the Tower of Fate's key. Like it's something else entirely. His mind whirred with possibilities, but the excitement was clear on his face. Arthur stepped into his home, shaking off the cold from the outside. The place was quiet. George had ensured that no unnecessary staff was around. Just them and the secrets of Gotham. Inside the dining room, George was already waiting, reading a newspaper while sipping on black coffee in a pristine porcelain cup. He glanced up, eyes sharp despite his calm demeanor. I see you finished your training session, you're back early, Master Arthur. He folded the newspaper neatly and set it aside. Did the city not provide enough entertainment? Arthur smirked, pulling out a chair and dropping into it. Let's just say I found something more interesting. George raised an eyebrow, waiting. Arthur spun the key between his fingers, watching how the morning light reflected off it. I'll be leaving today. George didn't flinch, simply tilting his head. For how long? Arthur exhaled through his nose, staring at the key as if he could force it to reveal its secrets. Finally, he admitted, I honestly don't know. A moment of silence. George observed him carefully, then placed his cup down with a soft clink. I see. He adjusted his tie, looking completely unfazed. Then I assume you've taken the necessary precautions. Arthur chuckled. Come on, George. Have a little faith. I know what I'm doing. George sighed, rubbing his temple. Master Arthur, faith is for men who don't have plans. I trust you, yes, but I would rather trust that you've prepared accordingly. Arthur leaned back, arms behind his head. I have. His grin widened. Well, mostly. George pinched the bridge of his nose. That is not reassuring in the slightest. Arthur stood, tossing the key into the air and catching it. It wasn't meant to be. He gave George a sharp look. Just keep an eye on things while I'm gone. If anything happens, use my shadows, they will obey you. George sighed but gave a small nod. Of course, sir. Then, a knowing look crossed his face. And what about your, Gotham plan? Arthur's smirk deepened. He didn't answer directly, just glanced out the window, where the city's dark skyline loomed in the distance. The Joker's shadow was still out there, doing exactly what Arthur instructed. Arthur grabbed his coat and stepped toward the door. The key pulsed faintly in his grasp. George, standing near the entrance, watched him carefully. Then, with a subtle smirk, he said, Do try not to disappear entirely, Master Arthur. Arthur laughed. Relax. I'll be back before you even miss me. Arthur adjusted his coat, rolling his shoulders like he was getting ready for a casual stroll instead of stepping into something potentially life-threatening. George, ever composed, watched him with a look of measured patience, like a butler preparing for yet another one of his master's reckless adventures. Arthur exhaled and casually said, All right then. Exchange. In an instant, his body was engulfed in shadow, sucked into the ground like ink spilling into water. And just as quickly, something else took his place. A hulking, inky black shadow demon stood where Arthur had been, its glowing eyes staring straight at George. Its form flickered like smoke, but its sheer size made the room feel much smaller than it actually was. For a long, long second, there was nothing but silence. George, completely unfazed, blinked once and adjusted his cufflinks. Then, in the same calm, dignified tone he used for everything else, he simply said, Oh. He gave the creature a once-over. Hello. The shadow demon tilted its head like a confused dog. George, still as composed as ever, gestured toward the dining table. I assume you don't partake in coffee. The shadow creature let out a deep, guttural growl that rumbled the floor beneath them. George nodded, completely unbothered. Yes, I thought as much. He picked up his newspaper again and went back to reading, as if a shadow monster standing in the room was just another Tuesday. Jump City. Arthur stepped out of the shadows, now back in Jump City. The familiar skyline stretched before him, the dim glow of streetlights casting long shadows against the towering buildings. And off in the distance, standing like a monument, was Titan's tower. Arthur exhaled through his nose, crossing his arms. It would have been way easier if I had just assigned a shadow soldier to one of the Titans. He muttered, his gaze locked on the distant T-shaped fortress. Could have had eyes and ears inside by now. But no, he never did. And for good reason. His blue eyes flickered as he remembered that Raven had been the first to sense his powers, long before he even made a move. She'd sniff them out. Probably exorcise or something on the spot, too. I need to test that out though, it will give me some insights about certain magic users. His lips twitched at the thought of watching his carefully planted spy get blasted into oblivion by a pissed-off half-demon. Arthur rubbed the back of his head, weighing his options. He could try to be subtle. Sneak in. Use the shadows, avoid confrontation. And access the dungeon. Minimize risk. But after a solid 5 seconds of pretending he had patience, he sighed. Ah, fuck it. He cracked his neck, shaking off the tension. I'll just go ahead and waltz in like nothing happened. His lips curled into a grin, equal parts cocky and suicidal. No plan. No backup. Just confidence and bad decisions. Arthur stood at the edge of the shore, staring at the tower of his so-called peers with mild annoyance. It loomed like a monument of past troubles, a place where he was neither welcome nor forgotten. He let out a long breath. All right, here goes nothing. With a flicker of motion, he vanished. His body blurred across the ground, moving like a ghost cutting through the night. Every step barely touched the surface, leaving behind faint ripples as he closed in on the tower's perimeter. But then, his instinct screamed. Arthur's stride shifted, his boots slamming against solid ground as he abruptly halted. His head tilted slightly, sensing it. A presence. Nearby. Slowly, his gaze lifted. And there she was. Raven. Floating just above the tower, shrouded in a midnight cloak, her hood partially drawn over her face. She sat suspended in the air, legs crossed in meditation, her violet eyes barely open, glowing faintly in the dark. The wind shifted, rustling the edges of her cloak. Arthur clicked his tongue. TCH, of course, it had to be her. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 54, Fractured Control. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur Blackwynd walked toward the Titan's tower as if he belonged there. His strides were slow, casual, almost lazy. But beneath the nonchalant exterior, every step was calculated. His senses stretched out like invisible tendrils, brushing against the energies around him, taking in every detail. The wind, the city's distant hum, the faint heartbeat of the tower itself, and naturally the meditating Raven on top of it. And then, above. Before he could react, violet eyes snapped open. The air shifted. Whoosh. Raven moved. One moment, she was floating in the night, legs crossed in quiet meditation. The next, she was right in front of him, standing mere feet away, her cloak billowing slightly from the sudden teleportation. You're a long way from Gotham. Her voice was even, controlled, but there was a sharp edge to it, like a blade just barely concealed. She wasn't surprised to see him. She had felt him coming. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. Raven. His voice held neither fear nor hesitation. Just acknowledgement. Her gaze studied him, searching. She wasn't foolish enough to assume he was here on a friendly visit. The last time they saw each other, things hadn't been peaceful in the city. But instead of pressing him immediately, Raven tilted her head slightly and, surprisingly, said, "Relax. I don't share everything with the team." Arthur's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Keep it that way. I really don't want to see you as an enemy." A flicker of blue light ran through his irises, something deep and untamed stirring beneath his skin. His power thrummed beneath the surface, coiled like a beast waiting to be unleashed. He wasn't suppressing it, not completely. And Raven could feel it. Her expression barely shifted, but the tension in the air thickened. "You're stronger." Her words weren't a compliment. They were a fact. An observation made with quiet, unwavering certainty. Arthur, ever the smooth talker, feigned mild surprise. "Naturally. And how'd you figure that out?" Raven's violet eyes bore into him, unamused. "Because you feel even more wrong." Ouch. Arthur placed a hand over his chest mockingly. "That's harsh." Raven didn't rise to the bait. Instead, she elaborated in that calm, measured tone of hers. Before, your power felt unsteady. Like it wasn't fully yours yet. Now, it's different. Denser. Colder. Like something has shifted inside you. Arthur rolled his shoulders, as if shaking off the weight of her words. I just had a good training arc. She didn't respond. Didn't need to. Her expression made it clear she wasn't buying his deflections. Then, Arthur did something bold. He walked past her. Not aggressively, not threateningly, just casually, like she wasn't even a roadblock. Like he had every right to be here. Raven's eyebrow twitched slightly, and she turned, watching him. You do realize you're not exactly going to be welcomed with open arms. Arthur didn't stop. I had a feeling. She took a step forward, voice as calm as ever, but with an unmistakable hint of warning. Robin came back with a broken leg and bruises all over. That made Arthur pause for half a second. Raven noticed. You're after something, aren't you? Arthur turned his head slightly, his sharp blue eyes meeting hers. The way she phrased it, it wasn't a question. It was a statement. Arthur smirked. What if I ask nicely? Raven exhaled softly, crossing her arms. Somehow, I doubt that's going to make a difference with the others. Arthur chuckled, his gaze flicking toward the tower's entrance. Guess we'll find out. A deep rumble filled the air as the ground trembled beneath Arthur's feet. Before he could take another step, massive slabs of rock shot up from the earth, rising like a barricade, standing tall between him and the tower. The movement was precise, controlled, this wasn't some casual warning. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Then, instead of looking annoyed, he just smiled. With a flick of his fingers, a pulse of invisible force rippled outward. Crack, boom. The barrier shattered into dust, the massive chunks of rock hurled away effortlessly as if they weighed nothing at all. The debris didn't even touch the ground, they simply vanished, erased from existence by Arthur's ruler's authority. His gaze flicked to Raven, his smirk widening slightly. Really? That's how we're playing it? She didn't answer. Instead she attacked. Boom. A bolt of dark, crackling energy shot toward him with terrifying speed. Arthur barely had time to tilt his head as the blast roared past his face, searing the air where he had just stood. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. No warning. No words. She was pissed. And she wasn't holding back. Another blast, then another, then another. The night lit up with purple streaks of energy as Raven unleashed an onslaught of shadowy projectiles, each one precise, deadly, and filled with something more than just power. Arthur exhaled, his smirk fading. Shing. A sleek, black promethium blade slid free from his system inventory, gleaming under the dim moonlight. His grip was effortless, almost relaxed, until he moved. Clang. The first blast met the sword's edge and split in half, the raw energy scattering harmlessly to the side. Clang. 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 He deflected each strike with ease, his free hand casually flicking his fingers, redirecting, stopping, erasing the stray energy bolts midair with ruler's authority. It was as if the very air bent to his will. But as he parried, something caught his attention. Her attacks weren't just fast, they were furious. Raven's face was still a mask of control, but her eyes they burned. Not with their usual violet glow. But with something darker. Arthur narrowed his eyes, watching her closely. Something was off. She sent a final, larger blast straight at him, but this time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he closed the distance. Whoosh. His body blurred through the air, shadows twisting around his form as he shot forward like a bullet. Before Raven could react. Grab. Arthur's hand caught hers midair, his grip firm but not crushing. They hovered above the ground, the wind rustling around them, tension thick in the air. What is going on with you? Arthur's voice was low, edged with something that almost sounded like concern. Raven's eyes flickered, her expression unreadable, but she didn't pull away. Let go, Arthur. Her tone was calm, but it lacked its usual cool detachment. Arthur didn't move, his face close to hers. You're clearly keeping something to yourself. What's wrong? For the first time, she hesitated. Then just for a split second. Her eyes snapped red. Arthur noticed. His grip loosened instantly, and she yanked her hand away, clutching her head. A sharp gasp left her lips as she staggered, her fingers pressing against her temple like she was trying to silence something. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He had seen it. Just for a moment. But it was enough. Raven. She didn't respond. Didn't even look at him. Arthur exhaled slowly, stepping back as they both landed on solid ground. He watched her closely, analyzing her every movement. Raven barely had time to steady herself before. Grab. Arthur's hands clamped down on her shoulders, firm but not forceful. His eyes burned an eerie, glowing blue, cutting through the darkness between them. His gaze was that of understanding. And when he spoke, his voice carried something Raven hadn't expected. Certainty. It's your father Trigon, isn't it? Raven's breath hitched. No. No, that wasn't possible. Her eyes widened slightly, her entire body going rigid under his grip. No. Wait. She shook her head, confused. How did he? Her voice dropped to something almost defensive. How did you know that? Arthur's expression didn't change. He just kept staring, his grip not loosening. His voice was even, almost casual, except for the razor-sharp edge beneath it. You were attacking me out of frustration about something, he said, tilting his head slightly. But your attacks got a little too lethal. Raven flinched at that. If I were some random thug, hell, if I was weaker I'd be dead right now. No, Raven protested quickly, as if trying to dismiss the idea. I wouldn't. Arthur cut her off, his tone growing just a little more pointed. Are you losing control over Trigon? He let that sink in before adding, that's a little bit serious, don't you think? Raven clenched her jaw, looking away. Is there a reason for that? Arthur pressed. You're someone who's always so composed. Always keeping your emotions in check. So why now? She said nothing. But the way her eyes started darting everywhere avoiding his gaze, avoiding the question told him everything he needed to know. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. His grip on her shoulders tightened just a fraction. And then he said it. Don't tell me this is about me. Raven's head snapped up so fast it was a miracle she didn't get whiplash. Her entire face erupted into deep, burning red. Not just a little blush full-on, fire alarm level embarrassment. No, she blurted out, way too loud, way too fast. Arthur just nodded. A slow, deliberate, knowing nod. Yes. Raven groaned, her hands flying to her face. No. Yes. No. Yes. She groaned harder, face-palming herself with a level of exasperation that could probably crack the multiverse. Arthur just smirked. Wow. You must really hate being this predictable. Raven sighed deeply, like she was about to throw herself into another dimension just to escape this conversation. But when she finally spoke, her voice was low. I'm not allowed to feel deeply, she admitted. Anger, frustration. She exhaled, shaking her head slightly. And even, jealousy. She hesitated for half a second before forcing the last word out, as if saying it physically hurt. Arthur just watched her, his smile fading slightly. These are things he feeds on to weaken me. Her voice was quieter now. Not weak. Not scared. Just tired. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 55, Uninvited Guest. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur finally let her go, his grip loosening as he took a slow step back. His glowing eyes dimmed, fading into their usual blue. But his smirk? That stayed firmly in place. Damn, he muttered, stretching his neck with an easy roll of his shoulders. I knew you were interested in me, but I didn't think it was this serious. He raised an eyebrow, his voice teasing but laced with genuine curiosity. I mean, I didn't think I'd have to start dodging death beams because of it. Raven froze. Then, very slowly, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Oh my God. Arthur grinned. Oh my God, she repeated, her voice tighter this time, as if she was physically fighting the urge to hurl him into another dimension. I mean, don't get me wrong, Arthur continued, ignoring the warning signs of imminent doom. I get it. I'm devastatingly charming. It happens. Raven inhaled through her nose, very deliberately. Arthur. And let's be real, you do spend a lot of time looking at me when you think I don't notice. He tapped his chin, mock thoughtful. It's cute, really. Raven closed her eyes. Arthur. But, man, jealousy. Didn't expect that from you. He clicked his tongue, shaking his head. I must have done something right. That was it. Raven snapped. I am not jealous. Her cloak flared around her as raw, violet energy erupted from her body, crackling through the air in a wave of frustration. A nearby streetlight exploded, shattering into pieces. Arthur just laughed. Not a nervous laugh. Not a worried laugh. A full, smug, entertained-as-hell laugh. Raven groaned into her hands. You are the worst person I have ever met. Arthur wiped a non-existent tear from his eye, still chuckling. And yet, here we are. You, losing control over your emotions. Me, still standing. You sure you don't want to admit something? She refused to look at him. Arthur smirked, tilting his head. Raven. Shut up. Say it. Shut up. Arthur just smiled wider. I'll take that as a maybe. He put his hands up in mock surrender, still grinning like he had all the time in the world. All right, all right. I should stop teasing you, otherwise, I might end up fighting a red demon right here, right now. He smirked, his tone light, but his next words carried weight. And honestly, I'm not exactly sure I'm ready to go toe-to-toe with something like that just yet. Raven froze. For a second, everything was silent. The wind, the distant sounds of the city, everything faded into the background. Then, a sharp pull. Arthur's eyes widened as he felt her hands grip his clothes from behind, her voice suddenly too close. How do you know about my father? The question wasn't loud. But damn if it didn't carry the weight of 1,000 unspoken things. Her breath was just the faintest whisper against his back, and for once, her tone wasn't calm. It was low, controlled, but underneath it, there was something else. Arthur's smirk faltered, just for a split second. Then, he let out a small chuckle, tilting his head slightly. You're not the only one with access to certain data about people. His voice was smooth, effortless, like he hadn't just pulled that lie out of thin air. Raven didn't move. Didn't let go. But he felt her eyes narrow. Right, she murmured, her voice unreadable. And I suppose you just happened to come across that particular bit of information. Arthur grinned, twisting his head just enough to glance at her over his shoulder. Let's just say I like to keep my ear to the ground. Raven held her stare for a moment longer. Then, slowly, she let go of him. Arthur turned fully, hands slipping into his pockets as he rocked on his heels. Come on now, Raven. His smirk returned, playful but intentional. Get me inside the tower. I'm not here for trouble. Raven's violet gaze flicked up to his. Her expression betrayed nothing. But then, she sighed. TTCH. She crossed her arms. I should leave you outside just for being annoying. Arthur grinned wider. You are not gonna do that to your dearest. She rolled her eyes, but the tension in her shoulders finally loosened. Dark energy swirled around them. Don't make me regret this. Arthur gave her a lazy salute. You won't. Raven didn't say another word. Instead, she flicked her wrist, and a swirling black portal tore through the air, dark and ethereal, crackling with energy. Arthur raised an eyebrow but didn't hesitate. Thanks, he mused before stepping inside. Raven followed. A moment later, they were inside the Titan's tower. The shift in atmosphere was immediate. The air was still, yet the walls hummed faintly with hidden security systems. The soft glow of the tower's advanced technology cast faint blue lights across the polished floor. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Can't say I miss this place, not like I spent that much time here. Then. Pulse. Arthur felt it immediately. Something inside his system inventory started thrumming, a faint but insistent beat, like a pulse in the fabric of reality itself. He reached for it. The key. As soon as he pulled it out, the mysterious, dark metal key pulsed again in his palm. Faint, glowing inscriptions slithered across its surface, disappearing before the eye could properly register them. It felt alive, sensing something. The doorway to the dungeon was close. Arthur frowned slightly. I wonder what kind of dungeon it's gonna be. Before he could shove it back into his inventory. What is that? Arthur's gaze flicked up. Raven was staring. Her violet eyes were locked onto the key, brows furrowed in curiosity, and something else. Arthur didn't even blink. Just something, he said casually, closing his fingers around it. Raven narrowed her eyes. Arthur. Her voice was flat. He smirked. That's my name. She folded her arms. Will you ever be honest about anything? Arthur let out a short chuckle, spinning the key once before making it disappear back into his inventory. There's a reason I keep certain things to myself, he said, his voice calm, steady. Just trust me. Raven stared at him. Then, without warning, Arthur leaned in, close enough that she could feel his breath against her ear. Just like I know you were spying on me while I was with Kara in Italy. Raven froze. Arthur's smirk grew. But I kept it to myself. Her face turned red. Like, comically red. Her eyes widened just a fraction, and she instinctively took a half step back, but it was too late. The damage was done. What, she managed. Arthur chuckled, his sharp blue gaze glinting. It's easy to detect you, Raven. Just like you can detect me. She clenched her fists, looking anywhere but at him. Arthur took one more step back, hands in his pockets, looking way too amused. Fear not, he added smoothly. Your secret is in safe hands. Raven groaned into her palm, clearly wanting the earth to swallow her whole. Arthur and Raven walked side by side. The neon blue glow from the hallway panels cast soft shadows on the floor, but despite the futuristic setting, the atmosphere between them was, strangely awkward. Raven, of course, wasn't the type to fidget. But right now, she was definitely fidgeting. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and she kept glancing at Arthur from the corner of her eye, like she was debating something. Arthur, on the other hand, was just casually strolling, hands in his pockets, acting like he owned the place despite technically being an intruder and not exactly someone they would like to see. Finally, Raven broke the silence. So, Kara. Arthur arched a brow, glancing at her. What about her? Raven hesitated for half a second, then shrugged, like she was totally not overthinking this. How did you two meet? Arthur smirked. Jealous. Her face immediately darkened. I can still teleport you to the bottom of the ocean. Arthur chuckled, shaking his head. I mean, I can survive that, but all right. No need to get murdery. I saved her life, kind of. Raven blinked. Kind of. Arthur waved a hand. Long story. You probably already know half of it from the Justice League. That answer wasn't nearly enough for Raven. She tilted her head, eyes narrowing. And Arthur let out a small sigh. And I might have, unintentionally promised her something. Raven stopped walking, staring at him. What did you promise? Arthur scratched the back of his head, looking very uninterested in answering that. It's complicated. Raven, however, completely ignored his attempt to change the subject. Instead, she hit him with a different question entirely. Do you like her? Arthur glanced at her, caught slightly off guard by the directness. He opened his mouth. Then he felt it. His instincts flared. They weren't alone. Arthur stopped mid-step, gaze sharpening as he shifted his focus down the hall. Raven noticed immediately. It's the others, follow me. Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he just started walking forward. Straight toward the two figures waiting ahead. Jamie stood near a security console, his glowing blue eyes narrowing the moment he spotted Arthur. Beside him, Beast Boy was mid-conversation, but the second he turned and saw who was approaching, his green eyes went wide. Oh boy, Beast Boy muttered, ears perking up. Ah, Jamie. Is that who I think it is? Jamie tensed. The scarab on his back buzzed with activity, its mechanical voice whispering something in his head. He didn't even need it to tell him the obvious, this was bad news. Arthur, however. He didn't sneak, didn't hide, didn't hesitate. He just walked straight up to them. Like he belonged here. Like this wasn't an issue at all. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 56, Dungeon Location. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Beast Boy and Blue Beetle both froze when they spotted Arthur approaching. Jamie's scarab reacted instantly. With a flash of blue energy, his armor snapped into place, sleek and menacing. Weapons hummed to life, sharp blasters forming around his arms as he aimed directly at Arthur. What are you doing here? Jamie demanded, voice edged with suspicion. The scarab's glowing eyes locked onto Arthur like a predator locking onto prey. Arthur raised his hands in mock surrender, a cocky smirk tugging at his lips. Easy there, Ironman Jr., I'm just here for a tour. Jamie. Raven tried to interject, but Arthur had already closed the distance. I said, what are you doing here? Jamie's tone hardened. The scarab hummed louder, energy spikes crackling at his fingertips. Beast Boy, still leaning against the wall, immediately stepped in with a nervous chuckle. Whoa, chill, man. He's not throwing punches, so maybe don't attack him yet. He shifted into a green Labrador and padded between them, wagging his tail. Let's not blow holes in the tower today, huh? Arthur tilted his head. See? Even our green friend thinks you're overreacting. Jamie's blasters flared brighter. Don't push me. Or what? Arthur's smirk sharpened, his doomsday bone gauntlet subtly forming beneath his sleeves, hidden from view. You gonna shoot first, ask questions later. I thought you hero types were more patient. Raven finally reached them, her hand brushing Arthur's arm as if she could physically hold him back. Arthur, stop it, she said, her voice low and urgent. You're not helping. Relax, I'm just messing with him, Arthur said smoothly, though his stance never shifted. Didn't realize guest hospitality was this aggressive. Beast Boy shifted back to human form, throwing an arm around Jamie's shoulders in an exaggerated bro hug. Come on, man. If he wanted to fight, he wouldn't walk up with Raven here. Plus, I'm getting zero, evil mastermind, vibes here. More. Smug pain in the ass. Arthur chuckled. Finally, someone with a good read on me. Jamie's visor dimmed slightly, though his weapons didn't lower. Why are you really here? Arthur shrugged. Just passing through. Needed to talk to someone. His gaze slid sideways to Raven for a brief second, just long enough for Jamie to catch it. Talk to someone, huh? Beast Boy wiggled his eyebrows. I knew it all along, Raven. I don't mind seeing Arthur around from now on, but what would the others think? Especially, well, you know, Robin. Arthur laughed while Raven groaned audibly, covering her face with one hand. It's not what you think. Raven started, but Arthur cut her off. MHM, he said, throwing in a playful wink. Beast Boy howled with laughter while Jamie just muttered under his breath, I'm gonna regret not blasting you, aren't I? Most likely, Arthur quipped. But hey, at least you didn't shoot first, but if last time wasn't enough for you, we can always try again. Arthur's smirk deepened as he caught the tension still hanging in the air. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, just long enough to feel the pulse of his own power thrumming beneath the surface. When he opened them again, his irises glowed with an eerie, blue light, a quiet storm brewing behind them. You're alone here, aren't you? He said, voice low and smooth. Beast Boy's laughter cut off in an instant. Both he and Jamie stiffened, exchanging a quick glance. The kind that screamed, how the hell does he know that? Jamie's scarab flared in response, energy crackling faintly along his gauntlets. What's it to you? Arthur didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked unbothered, unhurried until he was close enough to slap a hand onto Beast Boy's shoulder. No hard feelings, he said casually, giving Gar a light pat. My bad for going too hard on you guys last time. I'm not usually that rough, unless asked. He tossed a wink toward Raven's direction, earning a visible facepalm from her. Beast Boy blinked, his mouth half open. Ah, thanks. I think. Whatever awkward quip Gar was about to fire back was cut off by Jamie snapping. All right, enough of you mocking us. Jamie growled, his armor humming as the scarab shifted into attack mode. Blades unfolded from his arms, glowing with energy. If you've got this much mouth, let's see if you can back it up. Fight me. Now. Arthur sighed, lifting his hand lazily. If you insist. With a flick of his wrist, Ruler's authority surged to life. An invisible force crashed into Jamie like a freight train, yanking him clean off the ground and pinning him midair. The hell? Jamie struggled, his limbs locked tight as the scarab whirred in protest. He tried to activate his weapons, but Arthur's control twisted tighter, binding his hands behind his back like invisible chains. Wow, Arthur mused, tilting his head. And here I thought you were gonna be a challenge. You ass. Language, Arthur cut in smoothly. Beast Boy took a cautious step back, eyes darting between them. Ah, guys. Maybe we don't turn the living room into a battle arena. I just got comfy. Let me go. Jamie snapped, his armor flaring as he tried to break free. But Arthur barely twitched, keeping the hold firm. You sure? Arthur teased. Enough. Raven's voice cut through the tension like a whip, the air around her rippling with power. She stepped between them, her dark cloak flaring as her glowing eyes locked onto Arthur's. Let him go. For a moment, the room hung in silence, electric and sharp. Then, with an exaggerated sigh, Arthur released his hold. Jamie dropped back to the floor with a heavy thud, cursing under his breath as he stumbled upright. Fine. Arthur dusted off his hands like he'd just finished taking out the trash. It's a waste of time anyway. Jamie took a threatening step forward, but Beast Boy yanked him back by the arm. Dude, don't. I like having a face, and I'd like to keep it in one piece, please. Arthur chuckled, turning on his heel like nothing had happened. Smartest thing anyone said all day. Raven, still watching him carefully, let out a breath. You're impossible, you promised not to make trouble. Arthur glanced at her over his shoulder, that infuriating smirk still plastered on his face. And I aim to keep that promise. Arthur, ever the picture of confidence, spun back around and casually grabbed Raven's hand. His fingers curled around hers, warm, firm, decisive. Come on, he said, pulling her along without waiting for an answer. Let's go. Raven's brain stalled for a second. Wah. Wait. Hey, her voice wavered, a rare stammer slipping through as he led her down the hall like it was the most normal thing in the world. Her cloak fluttered behind her as she hurried to keep up, but the heat crawling up her face was impossible to ignore. From behind, Beast Boy's jaw practically hit the floor. Ah, am I hallucinating? Or did bro just, is that really our Raven? No, you're not, Jamie muttered, still adjusting his now loosened armor. His brows knit together as he watched them disappear down the corridor. Well, it not our problem. Robin for sure will be mad at Raven for letting him in. Beast Boy whistled low. Dude's got moves though. I kinda respect it. Jamie sighed. Yeah, well, if he pulls that with my hand again, I'm breaking his wrist. Beast Boy narrowed his eyes and said, sure. Meanwhile, Arthur led Raven through the halls, his grip steady but relaxed. He didn't even glance back, not once. The dungeon is definitely this way. Raven, on the other hand. Total mess. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Her thoughts were, why was he still holding my hand? And worse, why am I not pulling away? Are you doing this on purpose? She mumbled under her breath, hoping he wouldn't hear. I do everything on purpose, Arthur shot back without missing a beat, his tone annoyingly smug. As they walked, the strange hum from the key in Arthur's pocket grew louder, subtle at first, but building with every step. A faint pulse of energy brushed against his senses, guiding him like an invisible thread. He followed it instinctively, the hum peaking as they stopped in front of a door. This is it, Arthur said, releasing her hand as he pulled the key from his inventory. It glowed faintly, vibrating like it was reacting to something hidden inside. This is where I wanted to go. But when he glanced back at Raven, expecting a snarky comment, he was met with silence. She stood stiffly behind him, her face turned slightly away, but there was no hiding the deep red flush creeping up her neck and across her cheeks. What's wrong? Arthur tilted his head, raising a brow at her. You look like you swallowed a candle. Raven clenched her jaw, struggling to keep her composure. After an awkward pause, she finally muttered under her breath, barely audible. That's my room. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 57, A Portal in Her Room. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur blinked, processing her words for a moment before his head tilted slightly. Oh. It clicked hard. His eyes darted between the softly humming key in his hand and the door before him. Of all places. Internally, he sighed, for the dungeon gate to be here of all places. The system's sense of humor is something else. Raven, meanwhile, was still standing there, face flushed, arms crossed tightly, watching him with a mix of suspicion and confusion. Arthur, because he couldn't resist, broke the silence. Well, he drawled, turning back to her with a half smirk. What I want just happens to be in your room. Raven's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? Oh, don't make it weird. Arthur held up the key like it explained everything. Spoiler alert, it didn't. I'm not the one making it weird, Raven shot back, her voice rising slightly. You just said you wanted something in my room, do you have any idea how that sounds? Arthur bit back a laugh, but the glint in his eyes gave him away. Relax, it's not like I'm raiding your sock drawer or anything. Her glare sharpened. If you touch anything, I'll teleport you to another dimension and leave you there. Noted. He held up his hands in mock surrender again. But for the record, I have no choice really. Raven squinted at the key still buzzing faintly between his fingers. What even is that? Arthur tilted his head, eyes narrowing in thought as the key pulsed faintly in his grip. For a moment, he considered brushing it off with another joke, but no. This was serious. Without warning, he reached out and grabbed Raven's hands, his touch warm against her cool skin. The sudden contact made her tense, her lips parting slightly in surprise. Look, Arthur said, voice low but firm. You're gonna see something, but you need to keep it to yourself. Do not, and I mean it, do not tell a soul. The weight behind his words sent a chill down Raven's spine. This wasn't his usual teasing or smug attitude. He was serious. Her brows furrowed as she tried to read his expression. What is it? She asked, her voice softer now, curiosity tangled with concern. Arthur didn't answer right away. His eyes flickered, glowing faintly, the usual playful glint replaced by something sharper. Dangerous. Whatever this was, it wasn't a joke. Raven swallowed, her pulse quickening. Okay, I promise, she said, her voice quieter but laced with impatience. Just, what the hell is this thing? Arthur's grip on her hands tightened briefly before he released her. Let's get inside your room first, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Without waiting for a reply, he turned toward the door and pushed it open. Raven hesitated just for a second. Part of her brain screamed that this was insane. Bringing a guy like him who clearly wasn't supposed to be in the tower into her room. Yeah, it will look bad to the others no matter what she says. And yet, she followed. The door clicked shut behind them, muffling the sounds of the tower's halls. Her room was exactly what anyone might expect, dimly lit, shelves stacked with ancient books, the faint scent of incense hanging in the air. It was private. Quiet. Arthur took a few steps in, scanning the room with that same unreadable expression. Cozy, he murmured, before pivoting back to her, the key still glowing softly in his hand. All right, Raven crossed her arms, leaning back against her desk, trying to appear casual despite the heat still lingering on her face. We're inside. Now talk. Arthur spun the key between his fingers, as if deciding how much to say. What I'm about to show you. He flicked his gaze back to hers. It's not something your team or anyone else should know about. Raven raised an eyebrow, skepticism curling at the edges of her face. Arthur's lips curved into that maddening, familiar smirk, but his eyes still held that strange seriousness. If I wanted to cause trouble for all of you, he said, stepping closer until there was barely a breath of space between them, I wouldn't be standing here asking you to trust me. For once, Raven had no snarky comeback. She just nodded, the weight of his words hanging heavy between them. Good, Arthur said softly, stepping back. Then, with a deep breath, he turned the key. The moment Arthur twisted the key, reality trembled. A jagged, glowing rift tore itself into existence right in front of them, a swirling mass of shadow and silver light, twisting and crackling like it had been ripped straight out of a nightmare. The edges shimmered with an eerie, violet glow, casting strange, flickering patterns against the walls of Raven's room. The air grew thick, humming with an unnatural energy that made the hairs on Raven's neck stand on end. What the hell, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the low, thrumming sound the portal emitted. Arthur, meanwhile, just tilted his head, watching the portal with that same maddening calm, as if a tear in reality casually opening in a girl's bedroom was no big deal. Raven, however, wasn't about to sit back and let this slide. She stepped closer, eyes narrowing as she studied the swirling mass. Is this? She hesitated for a moment before finishing, some kind of portal. No, it is a portal. The magic I'm sensing from it, it's insane. Without waiting for an answer, she raised a hand, her fingertips glowing faintly with magic as she reached toward it. The second her fingers brushed the edge. Zap. A sharp crack of invisible force lashed out, sending a jolt up her arm and making her stumble back with a quiet curse. Arthur chuckled softly, crossing his arms. Yeah, probably shouldn't touch that. Raven glared at him, shaking her hand as the static tingled across her fingers. Thanks for the warning, she deadpanned. So. What exactly is it? Arthur twirled the key once between his fingers before slipping it back into his inventory with a faint shimmer. A portal, like you said, he admitted, leaning against her wall like he owned the place. But not just any portal, only I can enter it. Raven's brow furrowed as she processed his words. And it just happens to be here, she said slowly, a thread of suspicion curling through her voice. In my room. Yup. Arthur popped the P with a smirk, meeting her gaze without a trace of hesitation. Her expression hardened as she crossed her arms, stepping back toward him. You're telling me, she said carefully, her voice low and skeptical, that this only works here? Arthur lifted a hand in mock surrender. I'm just as confused as you are. Believe me, he said smoothly. But hey, fate's funny like that. Raven narrowed her eyes, searching his face for any sign of deception. His usual cocky attitude was still there, but underneath it, he was serious. There was no mockery, no hint of a lie. He was telling the truth. You're not lying, she finally admitted, though the words felt heavy on her tongue. Told you, Arthur said, flashing her a grin. I'm an open book. Raven snorted quietly, but there was no humor behind it. That's the biggest lie you've told all day. Arthur just laughed, pushing himself off the wall. All right, fair point, he said, stepping closer to the portal. The strange energy danced across his skin but didn't harm him, like it recognized him. Anyways, Raven, this portal, it's not going anywhere without me. So I'm going to enter it right now. Her breath hitched. Without thinking, her hand shot out toward him. Arthur. Her voice came softer than she intended, a rare crack of concern breaking through her usual calm. Arthur stopped, turning back just enough to meet her eyes. That cocky confidence still lingered, but beneath it, there was something solid, trusting. I'm counting on you to keep this a secret, he said, his tone unusually gentle. I'll be back right here, when I'm done. Raven opened her mouth to argue, to demand answers, but the words stuck in her throat. She clenched her fists, knowing deep down he was going to do whatever he wanted regardless of what she said. Idiot, she muttered under her breath. Arthur caught it, of course he did, and a playful smirk tugged at his lips. Glad to know you care about me. Her face heated instantly. I don't. I just. She huffed, crossing her arms tighter around herself. If you get yourself killed, I wouldn't even care. Of course. Arthur chuckled, giving her one last nod before turning back toward the portal. Without another word, he leapt forward straight into the swirling void. The portal didn't explode or shatter. It just vanished, collapsing in on itself like it had never been there, leaving behind nothing but a faint hum of lingering energy hanging heavy in the air. The strange, electric charge faded. The room fell into silence. He was gone. For a long moment, Raven just stood there, her heart pounding louder than she'd ever admit. She exhaled slowly, staring at the spot where the portal had been, the emptiness pressing against her chest. "Show off," she whispered, rolling her eyes, but her voice was softer now and a little worried. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 58, Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur landed with a sharp thud on the cold, jagged ground, his boots skidding slightly as he straightened up. The air around him felt wrong, thick with an ancient, almost hungry magic that crawled along his skin like 1,000 unseen hands. He scanned his surroundings, eyes narrowing. "Well, would you look at that?" he muttered. He was standing on a floating island, a massive chunk of blackened rock, suspended in an endless, storm-lit void. Jagged stone spires pierced the air like broken fangs. In the distance, dozens of other floating islands hovered, some drifting lazily while others crackled with violet lightning. Faint, eerie flying figures moved across them. Arthur exhaled, already feeling the tension coil in his gut. Yeah, this is totally different than the Tower of Fate. Just then, the familiar chime of the system rang out, its tone somehow heavier than usual. "Welcome to the Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon. Most of your job-specific skills are now locked. To prove you are worthy of the Legion, one must vanquish the Legion itself, with his own merit. You will fight them here at the peak of their ability. Escape is not an option, there is no exit until the trial is done. You'll be kicked out of the dungeon once you finish this level." Arthur blinked at the last line. Kicked out. He ran a hand down his face, sighing. Of course. Can't make this easy, huh? Locked skills. He figured that was coming. Every prove your worth test always had a catch. But the system booting him out the second he was done after a single level. That was new and not in a good way. So, what, every time I want to enter, I gotta swing by Raven's room like a guy sneaking back to his girlfriend's place. His palm smacked against his forehead. Great. That won't be awkward. He could already picture the looks. Beast Boy would crack jokes. Jamie would aim a plasma cannon at his face. And Raven. Yeah, she'd either enjoy it or probably just teleport me into the ocean. Shaking his head, Arthur focused on the task at hand. He took a step forward, the weight of the world shifting beneath his feet. Power thrummed through the air, powerful and old, like the dungeon itself was watching him. "All right, Shadow Legion," he muttered, cracking his knuckles. "Let's see if you live up to the hype." Arthur extended his hand, fingers curling as he willed his shadows to rise. Nothing happened. He frowned, trying again, this time with more intent. Still nothing. Not a flicker. Not a single loyal soldier crawling to his side. He exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. "I really can't use them, huh?" His voice was low, but there was no panic, just the edge of a grin tugging at his lips. "So be it, alone is not a problem for me." In one smooth motion, he summoned his sword, a sleek blade humming with restrained power. The familiar and dangerous Prometheum sword. With a shrug, he slung it over his shoulder and began walking, the faint sound of his boots tapping against the strange, floating rock beneath him. The wind howled softly around the floating island, carrying the distant sounds of movement, sharp, cutting, like wings slicing through air. Arthur's senses flared. He stopped mid-step, turning his head just in time to catch a blur streaking across the sky. Flying creatures. Dozens of them. Massive wings. Sleek, obsidian scales reflecting the dim, eerie light of this realm. Their crimson eyes burning like suns, cutting through the mist as they soared past him in a formation. Arthur's eyes gleamed as he tracked their movement, the corners of his mouth curling into a wicked smile. "Wyverns, that's my transport." Without a second thought, he crouched slightly, muscles coiling with tension. In a burst of speed, he leapt from the edge of the floating island, the wind rushing past his face as he hurtled toward the flock. "All right. Let's see which one of you is worth riding." Titan's Tower. In the quiet of her room, Raven sat cross-legged on the floor, fingers twitching as dark energy swirled faintly around her. Her hood was down, and beads of sweat trailed down her face, an unusual sight for someone as composed as her. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Eyes shut. Focus razor sharp. And still, nothing. Damn it, Arthur, she hissed under her breath, her voice tight with frustration. I really can't sense him at all. She exhaled slowly, attempting to center herself again. But her mind spun, spiraling through possibilities she hadn't considered before. Her brow furrowed as a realization crept in, slow, unsettling. So this is it. Her voice softened as her violet eyes snapped open, glowing faintly. This is why I couldn't sense him before, he's been going inside these portals. Her stomach twisted. Often. So that's how it is. Her mind raced with questions she didn't want to ask. What exactly is he doing in there? And why, out of all places, did this portal appear in her room? And worse, why did it bother her so much? Lost in thought, Raven barely registered the faintest sound outside her door, soft but unmistakable. Whispering. Right on cue. I can't hear a thing, Beast Boy whispered, his pointed ears twitching as he leaned against the door. His green skin shifted slightly as he tried transforming into a bat, no luck. Whatever they are saying is, like, super muffled. Blue Beetle stood beside him, arms crossed, voice dry. Dude, you're half a foot away. I don't think turning into a bat gonna improve your odds. Hey, it's called strategy, bro. Beast Boy rolled his eyes. And if you're so smart, why don't you try listening? Jamie sighed. Fine. With a small whir, the blue scarab armor glowed faintly as he tilted his head toward the door. Nothing. Well? Beast Boy asked, eyebrows waggling. I think she said something about portals and Arthur. Jamie paused. Or maybe torture and murder. Honestly, could go either way. Beast Boy snickered. Oh, but seriously, what the hell are they doing inside? Raven shook her head, muttering under her breath, I'm surrounded by idiots. Without warning. What are you two doing? A cold, sharp voice pierced the air. They froze. Beast Boy's soul nearly left his body as Raven materialized behind them, her arms folded across her chest. Her glare. Lethal. Both of them spun around, hands shooting up in immediate surrender. Nothing. Nothing at all. Beast Boy blurted out, grinning nervously. Just, casual hallway patrol. Keeping things safe, as always. Jamie nodded rapidly. Why yeah. Routine security check. Very professional stuff, you know how it is. Raven's eyes narrowed dangerously. Right. For a long, tense moment, no one spoke. Then, Beast Boy tilted his head, blinking curiously. Wait a second, why are you sweating? Her breath hitched. Like, a lot. His nose twitched. Kinda smells like Azarath Metrian Zinthos. The hallway exploded in a surge of dark energy. With a yelp, both boys were thrown back, Beast Boy crashing against the wall while Jamie skidded down the floor on his armored back. Okay. Beast Boy wheezed, holding his hands up from the floor. Message received, no more questions. Jamie coughed, pushing himself up. I'm never trusting you to listen again. Raven, face flushed and fuming, huffed in frustration before vanishing in a swirl of black magic, leaving the two of them groaning on the floor. Worth it, Beast Boy muttered with a grin, despite the ache in his ribs. Jamie just shook his head. Bro. High above the floating islands, the sky was chaos. The wind howled like a beast, ripping through the air as 5 wyverns circled Arthur, massive, scaled monstrosities with leathery wings and jaws lined with jagged teeth. Their crimson eyes burned with primal fury, locking onto the lone intruder who dared to challenge them. And Arthur? He was laughing. Is that all you've got? His voice cut through the wind, wild and sharp, as his glowing eyes gleamed with predatory excitement. One of the wyverns dove at him, a blur of claws and snapping fangs. Arthur didn't flinch. With a pulse of ruler's authority, he twisted midair, yanking himself onto its back. The beast shrieked in fury, wings flapping madly as it tried to shake him off, but Arthur moved like a shadow, smooth and relentless. You're not going anywhere. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his Prometheum sword, the black blade humming with lethal energy. Without hesitation, he drove it into the base of the wyvern's neck, cutting through scales like butter. Dark blood sprayed across his face, but the wicked smile never left his lips. The beast spasmed beneath him, but Arthur leaned in closer, twisting the blade deeper. He yanked the sword free just enough and with a surge of strength, dragged the dying wyvern toward the others. Another wyvern lunged, jaws open wide. Arthur's eyes flashed. Big mistake. He pulled, forcing the dying beast into a sudden dive. At the last second, he kicked off its back, letting the corpse crash into the attacking wyvern with bone-shattering force. The collision sent both creatures spiraling toward the floating islands below, a tangle of wings and blood. 2 down. Arthur hovered in the air, hair whipping around his face as he twirled his sword with a flick of his wrist. His glowing eyes snapped toward the remaining 3 wyverns, who shrieked in rage. Bring it on, lizards. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 59, Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The sky trembled with the dying echoes of battle. Only 2 wyverns remained. Their massive wings beat the air in frantic bursts, circling above Arthur as if trying to decide whether to fight or flee. Arthur. He just walked. Each step was slow, deliberate, like a predator who already knew how this would end. His glowing blue eyes burned through the haze of blood and smoke, and the air itself seemed to grow heavier like the world was bending to his will. One of the wyverns finally snapped. With a deafening shriek, it dived toward him, jaws wide enough to crush a boulder. Arthur didn't stop. He didn't even blink. When it got close enough, he moved. In a blur of speed and raw power, his doomsday gauntlet fist shot forward crack. The punch connected square with the beast's face. The sheer force shattered its snout, sending splinters of bone flying. Its own horn, sharp and curved, was driven straight through its skull. The wyvern's eyes bulged wide with a choking gurgle before its body collapsed in a twitching heap. Arthur shook the blood from his gauntlet, tilting his head. Maybe that was a bit too much. The last wyvern, bigger than the rest, let out a panicked, ear-splitting screech. It flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to escape, already soaring higher. Arthur just raised his hand. Where do you think you're going? His voice was calm, almost bored, but the weight behind it was absolute. Ruler's authority surged from his palm, an invisible force crashing into the wyvern like a tidal wave. It jerked mid-flight, slammed down through the air, flailing as if the very sky betrayed it. The beast thrashed helplessly, but Arthur's power was merciless. It wasn't just holding the wyvern, it was dragging it down. With an earth-shaking thud, the creature landed, its massive head pinned to the ground. Arthur's boots crunched over broken stone as he approached. Slowly. Casually. The wyvern hissed, struggling against the invisible grip locking its limbs. But when Arthur crouched down, his gauntlet-clad hand clamped around its thick, scaly throat, tight enough to make the beast shudder in pain. Listen closely, big guy, Arthur said, leaning in. His voice dropped lower, colder, dangerous. I'm not in the mood to waste time. So here's the deal. He lifted his other hand, pointing toward a distant floating island, one that pulsed with an eerie, electric energy. Jagged bolts of purple lightning arced around its edges, and the air around it seemed darker and twisted. That's where your boss is, isn't it? His eyes gleamed, piercing and relentless. You're gonna take me there. Or. His grip tightened hard. The wyvern let out a strangled growl, its entire body trembling under his grasp. It wasn't defiance, it was fear. Arthur smiled, cold and sharp. Good. You feel fear. It means you are smart enough to understand exactly what I'm saying. With a snap of his fingers, Ruler's authority released its hold. The wyvern's wings unfurled immediately, but it didn't try to run again. It just lay there, panting, broken and obedient. Arthur clapped the beast's neck like he was congratulating an old friend. Smart choice. Now, let's fly. The wyvern shuddered beneath Arthur's grip, its wings unfurling wide as it lifted off the ground in a powerful burst. Wind howled around him as they climbed higher, the ruined battlefield shrinking below. Arthur stood tall on its back, perfectly balanced, his glowing blue eyes locked on the storm-wreathed island ahead. The closer he got, the more power he felt, a pressure thick in the air, crawling under his skin like static. Ancient. Violent. Alive. This magic. Arthur muttered, tilting his head as he felt the pulse of raw magic grow stronger with every passing second. I have a theory, could be a dragon. Maybe multiple ones. The thought made him grin. As the wyvern flew closer, the storm clouds churned, parting just enough to reveal a castle, if it could even be called that. It was less a fortress and more a monument to war, jagged black stone, spires that twisted into the sky, and a faint glow of crimson runes crawling across its walls like veins. Bolts of violet lightning crackled around the island, bathing the structure in a harsh, flickering light. Arthur tightened his grip on the wyvern's neck. Let's go introduce ourselves. With a sharp tug, the beast dove. The wind lashed against his face as they plummeted toward the castle gates, faster, harder, but Arthur didn't flinch. When they were close enough, he moved. In one smooth motion, he leapt from the wyvern's back, his promethium sword flashing into existence in his hand. The wind tore around him as he spun gracefully midair, Arthur's blade gleamed with cold, merciless light. Shing! The wyvern never stood a chance. Arthur's sword sliced through its neck like butter, severing its head in one brutal, fluid strike. The massive beast convulsed, its head and body separating midair. The head plummeted first, crashing into the ground with a sickening thud, followed almost immediately by the body, a loud, meaty crunch echoing through the desolate sky. And Arthur? He landed seconds later, smooth, graceful, and completely unfazed, right between the two halves of the fallen creature. He spared a glance at the carnage, lips curling into a smile and with a polite bow. Thanks for the ride. Without sparing it another thought, he straightened, his gaze shifting to the castle looming ahead. The storm howled louder behind him. Every step closer made the air feel heavier, thick with magic so intense it practically hummed against his skin. Whatever was inside wasn't just powerful. It was waiting. Arthur adjusted his gauntlet, eyes gleaming like cold fire. All right, let's see what's inside. But first. His glowing blue eyes flicked toward the massive wyvern corpse beside him, a gleam of curiosity flashing in his gaze. The eerie hum of magic from the castle called to him, dangerous and enticing, but he had an idea. Most of my job-specific skills are locked, but let me just try this. With a confident stride, Arthur approached the fallen beast. Its lifeless form sprawled across the jagged stone, blood still steaming in the cold air. He placed his gauntlet hand against its scaly hide, feeling the lingering warmth beneath his fingers. Arise. His voice echoed with authority, a command that had once raised entire battlefields of shadowed soldiers. The air around him trembled as dark energy surged outward, seeping into the corpse in waves. And then, nothing. A sharp ding rang out in his mind as a system notification appeared before him. Target cannot be extracted. Certain entities within the legacy dungeon are tied to the dungeon's core and cannot be reanimated. Arthur blinked, tilting his head. What? He flicked his fingers, trying again. Arise. Still nothing. Oh, come on. He tried a third time, frustration creeping into his tone, but the system remained as stubbornly unyielding as the corpse beneath his hand. Another notification flashed. Certain entities within the legacy dungeon are tied to the dungeon's core and cannot be reanimated. Arthur dragged a hand down his face. Damn it. He muttered, the weight of the restriction sinking in. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. He kicked a loose piece of wyvern horn aside. Guess the system doesn't want me cheesing my way through this. Fine. I didn't need a wyvern army anyway, he said with a sigh, though part of him still imagined how badass it would have been to storm the castle with a fleet of shadow drakes at his back. Guess I'm doing this the old-fashioned way. With that, Arthur stepped forward, his boots striking the ground with quiet purpose as he approached the towering gates of the castle. The gates, massive and jagged like the fangs of some long-dead beast, loomed over him. Without hesitation, Arthur pushed them open, and the moment the doors creaked apart, the world exploded with raw, unrestrained power. A storm of magic blasted outward, crashing against him like a tidal wave. It wasn't subtle, it was wild, chaotic, and hungry. Lightning crackled through the air, lashing at the stone beneath his feet. Arthur's cloak snapped violently behind him, but he didn't flinch. Instead, his eyes burned brighter, twin orbs of cold, electric blue light as he let the wave wash over him. Hey, welcoming committee's a bit much, don't you think, he muttered, voice dripping with amusement. But beneath the power he sensed them. Humanoid presences. A lot of them. And not weaklings, either. Their auras rippled through the place like distant heartbeats, each one sharp and potent. Guess I'm scratching the dragon theory. He murmured, his glowing eyes narrowing as he focused on the auras swirling within the castle's depths. No, this wasn't the primal, towering presence of dragons. It was something else, darker. The magic wasn't just wild, it was twisted, tainted, laced with a malevolent hunger. Demons. Arthur muttered, his voice low and edged with certainty. He didn't know how he recognized it, but he felt it, he just somehow could tell just what kind of mana this is. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 60, Arthur vs. Demon Knights. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur's boots echoed against the cold, black stone as he moved down the shadowed corridor. The air was suffocating with magic. Each step stirred a faint pulse beneath his feet, as though the castle itself was alive, watching his every move. The only sound was the steady rhythm of his footsteps, reverberating against the towering walls. His glowing blue eyes scanned everything, every shadow, every flicker of movement. Something was waiting. At the end of the hall, a massive set of doors, twisted black iron and veined with crimson light, stood ajar. Without hesitation, Arthur pushed them open, stepping through. And the world changed. The suffocating interior of the castle was gone. Now, Arthur stood on a vast, open battlefield. A place that shouldn't exist within the structure he just left. The sky above churned with swirling black clouds, jagged streaks of lightning splitting the heavens in violent bursts. The ground beneath his feet was blackened stone, cracked and scorched, with thick coils of mist crawling along the edges like hungry serpents. Gusts of wind howled through the air, carrying the scent of steel and blood. Arthur's gaze swept the arena, sharp and unyielding, then he saw them. The demon knights. Dozens of them. Standing in perfect formation, their blackened armor gleamed beneath the storm's light, each one unique, each one deadly. They were no mindless beasts. He could feel their eyes, those burning violet orbs locked onto him, gleaming with intelligence and purpose. Some held jagged swords, their edges pulsing with an eerie, crimson glow. Others clutched spears that thrummed with barely contained energy. A few stood taller, wielding massive axes and maces, each strike from those weapons could shatter stone. Their presence was suffocating, an army of executioners waiting for the first move. And yet, Arthur smiled. His fingers flexed, his doomsday gauntlets creaking as his magic surged. Power rolled through him fierce, unyielding. He stepped forward, calm as ever, like the chaos around him was nothing more than a stage set for his arrival. Arthur's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight before him. A gust of wind whipped past, tugging at his coat as the knights shifted in unison, silent, disciplined, and ready to kill, the demon knights. Their presence was unmistakable, even in a place as bizarre as this. The polished armor, the eerie red glow bleeding from their visors, and the cold, calculated way they stood in formation. His lips curled into a smirk. Well, I'd recognize those bastards anywhere. The demon knights from the demon castle. His voice was low, almost amused, but his eyes burned with anticipation. Such a strange place to find them on a floating island, inside a castle wrapped in a storm. Guess this dungeon's pulling out all the stops. His gaze shifted toward the back of the formation. 3 knights stood apart from the rest. Different. Stronger. Their armor was thicker, more ornate, and the aura radiating from them hummed with danger. One carried a massive greatsword resting on his shoulder, another held twin glaives, and the last, a towering figure, gripped a spiked flail crackling with dark energy. And some of you look tough, good. Arthur rolled his shoulders, the bone-white gauntlets flexing around his fists as sparks of magic crackled around his arms. He exhaled slowly then smiled wide. Enough time wasting. He moved. In a flash of terrifying speed, Arthur shot forward, a blur of black and silver cutting through the stormlit arena. The ground beneath his feet cracked as he launched himself into the air, fists clenched. Boom. He came down like a meteor, slamming his fist into the earth. The impact exploded outward in a wave of raw force, shattering the blackened stone and sending a massive shockwave through the ranks of demon knights. Several of them staggered back, their armored boots scraping against the cracked ground, while others were flung into the air like ragdolls. Dust and debris swirled around him, but Arthur stood tall in the center. He tilted his head slightly, eyes glowing a brilliant, icy blue as he looked up through the settling dust. The demon knights were already recovering, their weapons raised, but Arthur only smiled wider, heart pounding with excitement. The moment the dust settled, they attacked. A dozen demon knights surged toward Arthur in a tide of steel and fury, their weapons gleaming under the flashing lightning above. Their movements were fast, too fast for anything human, but to Arthur, they might as well have been moving in slow motion. His glowing eyes flared as he stepped into the fray, a sharp grin cutting across his face. You're gonna have to be the demon monarch himself to land those hits. The first knight came from the left, spear thrusting for his ribs, but Arthur twisted, letting the blade graze the air beside him. In a blur, his hand snapped out, grabbing the spear mid-thrust. With a flick of his wrist, the shaft splintered, and his elbow smashed into the knight's helmet, caving it in with a sickening crunch. Another came from behind. Arthur didn't even glance back. His hand glowed with ruler's authority, and the demon's sword froze mid-swing, trembling as if caught in an invisible grip. With a twitch of his fingers, the blade reversed direction, impaling its owner straight through the chest. I love this skill. A third knight lunged from the front, sword raised high. Arthur ducked under the blade, fluid and agile, before driving a savage uppercut straight into the demon's jaw. The force sent it flying backward, its helmet cracking as it slammed into the stone wall. A spear from above. A sword from his flank. A glaive sweeping low. Arthur moved like a shadow, weaving through the onslaught with effortless precision. He pivoted on his heel, catching a knight by the wrist and snapping it backward with a sickening pop. Another demon lunged, but Arthur met it with a spinning kick to the chest, sending the creature crashing into 3 more. His fingers curled and his greatsword materialized in the air beside him, crackling with power. With a flick of ruler's authority, it spun like a whirlwind, blades singing through the air as it carved a path of destruction. Shing, shing, shing. 3 demon knights fell at once, heads severed cleanly as the sword danced through their ranks. The blade returned to his hand with a snap, just in time for Arthur to deliver a crushing diagonal slash, beheading another knight in a single, graceful motion. Still not enough, come. A roar echoed behind him, a larger knight with a jagged axe charged, armor glowing with eerie violet runes. Arthur didn't bother turning. With ruler's authority, he yanked the demon off its feet, slamming it face first into the ground hard enough to shatter the stone. The arena trembled under the sheer force of his dominance. Another demon tried to retreat. Bad move. Arthur's hand shot up, fingers clenching the air. The knight froze mid-flight, struggling as if held by invisible chains. Where do you think you're going? He dragged the demon back through the air with brutal force, its limbs thrashing helplessly. The moment it was within reach, Arthur's gauntlet-clad hand seized its neck, crushing the armor like paper. With a sharp twist, crack, the demon's head lolled to the side. Arthur let the body drop, eyes burning with an unyielding light. This is all you've got. His voice was calm, too calm. I expected more from the peak of their ability, this is disappointing. Arthur's grip on his greatsword tightened as the last three demon knights stood their ground, their towering frames radiating a dark, lethal aura. Their armor was different. If these were the strongest, they certainly looked the part. But Arthur wasn't impressed. The three demons bristled, their weapons humming with dark energy, but Arthur wasn't even looking at them anymore. His eyes lifted toward the sky, narrowing. Something shifted in the clouds. A shadow. Massive. The storm overhead swirled with violent fury as wings huge, jagged, and lined with glowing veins of electricity unfurled from the blackened sky. The air grew heavier, crackling with raw power as the figure descended, its form emerging from the lightning itself. And then it landed. A thunderous boom shook the arena as the creature touched down, massive talons digging into the stone floor. Its scales shimmered like polished ivory, glowing faintly beneath the arcs of lightning dancing across its body. Each step it took left a trail of scorched stone. Its serpentine eyes, an intense, searing yellow, locked onto Arthur with intelligence. A white wyvern. Lightning incarnate. Arthur blinked once. Then scratched the back of his head, his expression shifting from curiosity to sheer disbelief. Kaisel. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 61, Arthur vs. Kaizellan. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // New objective, defeat the demon nobles and Kaizellan, Mount of the Monarch of White Flames. Arthur's eyes flicked to the glowing blue system notification hovering in the air, brow furrowing slightly. Kaizellan, huh? He muttered, scratching his head as he processed the name. If I remember correctly, this was only a mount. In terms of combat, it was rather weak. A deafening roar cut him off. Arthur barely had time to process before Kaizellan was there, a blur of white lightning, its massive jaws wide open, jagged teeth crackling with electric fury. The air trembled with raw power as the wyvern lunged, its bite inches from tearing off his head. Shit. Arthur twisted, his body moving on pure instinct. He ducked low, the sharp crack of lightning singeing the air as the wyvern's maw snapped shut where his head had been. His boots skidded across the stone as he backflipped out of range, his eyes wide with genuine surprise. Fast. The ground trembled again, a split-second warning. 3 dark blurs surged toward him, the demon nobles. Arthur's glowing eyes flicked to them. Each one radiated a suffocating pressure, faster, stronger, smarter than the other knights he had just obliterated. The arena trembled beneath Arthur's boots as he faced down 3 demon nobles, each radiating a malice so sharp it made the air hum. One towered over the others, a spiked flail clutched in his massive hands, the weapon dripping with crackling black energy. To his right, a sleek, agile noble spun a twin glaive, its blades gleaming like obsidian fangs. The third, cold and methodical, held a greatsword that seemed to pulse with a blood-red aura. And above them all, circling like a predator, Kaizellan, lightning flickering through its wings, watched, waiting for its moment to strike. Arthur rolled his shoulders, doomsday bone gauntlets gleaming under the violent stormlight. His lips curled into a sharp smile. All right, he murmured, his voice low and dangerous. Let's see if you're worth my time. The greatsword wielder moved first, a blur of speed despite his size, his weapon crashing down with enough force to shatter the stone beneath them. Arthur sidestepped the strike with fluid grace, his greatsword flashing to meet the blow. Steel screamed against steel as sparks erupted in the air. You're quick, Arthur admitted, pushing back against the noble's weight. But you lack strength. Without missing a beat, the glaive user lunged from the side, both blades spinning in a whirlwind of death. Arthur ducked low, the razor-sharp edge whistling just over his head as he twisted, driving an elbow into the demon's ribs, bone crunched beneath his strike, sending the noble staggering back. A shadow loomed, the flail. Arthur's eyes glowed brighter, and as the enormous weapon crashed down, he raised his gauntlet hand and caught it mid-swing. The impact sent tremors through the ground, but Arthur stood firm, muscles tensing beneath the onslaught. "Nice try," he said, his smirk widening. "Try not to die from this." With a grunt, he yanked the chain forward, dragging the massive demon off balance, and slammed a knee into its jaw, sending the brute skidding backward. The air crackled. From above, Kaizelin struck, lightning flashing from its jaws. Arthur barely had time to react, twisting out of the way as a bolt of white-hot energy obliterated the ground where he stood. He landed smoothly, eyes narrowed toward the wyvern. "I'll deal with you once I kill these guys, so just wait," he muttered under his breath. The glaive user was on him again, faster, angrier blades dancing through the air in a deadly rhythm. Arthur parried the strikes with precision, his greatsword weaving in sharp arcs, deflecting each blow. One blade nearly nicked his neck, but Arthur lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. His hands snapped out, catching the glaive mid-spin. The demon snarled, trying to pull back, but Arthur's grip was unbreakable. "Cool weapon," he said, voice cold. "Let me borrow it." With a sickening crack, he snapped the glaive in two. Before the demon could react, Arthur rammed the jagged, broken end straight through its face, the blade piercing through its helmet with brutal efficiency. The demon twitched, then collapsed in a heap. Arthur dropped the shattered weapon without a glance, eyes already locking onto the remaining two. "Two left," he said, voice dripping with confidence. The greatsword wielder charged, fury burning in his crimson eyes. Arthur met him head-on, their blades clashing in a blinding storm of sparks. Every swing the noble made was precise, calculated, but Arthur was faster. Sharper. He stepped inside the demon's guard, slammed a punch into his ribs with a gauntlet fist, and sent him hurtling into the wall with a thunderous crash. Arthur barely had time to catch his breath before the flail came roaring back, whipping through the air with terrifying power. Arthur dodged left, right, and then surged forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. He caught the chain mid-swing again, but this time, he yanked it hard, pulling the demon straight toward him. Arthur's knee struck the demon's chest, cracking armor before he pivoted and slammed the noble's head into the ground with bone-crushing force. As the demon groaned, trying to rise, Arthur raised his greatsword high. "Stay down." The blade fell, cleaving through armor and flesh in a single devastating stroke. Lightning flashed overhead as the final noble fell, only the greatsword wielder and Kaizelin remained. Arthur exhaled slowly, rolling his neck as he turned toward the last demon standing. "You're all that's left," he said softly, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. The final demon noble roared in rage, his heavy boots thundering across the cracked stone. His greatsword, nearly as tall as himself, gleamed with dark fire as he raised it high, rushing Arthur like an unstoppable juggernaut. Arthur didn't move. Didn't even bother opening his eyes. The air around him shifted, heaved as if the arena itself held its breath. The demon noble charged faster, closing the gap, his killing blow just heartbeats away. Then, Arthur's eyes snapped open. A cold, eerie blue light blazed from his gaze, and in that instant everything changed. Bloodlust. The demon froze mid-step, his entire body locking up. His once fluid movements became sluggish, the titanic weight of Arthur's sheer presence crushing the fight out of him. His hands trembled uncontrollably, fingers twitching against the hilt of his sword until it simply slipped from his grasp, the massive blade clanging to the ground. Even behind the helmet, the look of pure, paralyzing terror was undeniable. Arthur still hadn't spoken. Still hadn't rushed forward. He just walked slow, deliberate. Each step echoed through the arena. And as he passed the trembling demon, his sword moved. A single, elegant arc, fluid and merciless. The demon noble's head slid from his shoulders in perfect silence, spinning through the air before thudding to the ground. His body stood there for a breathless moment before collapsing in a heap. Arthur never glanced back. But no time to breathe. Kaizelin struck again. Electricity crackled as the wyvern's massive tail swung toward him like a thunderous whip. Arthur thrust his gauntlet-clad fist forward and caught the tail mid-swing. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the arena, shattering nearby debris. "You are clearly stronger than you should be," Arthur admitted, his grin turning sharp. "Good. I guess this is what the system meant by, at the peak of their ability, it was about you. The boss of this level." With a grunt, Arthur twisted his grip and hurled Kaizelin across the arena. The massive wyvern smashed into the far wall, stone and debris exploding outward as arcs of wild lightning crackled along its serpentine body. The beast shrieked, a sound like thunder splitting the heavens, its wings snapping open as it shot into the sky. Arthur didn't waste time. He launched himself after it, grabbing his tail, the air booming in his wake as Kaizelin flew straight into the heart of the storm above. Wind tore at him, lightning streaked across the sky, but his glowing blue eyes never left the wyvern. "Not getting away from me," Arthur growled. The wyvern's wings flared wide, twisting midair as its mouth opened, crackling with raw electricity, and it blasted a torrent of lightning breath toward him. Arthur's hand flicked up. Ruler's authority. The lightning bent, warping as his invisible force pushed through it, the searing bolts grazing his skin but failing to stop his charge. In a blur of motion, he landed on Kaizelin's back, his promethium sword in his grip. The wyvern thrashed wildly, trying to shake him off, but Arthur planted his boots down hard, unmoving. "Come on," he muttered, lips curling into a fierce grin. "Be obedient." Kaizelin spiraled upward, wings cutting through the storm as it rolled, dove, and twisted desperately, trying to throw him off. Arthur rode the chaos with perfect balance, one hand gripping the wyvern's spikes while his sword shimmered with deadly intent. With a roar, Kaizelin's head snapped backward, jaws wide, trying to chomp him in half. Arthur shifted, barely dodging the gnashing fangs by inches. He flipped over the beast's neck, dragging his sword across its scales, leaving a blazing wound that crackled as the wyvern howled in pain. Raising his sword, Arthur activated Sword Rush, his body vanishing into a blur of lethal slashes. In the blink of an eye, 7 glowing arcs cut across Kaizelin's wings and neck, blood spraying through the air as the wyvern shrieked in agony. The beast spun again, diving back toward the arena, but Arthur didn't let up. He raised his sword once more, Sword Rush, igniting again as he became a storm of silver and death, carving through Kaizelin's defenses as they plummeted. As the ground rushed closer, Arthur twisted his grip, his muscles coiled tight, and with a final explosive strike, he swung his promethium sword in a powerful, cleaving arc. The blade bit deep, cutting clean through Kaizelin's neck. The wyvern's head tore free from its body, spinning violently as the corpse crashed into the arena floor with a thunderous impact, sending a cloud of dust and rubble erupting into the air. For a long, tense moment there was nothing but silence and smoke. And then he emerged. Arthur walked through the settling dust, his promethium sword resting on his shoulder, and scathed, eyes still glowing with fierce, unwavering power. Arthur stepped over Kaizelin's severed head, sparks of lingering lightning crackling beneath his boots, letting out a disappointed sigh. "Would have been cooler if you were a dragon instead." // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 62, Kaisel, Mount of the Shadow Monarch. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. The notifications echoed in Arthur's mind, each one hitting like a drumbeat of power surging through his veins. His breath steadied as the aftermath of battle settled around him, smoke curling through the air, the stench of burned flesh and ozone lingering. New item obtained, Demon King's Longsword. Arthur's brow arched as he read the description. Longsword brimming with the Demon King's power. Every time the sword is swung, the effect, Storm of White Flames, will activate. Storm of White Flames, summon a storm of endless lightning within a set area. Interesting, so it's that very same weapon. Arthur muttered, extending his hand. A flash of black light swirled in his palm as the Demon King's longsword materialized, sleek, obsidian black metal with blue lightning pulsating along its blade. Power throbbed through it, fierce, unyielding. He swung the sword once. Crack! Lightning erupted from it, splitting through the air and slamming into the ground, leaving blackened scorch marks. Another swing, another flash of electric death arced wildly, splitting the ruined arena. Arthur chuckled softly, the sound low and full of satisfaction. Beautiful. He turned toward Kaizelin's severed head, the white wyvern's corpse still crackling with residual lightning. His steps were slow, deliberate, the weight of his new blade heavy in his grip. Crouching down, he pressed a hand against the wyvern's massive head. Arise. The shadows stretched eagerly from beneath wyvern's corpse, swallowing it whole. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, roar. A thunderous screech pierced the air as the newly risen shadow wyvern unfurled its wings. Its scales had darkened to an obsidian sheen, faint purple-blue crackling along the edges of its wings. The magic rolling off of it was dense, oppressive to anyone else, but Arthur only sighed. Elite Knight. His glowing eyes narrowed slightly. TCH. I was expecting more. Still, the wyvern stood tall and fierce, its wings stretching wide as it bowed its head in silent submission. Arthur brushed a hand against its snout, murmuring, "At least now I can fly." His lips curled into a faint smirk. "Your name shall stay the same, Kaisel. The wyvern's eyes flared with shadowy light at the name, and with a flap of its mighty wings, it soared into the air before settling behind Arthur, his mount, his weapon. But he wasn't done yet. Turning his attention to the scattered remains of the demon nobles and knights, his gaze sharpened. The once mighty warriors lay broken and lifeless. Arthur extended his hand again, the shadows at his feet rippling hungrily. Now, for these demons. A pulse of black energy exploded outward, shadows engulfing every corpse on the battlefield. The entire arena trembled as the magic deepened, an icy chill filling the air. His eyes gleamed an eerie, electric blue, the power radiating from him undeniable. Arise. The ground shuddered violently. One by one, the demon knights and the nobles rose from death, armor clanking, weapons gleaming, and their new blackened forms now bound to Arthur's will. The sheer number of them filled the arena, standing like an unyielding small force. Arthur tilted his head, lips tugging into a devilish smile. And here I thought it wouldn't work. The moment of triumph was cut short. The sky above split a jagged crack of brilliant white tearing through the storm clouds. The walls of the dungeon trembled and fractured, pieces of the arena floating into the air as reality itself began to break apart. What the? Arthur muttered, feeling a violent tug on his entire being. The world shattered around him. For a split second, he felt as though his body was being pulled through a black hole, his senses twisting, warping, until... thud. Arthur hit the floor. Hard. His head spun as he pushed himself upright, groaning. Ugh, that's a terrible feeling. He pinched the bridge of his nose, eyes squeezed shut. I feel like throwing up. The scent of old parchment and incense filled his nose, Raven's room. He was back. You have completed the first level of the Legacy Shadow Legion dungeon. You will be notified when the next level becomes available. Arthur stared at the glowing system text hovering in front of him, jaw tightening. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. He was already itching to push further stronger enemies, better rewards, but the system, as always, had its own plans. A smooth, familiar voice cut through his thoughts. You're back, Raven said, leaning casually against a nearby shelf. Her cloak hung loosely around her, but those amethyst eyes were sharp, not missing a thing. Arthur stood up, brushing dust off his coat with an awkward chuckle. You're still here. You've been gone for like a whole day, she said, her tone dry but with a hint of curiosity. Arthur blinked. A day. Time distortion between the real world and the dungeon wasn't surprising, but it was still disorienting. He thought to himself, I already knew time flows differently inside dungeons, but... Out loud, he shrugged. Well, thanks for letting me crash here. But I gotta bounce. He turned toward the door without another word. Wait, don't go through the door, and also... Raven said, stepping forward. Something in her tone not urgent, but serious made him pause. Before you go, I need to tell you something. Arthur arched a brow, pivoting slightly. What is it? Raven hesitated for the briefest moment before continuing, her voice quieter but heavy with meaning. Something's happening. Metahumans, and anyone with powers are being targeted. All over the world. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Yeah. I caught something about that on the news, he said, recalling a vague headline. He hadn't paid much attention, he had other things to focus on. It's worse than the media's letting on, Raven pressed, her face unreadable beneath the shadow of her hood. And someone like you. With how little you care about hiding your identity, you're an easy target. Arthur tilted his head back and laughed a cold, quiet laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. Well, he said, his voice laced with mockery, they're more than welcome to try. Whoever they are. He paused for a moment, his gaze sharpening, piecing things together. His mind flicked through the possible players, secret organizations, rogue metas, and one particular group with a penchant for targeting people like him. I have an idea who might be behind this, he said finally. His tone dropped to something colder, more thoughtful. But as long as it doesn't concern me, I won't interfere. Raven folded her arms across her chest, studying him. The Justice League is already looking into it, she added. Arthur smirked. Of course they are. His tone was both amused and dismissive. If that's all, then... A sudden, sharp tug on his mana made him freeze mid-sentence. His eyes narrowed, scanning inward. His mana reserves, vast and nearly bottomless, were being drained. This isn't normal. His heart thumped harder as he followed the source. Gotham. And then it clicked. Someone strong enough was defeating his shadow joker. Batman. No. Is that? Arthur's entire body stiffened, his usual cool demeanor fracturing for a split second. Raven noticed instantly. Arthur, what is it? Her voice was steady, but there was a flicker of concern in her expression. He raised a hand to cut her off, a wicked smile curving his lips. I really gotta go now. His voice shifted, smoother again, unreadable. Till we meet again, my dear. Raven's lips parted slightly, her face coloring just faintly beneath her hood. What? Her voice betrayed a rare crack in her usual composure. Arthur smiled as the shadow beneath his feet swirled. Exchange, he said softly, and in an instant, he was gone. In his place stood one of his shadow demons, a hunched creature trembling slightly under Raven's intense gaze. Its black, jagged form shuddered, barely daring to meet her eyes. Raven stepped closer, a faint smirk curling her lips. So. Her voice dropped into something dangerously sweet. What am I supposed to do with you? The shadow demon, terrified beyond reason, let out a nervous, pitiful squeak. Arthur materialized back in his estate, the faint chill of Gotham's night air brushing against his skin. The scent of rain lingered, storm clouds hung low over the city, casting jagged flashes of lightning across the skyline. His boots barely touched the floor of his home before George was already there, standing by the entrance with his usual calm precision. "Welcome back, Master Arthur," George said, his voice smooth and unshaken. "Do you require?" "No time," Arthur cut in sharply, already moving toward the door. "I've got to get to the city." George, ever composed, simply inclined his head. "Very well, sir. But don't." Arthur paused mid-step, turning back for a brief second. His glowing blue eyes softened just a little. "Sorry for interrupting you like that, George, but I really gotta go," he said quietly, before disappearing through the massive front doors. George stood still for a beat, watching the distant figure of his young master fade into the storm. With a faint sigh, he muttered, "Always in a rush ever since you were a child." Outside, the wind howled against his face as Arthur sprinted across the driveway. Couldn't swap with Joker because of Raven, he thought, narrowing his eyes toward the city skyline. At least maybe this way. His lips curved into a cold smile. I'll have the element of surprise. Plus, he thought grimly, even as a shadow I really didn't want Raven to see that lunatic anyway. Without missing a beat, Arthur stopped. Shadows coiled beneath his feet, a chill racing up his spine as he called forth one of his newest in his ranks, one that could match the fury in his veins. "Kaisel," he commanded, voice low. The ground trembled. Darkness surged, splitting through the pavement as Kaisel emerged, his new shadow wyvern. The beast unfurled its massive wings, crackling with arcs of white lightning, and lowered its head in absolute obedience. Arthur didn't waste another second. With a powerful leap, he vaulted onto Kaisel's back. "Let's go," he ordered, his voice sharp. Kaisel launched into the sky, wings tearing through the wind as they shot toward Gotham like a black bolt of lightning. The city stretched out below, blazing with lights, chaos stirring beneath the surface. "I see you there, and I know you are not that stupid, not to figure out that my shadows are immortal as long as I'm alive. You clearly want me to show up since you are constantly defeating my shadow." His eyes gleamed like twin stars beneath the storm. "I'll fulfill your wish. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 63, The Shadow and the Red Hood. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // High above Gotham City, Arthur soared through the night on Kaisel's back, the shadow wyvern cutting through the storm-choked sky like a phantom. Lightning flashed behind them, illuminating the creature's massive, jagged wings as they unfurled with a thunderous clap. Every wing beat sent ripples of shadow across the skyline, a haunting silhouette that swept over the city below. On the streets, chaos paused. A pair of thugs huddled in an alley, exchanging stolen cash. One of them froze mid-laugh, his cigarette slipping from his lips as he caught the giant shadow sweeping across the cracked pavement. "What the hell was that?" he hissed, craning his neck toward the sky. His partner squinted upward, confusion twisting his face. Is that the Batwing?" The first thug shook his head, wide-eyed. "No way. The Batwing doesn't have wings that." His breath hitched as he watched the massive shadowy wings flap, sending a gust of wind through the alley. "What is that?" A group of street racers revved their engines at a red light. One driver leaned out his window, chatting up a girl until the streetlights flickered, and a dark silhouette slid across the neon-lit buildings. His jaw dropped. "Yo. What is that?" "A dragon." The girl leaned forward, squinting as the shape banked against the clouds, white lightning flickering over its form. "No way," she breathed. "Gotham doesn't have dragons, right?" The racer swallowed hard, suddenly less concerned about showing off. Well, it might be time to leave this city for good now. A trio of lowlifes was halfway through breaking into a jewelry store when the shadow passed overhead. One of them, nervous and twitchy, glanced up, his blood running cold as the massive figure blotted out the moon. Did you see that?" he stammered, voice cracking. "Relax," his buddy scoffed, shoving diamonds into a bag. "No one is watching us." The third thug, though, kept staring, his face pale. "You sure? 'Cause whatever that is, it's comin' this way." A low, distant roar echoed through the night, vibrating through the ground beneath their feet. "Screw this, I'm out," the twitchy one yelped, dropping his crowbar as he bolted. Even on the GCPD rooftop, where hardened officers gathered under the red glare of the bat signal, heads turned skyward. Detective Bullock, mid-coffee sip, spat out his drink in disbelief. "Tell me I'm drunk, Montoya," he grumbled, eyes glued to the massive creature sweeping past the skyscrapers. Montoya shook her head slowly, mouth dry. "Nope. You're sober. And that's not Batman. Bullock muttered a curse under his breath. Great. Just what the city needs, another flying nightmare. Arthur, high above them all, watched the city with a cold, detached calm. The winds howled against his face as Kaisel glided with eerie grace. He could feel their fear below a ripple in the air, the panicked heartbeats of Gotham's criminals who thought the dark belonged to them. Arthur signaled to Kaisel with a slight tilt of his fingers. The massive shadow wyvern responded instantly, wings folding inward as they dove through the night sky like a black lightning bolt. The air trembled around them, the wind howling as they cut through the city's skyline. His eyes locked on a burning warehouse in the narrows the heart of Gotham's underbelly. Smoke curled into the sky, and flashes of gunfire crackled from inside. Arthur's mana was being depleted slowly, his shadow was getting destroyed constantly. There. His voice was cold. At the last second, Arthur released his grip. Kaisel flared his wings, pulling up while Arthur plummeted toward the earth below. The city blurred around him, the roar of the wind like a distant scream until he crashed through the warehouse's shattered skylight. Boom. The floor buckled beneath the impact, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. Shards of glass rained down, gleaming like falling stars. Arthur straightened from his crouch, his promethium sword humming with power in his grip. His gaze snapped forward and there, in the middle of the chaos, was his shadow Joker. The shadow was on one knee, his face, usually still in a twisted manic grin. And standing over him, was Red Hood. Jason Todd. His iconic crimson helmet gleamed under the flickering warehouse lights, smoke curling from the barrel of his pistol as he tilted his head toward Arthur. The air between them was heavy and electric, a collision waiting to happen. Arthur's eyes blazed blue cold, merciless. Jason shifted, casually holstering one gun while twirling the other. I was wondering when you'd show up, he said, voice muffled but edged with sharp confidence. Your pet put up a decent fight. Not what I expected, but hey, better than the usual trash. Arthur didn't respond. His focus sharpened, every muscle coiled with lethal intent. Red Hood, the men who didn't play by Batman's rules. A dangerous smile tugged at Arthur's lips. TCH. He took a slow step forward, his boots echoing through the ruined warehouse. Of course, it had to be someone like you, Jason Todd. Smoke curled around Jason's crimson helmet as he raised both pistols in a smooth, practiced motion, aiming them squarely at Arthur's chest. I guess masks don't mean a thing to you, huh? Jason's voice was too calm. That signature mix of sarcasm and lethal intent dripped from every word. His trigger fingers hovered, just a twitch away from sending lead flying. Arthur didn't flinch. Instead, his grip on the promethium sword loosened, he was calculating. But there was a predator's edge to the way he held himself. One wrong move and he'd strike him down. You could say that. His voice was smooth. For a moment, the only sound was the distant crackle of flames and the low hum of Arthur's shadow seething beneath the surface. Jason tilted his head slightly, like he was sizing him up, measuring whether the stories matched the reality. And then he lowered his guns. Arthur's brow twitched in surprise. For all his arrogance, he hadn't expected that. Jason chuckled under his breath. Relax, tough guy. I don't seek your death, I wouldn't be wasting time talking if I wanted to. His voice softened, still sharp, but curious. I wanted to meet you. Ever since you took out the Joker. Arthur's smile faded. A flicker of something darker flashed in his eyes. Jason took a step closer, boots crunching over broken glass. His tone turned dry, almost playful. Let's just say, Arthur Blackwynd. I'm one of your biggest fans. Arthur blinked. Of all the things he expected to hear from Red Hood, that wasn't on the list. His lips curled again, not quite a smile. Didn't think you were the fanboy type. Jason gave a mock shrug, his guns now casually holstered. When someone finally does what everyone else is too soft to do. Yeah. I pay attention. His helmet glinted under the dim light. And you? You don't play by their rules. I respect that. Jason exhaled a slow breath, his gloved hands curling into fists at his sides. For a moment, he just stood there silent, like he was holding something back. But when he spoke again, his voice was raw, edged with a bitterness that no amount of time could dull. You have no idea. His tone dipped low, rough like gravel. How much I wanted to kill him with my own hands. His helmet hid his face, but the weight behind those words, the pain was impossible to miss. Arthur didn't interrupt. He just stood there, silent and still, watching as years of anger bled into every syllable. Jason shook his head slowly. I thought about it every day. What I'd do if I ever got the chance. The things I wanted him to feel. His voice cracked slightly, barely, but it was there. And then one day, just like that, I hear he's gone. Dead. Not by my hands. His fingers twitched, as if remembering the feel of a trigger. but by yours. He took a step closer, and when he spoke again, the words were quieter, like they came from somewhere deeper. For a couple of days, I hated you for it. At first. Jason let out a humorless chuckle, the kind that didn't reach his eyes. Thought it wasn't fair. After everything he did to me, to others, I deserved to end him. Not you. Arthur tilted his head slightly, taking in every word. He didn't offer pity. Jason didn't want that. What he gave instead was silence, room for the truth to come out. But then. Jason's voice softened, a bitter smile behind the mask. I heard how he died. He let the words hang there, heavy between them. And I realized you did something better than I ever could. You didn't just kill him. You made him afraid. You made him feel helpless. He laughed softly, dark, twisted satisfaction curling around the sound. And for that, I owe you. Jason turned his gaze toward the figure of Shadow Joker, the flickering red glow in its eyes dimmer now. So. I guess that's what's left of him, huh? Arthur followed his line of sight, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. He gave a slow nod, his face unreadable. It's impressive. Arthur said, his tone calm but edged with genuine curiosity. That you actually managed to find him and defeat him. Jason let out a dry chuckle, rolling his shoulders. Yeah, well. I'm not exactly a tourist. He turned back to Arthur, his voice cooler now, more like himself. Rumors started spreading some kind of dark ghost-like Joker hitting the streets. And when it comes to anything with that freak's name attached, I don't play games. Arthur's eyes narrowed, the eerie blue glow dimming slightly as he took a slow step closer. His voice was low, calm, but edged with cold amusement. You baited me here. It wasn't a question. So, what do you want? I can already tell this isn't just a friendly meet and greet. Jason tilted his head slightly, folding his arms across his chest. Sharp. No wonder Bats doesn't like you. He let out a short, humorless chuckle. Yeah, I want something. Arthur didn't respond immediately. His gaze lingered on Jason, cold, calculating, waiting. Jason took a step forward, his tone shifting, still casual, but there was weight behind his words. You're a smart guy, Arthur. You probably already figured it out. I wouldn't waste my time on some ghost hunt if I didn't have a bigger problem. He paused, letting that sink in before adding, and trust me, it's a big one. Arthur raised a brow. I'm listening. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 64, Team Up Offer. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Jason exhaled sharply, glancing around the wrecked warehouse. Yeah, well, not here. Your little Dark Lord entrance probably lit up every freak in a 5-mile radius. His voice dripped with sarcasm. So, unless you're trying to get the whole Bat Squad on our asses, I suggest we move. Arthur's smile thinned, a flicker of amusement dancing in his cold, blue glowing eyes. Humph, all right then. Still, he gestured toward Kaisel without a word, the massive wyvern melted into his own shadow. Lead the way, Hood. Jason didn't wait, turning on his heel and disappearing into the night with the kind of effortless, predatory grace only a trained killer could manage. Arthur followed, his boots hitting the cracked pavement without a sound. They traveled in silence, cutting through Gotham's filth-ridden alleys and half-abandoned streets. The city was restless, sirens wailing in the distance, the tension like always. But Jason moved like a shadow, weaving through the underbelly of Gotham with ease. Eventually, he stopped in front of a crumbling apartment building, boarded-up windows, graffiti covering every surface, the faint stench of mildew clinging to the air. Jason kicked the rusted door open with his boot. Welcome to the palace, he muttered, his voice dripping with mockery. He flicked on a dim, flickering light, revealing a wreck of a living space, half-scorched furniture, empty beer bottles, scattered gun parts, and a corkboard on the far wall covered in files and blurry surveillance photos. Arthur stepped inside, his gaze sweeping the mess with mild distaste. Jason smirked as he pulled off his helmet, shaking out his dark hair. Oh, not to your liking, Master Arthur. Sorry I didn't roll out the red carpet. His voice oozed sarcasm. Arthur snorted softly, stepping past him. He sank onto a half-broken couch, resting his elbow on his knee while his Prometheum sword leaned against his shoulder. Let's skip the jokes and get to the point. Jason's amusement faded. He dropped into a nearby chair, pulling a sleek black USB drive from his jacket and tossing it onto the battered coffee table between them. Right, he said, his tone tightening. I stumbled onto something, a real shitstorm. And it's bad. His hands clenched into fists. Metahumans, a lot of them, are being abducted and forced to fight in underground arenas. Arthur tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Gotham's always had its share of blood sports. Why should I care? Jason's jaw flexed. These aren't just criminals or rogues, Blackwynd. Some of them are kids. Runaways. Failed experiments, they're using anyone they can get their hands on. Arthur's cold expression didn't waver, but Jason wasn't done. I thought it was just another scumbag operation. Some psycho with too much money and not enough morals. He leaned forward, his tone darkening. So, I did what I do best. I infiltrated one. Tore it apart. But the bastards running it. His lips curled into a bitter smile. They were ghosts. Gone before I got close. Arthur's gaze sharpened. Security was too good. Jason snapped his fingers. Exactly. Too good for the usual mob or rogue outfit. These guys weren't just ex-military or mercs. He leaned back, exhaling sharply. I know government-trained operatives when I see them. And these guys? They were pro-level. Organized. Purposeful. Arthur's fingers tapped idly against the hilt of his sword, his mind turning. And you think they're still active? Jason scoffed. I don't think they are. I shut down one ring, but there's more. Way more. Someone out there is collecting metas, and they're not doing it for sport, they are collecting data for something. For a long moment, Arthur said nothing. The shadows at his feet flickered, pulsing faintly as if responding to his thoughts. I think I know who they are, Arthur finally said, his voice cold and measured. But I'm not in the habit of playing hero. For a moment, Jason didn't respond. The only sound was the distant creak of the old apartment settling. But when he spoke again, his voice was different, lower, heavier. Personal. A friend of mine is dead. His words cut through the room like a blade. A metahuman. Not a vigilante, not a criminal, just a kid who barely knew what kind of power he had. He only knew one thing. Jason's fists clenched on his knees. Someone was after him. Arthur's expression remained unreadable, but Jason wasn't finished. I helped him. Got him off the radar for a while. Thought I did enough, but I was wrong. I found his body last week. His jaw tightened. Whoever these people are, they don't leave loose ends. Arthur leaned back, his fingers tapping idly on the hilt of his sword. Tragic, and I'm sorry for your loss, he said flatly. But I still don't see what this has to do with me. Jason let out a bitter chuckle and shook his head. You're sharp, Blackwynd, but don't play dumb with me. He leaned forward, voice cold and cutting. Who do you think they'll go after next? Arthur's glowing blue eyes narrowed as his lips curved into a mock smile. Batman and his little caped men, obviously. Jason's voice was like a gunshot, calm but deadly. Yeah, and you. And me. Arthur tilted his head slightly, as if weighing the truth in Jason's words. You think they'll stop with a few street-level metas? Jason pressed. They're not after small-timers. They're moving up the chain, and like it or not, we're at the top of the damn food chain. His gloved hands curled into fists. Batman and his crew. Sure, they'll track these guys down. Maybe even stop the operation, but that's where they'll leave it. His voice grew sharper, colder. I'm not interested in stopping them. I want them gone. Permanently. And that's where you and I come in. Arthur exhaled through his nose, dragging a hand through his ashen white hair as he stood up. You're really that determined, huh? He muttered, though his tone lacked the usual mockery. His glowing eyes shifted to the corkboard on the wall, photos of burned-out fight pits, bloodied arenas, and faces he didn't recognize. Jason stayed silent, letting his words hang in the air. Arthur rolled his shoulders, the weight of his sword humming faintly at his back. If my intuition is right, he said slowly, his mind working through the pieces, considering everything I know, everything you've just told me. His voice grew colder, sharper. The people behind this are Justice League Watchtower. The hum of advanced technology filled the air, a constant, low vibration only those with enhanced senses could pick up. In the heart of the Watchtower, the containment sector isolated. Reinforced with alien alloys and powered by tech designed by both Batman and Martian Manhunter, it wasn't a prison, but it wasn't exactly welcoming either. Behind the shimmering energy field, Supergirl stood with her arms crossed, golden hair cascading down her shoulders. Despite her confinement, there was no fear or resentment in her eyes, only resolve. Outside the containment chamber, Batman tapped rapidly on a holographic interface, his cape draped behind him like a shadow. Every keystroke tightened the security, layer upon layer of encrypted locks ensuring Kara stayed put for now. Behind him stood Superman, arms folded, watching with a mixture of concern and disbelief. Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, stood nearby, their faces a bit grim. Finally, Superman broke the silence. Is this really necessary, Bruce? His voice was steady, but the tension underneath was impossible to miss. Before Batman could answer, Kara cut in sharply. I agreed to this, Cal. Don't interfere. Superman's jaw tightened, but her firm tone made it clear, this wasn't Batman's choice alone, it was her choice as well. Batman didn't stop working. His voice was calm, calculating. She was Luthor's captive, Clark. We both know what that means. He turned slightly, the glow of the hologram reflecting off the sharp edges of his cowl. And now, Cadmus, a government-backed project, has a spitting image of her attacking critical targets. Coordinated. Precise. Efficient. Kara's fists clenched at her sides. I can feel her, she admitted, her voice quieter but no less intense. It's like, she's a part of me. I see things sometimes, flashes of what she's doing. She exhaled sharply. She's not just a clone. There's more to this. Martian Manhunter narrowed his eyes. We fear that they might have done something else to Supergirl other than a simple DNA extraction, and that's why it's necessary that she is monitored here closer to us. And that is dangerous, Batman finished, cutting in smoothly. We already know Luthor bankrolls Cadmus, but that's not the only thing Luthor can provide. His hands paused over the console. She can't remember, but she spent time there in Cadmus, longer than we thought. Unless. Superman arched a brow. Unless what? Batman's voice grew even colder. Unless he personally provided her DNA only, and kept her there in his own lab away from them. Superman sighed and said, I can't decide which one is worse. That hung in the air for a beat. Wonder Woman stepped forward, her eyes glowing faintly. Do the government fear us so much, she mused aloud, that they would clone one of Krypton's most powerful survivors? Martian Manhunter scoffed softly. Fear makes people stupid. And desperate. We've all seen that before. Batman didn't react. His focus was razor-sharp. Our investigation indicates there's more than just Kara's clone. This isn't an isolated experiment, they're building something bigger. His voice grew darker. We need to be smart. So far, they've kept to the shadows. Nothing that directly threatens the League. But that won't last. Superman's eyes flashed briefly with heat vision before he suppressed it. And when that day comes, Bruce, we need to strike them down now and stop wasting time, before they grow bold enough to threaten us or those we care about. They have done that once already. Batman's voice didn't waver. Soon, very soon. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 65, Damsel in Distress. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur leaned back slightly against the wall, his arms folded as he finished explaining his theory. Jason let out a low whistle, shaking his head slowly. Well. Project Cadmus, huh? His tone was light, but the edge in his voice said otherwise. This is way bigger than I thought. I mean, I figured I knew it was a government dirty little project, but this isn't little at all. A dangerous smile crept across Arthur's lips. What now, Hood? Realizing you might be a little out of your depth. His voice dripped with mockery, blue eyes gleaming in the dim light. Jason snorted, stepping closer. I'll still go after them, he said without hesitation. No bravado, just cold, unwavering certainty. Arthur tilted his head, amused. I guess you're really soft when it comes to innocence. For a moment, Jason said nothing. His gloved fingers curled into fists at his sides. There was a weight behind his silence, an old, raw wound barely stitched together. Arthur caught it. Well, he asked, though his tone lacked any real malice. Jason exhaled through his nose. You wouldn't understand, he muttered. Arthur's smile faded. He respected it. But Arthur already knew everything there is to know about him. His mind shifted to something else, a meeting request from Lex Luthor himself. Of course, that bald bastard is involved. Is this why he wanted to see me? I mean, it could be possible that he is attempting to capture me like Kara. If Cadmus was pulling strings, there was a good chance Luthor had a front row seat or worse, a hand on the controls. Maybe you're right, Hood, Arthur admitted, his voice turning thoughtful. I might get myself involved this time. But his fingers drummed lightly against his sword hilt. There are a few things I need to handle first. I can't move blind, not when I have no clue where they're hiding and operating. Jason adjusted his helmet slightly, his red bat symbol gleaming under the flickering light. Leave that part to me, he said. You do whatever you need to first. I'll find them. Arthur raised a brow. And when I'm ready, Jason smirked beneath his helmet. I'll find you. Arthur chuckled softly, low and cold. I'll find you, huh? Without a word, he gestured with his hand subtly, and in an instant, a shadow demon slithered silently toward Jason, attaching itself to him, invisible to everyone but Arthur. Insurance. Jason didn't notice. His attention drifted to a metal box sitting against the wall, an oversized containment crate with reinforced locks. Arthur followed his gaze and smirked. How long do you plan on keeping that poor soul in there? Jason chuckled a dry, almost dangerous sound. Oh, that. He strolled over and yanked the box open with a flourish. Figured you'd get a kick out of this. A muffled voice erupted from inside. Harley Quinn, bound and gagged, squirming furiously. Her pale skin and platinum blonde hair contrasted sharply with the grime of the box. She glared daggers at Jason, blue eyes blazing with outrage. MMMPH. MMMH, MMPH. Arthur blinked, unimpressed. She listened to everything. Jason shrugged. Doesn't matter. Found her trailing your Joker wraith. He tilted his head toward the still squirming Harley. And get this, he didn't try to harm her. Which is weird, considering he shreds through everyone else. I did observe him for a while. Arthur's brows lifted slightly in surprise. Interesting. Yeah, I thought so too, Jason continued. I was gonna hand her over, but... He knelt down, eyeing Harley with a mock-friendly tone. I've got other plans for her now. Arthur chuckled. Jason grinned behind his helmet. Harley, you'll be joining us too. Harley, still gagged, flailed harder. Her muffled voice grew louder, angrier. Arthur tilted his head. She's trying to say something. With an exaggerated sigh, Jason ripped the gag off. All right, spill it, Quinn. Harley coughed before glaring at both of them. Geez, you two got some real control issues. What, you think just 'cause I'm cute I can't keep secrets? She grinned wide, lips curling mischievously. Besides, if you wanted to gag me, Red, all you had to do was ask. Arthur rubbed his temples. Just, gag her again. With pleasure. Jason stuffed the gag back into her mouth, muffling her protests once again. Arthur stood up, adjusting his coat. Be seeing you, Hood. Without waiting for a reply, he turned on his heel and strode toward the exit. Jason leaned against the crate, watching him leave with a thoughtful expression. Yeah, you will. The rain poured down in heavy sheets, drumming against the cracked asphalt. Arthur walked through it all like a shadow come to life. His boots splashed through shallow puddles, but he moved with calm purpose, unbothered by the cold rain sliding down his face. The dim glow of street lamps flickered as he passed beneath them, his presence casting a long, dark silhouette across the wet ground. His blue eyes burned faintly in the night as he mulled over his conversation with Jason. He's hiding something from me, Arthur murmured, his voice low and thoughtful. His breath curled in the chill air. I believe he's honest about what he said, but there's another reason he's still willing to go after Cadmus, even after what he heard from me. A distant car engine roared past, its red taillight smearing through the rain. Arthur barely paid it any attention. His mind was elsewhere. He exhaled sharply. We should expect clones. There is potential for me to get strong soldiers. His voice was cold, edged with certainty. Superman clones, maybe hers as well. Arthur's mind trailed to someone else. Arthur pulled his phone from his coat pocket, the screen lighting up against the rainy darkness. Droplets slid down the glass as his thumb swiped over an old notification, a message from Kara. Hey, Arthur. I really enjoyed our date. You're different. In a good way. There was a pause before the next line, like she had hesitated. I'd love to do it again sometime, but I've got things to handle first. Don't think I'm running away, I will be back. Promise. A small, almost playful touch at the end. So very her. Confident, but there was something else beneath it, a weight he hadn't caught before. Arthur raised an eyebrow. That's an old message. His voice was low, unreadable, but his mind spun faster. Kara always came off as carefree, bold even, but this was different. Whatever she was dealing with, it wasn't simple. And now, with Cadmus and their clone operations on his radar. Let's see where you are now. He slid the phone back into his coat with a flick of his wrist and closed his eyes. The world around him faded, rainfall, distant sirens, the restless pulse of Gotham all dulled as he reached out with the power thrumming beneath his skin. Like a ripple through darkness, his consciousness surged, following the unseen thread that connected him to the shadow soldier he had quietly attached to Kara days ago. His mind latched onto his hidden sentinel. And then he saw. Through the shadow's eyes, the world sharpened into harsh, sterile clarity. Dim lights buzzed overhead, flickering in a cold, industrial room. Metal walls. Reinforced. A place designed to hold powerful things. Kara stood in the center, bound by energy restraints that crackled faintly around her wrists. Her blonde hair falling over her face. But even like this she was rather calm looking. Arthur's jaw tightened. Found you. His voice was low, edged with frost. But something was wrong. The shadow moved, revealing more of the room. He scanned every inch. No guards, no windows, just heavy containment tech humming in the background. This wasn't some ordinary cell. Arthur's glowing eyes narrowed. Where are you really? He focused harder, pushing the shadow deeper, mapping the area. Layers of reinforced steel. High-tech surveillance. Don't tell me you got yourself captured again. And then it clicked. Luther again, or Cadmus, maybe both. His eyes snapped open, twin orbs of electric blue blazing in the rain-soaked darkness. The cold air around him seemed to shiver with raw power as the shadows at his feet writhed like living things. His lips curled into a sharp, dangerous frown. Exchange. Cadmus, sublevel. The place was full of sound of machinery, cold, calculated, and pulsing with the energy of experiments too dangerous to ever see daylight. Inside a sleek, high-tech conference room, two of the most dangerous minds in the world faced off across a steel table. Lex Luthor leaned back in his chair, the picture of calm authority. His tailored suit was flawless, the sharp glint in his eyes was anything but patient. He tapped his fingers against the polished surface, measured, controlled, but there was an edge beneath it. A storm waiting to break. Across from him, Amanda Waller stood with her arms crossed, imposing, unyielding. The cold fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across her face, but her expression was dangerous in its own right. Luther's voice cut through the air, smooth, arrogant. This new clone needs to be studied further. I'll oversee it myself, there's great potential in this one. Waller didn't blink. Potential doesn't mean a damn thing if you can't control it. Her words were sharp as razors. You've already lost two of our most valuable assets, Project Doomsday and Supergirl. The ones you took without permission. She took a step closer, her presence heavy and commanding. And let's not forget, despite all your brilliance, you spent the last few days running unsanctioned experiments with no results to show for it. Luther's eyes flashed with irritation, but he smiled. Cold. Ruthless. I will get results. His voice dropped to a lethal calm, every syllable coiled with authority. And don't forget, Waller, I'm the one funding this entire operation. I can take whatever I want. The words hung in the air like a loaded gun. For a moment, the room was silent, thick with tension. Then Waller chuckled low and dangerous. Careful, Luther. Her tone was quiet, but it carried the weight of a warning. You're useful, but no one's untouchable. She leaned forward, her dark eyes locking onto his with cold precision. Not even you. Luther's smile only widened, but there was no humor in it, only the sharp gleam of a man who never loses. We'll see. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 66, Martian Manhunter. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Justice League Watchtower, Containment Sector. The room was too quiet, except for the soft hum of the advanced containment systems buzzed faintly in the background. A mix of transparent and iron walls, reinforced with alien alloys and magic, surrounded Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. The sterile light overhead cast a faint glow over her figure as she sat cross-legged, on the sleek metal bench, bound by energy restraints that crackled faintly around her wrists. She looked calm, but her mind was a mess. Still here, and I'm getting bored. She muttered to herself, leaning her head back against the cold wall. Her fingers curled into fists against her knees as she let out a slow breath, trying to shake the weight pressing against her chest. It wasn't the cell that bothered her, hell, she agreed to be here. It was the feeling. That itch in the back of her skull, like something familiar and wrong was lurking just out of reach. And then she noticed it. Her shadow. It moved. On its own. Kara blinked, her brows furrowing as the edges of her shadow rippled unnaturally across the floor. Great, she muttered dryly, rubbing her temples. First visions, now my shadow's acting weird. Maybe I am losing it. But then it shifted again. A sliver of darkness peeled itself away, rising, morphing into something, someone. Kara froze. Her heart hammered in her chest as the shadow twisted and stood upright, an inky black shape with glowing blue eyes. Her breath hitched as she shot to her feet, her hands still bound but fists clenching. Wait a minute, you're... The shadow trembled, and then, like mist burning away under sunlight, it began to change. Darkness unraveled, revealing armor-clad boots, a long black coat, and a face she knew. A familiar smile cut through the gloom as Arthur Blackwynd stepped forward, his sharp blue eyes glowing faintly. Kara's eyes widened in shock. Arthur. How? Arthur tilted his head, the corner of his mouth curving into an easy, almost teasing smile. Hey, he said, voice smooth. I see you got yourself in trouble again. For a second, just a second, Kara forgot everything. The cell. Her thoughts. All of it. Her lips twitched into a half-smile, but she said nothing. Arthur chuckled softly, stepping closer to the transparent barrier that separated her and freedom. His gaze swept over her, calculating, but there was something warmer beneath it. I leave you alone for a bit, and now you're locked up again. TCH. You sure you're a Kryptonian? Her eyes softened just a bit, as she took a step closer to him. You shouldn't be here, Arthur. If they find you. Arthur's smirk lingered as he took a step closer to the transparent barrier, his boots echoing softly against the sleek floor. Let them. His voice was smooth, dangerous. We'll clear them out ourselves, every single one in Cadmus. His fingers traced the edge of the containment field, eyes narrowing as he scanned for a weakness. These binds, let's get you out of them. Kara sighed, watching him with a mix of exasperation and, beneath it, something warmer. Cadmus. No. Listen, she hesitated for just a second. We're not in Cadmus, Arthur. We're in the Justice League Watchtower. Arthur froze mid-step, his focus snapping back to her. What? His voice sharpened, because that didn't make sense. His gaze darted to the sterile room again, suddenly scrutinizing every detail. Then why the hell are you a captive here? Kara shifted her stance, her hands curling slightly at her sides. I agreed to this, she said, trying to sound casual, but her tone carried the weight of her decision. Batman and the others, they're trying to help. Arthur scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest as a cold chuckle escaped him. Let me get this straight, you're locked up because you agreed to it. His glowing blue eyes pinned her down. Did they mistake you for your clone or something? She shook her head. No. This is just precaution. Precaution. The word hung heavy in the air like a leash. Arthur let out a slow breath through his nose, his jaw ticking as his fingers curled into fists. So you basically agreed to be a lab rat again. His voice dropped lower, every word edged with sharp disdain. Except it's for the good guys now. He took a step back, tilting his head slightly. Tell me, did Clark agree to this as well? Kara's lips parted, but no words came. Silence. Arthur's expression darkened, and his laugh came out cold. How expected. Before Kara could respond, another voice slipped into his mind. Low, calm, and unmistakable. Arthur Blackwynd. The words echoed inside his skull, not spoken aloud, but telepathically delivered with the weight of someone who had been watching. Your intrusion here is bold, but foolish. Did you think you could walk unnoticed in the house of the Justice League? Shit. Arthur's eyes snapped open, glowing brighter as he turned sharply behind him. Martian Manhunter. He stood at the far end of the room, silent, his towering figure partially concealed by the shadows. His blue cape hung heavy against his shoulders, and those glowing red eyes pierced through the darkness. Unmoving. Unyielding. Watching. Arthur tilted his head, meeting John's gaze without flinching. Bold. His voice was low, but the confidence in it burned. I call it doing the right thing. The Martian's expression remained unreadable, but his presence filled the room, an unspoken authority that even Arthur couldn't entirely ignore. You risk much, Shadow Wielder, John's voice echoed again, calm but heavy with warning. But your concern for her, it is genuine. Arthur exhaled sharply, his usual arrogance slipping for a heartbeat before returning full force. Yeah, well, someone's gotta look out for her. Kara, still behind the containment field alongside Arthur, placed a hand against the barrier, her heart pounding in her chest. John's gaze softened slightly as it moved toward Kara before settling back on Arthur. I understand your motives, but breaking into the watchtower is not the way to protect her. Arthur took a step forward, his voice unyielding. Then maybe you shouldn't be locking her up. John's voice remained calm but unyielding, a weight pressing down on the room. She must remain here. Safely. Arthur's lip curled into a faint frown, sharp and dangerous. And if I disagree? His voice was low, charged with a threat that hung heavy in the air. Arthur, please. Kara's voice softened, barely above a whisper, but there was urgency in it. A plea. John's eyes glowed a deeper red. That is not up to you to decide. A cold silence stretched between them until it shattered. With a crackling snap, a long sword, black as midnight, and wreathed in crackling blue lightning, materialized in Arthur's right hand. The air hummed with raw power as the blade hissed like a living thing, dark mist curling from its jagged edge. Arthur turned his gaze back to Kara, his eyes burning a bright blue. I can tell you don't want to be here. His voice was smoother now, confident, unchallenged. And we're getting out. Now. Kara's breath hitched as she took a step toward the barrier. Wait. Arthur, please. You'll really be in trouble now. Her tone wavered between fear and frustration, but he didn't flinch. His focus was locked on Martian Manhunter, the sword in his grip humming with growing power. Doom. The shadows beneath him twisted as Doom, his towering shadow general, emerged, its crimson eyes gleaming. The sheer weight of its presence filled the containment room, crackling with restrained violence. Arthur didn't look away from John, his voice a calm command. Break her binds. Doom moved without hesitation, stepping toward Kara. Its massive clawed hand reached out, and with a metallic screech and a flash of blue lightning, the restraints binding Kara's wrist snapped like brittle glass, and even little pieces of kryptonite fell to the ground. She gasped softly as the weight lifted, her hands falling free, staring at Arthur with wide eyes. John still hadn't moved, but the air around him shifted, subtle but dangerous. You do not understand what you are risking. His voice echoed through Arthur's mind, deeper now. Arthur only smiled, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. I understand plenty. The blue lightning arced brighter along the blade's edge. The real question is, are you going to stop me? John's crimson eyes burned brighter, an ominous glow as he tilted his head slightly. Without a word, a powerful psychic wave surged toward Arthur, an attack meant to crush his mind like a vice. But nothing. Arthur didn't even flinch. A soft ding echoed in his mind. System notification, mental attack threat neutralized. He chuckled low and smooth, as he met John's glowing gaze. Your greatest weapon is useless against me, John. His voice dripped with confidence, and that cocky half-smile tugged at his lips. John's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something else beneath his stoic exterior. Confusion. Without breaking eye contact, Arthur raised his hand, his fingers twitching ever so slightly. The air around his palm warped, unseen tendrils of power snaking out toward the shimmering energy barrier of the containment room. Ruler's authority hummed to life, an invisible force bending to his will. The room trembled as the pressure grew, a faint blue light pulsing around his fingers. The energy barrier flickered, cracks spidering across its surface as Arthur's grip tightened. Kara's breath hitched. Arthur, how are you doing? Crack. With a final, effortless twitch of his fingers, the containment field shattered, pieces of glowing energy disintegrating into nothing. The air rippled in its wake as if reality itself had been bent beneath his will. Arthur took a slow, deliberate step forward, his sword still crackling with lightning at his side. His shadow stretched unnaturally behind him, curling like it had a mind of its own as he approached Martian Manhunter. The distance between them closed, two unstoppable forces standing face to face. No hard feelings, John, and I really don't wish to fight you, but we are leaving whether you like it or not. Arthur's voice was calm, but beneath it lay an undeniable edge, a promise of violence. Johns regarded him with something else now, not just caution. Respect. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 67, Arthur vs. Martian Manhunter. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Kara's voice cut through the rising tension. John, no. Not you too. Her plea hung heavy in the air, but Martian Manhunter had already shifted into a battle stance, his towering frame tense and ready. His glowing red eyes burned with restrained power as the atmosphere grew charged, 2 titans on the verge of collision. Arthur didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, the Demon King's longsword howled to life, a long, obsidian black blade, pulsating with electric energy. The crackling storm around it intensified as he swung it in a vicious arc boom. A storm of lightning exploded from the blade, violent streaks of blue and violet storms tearing through the air, screaming toward John with enough force to rip through reinforced steel. John blurred, gone in a flash of green. The lightning slammed into the containment room walls behind him, shattering panels and leaving a trail of smoking ruin. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Fast. John reappeared behind him, silent and precise, a massive green fist swinging for Arthur's head. Arthur twisted, Ruler's authority flaring to life. An unseen force crushed the air around John's arm, halting the strike inches from his face. You really don't get it, do you? Arthur's voice was calm, too calm. Your mind abilities won't work against me. And your strength. He tightened his grip, John's arm trembled under the sheer force. Not enough. John's other fist blurred, aimed for Arthur's ribs. Arthur released him just in time, sliding back and blocking with his blade. The impact sent a shockwave through the room, metal groaning beneath their power. Sparks rained down around them as both combatants moved in a blur of raw speed. Arthur struck again, his long sword carving through the air, sending arcs of lightning with every swing. John phased, his form turning intangible just before the blade could tear through him. Arthur's lips curled into a smile. Neat trick, I wish I had that. With ruler's authority, he gripped the air around John, forcing the Martian back into his solid form. The second John's body materialized, Arthur was already moving. A burst of speed, faster than the eye could follow. His sword clashed against John's forearm, the room shaking from the blow. John countered, a brutal uppercut aimed at Arthur's jaw, but Arthur slipped to the side, his agility unnatural even for a strong alien such as Martian Manhunter. You're strong, John. Arthur's blade crackled with raw power as he swung again, carving a crescent of lightning across the floor. John leaped back, just barely avoiding the strike. Arthur tilted his head, eyes glowing icy blue. But here is thing, the moment your mind tricks failed, you were already outmatched. Without a word, Arthur vanished, a blur of shadow and lightning. John barely had time to react before. Crack! Arthur materialized right in front of him, his doomsday bone gauntlet driving into John's chest like a cannonball. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the room, and the Martian was launched backward, slamming into the reinforced wall with a thunderous crash. Chunks of metal and debris scattered, but Arthur was already on the move, relentless. He raised his head, that cold, dangerous smile curling his lips. Didn't think it'd be that easy, did you? John pushed himself up, but before he could phase again, Arthur vanished. John's eyes narrowed, too late. Arthur reappeared behind him, the Demon King's long sword crackling with lightning in his grip. Checkmate. With a flick of his wrist, ruler's authority surged, an invisible force locking John's molecules in place, dragging him out of phase. The blade screamed through the air, deadly, precise, and aimed straight for John's exposed back. Enough. Kara's voice pierced the chaos. Arthur froze, his blade hovering a hair's breadth from John's skin. Electricity danced along its edge, casting flickering shadows across their tense forms. John turned his head slightly, calm despite the position he was in. His blade trembled, ready to strike, but the way Kara was looking at him. He exhaled, drawing back, the storm around his sword fading as he lowered it. Very well. A smile tugged at his lips as he cast a glance back toward John. He wouldn't die from that anyway. John, still rather calm, straightened and dusted off his cape. No. I wouldn't. His voice was smooth, unshaken, but there was the faintest edge of wariness in his tone. Arthur dismissed doom with a wave of his hand, the towering shadow general dissolving into black mist back into Arthur's own shadow. Without a second thought, he strode toward Kara. Before she could react, his arm slipped around her waist, firm, possessive. Kara's breath hitched, heat rushing to her face. What are you? She blinked up at him, startled by his boldness, but her hands instinctively found his chest, unsure whether to push him away or pull him closer. Arthur flashed a devilish smile. Relax, princess. I'm getting you out of here. He turned his attention back to John, his tone lighter but still edged with challenge. My apologies for the damages, though I'm sure Bruce can afford the repairs. John floated down from the crumbled wall, arms crossed over his chest, the glow in his red eyes dimming. I'll speak with Batman, but let's hope we don't come to regret this, Kara. His voice carried weight, a warning, but also something else. Trust. Arthur pulled Kara a little closer. Exchange. A surge of black mist swirled beneath their feet, coiling like living smoke. The ground seemed to give way as the shadows swallowed them whole, leaving nothing behind but silence. And a shadow demon in their place, as it blinked its eyes at John, tilting its head curiously. John sighed, floating higher as his gaze lingered on where Arthur and Kara had vanished. His expression softened, barely. For her to follow him so easily, he means more to her than she realizes. I'll have to explain this to Batman. Cadmus Labs. The lab hummed with the sound of machines whirring, and the only illumination came from the blue glow emanating from several large tubes filled with viscous liquid. Lex Luthor stood at the forefront, his gaze locked on the one tube that held an ashen-haired young man suspended in the fluid. His brow furrowed, deep in thought, fingers tapping against the metallic surface of a nearby console as his mind churned. Dr. Emil Hamilton, standing beside him, adjusted his glasses with a sigh before speaking, his tone tinged with skepticism. This is rather strange, Lex. This particular DNA shows nothing special. Even the simplest of metas are unique in their own way. But this one is just a normal human. Lex didn't immediately respond, his eyes narrowing as he leaned in closer to the tube, examining the figure inside with an intensity that could burn through steel. His jaw clenched as Emil's words echoed in his ears. Why are you so convinced this will work somehow? Emil continued, his voice laced with genuine curiosity, mixed with frustration. You've been pouring countless resources into this, but it doesn't make sense. Look at him, nothing about this specimen suggests it has potential. Lex's fingers dug into the edge of the console, his frustration palpable, but he kept his calm exterior. His mind was racing, the pieces of the puzzle slowly starting to fit together in his genius brain. It's impossible, Lex muttered under his breath. It can't be just normal. My theory, it will only appear once the clone is fully developed and ready to be awakened. Then, I'll monitor his growth. It will take a few days, but I know it will work. Emil crossed his arms, an expression of doubt on his face as he gestured toward a nearby tube holding another figure Superboy, perfect in his design. Even Kryptonians were rather simple for us to clone. Look at Galatea, she is perfect. She's everything I wanted, everything we expected. And then there's Superboy here. He's nearly finished. So why this? Why waste time and resources on something like this? Lex's gaze hardened as he whipped his head toward Emil, a fire in his eyes, his voice cold with the kind of intensity only someone like him could muster. I refuse to believe that after everything I've seen with my own eyes, this human has nothing. There is something here. I will pour every resource I have into making this work. His voice was sharp, cutting through the tension in the lab like a blade, and his words hung in the air with a force that was almost tangible. Emil sighed heavily, his shoulders slumping as he leaned against the console, clearly exhausted by the deadlock of their conversation. Fine, Lex, Emil said, his tone resigned. But don't come crying to me when your perfect human doesn't live up to expectations, because I honestly cannot help. Lex didn't respond. He simply turned back to the tube with the ashen-haired men, his gaze unwavering, as if he could will the clone to reveal its secrets through sheer willpower alone. His lips twisted into a thin smile, one full of both challenge and determination. I'll make it work, Arthur Blackwynd, Lex murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. Sooner than later. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 68, Unleashing Galatea. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Lex and Dr. Emil were interrupted by the soft swish of the door opening. Emil Hamilton glanced up, expecting to see another of the staff members, but instead, a figure stepped into the room that made even Lex Luthor pause, his keen eyes narrowing with curiosity. The woman who entered was striking. She had a confident stride, a controlled grace that was the hallmark of a being who knew her strength. Her blonde hair framed her face, and her eyes, intense and sharp, held a gaze that could pierce through even the strongest of wills. It was Galatea, the living testament to their genius, and she moved toward Emil without hesitation. Emil's face lit up with a genuine smile. Ah, you're back from your mission, he said, his voice warm, tinged with a father's pride. Before he could say more, she closed the distance, throwing her arms around him in a tight, affectionate hug. Yes, father, Galatea replied with a softness that only someone like her, who had been raised under Emil's care, could express. There was an undeniable bond between them, built from a lot of time of collaboration and trust. Lex, watching from the side, raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. The sight of Galatea, so warm and human in her actions, was unexpected, even for someone as detached and calculating as him. He remained silent for a beat, watching the exchange, his mind already spinning. The wheels in his genius brain began turning, each click of his mental gears adding to his next move. He glanced at the clone tube in the corner, the ashen-haired youth suspended in the liquid, and then back at Emil and Galatea, who were now standing together, having separated from their brief embrace. Lex's eyes gleamed, a thought sparking in his mind like a lightning bolt. Dr. Emil, he began, his voice smooth and laced with intrigue. I think I have a brilliant idea, and I need your cooperation here. Emil turned, surprised by the sudden shift in Lex's tone. Oh. What's on your mind? He couldn't help but feel the weight of Lex's attention, his curiosity piqued by the scientist's sudden interest. Lex smiled, a cold, calculating smirk that never failed to send a chill through the room. He walked slowly toward the center of the lab. Lex turned back toward the observation window, his sharp gaze fixed on the ashen-haired young man floating motionless in the cloning pod. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the sleek surface of the control panel. I've been thinking, Emil, he said, voice smooth. If we're going to unlock the potential hidden in this subject, we need a more direct approach. Dr. Emil Hamilton, still studying the data in front of him, barely glanced up. And what exactly do you have in mind, Lex? His voice held a note of caution, a scientist first, always wary when Luthor's ambitions grew too bold. Lex turned, his expression unreadable save for the faintest curl of a smile. I want to send Galatea on a mission. Off the record, beyond Cadmus oversight. There's someone out there who holds the key to perfecting this DNA. And that is the parent of this particular individual. He gestured toward the clone, his meaning heavy in the air. Emil's head snapped up, his brow furrowed in disapproval. Absolutely not. His voice was firm, unyielding. Our mandate is to protect humanity from the rising threat of metahumans, not abduct innocent people. This crosses a line, Lex, even for you. Lex chuckled softly under his breath, a sound devoid of warmth. Innocent. He tilted his head, eyes gleaming with cold calculation. Spare me the morality speech. You've seen the footage. You know as well as I do, this individual is far from normal. A tense silence hung between them as Emil processed the weight of Lex's words. Footage of a person whose abilities defied conventional understanding. And if Lex's theory was correct, their parent genetic code might hold the missing piece to stabilizing and unlocking the dormant power within the ashen-haired clone. Even so, Emil said after a pause, his voice quieter but no less firm, we're not mercenaries, Lex. What you're asking? He shook his head. There's no coming back from it. Lex stepped closer, his smile fading into something harder. I didn't fund Cadmus to play it safe, Doctor. While you hesitate, others grow stronger. Heroes, gods, tearing down the natural order. His voice dropped to a near growl, rich with conviction. And I refuse to let humanity be left behind. If you won't do what's necessary, I'll find someone who will. A heavy silence settled between them before Emil exhaled sharply, conceding, if only slightly. Fine. He turned to Galatea, who had been standing quietly throughout the exchange, watching with unwavering focus. If you're going to do this, you'll do it my way. No collateral damage. No unnecessary force. Understood. Galatea's lips curled into a faint smirk, an almost playful edge beneath her soldier-like demeanor. Of course, father. There was warmth in the title, a reminder that, for all her power, she still valued his guidance. But beneath the surface was a sharp, dangerous willingness to execute the task. I'll bring them here. No one will know. Lex clapped his hands together, the sound echoing through the sterile lab. Excellent. I knew you'd see reason, Emil. He pivoted back toward the cloning pod, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. With the parent in our hands, it's only a matter of time before we unlock everything hidden inside our little mystery here. Emil lingered a moment longer, his mind weighed down by the decision. He knew that once Galatea left, there would be no reversing course. But as much as he hated to admit it, if Lex was right, if this could work, it would be a huge progress. Be swift, he said quietly to Galatea, his voice softer now. And be careful. Galatea gave a short nod, her confidence unwavering. I always am. Gotham. Rain slicking down the windows of Blackwynd Manor, casting fractured reflections across the polished marble floors. Inside, the atmosphere was warmer. Arthur's estate was an elegant fortress, dark wood paneling, towering bookshelves, and a roaring fireplace that cast golden embers flickering across the room. And right in the center of it, Arthur and Kara still stood close, the last traces of shadowy mist fading around their feet. Kara awkwardly slipped out of his embrace, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Her usual confidence faltered for just a moment as she took a step back. Arthur, ever the picture of ease, leaned against the nearest leather armchair and flashed a smirk. Welcome to my house, he said, voice smooth, almost teasing. Before Kara could respond, a refined voice cut through the air. Welcome back, Master Arthur. It was George, Arthur's ever-dignified butler. Dressed in a crisp black suit, he stood by the entryway with the air of someone who had seen far stranger things but still maintained a flawless composure. His eyes, however, didn't miss the lingering tension between them. Kara blinked, startled by his sudden appearance. George asked graciously. Might I offer you a drink, Miss Sorrel? I'm good. She shook her head quickly, trying to shake off the awkwardness. Arthur, meanwhile, sank into the plush leather armchair, stretching out like he owned the world. I'll take one. George inclined his head. Of course, sir. With quiet efficiency, he vanished into the next room. Kara folded her arms across her chest and sighed. You know they're going to be pissed that I left. Her voice was firm, but there was an edge of concern beneath it. Arthur only raised an eyebrow. Let them. She huffed, taking a few steps closer. And for the record, I really didn't need saving back there. George returned precisely on cue, silver tray in hand, and placed a vivid, fruit-colored cocktail in front of Arthur, complete with a curly straw and a cheerful slice of pineapple. Arthur's fingers paused just before touching the glass. His eye twitched. Really? George, the very image of refined calm, adjusted his cuffs. Alcohol at this time of day, sir? I'm afraid not. Arthur leaned back, pinching the bridge of his nose. George. Without missing a beat, George added smoothly, besides, you are still rather young, sir, and we have a guest. Kara blinked, looking between them. Arthur waved a hand dismissively. All right, all right. Kara clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling a laugh. Arthur sighed in defeat, grabbing the glass. He took a long sip, shooting a side eye at George. It's not bad. George bowed slightly, eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. Always a pleasure, sir. George gave Kara a polite nod before retreating to the background once more, though he was undoubtedly still listening. Kara shook her head, still grinning. I like him. Arthur groaned. Unfortunately, I do as well. Arthur took another sip, letting the taste settle before meeting Kara's gaze. Well, back to our topic. You see, Kara, at first I thought you were captured by someone else. But I still would have done the same thing if I knew it was the Watchtower from the start. They don't know the whole situation with Cadmus, but I do. That caught her off guard. Her eyes narrowed slightly. And how exactly do you know more than the Justice League? He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, that devilish smile never leaving his face. It's not important how I know. His tone was too casual, too knowing. What matters is, aside from your unusual bond with your clone, who goes by Galatea, by the way, you're perfectly fine. Batman's just being his usual paranoid self made you even doubt yourself. Kara's expression softened for a moment at the name Galatea, before she frowned again. That still doesn't explain how you know so much about them. Arthur chuckled under his breath, taking another sip before setting the glass down. Trust me, I've got my sources. His voice dropped into something colder. They didn't harm me or anything yet, but I'm not waiting for my turn to be another target. Luther doesn't like me. He leaned back, his glowing blue eyes catching the firelight. Cadmus, we'll handle them. I've already joined forces with a certain someone. Kara tilted her head, suspicion flickering across her face. Who? Arthur only smiled. Someone who doesn't particularly like them as well. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 69, A Kryptonian Threat. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur finished his drink in one swift motion, the glass meeting the table with a soft clink. Without missing a beat, he pushed himself to his feet, the faint glow in his eyes dimming as he approached Kara. Stopping just in front of her, he held her gaze, steady, unwavering. Look, he began, his voice low but firm, all I ask is that you trust me. Kara blinked, taken slightly off guard by the sudden shift in his tone. These guys. Arthur gestured vaguely, as if referring to both the Justice League and Cadmus. They will do whatever they deem necessary to protect humans. They fear us. They think one day we'll lose control, and when that happens, they'd rather destroy us before we get the chance to prove them right, and I really don't blame Cadmus for that. Kara's brow furrowed, her fists clenching at her sides. Excuse me, which side are you on? Arthur chuckled softly, shaking his head. Think about it, he said, stepping closer. Who on this planet could stop Superman if he went rogue? Silence fell between them like a heavy curtain. Kara's defiance wavered, just for a second. Her lips parted, but no words came. Eventually, she settled on the only thing that felt true. He would never, she said quietly. But there was a hint of uncertainty behind her words, even if she refused to admit it. Arthur didn't respond. He just let the silence stretch, his point hanging in the air like a blade. When he finally spoke again, his voice was softer, more resolute. We'll do what's necessary, Kara. Before the League or Cadmus even think about anticipating us. Arthur pulled his phone from his pocket, flipping it open with a smooth motion and a quick swipe. He dialed the number. The line barely rang once before a voice, calm, polished, and unmistakably unimpressed, cut through. Arthur, Adam said. What do you need? You clearly want something. You never call just to check in. Arthur smirked, tilting his head as Kara leaned against the wall, watching curiously. Don't be like that. I do appreciate my family, he drawled. How are you, Adam? Healthy. Wealthy. Not too evil. A faint sigh echoed through the speaker. Cut the crap. What do you need? Gotham's not exactly a vacation spot, but how's the estate? Is it to your liking? Adam then asked smoothly. I spared no expense. Arthur tapped a finger against the glass table. No. It's very modest. A beat of silence. Then, I knew it. I knew I should have gone with the other property. I can arrange. I'm joking, Arthur cut in, rolling his eyes. It's fine. Honestly, if it was any bigger, I'd get lost. Your humor's still as exhausting as ever, Adam muttered. Anyway, what do you really want? Arthur's smile faded slightly. I need kryptonite, he said, his tone turning sharper. And not raw, I need it in the form of weapons. A sword, ideally. The line went quiet. Arthur waited. Kara shifted uncomfortably at the mention of kryptonite, her brows furrowing, but she stayed quiet. Finally, Adam spoke again, slower this time. What kind of trouble are you getting into now, Arthur? Nothing too insane, Arthur said lightly, though his expression hardened. Adam let out a slow breath. You know, kryptonite usually has two purposes, either experiments or fighting a Kryptonian. His voice lowered. Which one is it? Arthur hesitated for a fraction of a second. Let's just say you're not far off the truth. I need it as soon as possible. I should say no, Adam muttered, though the familiar hint of resignation colored his voice. But I can't refuse you, can I? I'm at home, but I'll put our science team on it. Expect an update soon. Arthur exhaled softly in satisfaction. Good. He was about to hang up, but something gnawed at the edge of his mind. Something deeper. Actually, Arthur added, his voice dropping into something colder, since we're talking science, and the fact you worked with Lex on Project Doomsday, what do you know about Cadmus? A longer silence stretched across the line this time. For the first time, Adam's calm demeanor cracked. How do you know that name? Adam demanded, his voice harder now. Arthur's jaw clenched. Just answer me. Another pause. Then, reluctantly, Cadmus is a government project. Highly classified. And yes, we've had dealings with them. But it's above board. This isn't some underground, shady thing like our Doomsday contract with Lex. It's government business, Arthur. Legitimate. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Legitimate, he repeated softly, his mind already racing. Do you know where they operate? Adam hesitated, but eventually said, we do. In fact, we shipped a batch of advanced materials to them just last week, kryptonite samples included. There's another shipment leaving in 2 days. Arthur's expression sharpened, the pieces clicking together. A slow, dangerous smile spread across his face. I'll be honest with you, Adam, he said, voice dripping with mischief. I might do something that, let's say, disrupts your business with them. So, I'm apologizing in advance. Arthur, Adam warned, his tone darkening. Don't do anything stupid. This is the government, not some back alley. Arthur hung up mid-sentence, tossing his phone onto the couch with a casual flick of his wrist. He turned toward Kara, who still looked half skeptical, half worried. The faintest smirk played on his lips as he met her eyes. I've got a plan, he said smoothly. And you're coming with me. Kara crossed her arms, lifting a brow. Should I be worried? Arthur's smile grew wider, his eyes flashing with icy confidence. Probably. Watchtower, observation deck. John stood motionless, his crimson eyes glowing faintly as he hovered before a holographic display. Streams of data scrolled past, satellite feeds, surveillance logs, and a blinking alert marking Kara Zor-El. His expression, as always, was calm, but beneath the surface, concern simmered. A secure line buzzed softly in his ear. Batman. As punctual as ever. Report. The Dark Knight's voice cut through the silence, sharp, cold, and without patience. John's tone remained smooth and even. Supergirl is gone. A heavy pause. Then, what do you mean gone? Batman's voice was edged with irritation, though not surprise. She wouldn't just leave. Especially while you are there. She didn't leave on her own. John's gaze flicked to a playback feed, rewatching what happened earlier. Arthur Blackwynd came here and took her with him. There was a beat of silence, too long for mere contemplation. Then, and Kara just let that happen. Batman's tone dropped, rough with suspicion. Yes, John confirmed. She didn't resist. If anything, she chose to go with him. Batman didn't speak immediately, but John could already hear the gears turning in his mind. No need to explain, Batman said at last, voice tight. I know what you're about to say. John's brow furrowed slightly. Do you? Batman's tone cooled to something dangerously low. Arthur isn't just some random man, he saves her, she trusts him, Kara wouldn't leave unless he gave her a reason. And if you called me, it means there's more. John's expression darkened as he turned away from the holograms. Our data on him, it's wrong or simply outdated. For once, Batman didn't respond immediately. In the silence, John pressed on. He's stronger than we believed, John said, his voice heavy with certainty. Far stronger than our current data about him. A quiet, tense pause stretched between them before Batman finally spoke again, his voice quieter, but no less commanding. How strong? John hesitated, a rare thing for him. I read his surface thoughts before I couldn't do it anymore. What I found was unsettling. The power he holds is beyond simple metahuman classification, but I couldn't dig deeper. Something, or someone blocked me from doing so. And what's worse, he knows things. About Cadmus. About Kara's connection to them. He's moving with intent, Bruce. Batman exhaled slowly through his nose, processing the revelation. He is going to attack Cadmus, isn't he? Perhaps, and if he wanted to harm Kara, he would have already. He cares about her. John said. But his motives remain unclear. I'm concerned about what he plans to do next. A faint sound of shifting fabric came through the line, Batman already moving. I don't like unknowns, John, he said, voice like a blade cutting through the dark. And I definitely don't like it when someone I can't predict takes an interest in matters we are involved in. He is reckless. John inclined his head slightly. I share your concern. Another silence, taut and cold. Then. I'm coming up, Batman said. He is doing what Clark wanted to do. I'll infiltrate Cadmus with some of the Justice League members, before that idiot wreaks havoc. Do not tell Clark. High above the Blackwynd estate, Jump City. The night sky hung heavy, thick clouds drifting past the pale glow of the moon. Suspended in the air like a predator on the hunt, Galatea hovered in silence. Her blonde hair whipped in the wind, framing her face, a face sculpted for war. Arms folded over her chest, her sharp blue eyes burned down at the sprawling estate below, a fortress of wealth and legacy. She scoffed. What's so special about these people anyway? Her voice was low, edged with disdain. Rich. Spoiled. Fragile. And yet. Lex wanted them alive, because for some reason that ashen-haired boy is the key to his delusion. I would love to find that boy here. Galatea's lips curled into a smirk. She began her descent, slow, the wind howled as she cut through it, her speed increasing. The estate's towering gates loomed beneath her, but Galatea didn't care for doors, she was aiming towards the house. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 70, Galatea and the Blackwinds. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The polished mahogany desk reflected the soft glow of the chandelier above as Adam Blackwynd leaned back in his chair, phone pressed to his ear. His fingers drummed lightly against the wood, his mind juggling a dozen thoughts at once. Don't do anything stupid. This is the government, not some back alley thugs. You hear me? Arthur. Arthur. Adam sighed, he hung up on me. His voice was still rather calm, collected, but his brow creased slightly. His younger brother had always been a handful, even more so since he changed. With a sigh, he ended the call and immediately dialed another number. As the line connected, a voice crackled to life, his chief scientist. Mr. Blackwynd, the men greeted him. Skip the formalities. Status update. Next to him, Lady Blackwynd, his mother, the ever-elegant matriarch of the family, was already watching him with thinly veiled scrutiny. She had always carried herself with poise and grace, the kind of woman who could command a room without raising her voice. What did Arthur want? She asked, her tone refined yet laced with concern. Adam barely glanced at her. Nothing you should worry about, mother. Just something he needs. His focus returned to his call, his fingers adjusting the cuffs of his tailored suit. That wasn't enough for her. Of course, it wasn't. Nothing I should worry about, she echoed, her voice carrying that sharpness only a mother could master. Adam, ever since your brother developed those strange abilities, he has barely been home. His academic performance has plummeted, and most concerning of all, he has begun associating himself with unsavory individuals. Adam inhaled slowly. He had heard this speech before. People like Arthur always attract danger, she continued, standing with an air of sophistication. But does he have to seek it out himself? Have you even spoken to him about this? About how reckless he has become? Adam said nothing. He simply walked toward the window, phone still in hand. Yes, just make sure to. Then he saw her. A shadow against the moonlight. A figure descending from the sky, effortlessly, deliberately. Galatea. She wasn't in a rush. She wasn't crashing down like some meteor. No, she floated like she belonged there, as if gravity itself was an afterthought. Her blonde hair flowed behind her, catching the night breeze. Her piercing blue eyes locked onto his, a knowing smile curving her lips. Then, solid ground. She landed without a sound, yet the moment her boots kissed the earth, the entire world felt heavier. Like a storm had just touched down at their doorstep. Then she began walking, casually. Deliberately towards them. Adam's breath hitched. His heart pounded against his ribs, but his mind remained sharp. His mother, still lost in her own tirade, hadn't noticed. He forced himself to stay composed, to keep his voice even. Finish what I asked for and send it to that location. As soon as you can. He hung up. The phone in his hand suddenly felt far less important. Adam's fingers twitched as they brushed the grip of his pistol. He kept his movements measured, subtle, smoothly drawing the gun from the concealed holster at his waist, hiding it behind his back. His breath was steady, but his pulse was hammering. The woman, no, the thing, was still walking toward the house, that eerie, self-assured smile never leaving her face. This is bad. He turned to his mother, his voice low but urgent. Go to our underground shelter. Now. Lady Blackwynd frowned, completely unamused. Adam, what on earth are you talking about? His jaw clenched. No time for this. He snapped at her. No time to explain, just do it, mother. I think we have an intruder. The sheer force in his voice, the rare desperation behind it, froze her in place. Adam Blackwynd was a man of control, always composed, always logical. But this was fear. She didn't argue after that. With a sharp nod, she turned and disappeared down the hall, her heels clicking against the floor as she made her way toward the hidden passage beneath the estate. Adam exhaled. Good. Now it was just him and her. His grip tightened on the gun, and he took a slow step back, his eyes never leaving the intruder. Then, glass shattered. Adam flinched as the window exploded, shards scattering across the floor like 1,000 tiny daggers. But it wasn't from a forceful landing. No. She had just walked through it. Galatea hadn't even hesitated. She had simply kept moving, letting her body tear through the window and the wall like they were made of paper. The reinforced stone barely slowed her down. She walked through it, the structure cracking, splintering, and then collapsing around her like sand. It was like the laws of physics didn't apply to her. She stepped forward, boots crunching on the broken glass. Adam cursed under his breath. She's not human. And he already had certain theories about what she is. He didn't wait. His gun snapped up, and he fired. Bang. The first shot hit dead center. Bang. 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 He emptied the clip in seconds, every round aimed directly at her chest and head. She didn't even blink. Each bullet hit with a metallic thud, flattening against her skin before harmlessly dropping to the floor. No recoil. No reaction. She just kept walking. And she was smiling. As the final round clicked empty, Galatea tilted her head slightly, as if amused. Then, with a soft chuckle, she spoke for the first time. Pathetic. Adam barely had time to register what happened. One moment, she was standing there, smiling. The next. Boom. A blur of motion. A streak of white and blue. Then, pain. Something hit him. No, something obliterated him. His body was launched across the room like a rag doll, bones rattling, ribs screaming as he crashed against the far wall with a sickening crack. The impact nearly tore the breath from his lungs. His vision blurred, his skull rang, and for a brief second, the world around him warped in and out of focus. Damn it all. I didn't even see what hit me. Everything hurt. But Adam Blackwynd was not a man who gave up easily. Move, damn it. Through sheer force of will, his fingers fumbled toward his belt. His muscles protested, his arms felt like lead, but he forced his hands to move. One bullet. One goddamn bullet was all he needed. With ragged breaths, he reloaded his gun. His hand trembled as he lifted it, still leaning against the shattered wall, barely able to keep his head up, but his aim was steady. He pulled the trigger. Galatea's eyes flickered toward him. And then, a searing beam of red light erupted from her vision. The heat vision engulfed the gun instantly. The metal warped, melted right in his grip. The pain was instant. Adam let out a guttural scream, the burning agony racing up his arm as molten metal seared into his skin. His fingers instinctively spasmed open, dropping the now unrecognizable lump of slag that was once his firearm. His breathing came in sharp, pained gasps as he cradled his scorched hand. Galatea didn't even flinch. She stepped closer, her expression still eerily calm, as if his defiance was nothing more than an inconvenience. Then, in a voice as cold as steel, she said, "I'm not here for you." Adam's blood ran cold. Galatea's gaze shifted, her glowing red eyes dimming as she turned her attention away from him. She inhaled slowly, her super senses sharpening. And then she found what she was looking for. A slow, satisfied smirk tugged at her lips. "There you are." Adam's heart sank. No. No, no, no. His mother. Galatea had found her. Damn you. No, wait. Adam pushed himself forward, every instinct screaming for him to move, to stop her. But it was already too late. Without hesitation, Galatea shot downward, her sheer power cracking the floor beneath her as she launched herself through it. The marble shattered like brittle ice, sending debris flying in every direction as she descended straight into the underground shelter below. Straight to his mother. The underground shelter was silent, a vast, dimly lit space hidden a bit deep beneath the estate, built to withstand wars, natural disasters, and even metahuman attacks. It wasn't built for her. Galatea descended like a phantom, her presence alone making the air feel heavier. Lady Blackwynd stood frozen. Her regal posture remained intact, but her hands trembled slightly at her sides. Shock. Disbelief. A quiet horror. Galatea touched down lightly in front of her, her piercing blue eyes scanning the older woman with clinical detachment. Weak. Fragile. Mortal. And yet. Lady Blackwynd's lips parted slightly. Her gaze softened ever so slightly, as if she were staring at something, someone, she knew. Kara, she whispered. Her voice carried a mixture of awe and horror, her expression flickering between emotions. Her eyes blinked rapidly, trying to process what she was seeing. For a split second, something flickered in Galatea's gaze. Then, her expression hardened. Her brows furrowed, and her lips curled downward into something akin to disgust. She grabbed Lady Blackwynd's arm, tight, unrelenting. Wrong. Her voice was cold, flat, an edge of annoyance. She yanked the woman effortlessly off the ground, holding her as if she weighed nothing. Then, with a single push from her feet, Galatea soared upward, dragging her captive along. The estate started to shrink below them. The wind howled around them, whipping against Lady Blackwynd's face as they rose higher and higher, floating effortlessly above the ruined house. Galatea smirked. I'm the upgrade. Then. A shiver ran down her spine. Something was coming. Fast. Her instincts flared too late. Boom. Time seemed to slow. A blur of movement, a flash of blue and black. A fist, encased in jagged bone gauntlets, came from nowhere, colliding with Galatea's face with earth-shattering force. The moment of impact was brutal. Her head snapped sideways, her body launched downward at blinding speed. She hit the ground like a meteor. Boom. The entire estate trembled. She bounced violently, her body skidding across the earth, demolishing everything in her path, shattering walls, tearing through the estate grounds, leaving a cratered trail of destruction behind her. The dust settled. The echoes of the impact still reverberated through the land. And then. A shadow loomed over the wreckage. Arthur landed not too far from Galatea. His boots cracked the ground beneath him as he touched down. His presence was heavy, suffocating, his figure illuminated by the flickering embers of destruction around him. His eyes, glowing, burning with a cold, menacing blue, were locked onto the wreckage where Galatea had landed. His expression was not amused. Not smug. Not even angry. It was dead serious. He exhaled slowly, stepping forward, his tone low and sharp. For someone who is supposed to be the upgrade, why do you look so damn breakable, clone? // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 71, Arthur vs. Galatea. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Before Galatea could retort, a gust of wind rushed past as Kara grabbed his mother midair, landing gently on the ground. She steadied her, concern in her voice. Are you okay? Miss Blackwynd blinked rapidly, her mind struggling to process the blonde-haired superhuman standing in front of her. She studied Kara's face, then let out a slow breath. I suppose you're Kara, and not her. Kara offered a reassuring smile. Yeah, I am. A sharp sound of shifting debris cut through their moment as Galatea stood up from the crater Arthur had just sent her into. She rolled her shoulders, cracking her neck, her piercing gaze locking onto the white-haired young man who had dared to land a hit on her. A smirk curled at the edges of her lips. Oh, so it's you. Her tone was casual, but there was an underlying challenge in it. You're that Arthur. Arthur's glowing blue eyes didn't waver. I'm not gonna ask why you're here, but considering you were after my family, this naturally has to do with me. Galatea scoffed, placing a hand on her hip. Yes, Captain Obvious. And then she moved. A blur of speed. Before Arthur could react, her fist smashed into his raised forearms, barely giving him time to form a crossblock. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air. Then, boom. Arthur was launched like a bullet, crashing through the Blackwynd estate's outer walls and vanishing into the distance. Kara's eyes widened slightly. Arthur. Galatea dusted off her knuckles, a smug grin forming. Huh. Thought he'd be tougher. Kara's head snapped toward her, her expression shifting from concern to steely determination. You just attacked an innocent family. Galatea rolled her eyes. Oh, please. Save the self-righteous speech. I didn't kill anyone. Before the tension could snap, the rubble from Arthur's crash site shook. A deep rumble echoed as a figure emerged. Arthur stepped out of the wreckage, dust rolling off his shoulders. His jaw was clenched, his body straightening. Damn. He flexed his fingers, rolling his wrists. She's really not holding back. His glowing blue eyes sharpened, come out, his shadow stretched and from it two figures emerged, Kaisel and Blade. The elite knight knelt slightly, awaiting orders. Arthur didn't hesitate. Take my mother and brother on Kaisel's back, wherever they want. Just get them away from here. Blade simply nodded. Then, in an instant, they went into motion, already on their task. Arthur turned back, his gaze locking onto Galatea. Who is far away right now, his hands curled into fists. Kara stepped forward, her blue eyes narrowing. What the hell are you doing here, Galatea? Galatea let out a low chuckle, brushing some debris off her shoulder as if the fight hadn't even fazed her. Oh, you know, sightseeing. Checking out the local architecture. Smashing through it. Her smirk widened. And, of course, dealing with unfinished business. Kara's gaze darkened. Cadmus sent you, didn't they? Galatea tilted her head mockingly. Not quite, but not wrong, she clasped her hands together in fake excitement. You really should have joined a detective agency, Kara. You're almost as sharp as your human pets. Kara's fists clenched. What does Cadmus want with this family? Galatea gave her a lazy shrug. Oh, you know how it is. They see something unique, something powerful, and they just have to poke at it. Study it. Maybe even control it. She leaned in slightly, her smirk turning wicked. Kinda like how they made me, better than you. Kara crossed her arms, glaring. Better. That's funny. Galatea laughed. Oh, that's adorable. You think this is about morality, don't you? She took a step closer, her eyes gleaming. Let me ask you something, Kara, what have you really accomplished? You spend your days playing hero, saving people who wouldn't last a second without you, while I was made for something greater. Kara's jaw tightened. You were made to be a weapon. Galatea grinned. Exactly. And I embraced it. She tilted her head mockingly. Meanwhile, you're still pretending to be normal. Trying to fit in. Like some lost little orphan girl desperate for a home. Kara didn't flinch. I have a home. I have a life. And I made my own choices. Galatea's smile twisted. A life. Or a lie. She leaned in, her voice dropping slightly. You fake being human. I surpassed them. That's the difference between us. Kara exhaled slowly, her stance firm. No, the difference is, I choose who I am. You let them decide for you. For the briefest second, something flickered in Galatea's eyes. But then, just as quickly, it was gone. Her smirk returned. Cute speech. Too bad it won't change anything. And then she moved. A sonic boom split the air as Galatea rocketed forward, her fist colliding with Kara's guard like a warhammer. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, rattling the ruined Blackwynd estate below. Kara's feet dug trenches into the dirt, her arms straining as she absorbed the force. Galatea didn't stop. She twisted, her elbow smashing into Kara's ribs, then a brutal knee to the gut, doubling her over. Sloppy. Galatea grabbed Kara by the collar of her suit and launched her like a missile through the trees. Kara twisted in midair, slamming her hands into the dirt, flipping herself upright just as Galatea was on her again. Another punch, Kara blocked. Galatea followed up with a spinning kick to the side of her head. Kara crashed through a massive oak tree, splinters flying like shrapnel. She barely had time to recover before Galatea appeared in front of her, floating just above the ground, arms crossed. Come on, Kara. You're making this too easy. I thought we were supposed to be evenly matched. Kara wiped a streak of blood from her lip. She charged. Faster than a bullet, Kara feinted left, then slammed an uppercut into Galatea's jaw, sending her skyward. The ground beneath them cratered from the sheer force. Kara shot up after her, breaking the sound barrier as she tackled Galatea midair. They spun like a tornado, exchanging brutal punches mid-flight, each strike like thunderclaps shaking the sky. Galatea grinned through the onslaught. Finally showing some bite. Too bad it's not enough. She caught Kara's next punch, then twisted her wrist, flipping her over, and plummeted down, slamming Kara into the earth like a meteor. The shockwave ripped trees from their roots, the ground fracturing like glass beneath them. Before Kara could move, Galatea pressed her boot against her chest, pinning her. "See," she said smugly, leaning down. "No matter how much you fight it, I was made to be better than you." Kara gritted her teeth, her blue eyes blazing. "You keep saying that." Her hand shot up, grabbing Galatea's ankle. "But I'm still the original." Galatea's smirk faltered. Only for a second. And then, a crack of air. A fist covered in jagged, bone-like gauntlets smashed into her ribs, sending her careening through the sky like a broken missile. The world blurred around her before she crashed into the earth, carving a trench through stone and soil. The shockwave alone sent debris flying in all directions. She barely had time to process the pain before a massive shadow loomed over her. A second impact. A monstrous fist as large as a car drove into her stomach, embedding her deeper into the rubble. Doom had arrived. Arthur landed with the force of a meteor, standing over her. His ashen white hair flickered in the wind, his blue eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "You didn't think I was done after one punch, did you?" Galatea barely had time to snarl before Arthur was on her. He moved with precision, efficient, brutal. A lightning-fast elbow to her jaw. A bone-gauntlet uppercut that launched her into the air. She tried to right herself mid-flight, but Arthur appeared above her instantly, his foot driving down onto her back. Crash. She slammed into the ground so hard the terrain caved in. Doom wasn't far behind. As Galatea groaned, struggling to push herself up, a titanic foot met her side, launching her across the battlefield. Arthur was already waiting. He caught her mid-air with ruler's authority, suspending her for a fraction of a second, just long enough to drive a devastating knee into her spine. She gasped. For the first time, actual pain flashed across her face. "Not so smug now, are you?" Arthur muttered, grabbing her by the arm. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled her towards Doom. Doom caught her with a thunderous punch, one that echoed across the entire Blackwynd estate. Galatea hit the dirt, coughing, blood on her lip. Before she could react, massive clawed hands grabbed her wrists. Doom held her down, his monstrous strength pressing her into the fractured ground. Arthur stepped forward, his Demon King longsword materializing in his grip. The air hummed with electricity as lightning crackled along its edges. His expression, cold and absolute. He raised the sword, the tip hovering just above her throat. "You would be a fine addition to my legion." Galatea's breathing was heavy. She didn't respond immediately. But then, her eyes started glowing red. Arthur didn't flinch, he just stood there, sword in hand, watching her. Because he knew exactly what she was about to do. And he didn't care. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 72, Arthur vs. Galatea. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // A sharp hum filled the air. The heat around them spiked. Galatea's crimson gaze intensified, twin beams of energy building at the edge of her irises. The very ground beneath her sizzled as small embers flickered to life, burning the dirt. Doom's grip tightened. A deep, guttural snarl rumbled from his chest. His massive, clawed hands pressed down with enough force to crush steel. But she wasn't struggling. She was testing. "You're really not afraid, are you?" Galatea murmured, her voice even, but laced with irritation. Arthur's glowing blue eyes remained locked on hers. Unyielding. Unimpressed. "Why would I be?" His voice was calm. Deadly. The heat in her eyes flared. A warning. One last chance. But Arthur didn't give a damn. "Go ahead," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "Do it." A flicker of uncertainty, brief, nearly imperceptible, crossed her face. Then, she fired. Twin beams of concentrated destruction erupted from her eyes, screaming toward Arthur's face. At the same instant, Arthur moved. A blur of motion. A pivot so fast that the very air cracked in protest. The beams barely grazed Arthur, searing past his shoulder and melting deep scars into the walls far behind him. But before Galatea could fire again, Doom roared. A monstrous, guttural bellow that shook the earth. His massive, clawed hand seized her by the face now, and slammed her into the ground. Boom. The force cratered the battlefield. Then came another. And another. Doom's fists pummeled her relentlessly, one after the other, with enough force to break mountains. Boom. A fist crushed into her ribs. Boom. Her body bounced up only to be caught by another devastating backhand. Boom. Her skull cracked against the earth as Doom grabbed her by the leg and whipped her across the battlefield like a rag doll. She tried to move, to regain control, but Doom was already there. A hammer-like punch collided with her stomach, burying her deeper into the earth. He wasn't stopping. He was enjoying this. Another roar erupted from Doom as he raised both fists, ready to pulverize her into nothing. But this time, Galatia's hand shot up. Galatia's fingers clenched around his massive hand, her biceps flexing as she held him in place. Her teeth were gritted, her expression twisting not in fear, not in pain but in defiance. And then, she struck back. Her fist rocketed into his chest, the sheer force sending the towering behemoth hurtling into the sky. Arthur barely had time to register it before Galatia's eyes flashed red. Twin beams of burning heat vision tore through the sky, slicing toward Doom's airborne form. They connected. A direct hit. But Doom was not so easily broken. High above, his body twisted mid-flight. His glowing red eyes locked onto her, and a guttural snarl rumbled from his chest. Then, he dove. With both feet aimed downward, Doom descended like a meteor. Boom. His entire body crashed into her like a missile, slamming her back into the earth with such force that the ground beneath them fractured apart, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Dust and debris erupted into the air. Arthur exhaled sharply, raising a hand. That's enough. Doom snorted. His hulking frame was still tense, fists clenched. His chest rose and fell with ragged, eager breaths. He let out a guttural snarl, but he obeyed his monarch. Arthur narrowed his eyes. He's enjoying this way too much. Doom had never met someone who could take his full power and still keep going. Galatia twitched. Blood ran from her lip. But she was still breathing. Arthur rolled his shoulders and stepped forward, his Demon King longsword in his grip, crackling with lightning. He stood over her, raising the blade. Time to end this quick. But just as he swung, a blur of blue rushed past him. Clang. Arthur's sword stopped, stabbed mid-swing. By Kara. Her hand gripped the steel, stopping it inches from Galatia's throat. Arthur. No. Arthur's jaw clenched. You have to be kidding me, Kara. She looked at him, pleading. We don't have to kill her. His gaze burned into her. She's not even supposed to be alive. Kara swallowed, but Arthur wasn't done. They are clones, Kara. Man-made weapons designed to kill us. He pointed at the wreckage around them. The broken ground. The burning buildings. The lives shattered in mere moments. Look around you. His voice was low, dangerous. He gestured to the destruction around them, the shattered earth, the broken walls, the wreckage of their home. Is this not proof enough of what they can do? And I'm sure she's not the only one that was made. Galatia stared at the ground. For the first time, she didn't have a comeback. Something in her expression shifted. Her smirk was gone and she looked conflicted. Kara's voice softened. Still, Arthur, we need to be better than them. Arthur's grip on the sword tightened. Galatia's eyes lowered. Just for a second. A part of her wanted to say something. She just stared. Her fingers clenched into fists at her sides. Something flickered in her eyes. A frown formed. Not anger. Not defiance. Something almost human. It got silent between the three of them. Dust settled. The cracked earth beneath them still radiated with the aftermath of destruction. Arthur stood over Galatia, his sword still humming with energy. His grip was firm, his stance unwavering. Then, slowly, he turned his gaze to Kara. He didn't look angry. Nor disappointed. Just cold. Then, his eyes flicked back down to Galatia. And finally, with a slow, deliberate motion, he lowered his blade. Arthur exhaled. This is your weakness, Kara. Kara flinched slightly, but she didn't back down. Her expression was defiant, determined. From the ground, Galatia chuckled a weak, breathless sound. He's not wrong. Arthur's eyes snapped toward her. His irises burned. A deep, eerie glow of crackling blue energy surged to life, illuminating his face like an angel of death. Then, bloodlust. The very air around him became heavy, suffocating as if gravity itself bowed to his wrath. The battlefield darkened under the sheer pressure of his presence. Galatia's smirk faded. Even Kara, who had fought alongside him before, felt a chill crawl up her spine. Arthur's voice was low. Dangerous. Absolute. This doesn't mean I'll forgive this transgression. His eyes locked onto Galatia's, his voice like ice and fire combined. You harmed my family. You desecrated my home. You crossed a line that cannot be undone. I don't care if you were following orders or acting on your own. The next time I face one of you Cadmus-made freaks. His grip on the sword tightened, lightning crackling along its edge. This will be the last time I ever spare anyone. His voice lowered to a growl. Even Superman won't stop me from executing the lot of you. Silence. Kara's fists clenched, her lips pressing into a thin line. She wanted to argue, to reason with him. But there was no room for negotiation in his voice. Arthur's decision was final. But beneath his glare, behind the sharp edge of his words, he was already planning. I'm absolutely not turning a blind eye to this was it. His thoughts raced, forming the shape of his next move. You, Galatea, will lead me to Cadmus HQ. I won't wait for Red Hood's intel. I won't sneak in through my brother's shipment. You will be my way inside. A smirk tugged at his lips. It wasn't a kind smile. It wasn't a forgiving one. It was a predator's grin. Galatea, still staring at him from the ground, said nothing. But as she held his gaze, her fingers curled into the dirt. Her mind churned with her own revelations. I think I already got what we needed anyway. I have his parents' strands of hair, that should be enough for Lex and father. She inhaled sharply. Her body ached, but her mind was sharp. Calculating. Arthur Blackwynd. Now she understood why Lex wanted his power so badly. Arthur stood tall, his gaze steady, his focus remained on the defiant figure of Galatea, still sprawled on the ground. Her eyes glared back at him, a mix of disdain and frustration, but she wasn't moving. Arthur's eyes flickered to the ground beneath her, from the depths of his shadow, a soldier, silent, and phantom-like. Melded seamlessly with Galatea's own shadow, unseen by everyone except Arthur himself. Get up, Arthur commanded, his voice cold and precise. And leave, before I change my mind. Galatea's gaze met his, her lips curling into a bitter smile. A flash of defiance remained in her eyes, but slowly, she pushed herself up, her posture regal, despite her fallen state. Her pride, it seemed, would not be broken. Without a word, she lifted herself into the air, her eyes briefly flickering to Arthur. For a moment, it almost felt as if she would say something, anything, but she simply turned and flew off, her silhouette vanishing into the night sky. Kara stood nearby, watching with a frown, though her expression softened as she turned back to Arthur. She could feel the weight of the decision, and a quiet understanding passed between them. You did the right thing, Kara said, her voice firm but laced with something softer. You didn't stoop to their level. We will deal with them soon enough and shut them down once and for all. Arthur didn't respond right away. He was still processing the moment, the choices made. It had been tempting to finish it, to wipe her out and make her an eternal servant, but he had something else in mind. Yeah. Arthur finally said, his tone heavy with resolve. I know we will. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked toward the horizon, as if seeing something far beyond the distance. We need to get back to Gotham first, meet someone, and then we plan our next move. Kara nodded, but before she could speak again, a sudden shift in the air caught her attention. A group of figures materialized before them, emerging from the shadows like phantoms, cloaked in darkness. Then, one of the figures spoke, their voice deep and unmistakably familiar. Arthur. The voice carried a weight, a recognition that set off an immediate shift within Arthur. He sighed heavily, almost as if he had expected this moment and them to appear, but didn't want to deal with it. His eyes locked onto the group, his stance remaining unflinching, though his mind was already racing. With a calm but firm tone, Arthur spoke, his voice dripping with irritation. What are you guys doing here? //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 73, Striking Back. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Kara, sensing the tension radiating off Arthur, gently placed a hand on his, her grip firm but reassuring. Wait, it's the Titans, she said softly, her voice calm but urging restraint. Arthur's glowing blue eyes flicked down at her before he exhaled through his nose. His stance relaxed just slightly. I know, he muttered, shaking his head. Don't worry, I'm already acquainted with them. Across from them, Raven's eyes slightly narrowed, her hood casting a shadow over her face as she silently observed the scene. But her attention wasn't on the destruction. It wasn't even on the conversation. No, what caught her eye was Arthur and Kara's hands touching, the way she reached for him, the way he actually listened. For a moment, something unreadable flickered across her expression before she schooled her features back into neutrality. Meanwhile, the Titans surveyed the battlefield, taking in the cracked earth, the scorched buildings, and the lingering energy in the air. Robin's sharp eyes darted from one destroyed structure to the next before he muttered, "What the hell happened here?" Arthur ignored him completely. Cyborg frowned, his cybernetic eye scanning the area. "A flying object just flew past here not long ago." At that, Raven stepped closer to Arthur, her piercing violet eyes locking onto him. "Who did you fight here?" she asked, her voice steady, inquisitive, but not prying. Arthur opened his mouth, but before he could answer. "A clone." It was Kara who spoke, her voice quieter, strained. She lowered her gaze, her hands balling into fists. "My clone." A moment of silence stretched between them. Beast Boy blinked, eyes wide. "Wait. You got cloned." Blue Beetle crossed his arms, muttering, "Okay, that's definitely a bad thing." Cyborg, always the analyst, furrowed his brow, looking between Kara and Arthur. "So, she was strong, huh?" Arthur scoffed. "Stronger than most." His gaze shifted toward Cyborg, eyes sharp. "Tell me, Cyborg, are you keeping your teammates in the dark about Katniss clones, or do you not know either? Is the Justice League keeping secrets even from you?" "I doubt that." Cyborg exhaled heavily, his mechanical eye dimming slightly. "Man. It's complicated." He turned to the Titans. "Look. Cadmus has been a problem for some time now. The League has been keeping tabs on them, but it's classified. Even I don't have full clearance to share things with you guys. And if I don't..." He gestured at the rest of the team, his meaning clear. Robin stood silent. Arthur smirked, eyes landing on him. Of course, Batman's sidekick already knew. Beast Boy made a face. "Dude, seriously. Not cool, man." Jamie crossed his arms. "Yeah, what the hell, Robin?" Robin finally spoke, his voice level but firm. "Need to know basis." Arthur rolled his eyes. Classic Bat response. Robin, arms crossed, as he spoke up again, "Where is she now, Arthur? Do you know why she came here?" Arthur's gaze snapped back to him, and for a moment, there was something cold in his expression. "You're trespassing again," Arthur said flatly, voice carrying the weight of finality. "You should leave. You're a bit late to the party." Silence fell once more. Robin clenched his jaw, about to respond, but Raven walked towards Arthur. He turned to Raven, his expression shifting, quieter. "You were right. And I was stupid." Raven arched a brow, arms crossed. "About?" Arthur sighed. "I was too careless. They didn't target me, they targeted my family. I don't hide behind fake names and masks like you guys. That makes me an easy target. If Galatea had been here to kill instead of, whatever that was, I would have been too late to do anything about it." Raven's eyes darkened. "So, Galatea is the clone's name." She exhaled softly. "I can't say I'm happy to be right, not when your family was hurt. But I'm glad they're okay." Arthur didn't miss the way her gaze flickered toward Kara for a split second. He smirked. "Well, I'm gonna strike back." Raven narrowed her eyes. "Do you even know where they are?" Arthur's smirk didn't fade. "No." She studied him. "Why do I feel like you're lying?" Arthur just smiled. Kara did too. Raven sighed, rubbing her temple. "Of course." Arthur stretched his arms. "Anyway, you guys would do us and the city a big favor if you cleaned up this mess. Especially you, Jamie. Your scarab should be more than useful here." Jamie's eyes narrowed, fists clenching. "Oh, screw you, man." Arthur grinned mockingly. "Oh." Struck a nerve. Jamie took a step forward, but Cyborg held up a hand, stopping him. Arthur just chuckled, turning to Kara. Without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close into an embrace. Kara blinked in surprise but didn't resist, settling against him. Before anyone could say another word, black tendrils curled around him and Kara, shadows creeping like living smoke. Dark mist coiled at his feet. "See ya," Arthur said. "Exchange." And in an instant, they were gone. Silence hung in the air for a moment. The Titans stared at the empty space they left behind. Then Beast Boy whistled. "Phew. Okay, I don't know what's wilder, him vanishing into shadow and leaving this thing behind, or the way he just scooped Kara Zor-El up like that." Jamie scowled. "Who cares?" Cyborg rubbed his temples. "That guy." But Beast Boy's attention drifted elsewhere. His lips curled into a mischievous grin as he slowly turned to Raven. "So, He nudged her lightly with his elbow. "You see that?" "'Cause I saw that." Raven's eyes narrowed. "Beast Boy." "I mean, I get it, Arthur's got the whole dark and brooding thing going for him, but man, looks like Kara is stealing your..." A surge of dark energy flared around Raven. Beast Boy immediately backed up, hands raised. I'll shut up now. Jamie huffed. Good. But Raven didn't respond. Because her fingers twitched slightly. And she was still staring at the spot where Arthur had vanished. Because the image of Arthur disappearing with Kara, his arm around her, his shadows swallowing them whole. It lingered in her mind far longer than it should have. And now, where Arthur had stood moments ago, a single shadow demon remained, its glowing eyes staring silently at the Titans. Cyborg, who had been processing everything a little slower than the rest, suddenly froze. His mechanical eye flickered, and his expression twisted into pure confusion. Wait a damn minute. His voice boomed, cutting through the lingering silence. His eyes darted back to where Arthur and Kara had just vanished, and then it hit him. Hard. That was Kara. Beast Boy blinked. Ah, yeah, and... No. What the hell is she doing here with Arthur? She's supposed to be at the watchtower held by the Justice League, she wasn't supposed to leave. A beat of silence. Beast Boy, ever the instigator, leaned in with a smirk. Oh. Sounds like someone's about to get in trouble with the big guys upstairs. Gotham, Arthur's estate. The swirling darkness of Arthur's shadow exchange faded as he and Kara stepped into the grand halls of his estate. The Gothic interior was dimly lit, casting long shadows across the polished floors. The scent of old books and faint embers from the fireplace lingered in the air. Kara glanced around before turning to Arthur. What about your family? Arthur exhaled, closing his eyes briefly before answering. They're safe. He opened them, his gaze cold but assured. Still in Jump City, but they're in my brother's tower, protected by two of my strongest shadows. If Cadmus tries something again, they'll be the ones regretting it. Kara nodded, relieved, but before she could respond. A voice echoed from the darkness. Smooth. Amused. Indeed, it's time. Arthur's eyes sharpened instantly as he turned, his body tensing. From the shadows of the room, a figure emerged, relaxed, casual, but carrying an air of dangerous confidence. Jason Todd. Arthur's brow twitched. Jason. How the hell did you find this place? Jason, dressed in a leather jacket and jeans instead of his Red Hood armor, smirked. You underestimate me, Blackwynd. He stepped forward, hands in his pockets, his stance effortless. I make it my business to know things. Before Arthur could respond, another voice, calm and sophisticated, interrupted them. Master Arthur, you have a guest. George, ever the composed butler, stepped into the room, his posture immaculate. His sharp gaze landed on Jason before flicking to Arthur for confirmation. Arthur, not taking his eyes off Jason, simply raised a hand. Yeah, George, I can see that. George's lips pressed into a thin line before he glanced between them, then sighed lightly. It appears I have been deceived by our guest Jason here. Arthur smirked. You wouldn't be the first. George gave Jason a slow, assessing look. I shall endeavor not to let it happen again. With that, he gave a polite bow and retreated into the shadows of the house. Jason watched him leave, then let out a low whistle. Classy guy. Makes me wonder how you ended up so. He gestured vaguely at Arthur. You. Arthur rolled his eyes. Kara, arms crossed, looked Jason over. Red Hood. Jason gave her a quick once-over and smirked. Supergirl. Golden child of the League. He tilted his head. Didn't think you were the type to hang around guys like Arthur. Kara raised a brow. And what's that supposed to mean? Jason shrugged. Come on, Blondie. You're all sunshine and hope. He's, well. He gestured at Arthur. The brooding nightmare man. Bit of a contrast, don't you think? Kara smirked. And here I thought the Red Hood was supposed to be this big scary vigilante. Turns out you just like to run your mouth. Jason chuckled, looking at Arthur. Okay, I see why you keep her around. She's got some bite. Arthur sighed. Jason, are you here to help or just to piss me off? Jason's smirk faded slightly, his eyes hardening. I'm here because I've got intel. If you're serious about striking back at Cadmus. I have a way inside, his voice lowered. You're gonna need me. Arthur met Jason's gaze, his mind already working through the possibilities. Then, with a smirk, he said, funny. I have a way inside as well. Jason's grin widened, eyes glinting with intrigue. Well then, he said, crossing his arms. Looks like we're about to crash a Cadmus party. He took a step closer, his tone turning serious. We should make a plan. Right now. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 74, Final Preparation. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The rich aroma of coffee lingered in the dimly lit study, mixing with the faint scent of old books and burning candle wax. Shadows stretched long against the Gothic architecture of the estate, flickering from the soft, eerie glow of Arthur's ever-present demonic sentinels lurking in the corners. The weight of the impending battle sat heavy in the room, yet the 3 of them, Arthur, Kara, and Jason, sat in eerie calm, cups in hand. Jason took a slow sip, his eyes sharp and calculating. Cadmus is in DC, he finally said, setting his mug down. Disguised under some no-name research lab. But the real facility? It's deep underground. Arthur tilted his head slightly, impressed. Not bad. Jason smirked. I do my homework. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. So here's my suggestion, I'll have Harley sneak in through your brother's next shipment. She gets inside, creates a distraction, causes chaos, makes noise, whatever the hell she feels like. He exhaled. Which, knowing her, she'll do regardless. Arthur narrowed his eyes. And how exactly did you convince her to tag along? Jason leaned back, giving him a deadpan look. You don't want to know. Arthur and Kara exchanged glances. Neither pushed further. Arthur exhaled, fingers drumming lightly against the table. My way inside is more direct. No sneaking, no waiting. I'll find myself facing Galatea again, head on. He nodded toward Kara. She wants to handle Galatea herself. And that's fine by me. Jason hummed, considering. Then, he gestured toward Kara with his chin. Brilliant plan. But can we trust her? Kara's expression darkened instantly. Her fingers tightened around her cup. What is that supposed to mean? Jason didn't blink. You know what I mean. Before the tension could escalate, Arthur cut in. His voice was calm, yet final. Yes. Either way, we'll end up in trouble with the League. Jason studied him for a moment before scoffing. Fine. He took one last sip of his coffee and stood up, stretching his shoulders. As he did, his eyes swept across the room, the ominous demon shadows lurking in the corners, the dark Gothic interior, the towering bookshelves filled with ancient texts. His lips curled slightly. You know. You're not so different from the Bat. Arthur's responded calmly. I'm nothing like him. Jason chuckled, shaking his head as he adjusted his jacket. Whatever you say. He walked toward the door, then stopped. Time to get moving. See you there. With that, he stepped into the night, leaving Arthur and Kara in the darkened estate. Kara sat on the edge of a couch, her fingers laced together, eyes staring at nothing in particular. She had been quiet ever since Jason left. Arthur leaned back in his chair, sipping his drink, watching her. He knew that look, the storm brewing beneath the surface, the weight of unspoken thoughts pressing down. Finally, she exhaled. She's me. Kara's voice was quiet, but firm. Or at least, she thinks she is. Arthur said nothing, letting her speak. She has my face, my powers, but she's hollow. Twisted. Or maybe. She hesitated, jaw tightening. Maybe I'm the flawed one. Maybe she's what I was meant to be all along, ruthless, unshackled, a perfect warrior. The words hung in the air. Arthur scoffed, setting his drink down with a soft clink. That's a load of crap. Kara glanced at him, eyes narrowing slightly. If you're having doubts, don't. Arthur met her gaze, unflinching. By the end of this, she won't be a problem anymore. Kara studied him, the firelight reflecting in her blue eyes. You sound awfully sure about that. Arthur smiled, tilting his head. I just know. Kara hesitated for only a second before stepping forward, wrapping her arms around Arthur in a firm but warm embrace. The weight of everything, the mission, Galatea, the unspoken doubts, seemed to lift just a little as she rested her head against his shoulder. Arthur stiffened slightly, caught off guard. His hands hovered for a moment before he slowly, almost awkwardly, placed them at her sides. Thanks, she murmured against him. Arthur blinked. Thanks. For what? Kara didn't pull away, her voice softer now. I actually really didn't want to stay in the watchtower like that, but I felt like I had no choice. Arthur said nothing for a moment. He understood. The weight of expectation, the feeling of being boxed in, forced to play a role. He wasn't the type to say something comforting, so instead, he just stood there, letting her have this moment. Then, after a beat, he exhaled. Well, I'm actually tired. We gotta rest, 'cause I'm not pulling any punches against them. Kara's body tensed. Slowly, she pulled back just enough to look at him, her expression shifting from something almost vulnerable to one of sheer disbelief. She stared at him. Seriously. Arthur met her gaze, completely unfazed. What? Did I say something wrong? Kara just sighed, shaking her head as she pulled away entirely. She didn't answer, but the unimpressed look she shot him said everything. The following day. The golden light of dawn seeped through the grand windows of the estate, casting a soft glow over the lavish interior. The silence of the morning remained undisturbed, until the measured footsteps of George approached the sitting room. With his usual impeccable posture, he cleared his throat. "Sir, a shipment has arrived bearing your name, well, mine, for discretion's sake, but before I proceed." He paused. For perhaps the first time in years, George found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Arthur Blackwynd was sprawled most ungracefully across the estate's fine leather couch. One arm hung limply over the side, his shirt slightly unkempt, and, most curiously, a blanket, clearly not his own, had been lazily thrown over him. But the most intriguing sight was Kara, sleeping soundly beside him in the same ungrateful way. Her golden hair was a tousled mess, her breathing slow and steady as she lay nestled far too comfortably against him. George, taking in this rather interesting sight, arched a refined brow. "Forgive my intrusion, sir, but am I to assume that I have stumbled upon something rather unexpected this morning?" Arthur stirred at the sound of George's voice, blinking groggily. His mind still fogged with sleep, he mumbled, "George, what's wrong? If this is about breakfast, let me sleep a bit more." Another blink. Then another. And then, realization hit. Wait. Why was Kara? How the hell did we end up like this? Arthur's body tensed as his brain caught up to reality. With newfound urgency, he immediately sat up, running a hand through his already messy hair as if that would somehow fix the situation. Kara, on the other hand, remained blissfully asleep, sighing softly as she curled into the couch. George, ever the portrait of restraint, clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "Shall I take your silence as an indication that you, too, are uncertain as to how this arrangement came to be?" Arthur exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. "George. The shipment." George inclined his head, though there was the faintest hint of amusement in his eyes. "Ah, yes, quite so. A most urgent delivery, though I must admit, I am beginning to wonder if it is truly the most pressing matter at hand." Arthur ignored that. Standing swiftly, he stretched, shaking off the lingering traces of sleep before walking toward the door. Behind him, Kara shifted slightly but did not wake. George, ever the composed observer, followed at a measured pace. "Shall I prepare coffee, sir? You appear to have had an eventful evening." Arthur shot him a look. George merely smiled, ever the refined gentleman, as they proceeded. Arthur and George walked towards a different room, and it became momentarily brighter as the box was placed upon the polished table. Arthur Blackwynd, with his piercing blue eyes and cool demeanor, stared down at the package before him. Its label read, Blackwynd Science Group, the mark of his family's most private enterprise, a name that always seemed to carry with it secrets and intrigue. George, ever the observant butler, stood silently beside him, though his eyes were fixed on the box, clearly recognizing its significance. Arthur's fingers traced the edges of the box before lifting the lid. The air seemed to shudder as a faint green glow illuminated the room, reflecting off Arthur's face, casting ominous shadows and adding an eerie radiance to his features. "My." George's voice trailed off, a mix of awe and caution. Inside the box lay a sword, its blade pure, gleaming kryptonite, with a steel so foreign and meticulously forged that it hummed with a silent power. The sword seemed to pulse with an energy all its own, reflecting a foreboding green light that made even the bravest shiver. Arthur raised an eyebrow, studying the weapon carefully, his mind already turning. "This is rather impressive work." "Not bad, Adam." "Kryptonite sword, rank." His voice was laced with quiet admiration, but underneath it, there was a simmering coldness. Before George could respond, a voice drifted into the room, light but tinged with curiosity. "I felt like I slept for days." "Arthur." Kara entered, stepping into the room with that same confident, graceful stride, her brow furrowed in slight confusion as she looked around. Her eyes soon landed on Arthur, who instinctively hid the kryptonite sword behind him with a quick motion. Kara's eyes, sharp as ever, narrowed. "You know I can still see that, right?" Arthur gave a half-hearted shrug, his tone casual yet purposeful. "It's kryptonite. Best not to get too close." His hand tightened slightly around the hilt of the sword, a silent warning for anyone who dared approach it. Kara, unimpressed, stepped closer, giving him a sideways glance. "Nice sword." There was a hint of admiration in her voice, though her curiosity was evident. Arthur, with a sly smile, leaned against the table, eyes glinting with a dark humor. "Well, it's for your cousin's potential clones that I might find." His lips curled into a knowing smirk as he met her gaze. Kara looked at him for a moment, eyes flickering between the sword and his face. It will definitely be useful then. He straightened, his expression darkening as his voice grew more resolute. Get ready. I'm waiting for Jason to be in DC. Once I get his signal, we move. No more time to waste. Arthur exhaled slowly, his eyes lingering on the weapon once more. He turned to Kara. You ready? Kara's gaze was unflinching as she nodded, her fists tightening at her sides. Ready as I'll ever be. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 75, Cadmus under attack. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Cadmus some time ago. The hum of machines filled the Cadmus facility, casting a cold glow over the reinforced chamber. In the center of the room, a cloning tube stood tall, filled with bubbling suspension fluid. Inside, an ashen-haired boy floated, his body eerily still. The monitors tracking his vitals beeped in slow, rhythmic pulses. Lex Luthor, clad in an immaculate black suit, stepped forward, his sharp gaze flickering between the subject in the tube and the woman standing before him. Galatea, bruised but unbroken, crossed her arms as she regarded the men in front of her. Lex exhaled through his nose, his expression unreadable. Where is what I asked for? Galatea's lips curled into a slight smirk. I ran into a little problem. She turned, gesturing towards the clone floating in the tube, a near-perfect replication of their target. Not the original. But close. Lex let out a long, controlled sigh, his fingers pressing together in a steeple. I expected that sort of hindrance. His voice was calm, yet tinged with the irritation of a man who did not appreciate this sort of things to happen. But then, Galatea extended her hand, revealing several strands of hair. She held them between her fingers like a peace offering. This should be enough, she stated firmly. Lex studied the strands, his mind already racing with calculations, possibilities, contingencies. Then, after a moment, he plucked them from her grasp. It must. His words carried an unspoken weight, a command, a demand, and an expectation. Behind him, Dr. Emil Hamilton, the lead scientist of Cadmus and perhaps the only man whose intellect Lex truly respected, adjusted his glasses and stepped closer. His eyes flicked over the sample before nodding in approval. It should be, Emil confirmed. No need for the whole person. This will be sufficient for our task. You did well, Galatea. For the first time, Galatea's usually sharp, battle-hardened expression softened just a fraction. Thank you, Father. Her voice carried something rare, genuine warmth. Lex, however, had already turned away, uninterested in sentiment. Prepare the test batch immediately, he ordered, striding toward the exit. Emil hesitated for a moment before following, but Galatea placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. That person, she said, her voice quieter now, almost introspective. He's strong. I understand why Lex wants that power so badly. Emil exhaled, rubbing the bridge of his nose as if trying to fend off a headache. Then, without looking at her, he murmured. No, Galatea. I'm afraid this isn't about wanting power anymore. It's an obsession. Galatea said nothing. After a beat, Emil adjusted his glasses and sighed. Go rest. She simply nodded, her gaze lingering on the clone in the tube. As she turned to leave, she clenched her fists. Visibly bothered by something. Gotham. The city stretched below them, an endless sea of flickering lights and restless motion. Gotham at night was a living thing, cold, unforgiving, and ever watchful. Arthur Blackwynd sat at the very edge of a towering building, the wind tugging at his cloak, his jet-black clothes blending into the darkness. The neon signs below flickered, reflecting in his silver-white hair as he focused on the glowing blue interface only he could see. Lines of text hovered before him, his status shifting and evolving as he finished allocating his latest ability points. Status bar. Name, Arthur Blackwynd. Job, Necromancer. Title, Bane of the Unworthy, plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent. Level, 8899. Fatigue, 0. HP, 7600. MP, 9250. Strength, 180-200. Health, 150-161. Agility, 150-169. Intelligence, 180-191. Sense, 113-140. Available ability points, 33-0. Passive skill, Tenacity, Level 1. Insanity's Gambit, new, grants immunity to mind control, fear, and sanity-based debuffs. Job-specific skill, Shadow Extraction. Shadow Exchange. Monarch's Domain. Skills. Bloodlust, Level 2. Ruler's Authority. Mutilation. Sword Rush. Equipment. Omega Hardened Hide. Abyss Forged Necklace. Inventory. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets. Abyss Forged Necklace. Azarath Knight Armor Set. Greatsword of the Lowborn. Prometheum Sword. Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial, Epic. Shattered Bolt. Demon King Longsword. Kryptonite Sword. Tower of Fate Key. Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Key. A slow exhale left him as he dismissed the interface with a mere thought. He flexed his fingers, feeling raw power hum through his veins. His body felt sharper, faster, more attuned to the darkness within him. "You've been daydreaming for a while now," a familiar voice broke through the night. Arthur glanced to his side. Kara stood beside him, arms crossed, her golden hair swaying slightly in the wind. She was clad in her classic Supergirl suit, red and blue with the unmistakable S gleaming on her chest. The moonlight caught on her silhouette, giving her an almost ethereal presence. Arthur leaned back slightly, tilting his head. "No, I'm just mentally preparing myself, that's all." Kara arched a brow, smirking. "Humph. That's what all guys say when they're caught staring at something for too long, you know. Like at this for example." Kara gestured towards her suit with glowing eyes full of enthusiasm. Arthur rolled his eyes. "Sure. Okay, that's a nice suit. I guess." His gaze flickered over her suit before he could stop himself. Noticing, Kara placed her hands on her hips. "What? You don't like it?" Arthur blinked. "No, that's not what I meant." Kara leaned forward slightly, an amused glint in her eyes. "Uh-huh. Then what did you mean?" Arthur let out a breath. "It's just, very bright." She scoffed. "It's called looking heroic, you know the S on my suit means." Arthur said calmly, "Hope." He returned his gaze to the skyline, eyes narrowing as if watching something in the distance. The storm was coming, and they both knew it. After a beat, Kara spoke again. "Yes." She then added, "Shouldn't you use a mask or something? You're kind of noticeable." Arthur let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. "I'm afraid it's a bit too late for that." Then, his phone buzzed. He didn't even need to check the caller. It was time. Flipping it open, he brought it to his ear. "It's time," Jason's voice came through, steady and controlled. "Harley's in. She'll do what she does best. I'm going in as well." Arthur closed his eyes for a moment before exhaling. "Very well." With a click, he ended the call, sliding the phone back into his coat. Then, he pushed himself up, stretching his arms as though shaking off the weight of hesitation. His blue eyes gleamed under the moonlight as he turned toward Kara. She stood there, arms crossed, her blue and red uniform standing out against Gotham's darkness. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes, those piercing blue eyes, held something deeper. Determination and conflict. A fire that refused to go out. Arthur met her gaze and extended a hand. "You can back out now if you want. I won't force you to do anything." Kara's eyes narrowed slightly, her jaw tightening. "No. I'll go with you guys. I need to get this over with as well." Arthur studied her for a moment, then nodded. "All right, then." Without another word, Kara stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. A firm, unwavering grip. Arthur felt her heartbeat steady, strong. He could tell she wasn't afraid. His fingers flexed as dark energy coiled around them, the very fabric of reality bending to his will. Exchange. The rooftop was engulfed in shadows. A pulse of abyssal power. In an instant, Arthur and Kara vanished, replaced by a monstrous, hulking shadow demon. Cadmus. The underground corridors of Cadmus Labs were quiet, filled with the hum of computers and the occasional chatter of scientists. Security personnel patrolled in perfect formation, scanning for anything out of place. Nothing ever was. Until now. A shipment had just arrived, a standard routine, passing security checks with no issue. The crates, stamped with the official insignia of Blackwynd Science Group, were rolled into storage without a second thought. And then boom. The lid of one exploded off, flying across the room and smashing into a security terminal. From within the box, a figure popped out like a deranged Jack-in-the-Box, dressed in her usual attire. "Surprise, ya eggheads." Harley Quinn grinned wildly as she hopped out of the crate, stretching like she'd just woken from a nap. "Boy, that was a tight squeeze. Thought I was gonna get a cramp sittin' in there like a freakin' sardine." A security guard barely had time to react before she cracked him across the face with her mallet, sending him flying into a desk. Alarms blared. Scientists scrambled for cover. Cadmus was officially in chaos. Harley twirled her mallet and skipped forward. Now, where's all the fun stuff? Oh, big shiny screens. She yanked out a revolver and unloaded rounds into a row of monitors, sending sparks flying. Hee hee. Lights out, nerds. A squad of security officers stormed into the room, weapons drawn. Freeze. Harley pouted. Oh, boys, always so eager to get rough with Lil Olme. She hurled a smoke grenade, filling the air with pink and purple mist. By the time it cleared, 3 of them were laid out, groaning in pain. Harley dusted off her hands. Puttin would be so proud, she giggled. Cadmus Command Center. Amanda Waller was not amused. Standing in front of a massive wall of security feeds, she narrowed her eyes at the blonde lunatic tearing through her facility like a sugar rush tornado. The hell is going on down there, she demanded. A frantic technician stammered, Ma'am, it's Harley Quinn. She what? The technician swallowed hard. She emerged from the latest shipment we received. Waller's expression darkened. From where? The room went silent. Another agent hesitated before answering. The shipment was from Blackwynd Science Group. She gritted her teeth and barked, Stop that fool. I want a full containment team on her, now. Another call came from another agent, We need help, someone or something is leaving a trail of beaten-up guards, we can't see a thing. Waller's gaze sharpened instantly. How? Security forces mobilized instantly, armed to the teeth and rushing toward the chaos. Meanwhile, Waller turned her attention back to the monitors, her mind racing. This wasn't just some random break-in. And she knew it. Galatea stood before a series of glowing monitors, her arms crossed as she reviewed the latest developments. Scientists scurried around her like nervous rodents, adjusting data and refining Lex's latest obsession. Then something shifted. A subtle distortion crept along the floor beneath her, barely noticeable at first. But then her shadow twisted unnaturally, warping and splitting away from her own body like ink dissolving in water. Her instincts flared. Something else was inside the room. And then they emerged. A black mist coiled into existence, swallowing the space beside her before unraveling into 2 figures. Arthur Blackwynd stepped forward, his eyes razor-sharp, his presence imposing the shadows flickering around him. Beside him, Kara Zor-El, clad in her iconic Supergirl uniform, stood tall, the bold S emblem burning like a challenge. Galatea's eyes widened. She hadn't expected this. Arthur parted his lips to speak. But before he could, Kara stepped forward, her blue eyes blazing with something more than just determination. This wasn't just about stopping an enemy. This was personal. Kara clenched her fists, the fabric of her gloves tightening against her knuckles. Her voice was calm but sharp, carrying a weight that shook the air itself. This ends now, Galatea. Cadmus, Luther, all of it. We're shutting you down. The room shook from the sheer force of her conviction. Galatea's lips curled into a smirk, masking the brief flicker of unease in her expression. Big words. Her fists clenched. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders as a shadowy aura swirled around him like tendrils of midnight. He cracked his knuckles, his tone effortlessly cold. You have no idea what's coming. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want.